That wasn't the...
Headwaters is brought to you by the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
All right, my special 4:15 tour time. We're going to get boarding here very shortly.
Glacier National Park, as we know it, wouldn't exist if it weren't for Ice Age glaciers.
Well, please no bear spray too. We do not want to have a spicy tour. Occasionally, bear spray.
As a geologist whose mom is in town, I want to show off what the Ice Age left behind. And one of the best views of that happens to be from the middle of Lake McDonald.
It looks like a flat-bottom boat, doesn't it?
I'm not a nautical expert, just
But
guessing.
we can ask our boat guide.
So, we're going on a boat tour. I was excited to tell my mom all about the geology. This valley is carved out by glaciers. You'll see from the middle of the lake, there's a big U shape, which is how you know it was carved by a glacier. But as an artist, she was a bit more focused on the scenic qualities.
Very sensual.
Sure, that's how the artist sees it. The boat we're on is called the De Smet, and it's one of 6 historic boats that offer tours throughout the park.
This boat was built in the year 1930, and it was built specifically for boat tours on Lake McDonald.
It may be an old boat, but it moves pretty quick. Do you get seasick?
I'm surprised, actually, that I'm not seasick.
I was going to say, I remember one incident where you took me whale watching as a child.
Yeah, I didn't enjoy that ride too much.
Within about 30 minutes, we reached the middle of the lake, and the captain slowly turned the boat around to face mountains I've seen a lot, but never from this perspective.
Okay.
So if you look behind you, what can you see?
That is spectacular. The change of the colors as it goes back from gray to deep blue to light blue to green, it's just wonderful.
Over 1,000 feet of ice once filled this valley. And while that ice is long gone, we have it to thank for this landscape that we all know and love. Ice Age glaciers carved our postcard-worthy scenery, and our roads and trails follow the paths they cleared. But while I spend a lot of time thinking about how this landscape came to be, I've never really imagined what it would have been like to be here while this was happening. For thousands of years, there wouldn't have been much land to walk on. Everything was covered in glaciers. But there was a world at the edge of that ice. Animals and people who lived just beyond. What was this place like during the last ice age?
There are no photographs of most people who have ever lived. So many people from history are invisible today. Like a melted glacier or a footprint in the mud, some stories can only be inferred from the impressions they leave behind. Welcome to Headwaters, a show about how Glacier National Park is connected to everything else. I'm Daniel, and this is Season 3. It's about how this place became what it is today. Not a comprehensive history, but a collection of stories from the park's past. This episode is about the Ice Age, a time when this place was filled with thousands of feet of ice. It was a consequential time in the park's geologic history. But this episode is also about the search for life and understanding in a world we'll never see. And because the park was so covered in glaciers, we walked this story out to the edge of the ice and tracked down the history beyond the borders of the park. So, for starters, Michael, Perry, help me out here. Can you describe what an ice age actually is?
That is a great question.
Yeah, so an ice age is just a particularly cold period in Earth history. The most recent one was basically caused by wobbles in the Earth's orbit and in the Earth's axis that change the angle of how the sun is hitting the planet.
So basically, we get less solar radiation. The result is that global average temperatures during the last ice age were around 10 degrees Fahrenheit colder than they are today, which doesn't sound like a ton, but this allowed glaciers and ice sheets to cover nearly all of Canada and a third of Montana, including the park.
Okay, so when was this? How long ago did this happen?
So there have been several ice ages, but the Pleistocene, which is the most recent, goes from about 2.5 million years ago to about 12,000 years ago.
Okay, so the Earth wasn't just a solid ball of ice for 2 million years. The ice is advancing and retreating.
Right. There's these glacial periods and then these warmer interglacial periods.
Yeah, so as we set out to try to understand what this place might have looked like during the Ice Age, we had to pick a specific point in time. So we zoomed in on one that Perry suggested, called the last glacial maximum.
Yeah, so that's basically the most recent point in time where those big ice sheets stopped growing and started shrinking. It's about 20,000 years ago, at least in this location. And at that point, there was so much water frozen on land that sea level was about 400 feet lower than it is today.
But to understand what happened next, let's zip on over to a tiny state park in Oregon.
Oregon? Really?
Perry, if I had to ask you what the most abundant type of rock found in glacier is, what would you say?
Argillite, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, it's found throughout the park. There are bright red and green colors that are pretty distinctive. And around here, it's in a rock formation called the Belt Supergroup.
Yeah, the Belt Supergroup is found all over the Northern Rockies, but it's not found in Oregon. And yet, perched on a hill above the Willamette Valley of Northwest Oregon is a boulder made of Belt Supergroup argillite.
So how did it get there?
Well, it weighs 90 tons and probably used to weigh about twice that, or almost as much as a Boeing 747, before people chipped away pieces to take home with them. But the story of how it got there is the story of one of the greatest natural disasters to have ever occurred in North America. The story of Glacial Lake Missoula.
Yeah, I think the Missoula floods are something that are nearly incomprehensible in today's society.
This is Justin Radford.
I'm the program manager for Ice Age Floods National Geologic Trail.
Justin is the first and only full-time employee of the first and only National Geologic Trail in the Park Service.
The trail covers about 3,400 road miles. It's a massive area, and there are people and educators and partners all along this route.
So those massive sheets of ice that Perry mentioned, which covered most of Canada and the northern part of the U.S., well, the Ice Age is ending. Those are melting, which produces a lot of water. All that water needed to go somewhere. And if we use the ice here as an example, water melting from the Ice Age glacier in what's now Lake McDonald would have been headed for the Pacific, flowing through the Flathead Valley, then west through Idaho, Washington, and Oregon before making it to the ocean.
But at the end of the Ice Age, water couldn't make it to the coast. It couldn't even get past Idaho and was instead stopped near modern-day Lake Pend Oreille.
Lake Pend Oreille is an amazing visitor experience, a great place to go and hang out. But if you picture it with 2,000 feet of ice on top of it, well, it created a huge blockage there.
An arm of the continental ice sheet had created a dam, blocking the only way out for water in northwest Montana, essentially plugging the bathtub drain that was the Clark Fork River.
And all the water backing up down behind that was just massive in scale. We're talking about something in the neighborhood of 600 cubic miles of water.
This ice dam was holding back the volume of Lake Erie and Lake Ontario combined, creating what was called Glacial Lake Missoula. Water backed up throughout northwest Montana and extended nearly 200 miles to the east. And it wasn't the only lake of its kind.
There were at least 6 others like it in Montana, but Glacial Lake Missoula was the largest one in the West, and you can still see signs of its presence across the state today, including its old shorelines.
And it just so happens that this lake was gigantic and goes all the way up the sides of the mountains there. And so you can see these big ridgeline bumps.
It's essentially like that was, at one point, was the lakeshore.
Yes, exactly.
You can drive to these old lake shores called strand lines at the Bison Range on the Flathead Reservation and see them like bathtub rings on mountains around the city of Missoula.
These clues help us measure the depth of the lake. Just south of us on the Flathead Reservation, it was over 1,000 feet deep. You could have submerged the Eiffel Tower. The ice dam was even taller. and it extended for at least 10 miles. But as more and more meltwater entered the lake,
Well, at some point, the water wins and the ice just can't hold it back anymore.
we're not totally sure how it happened. It might have been like trying to hold your hand over a fire hose, but the dam failed, and this kicked off the Ice Age floods.
Over a period of maybe as quick as 2 days, all of this water has left this area and started moving its way into Washington.
Water began charging westward at a flow rate 10 times that of all the world's rivers combined. The scale is almost incomprehensible.
And a wall of water traveling at 55, 65 miles an hour at restrictions, 1,000 feet high, scouring the landscape.
And this violent, earth-shaping flood happened multiple times.
It didn't just do it once. It formed this lake maybe as many as 100 times, geologists think, over a period of about 2,500 years, maybe 3,000 years.
After one flood forced its way through, the ice that formed the dam would reform, repeatedly plugging that drain, essentially, and starting the process all over again.
This landscape is now called the channeled scablands. Floodwaters taller than the Golden Gate Bridge, traveling at 50 miles an hour. Like a massive, violent bulldozer, the floods scoured away everything in their path, scraping away 50 cubic miles of earth, which is enough dirt that, if you spread it out, you could cover the entire state of Texas in nearly a foot of dirt.
And not all of that material made it to the ocean. At some points, like in Oregon's Willamette Valley, the water slowed down and debris would settle out.
Well, that's what people say. Well, that's why you have great wine and great vegetables and great growing that comes from the Willamette Valley, because it's got all the deposits from the floods.
That's so funny. People complain about Montana wine not being great because of the weather conditions, but it's parts of Montana in the Willamette Valley that make it good.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
Which brings us back to our boulder in Oregon, which was carried there in the floods, probably encased in glacial ice. Roughly 2 weeks after the floods began, all of the water would have made it to the ocean near present-day Astoria, leaving behind a changed landscape.
Ultimately, though, the Ice Age was ending, and the dam that created Glacial Lake Missoula disappeared, ending the era of catastrophic floods.
These floods represent just how dramatically the world was changing. The world was warming up, and landscapes like Glacier were revealed as this icy blanket receded. But the story of these floods is not one we've understood for very long.
Fast forward to just 100 years ago, and these same floods would become the subject of one of the greatest geologic controversies of its day, in part because the dominant theory of geology at the time was gradualism, that landscapes formed incredibly slowly over millions of years.
So many geologists believe that things happen gradual over time. There are some national parks out there that are great examples of this. And, like at the Grand Canyon, and that over millions of years story about it carving its way down. And you have this sort of gradual recession through the layers.
But that didn't explain the landscape of eastern Washington.
These canyon walls were all vertical, and the streams and rivers that were running through them were teeny, small. Really no logical way that river could have formed that kind of canyon.
What could explain it, thought a young geologist named J. Harlan Bretz, was a massive flood. And that wasn't the accepted explanation for why eastern Washington looked the way it did. Like how
No.
How was that hypothesis received?
Well, by the geologic community, not so well.
A lot of geology involves essentially resurrecting the past based on what's left behind, or in many cases based on what's missing. And we knew at the time that this park was home to Ice Age glaciers because of our U-shaped valleys. But for geologists at the time, Bretz's flood hypothesis was a bridge too far. When Bretz first published his idea in 1923, he was widely ridiculed by his peers. One of his most vocal critics was William C. Alden, a guy I've actually heard of before because he took some of the earliest photos of alpine glaciers here in the park. Alden was the chief of Pleistocene geology for the U.S. Geological Survey at the time, and he, like many others, couldn't imagine conditions that would send this much water across the Northwest. He declared the floods impossible, even though he himself had never been to the Scablands. But Bretz was right. In time and with more evidence, the scientific community accepted the theory.
It only took several decades.
Yeah, this wasn't until, the 70s that we'd worked out that Glacial Lake Missoula was the source of more than one flood, and Bretz was awarded the Penrose Medal, kind of geology's highest honor. But they never convinced everyone. Alden, Bretz's vocal opponent, denied the floods until his dying day. We've kind of been looking to this story as a case study of how we interpret the unknown. I'm wondering, is there a lesson we can learn from the story of Ice Age floods about trying to understand Earth history or human history where we don't quite have all the pieces?
Well, I think that, when we bump into these kinds of moments where we're trying to understand the world and we don't have good answers, we tend to fall back on what we know, and we're hesitant to be willing to hear from others about what they might see out there.
To me, Justin is describing a failure of imagination and of creativity. A struggle to picture a world that looks different than our own. We can see the empty space left behind. We know something was there, but it's hard to imagine what filled it.
The floods help us to understand the geologic history of the Ice Age, the physical world of ice and water whose presence carved clues you can easily see today. What is much harder to find, though, is evidence of the living world from that time. Some of the best clues are found along the St. Mary River, but not where it begins on the east side of our national park. We'll need to follow it as it flows north into Canada. The rest of the team was busy the day that I went, so I had to call in some backup. It's nice to have you back in the studio.
Thanks. Nice to be here.
I called Andrew, co-host of the first 2 seasons of Headwaters, who has a new job.
I'm the new communications lead for the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
We hopped in the car and followed the river, driving north to Alberta and the present-day St. Mary Reservoir.
Yeah, we're standing out on this sandy beach, not something you would really expect in southern Alberta. It feels like we're in Hawaii or something. The reservoir was huge. It kind of reminded me of standing on the shores of one of the Great Lakes. It went out to the horizon. It was definitely bigger than I was expecting. Stretches out as far as you can see, basically, with the Rocky Mountains behind it, and it's pretty.
We stopped at a place called Wally's Beach to meet with Shane Tolman.
I'm Shane Tolman. I'm a local.
A now retired school teacher who warned us it was going to be windy.
It is a lot windier over the other side of the dunes.
Yeah, kind of what I was thinking when
We can maybe move back.
We walked away from the lakeshore to try to hide from the wind, but we wanted to meet with Shane to talk about something that he found in the reservoir when it wasn't full of water.
Sometimes there's a big drawdown, so a lot of lake bed gets exposed.
But before we could really hear what he was saying, we were buzzed by a crop dusting plane.
Airplanes flying over. Oh my gosh, she's spraying that field.
Yeah.
Right there. Oh, that could be annoying. Can you block that kind of noise?
No, we couldn't. And so we had to go hide in a picnic shelter. But anyways, the reason we wanted to talk to Shane was that back in 1994, he and his family visited when the water in the reservoir had been drawn down.
And when they walked out into the wet mud and windblown sand, a landscape that's normally underwater, they found themselves walking backwards in time.
We had been out the previous day, but it had blown a lot overnight. And we came back the next day, and right where we walked is this humongous skull. But it's an extinct bison skull.
Bison antiquus, the extinct ancestors of modern bison, who just so happen to be 1.5 times bigger than the bison you see in Yellowstone.
And the horns on it are incredible. And it's like that.
Shane showed us a side-by-side comparison, and Bison antiquus's horns are absolutely enormous. Looks more like a Texas longhorn.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah, they're really impressive animals.
And for Shane, this discovery touched on a lifelong fascination.
My dad was a science teacher, so he actually had fossils in the lab, and they were just so captivating to me to see their little eyes are fossilized, and here they are staring back at you. It's kind of this time gets erased as you encounter these things, and that's always stayed with me.
Shortly after Shane stumbled into this bison skull and quite a few other things that we will get to in a moment, he started getting phone calls from the University of Calgary. They had heard about his discoveries and sent Dr. Len Hills down to meet with him.
First thing I said to him was, I would like to study this stuff. How can I be involved? And he says, well, you could enroll as a student at the University of Calgary and I'll be your supervisor. I said, great, let's do it. I enrolled in a master's program and became one of 4 principal investigators of the Wally's Beach site.
As Shane and his colleagues started to study Wally's Beach, they began to reconstruct what it would have looked like.
It was not the river that we see that's cut down to where it is now in these river valleys. It was a slow, meandering river.
In the banks of this ancient, winding river, they found pollen and roots, which can help us understand the Ice Age ecosystem.
We had spruce tree groves growing out here all over the prairies, as well as aspen groves. Then you had sedges and grasses that were growing in between. There was abundant plant life.
And of course, they found more evidence of animals that lived alongside Bison antiquus.
We get out there, here's this skull, and there's actually some vertebrae laying there as well. And Len picks this skull up, and he's turning it over. He says, this is muskoxen. And I'm just like, muskoxen? I didn't even know they were part of this extinct suite of animals that died off at the end of the Ice Age. And he says, yes, it's muskoxen.
They found a ton of extinct species, an ancestor of modern caribou, North American horses, even camels.
The camel discovery in particular blew my mind. We think of camels as being these desert-loving animals today, but the family of camelids and the family of horses both evolved in the Americas around 50 million years ago before migrating to Eurasia. The camels that lived here were called camelops.
And Shane found a tooth about as long as my index finger, and that tooth was serrated.
Well, there are no animals alive today that have serrated teeth. And so I knew immediately we had a saber-toothed cat. In fact, that's not just a saber-toothed cat, it's called a scimitar cat.
So already you're getting a picture of the wildlife who were living at the edge of the Rockies, at the edge of Glacier National Park during the Ice Age.
And it's a much different cast of characters than the grizzly bears, mountain goats, and deer that we all know and love today.
But for Shane, it wasn't bones that helped bring Wally's Beach to life.
And I can't even describe what I saw. It's almost emotional, because here's this big imprint, a little smaller than a garbage can lid.
He found footprints left by woolly mammoths.
And there's another one, and there's another one. Here's all of these cracks that went out from in this spider web, out from the tracks. You could see how it had stepped in the mud and it oozed up around its toes. And it's just like, okay, here's the best set of mammoth tracks on the planet, bar none. I mean, there's only like 4 sets anyway. So it really hit us just how incredible this was.
Unlike fossils, which capture animals after they die, these footprints are a snapshot of their lives.
Living, breathing mammoth, not the bones, the dead part. You're looking at living behavior, and that's so cool.
With each stride, they traveled on average 8.5 feet, and the weight of each step can reveal if it was left by a male or a female, a child or adult. And the way these 6-ton mammals walked can even reveal if they were injured.
Take the cross-section, and you get to see the weight distribution from this angle. Well, this animal on its, I think it was its left hind foot, was limping. You can see that the deformation on this side of the track is less than on the other side of the track, so it means that there was some injury or something.
How old is that track?
That track would be about 13,000 years old.
Oh my goodness.
Now,
And it's not just mammoth tracks either.
here's these mammoth tracks, but not just mammoth. Here's a camel trackway going through the middle of these, crossing over. And here's some more horse tracks over here. And what we're looking at probably looked very much like the Serengeti, because you had all those animals intermingling, and here they are moving in these vast herds and individuals. We have tens of thousands of tracks that we have observed at Wally's Beach.
It is rare for ancient footprints like these to survive. You not only need wet mud for the footprints to form, but then a strong wind to blow sand and sediment on top, filling them in and sealing them away for thousands of years.
But today, the same winds that once preserved these footprints are now destroying them. The same wind that pushed us into a picnic shelter has blown tracks away overnight, carried away grain by grain. A memory lost forever.
And because of where they sit in the reservoir, there's nothing you can really do to save them at this point. If they're not claimed by the wind, once they're exposed, they'll be destroyed by water when the reservoir is filled back in. All that's left is to try to document them, and efforts have ranged from photographs and measurements to teams of local students and 1,000 pounds of plaster casts. But however fleeting they may be, this glimpse of these animals alive, living alongside one another, not in the halls of a natural history museum, but drinking from the river that I see now in the distance. You can't help but picture it. And for Shane, imagine yourself there, following in their footsteps.
So I hope this doesn't sound too corny, but here's how I kind of pictured it. I stared at the footprints disappearing into the swirling sand to the east, and time blew away with the wind. I had a vision. It didn't take much to imagine the giant lumbering away through the mud, disappearing into the sand cloud from what was likely a watering hole. I'm close. So close I can hear the slushing suck of mammoth foot in paleo mud. See his breath dissipate against the cold ashen sky of early winter. Taste his pungent odor in the roof of my mouth. Rising above the din of the crushing palms of his feet is the sound of chokecherry stained tusks, battered and broken, tonking against the low-growth brush as it swings its massive woolly head side to side, its tangled auburn fur blowing eastward. The trudging mountain knows I'm there, but what am I to he? Nothing.
Not long after a mammoth left these footprints in the mud, their species went extinct in North America. So did camelops, the North American horse, and helmeted muskoxen. And while these footprints paint a vivid portrait of these animals in life, they also reveal a species in decline.
Very clearly, something's missing, and it's infants, the newborn, the young. Why aren't we seeing their tracks? Well, maybe they're light, but we're seeing lighter animals also. We're seeing their tracks, the horses and stuff like that.
The St. Mary's mammoth herd had far fewer juveniles than you'd expect in a healthy population. And one possible explanation was the warming climate. The Missoula floods were only one symptom of the dramatic changes occurring at the end of the Pleistocene. As temperatures warmed, ice sheets shifted north, and the environment shifted too. New plants moved into the grasslands that these grazing animals had relied upon.
But the last discovery we'll share from Wally's Beach hints at another factor. A discovery made by one of Shane's students, a fourth grader named Travis.
Picked up a piece that they thought might be an artifact, and then the next day Travis brought it to me. Well, I about fell out of my chair. It's a Clovis point.
Clovis points are sharp stones used for hunting by ancient human cultures. And these Clovis points held a clue, which revealed exactly what they were used for.
Horse protein residue. Those horses had been butchered, and that was a North American first.
Wally's preserves a record of Ice Age animals and humans, and produced the first archaeological evidence of these humans hunting horses. Later finds revealed they also hunted camels. When I first started working as a ranger at Glacier, the story of Wally's Beach grabbed me. I put Ice Age horses and mammoths in a campground talk that I've given for the last 6 years, and in my program, this has always been where the story ends. Camels were here, people were too. But actually visiting Wally's Beach, hearing from Shane about the work he and his colleagues and his students have put into understanding and preserving this history, it made me wonder, what was life like for the people that once stood here? What was it like to be human 13,000 years ago?
All right, let me recap. Right in our backyard, well, Glacier's backyard, Wally's Beach has a record of Ice Age wildlife.
Yeah, a pretty extensive one at that.
These are animals that they're really different than what we have here today.
Mm-hmm.
But they also have discovered evidence of Ice Age humans.
Yeah, and a lot of this evidence at Wally's Beach is in the form of something called lithics.
Lithics.
You've probably heard of that before.
Yeah, lithics are stone tools that are like made by people.
Exactly. That includes the projectile points that were used to hunt horses at Wally's Beach, but they've also found thousands of different points and other tools.
Shane used the term Clovis point, which, if I remember right, that's one of the very oldest kinds of lithics in North America.
Yeah, so the term Clovis comes from projectile points found outside of Clovis, New Mexico. They're a distinct type of lithic that have been identified all over North America and date back well beyond 10,000 years ago. So they are artifacts from one of the oldest and most widespread cultures that we know about in North America.
So beyond their tools, beyond these lithics, do we know much about Clovis people? Like what their lives were like?
I mean, the short answer is no, we don't know much.
The topic of Pleistocene era people is always going to be a mystery for the foreseeable future. We have to assume that life was pretty challenging because of the geographic, ecological aspects of that era.
This is Shane Doyle.
Yes, my name is Dr. Shane Doyle. I'm a member of the Upsalaga Nation. I'm an educational and cultural consultant. I live in Bozeman, Montana. And, I hail from Crow Agency.
Another Shane. 2 Shanes in one episode.
Yes, but I called Shane Doyle because he has studied and worked to understand these Ice Age cultures.
Lithics, the points that they used, are really the best evidence that we have. We don't have a lot of human materials to understand that time period outside of the hunting and other tools that these folks made.
Some of the only materials durable enough to survive these last 10,000 years or more are stones and bones. So even as scientists develop new and better technologies like ground-penetrating radar and aerial imagery, we're still limited by what little is left.
I don't think we have a lot of data that we can really turn to that will really provide us with a more comprehensive picture of what life was like for Pleistocene era native people. So I think we kind of have to use our imagination.
This is where we get back to the conundrum we found with the Missoula floods, the limitations of imagination. I talked with retired Forest Service archaeologist Carl Davis, and he pointed out that the presence of stone tools and absence of anything else has affected our understanding of these cultures by focusing on the masculine aspects of ancient life.
And archaeologists, who were primarily male for many, many years, that's what they really got into. And women and children kind of got left in the dust because the evidence of women's activities, this wonderful perishable industry of all kinds of things, there's no evidence. We certainly can assume they're wearing, carefully crafted, tightly sewn clothes and stuff, but we don't have any evidence whatsoever. So we don't really know what they look like, what they ate, what language they spoke.
And our understanding of these communities has been shaped by more than just projectile points.
I think in North American archaeology, there has been some bias about sort of giving legitimacy to the capability of these first peoples, these indigenous peoples. It may be colonialism, it may be imperialism, it might be a little bit of racism, but I think we have a hard time maybe giving credit where credit is due.
That's where anthropology begins to fall short when we go all the way back to those ancient times. It's reflected in artwork that we often see represented from people of that day and age. The clothing that they wear is shaggy and their hair is unkempt and they're kind of usually slouched or like hunched over. They resonate with this very uncouth, something that modern man would look upon as undeveloped. And I reject that. I don't think that's, a very good indication of who these people were. I don't think that they didn't comb their hair. I don't think that they didn't care about the kind of clothes that they wore. I think that they always cared about that. Of course they did. Why wouldn't they? I mean, even Sigmund Freud would agree with that. I just think that it's a shame that we portray them as being, dirty savages, honestly. People in the modern era tend to think of ourselves as being so special. We have all this information that cavemen or ancient people didn't have. And, well, I think on a daily basis reflect on those ancient people and how they must have felt the same way about their lives as we do about ours. Obviously they didn't have nearly the kind of technology that we do, but think about how they must have been comparing their lives to other species, animals that didn't have the ability to talk or sing or dance or laugh or cry out of inspiration or joy. I mean, the emotional realm and spiritual ceremonial aspects of ancient life must have made those people feel like they were on the edge of tomorrow.
And as we talk about these cultures and wonder about their daily lives, try to imagine how they treated one another, what they valued, and who they loved. Shane emphasized that there is a lot more to these people than we will ever find buried in the ground.
And I think that's another thing that anthropologists often forget about, is that the trade culture was more than just material trade. These people wanted to learn about one another. They wanted to hear their stories. They wanted to know about their ceremonies. They wanted to know about their knowledge. That was the real trade culture. The material came along with it.
In the end, it might just be the social world that we thought had disappeared that can help us better understand this time after all.
I developed a course on Montana Plains Indians. During the process of creating that course, I looked at the different star stories of the tribes here in Montana, and it was clear to me that they shared common stories, and that the stories were very, very important. But when you consider that, we have at least half a dozen language families represented here in Montana, completely different languages. And so we're talking about languages where they don't even share a common sound. So how could it be then that these different speaking people would have the exact same star stories down to the minutiae, just the smallest details of people's names and the things that they did and how those things are reflected in the sky and on the ground, and the same stars and the same geographic features? I mean, all those things to me showed that these folks must have been in deep communication with one another.
Different cultures with different languages, living in different places, who still found a way to communicate. And it wasn't just star stories that they were sharing. It was technology, where and how to harvest teepee poles, how to stitch hides together, and harvest wild plants.
They were so determined to share with each other their knowledge and the best of their communities that they created a language independently of themselves. That plain sign language exists really in and unto itself.
Plain Sign Language was the original American Sign Language, born out of trade between communities across the Great Plains.
The Plain Sign Language, I don't think probably dates all the way back to the Pleistocene era, but I do believe that the passage of the Clovis technology from community to community across the continent, all those communications and all of those different trade networks, that's where the seed of that was planted.
These insights from oral traditions can help us to imagine the cultures of these ancient communities. Curious, kind, and cooperative pioneers living here despite its hostile and icy climate. And as Perry found, oral history can also preserve a record of specific moments in time.
I wanted to talk to Sally Thompson, an anthropologist whose work with tribes throughout the Northwest found that indigenous communities have preserved memories of the Ice Age.
One of the task force members was telling me a story once of his clan's migration. And I said, wow, Ray, it sounds like you're taking me back to the late Pleistocene. And he said, well, I think I am. So he thought for a while, and then he said, we sing it. It's a chant. We repeat it the same way, the same time of year, in a ceremonial way. It's like your silent night. You wouldn't change the words. He said some of those words are so old we don't understand them anymore.
Wow.
So that really was life-changing for me, and I started paying attention in a very different way.
I know Sally from her book, People Before the Park, which she wrote with the Blackfeet and Kootenai tribes, sharing their traditional culture and lifeways here in Northwest Montana.
Well, my name's Sally Thompson, and really what we're talking about today, I'd like to say I'm a student, not an expert.
I love that.
I'm a student of what Native people have to teach us.
One thing she's learned is that oral traditions hold records of Ice Age floods. The phenomena that geologists squabbled about for decades. Some cultures have remembered them for thousands of years.
Imagine the time when immense sheets of ice were extending down from Canada all across northern North America. To imagine it's not just filling the valleys, it's overlapping all but the very tallest peaks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so picture you're standing on top of one of those peaks, and all you can see to the north and the east is ice.
When I hear this, I picture a glacier and the Flathead Valley full of ice and water from glacial Lake Missoula. But this describes the ice margin all along the northern edge of the U.S. Sally interviewed people from tribes all up and down the Columbia River, whose drainage system covers most of Washington, Idaho, and northwest Montana. One of these tribes is the Kootenai.
The Kootenai people are unique. They're not related to anyone anywhere. It may be because of where they were in these cataclysmic times that they were the only ones who survived.
Mm-hmm.
So most people have relatives, but the Kootenays are considered by anthropologists or linguists to be an isolated people, the only ones. And this is their story. Was it like before a tsunami where sensitive people think something's changing, or you hear this incredible sound and somehow you know to run up? Perhaps you've experienced, some flooding before, and you know you need to go up,
Mm-hmm.
and you just keep running, and somehow some people manage to survive that. Then you see people have run to the top of Rattlesnake Mountain on the Columbia and try and picture what happened. I interviewed a Coeur d'Alene elder one time. Felix Aripa told me, after he thought it through in his own language, the way his grandparents had told him the story, then he explained to me that the words they used were something like, everything changed, even the landscape.
This is a record of a human experience with these floods. Someone witnessed them, walked through the world they left behind, and shared that story with their community. Yet, despite knowing that, it's still difficult to place yourself in their shoes, to see their point of view rather than our own.
Even with everything we've learned, it is really hard to place yourself in a world that you'll never see. All of these stories have helped me to picture it. Herds of camels and mammoths sharing Montana with people who, in the face of a dramatically changing world, are learning from one another and passing on memories that will connect them to today. But I find myself imagining it almost like a painting, something that I can see, but that I can't touch. What would it take to bring this history to life? To be able to imagine myself there, like Shane Tolman did with the mammoth tracks? When I posed this question to Shane Doyle, he turned my attention to May of 1968 in rural Montana when two construction workers began digging rocks out of a hillside.
And so they were digging into a cliffside to get some flat sandstone rocks out of the cliff. And when they dug into the cliff, it was covered with this red dust that we call red ochre. Red ochre is a really sacred material.
Past the red ochre, they found lithics. And beyond that, human remains. They were digging in a grave. Found on the property of Helen and Dr. Mel Anzik, these human remains turned out to belong to a child between 1 and 3 years old. And while the haphazard digging at the site made it difficult to completely reconstruct the burial, it was determined that the child had been buried nearly 13,000 years ago.
He was probably no more than 3 years old when he died, was buried with a treasure trove of antiquities, over 118 priceless Clovis artifacts Pretty much every tool that has ever been identified in any other Clovis site was found at that burial. These were valuable, treasured items that were rare and that were hard to produce. And they buried him with a child. This child had no social standing that we could measure or compare in any other culture at any other point in history. Even today, children are the most vulnerable people in society. They receive the least honor, they receive the least attention, they receive the least amount of resources devoted to them. If you look at what that burial spoke to, it spoke to what that community valued. Why would they put all those items in there for a child who had never hunted? He was not a priest, he was not a ceremonial leader, he was not a warrior, he never produced any economic value. He was really just as children are today, but they present a resource that you have to provide for, part of your family that you have to attend to constantly.
Mm-hmm. The U.S. has a law that establishes the legal rights for tribes to repatriate or reclaim human remains uncovered in cases like this. But it wasn't passed until 1990.
This is before NAGPRA, Native American Grave Protection and Repatriation Act. So all the materials, since they were found on private land, they were just taken by Mel and the two construction workers. The human remains, Mel gave those to his daughter, but at the time they were taken by a scientist, an archaeologist, who took them down to his lab in Arizona.
The remains stay in Arizona for about 30 years until eventually they're returned to Sarah Anzik, the granddaughter of Mel and Helen.
Once Sarah got them, turns out she was the molecular biologist. She had an interest in studying the remains to see if she could find out who this person was, who this child was. And, she said before that she just knew that this child had a story to tell and that it was an important story and that she wanted to help the child tell that story.
So she reached out to a lab in Denmark, and they set out to sequence the child's genome in an effort to understand its DNA and uncover who the child is related to.
The head guy over there, the scientist of the lab, his name is Eske Willerslev, and he and his team took on the study, and it took them 3 years to complete the genomic sequencing of this ancient remains. But when they did finally get the complete genome, they were able to compare it to other populations around the world, and it's pretty clear that he was one of the very first Native Americans on the continent.
At the same time this discovery was starting to ripple out into the scientific community, the Anzik child was also at the center of an effort to repatriate the remains, to place them back where they were buried 13,000 years ago, which is how Shane got involved. I don't expect there's really like a roadmap for how to conduct a repatriation. Maybe there is, I don't know. So how did you decide how to actually perform the reburial? And what did it look like in the day?
There is no roadmap for repatriation. There are procedures that have been developed over years in certain circumstances that fit the bill, but this one was kind of different. Because it was so old, and we have to assume that the child was related to all of modern people today, that's a lot of people to try and bring into the process. I kind of took that task on to reach out to Native communities, to let them know what we were doing, to ask them if they wanted to participate. It took a long time. We had to have a lot of meetings. There were a lot of different folks involved, not just the tribal communities here in Montana, but also the Montana Burial Board. Sarah Anzik, she still maintained possession of the bones right up until the moment they were placed in the ground. Scientists, they still had materials from the Anzik child in their lab. The reburial was supposed to be comprehensive, and so they had to agree to put all of what they had of the boy in the lab into the ground. There were disagreements over where to rebury the boy, over how to rebury him. Some people believed we should just rebury him with like a rawhide pouch, put him in the ground so he could go back to Mother Earth. There were also suggestions to bury him at the Montana Historical Society out on the public lawn so that people would be dissuaded from trying to dig him up and steal him. I mean, you name it, there was a whole gamut of suggestions and ideas about how to rebury him and where to rebury him. And Finally, at the end, we just decided to put him back as close to where he was as possible and put him in a nice small little casket. And, it was just a beautiful day. It was a beautiful ceremony. And like I said, we all felt good about it. Here's the thing that I've thought about a lot. We were there that day, not just to show respect to that boy, but we were there to show respect to ourselves. When we respect others, we respect ourselves. And when we do that in a community, in a gesture where we all come together in a ceremonial way, that's a very powerful healing experience.
Do you think that the Anzac site, Pleistocene people, and this deep time can teach us about ourselves or even the future?
Well, I think we can learn a lot from those ancient people about strength, about resilience, about love, about what really matters in this life. I guess one theme that we see today in Hollywood is the post-apocalyptic world. We think when all the chips are down that we'll turn on each other. When I think of those ancient people, I'm inspired. I just think, they loved each other. And from everything that we can tell, they respected each other. I'm sure there were instances where that wasn't always true. But the Anzac grave and the show of love that was displayed for that child makes me believe that that wasn't just an isolated case. That this was part of their worldview. They believed in treasuring their relationships. And in a way, that's what it was when we reburied him that day.
To me, this story pulls your focus away from everything that separates us from Ice Age people. The ice sheets, scimitar cats, and more than 10,000 years, and shows instead our shared humanity. And to Shane, it illustrates what's possible when scientists and native communities work together.
I think we'll be able to tell the stories that right now we still can't really wrap our heads around, because we'll be able to wrap our hearts around what it means to be a human, and we'll be able to take that understanding and place it into these ancient time periods, and that will be able to inform and provide us with a better picture of why these people laughed, what they laughed about, what they cried about, who they loved. It's pretty hard to not understand what the Anzac burial represents. If you're a parent and your greatest fear is to lose a child, and you understand that this is what these people did, that message is pretty clear. 12,600 years later, you can still relate to the anguish that they must have felt. How unfair, how cruel, how impossibly difficult the loss that they suffered was. And the only way to heal from that is to just give the last full measure. That's a message that is crystal clear to me. There's nothing about that I don't understand.
It's true that sites like Anzac are extraordinarily rare, but the kindness that we can see there must have been common. In every laugh shared round the campfire, which echoed across newly ice-free valleys, and in a piece of hard-won camel shared as a meal with a loved one. Or in the simple joy of standing by a river and squishing the mud between your toes, right beside a set of fresh mammoth tracks.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park, with support from our partner, the Glacier National Park Conservancy. This season of Headwaters was made by me, Daniel Lombardi, Perry Sassnett, Michael Feist, and Gabby Esavari. We could not have made Season 3 without Lacey Kowalski or Melissa Sloddick, and Sierra Mendelko, Brent Rowley, Darren Lewis, the Glacier National Park Archives, and the Montana Historical Society. Special thanks this episode to Shane Tolman for driving to meet us.
And sharing your bug spray.
Shane Doyle, Carl Davis, Roz Gerstein.
Thanks, Mom.
Sally Thompson, Justin Radford, Andrew Smith, Vic Baker, and Ethan, our captain from the Glacier Park Boat Company. Thanks for listening.
Next time on Headwaters.
We use art to find new perspectives on one of American history's most momentous yet misremembered events.
Lewis and Clark was just a story that I did not remember from school.
When Daniel called and I thought, oh my gosh, really? I don't know if you want a tribal voice talking about Lewis and Clark. I just thought they're revered by so many.
That's next time on Headwaters. So Headwaters was made possible through the Conservancy, right, Andrew?
Yes.
But you also fund a lot of other projects. What are some examples of that?
Yeah, one I wanted to tell you about today is our wilderness condition monitoring work. We have this really cool project happening right now to outfit a lot of the park's wilderness rangers with tablets so that they can make live reports on the condition of the wilderness while they're out and about.
Used to be on paper reports that got lost and never found their way to the same place.
They would show up wet and crumpled, and all sorts of different things would be written on them. So now everybody's got the same form. It comes all into one database, and we can learn about threats to wilderness so fast and respond to them so that nothing happens to our beautiful wilderness here.
Well, that's awesome. Well, I guess if you want to learn about that project and more that the Conservancy funds, check out their website, and thanks.
Yeah, visit us at glacier.org.
What's up, Rocky Podcast listeners? This is the Rocky Mountain National Podcast. It is Friday, June 30th, the last day of June, so happy early July to everybody. We appreciate you coming along for the ride. This week's episode is super cool. We have Cynthia Langeth. She is the ranger, the lead interpretive ranger up at the Alpine Visitor Center. So we're going to learn all about things alpine, from the flowers to the animals to the weather and things to watch out for, all sorts of stuff like that. So definitely stay tuned. Before we get started, we wanted to give you a couple of pieces of news. First of all, Old Fall River Road is open. It just opened up while we were recording this. So Old Fall River Road is now open for your driving, walking, or whatever pleasure. It is one way up only. If you don't know that, it's one way from the bottom to the top. And we have had some times where it's been super busy last year, and we've had to shut down traffic in the middle of the day. So if you're planning on coming, as with everything, arrive early or come later in the evening. It's a beautiful road, so if you've never done that before, check it out. And it leads up to the Alpine Visitor Center, where Cynthia and all of our Alpine Rangers are that we're going to talk about today on the podcast. Another thing with roads, we do have road construction going on if you're coming to the park. So Moraine Park Campground Road, there's some construction there. It can be 5 to 15 minute delays pretty soon after you turn off Bear Lake Road. And then we also have some pavement preservation stuff, keeping our pavement in good shape throughout the park. And that's just in various areas. So if you come to an area where cars are stopped for a little bit, that's probably what it is, unless everybody is stopping in the middle of the road and looking at elk, which you should not do. So hopefully that gets moved on. But otherwise, it's probably pavement preservation. We've got a program coming up that we want to tell you about. It is Climbing Longs Peak. So this is going to be some of our climbing rangers that live and breathe Longs Peak every day as their job, talking about climbing Colorado's favorite 14er, Longs Peak. They're going to talk about climbing and hiking routes, lessons learned, how to prepare and manage for risks, and all the things that are involved if you're thinking about a climb. This program is free and open to anybody, and it is going to be at 7:30 p.m. on the evenings of July 5th and July 21st. At the Beaver Meadows Visitor Center. So again, 7:30 p.m., July 5th and July 21st at the Beaver Meadows Visitor Center Amphitheater. So come and check that out. And one last shout out before we head into the podcast, the Rocky Pledge. So we've been putting this on our social media, and we also have it on our website. We have come up with something this summer called the Rocky Pledge. It is a pledge that you can take by yourself, with a group, out loud, in your head, whatever, however you want to do it. We just ask that it be meaningful to you. So if you go to go.nps.gov/Rocky Pledge, you'll see our Rocky Pledge logo, you'll see the pledge itself, and you'll see ways that you can join in. We just have so many people coming up to the park now. And actually, in a future episode, you're going to hear about that very soon. we're going to have Kyle Patterson, the public information officer for the park, here, and we're going to talk about the pledge and what you can do to help keep Rocky beautiful and protected. So go there to learn more about that. We're also encouraging people to take shots on social media. You'll see our logo is like two hands lovingly encircling a bighorn sheep. So if you want to go out in the park and take pictures with your hands encircling stuff or any creative ideas, anything like that, just tag them with a hashtag Rocky Pledge. And we go through and look at that hashtag and we repost shots. And we have a bunch of followers. So, win-win for everybody. All right, we are going to head into the podcast. Again, this is Cynthia Langeth, the Alpine Visitor Center main interpretive ranger, and you're going to learn all sorts of stuff about her and the Alpine.
You need a Britney Spears mic.
Yeah. That'd be awesome. Here, everyone put on these Britney Spears mics. Okay, so I will give you a little intro before the beginning of the podcast, so we won't have to go through your full name and everything. So we will start out. Yeah. Then you can monitor, listen in, to hear myself talk.
I hear voices in my head,
own voice,
and it's mine.
I hear my own voice in my head. We don't have an exact outline.
That's okay.
We just kind of freewheel.
We can wing it.
So we'll start with Cynthia. What do you do here at Rocky Mountain National Park? Like, what's your official title?
So my official title is Park Ranger, Interpretation, and EMT, which is kind of an interesting combination.
Yes.
But I primarily spend my time in the summers in the alpine tundra of the park and manage the Alpine Visitor Center operation.
What about in the winter?
So in the winter, there's a lot of catch up from summer.
Yeah.
After hosting 3.5 million of your closest friends, it takes a little cleanup time. So in the winter, we do a lot of preparation for the summer, and I also get to lead snowshoe walks and full moon hikes in the winter, which is pretty awesome.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we'll come back and talk about that in a little bit. So, Alpine Visitor Center. Rocky's pretty famous for its alpine tundra.
It is.
Is it not? On the way driving up here, we saw lots and lots of people eager to see it. So I thought we'd start by just talking about alpine tundra, what it is, what makes it what it is. Nature, it is because of what it is. Yeah, so I guess first we could talk about tundra in general. So what is tundra in general?
Yeah, so tundra is, I guess, a slightly more generic term that just describes ground that is free of trees. And kind of historically, it's also been defined as, a lot of permanently frozen ground. That certainly, I don't think, is necessarily the case from a scientific standpoint today.
Mm-hmm.
But when tundra was kind of initially used, it was to describe an area free of trees that had a lot of permanently frozen ground.
Mm-hmm.
And then that either, occurs where you are at a, really far north latitude
Mm-hmm.
In the Northern Hemisphere, or you're at a really high elevation, which is, of course, what we have here in the park.
Right. Okay, so tundra, place without trees, that's due to temperature, I guess, instead of dryness, sort of. Alpine tundra is because of alpine being high elevation, right? So it's due to the
versus
elevation.
Arctic tundra, which would be
Due to the
latitude-based. Yeah.
Yeah, so if you want to find tundra due to latitude, you have to go very far north.
You
or
do.
If you want to find tundra somewhere like Colorado, you just have to go up to, in Rocky, where does tundra begin, generally speaking? What's the range?
So generally speaking, it occurs around 11,400 feet in elevation in Rocky and kind of in the this region of the southern Rocky Mountains.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly as you go further south, tundra is found at higher elevations. As you go further north, it's found at lower elevations. I mean, there's alpine tundra at the equator,
right?
If mountains are high enough.
If it's tall enough.
Exactly.
Yeah, I worked in Denali National Park for a while, and I think they're south-facing slopes was around 2,400 feet,
Mhm.
and north-facing was around 1,800 or something like that. And yeah, you just keep going north, and eventually it's sea level.
Yeah, you
Takes a while.
don't have trees even at sea level,
Yeah,
which is
exactly.
pretty amazing.
So at that 11,000 foot mark here, approximately, in Rocky, what is it about that elevation that makes it so there are no trees?
So, certainly there's a lot of factors that influence tree line,
Uh-huh.
but the primary driver is temperature. Trees need a long enough period during the summer to basically go into trees. They need to have enough time to put on new growth and grow upwards. And if the average warmest temperature during the summer months is below 50 degrees, then you pretty much don't have trees anymore. So that 50-degree isotherm, as it's called, is the determining factor for tree line. So yeah, it's just too cold. Trees don't have enough time to grow up into trees.
Right. It is too cold and harsh for any tree to make it.
Yes, we definitely get the little kind of shrubby trees we call krumholtz, which technically are the same tree species you find down in the big, majestic forest, but they're a little stunted up here.
Yeah, Krumholtz. That's an interesting
Isn't that
word.
a great name?
Yeah, it's a German word, right?
Yes. Crooked wood.
Crooked wood. Yeah, you see it. I'm trying to think of some places visitors go that are really good to see it, like Rainbow Curve or...
Yeah, Rainbow Curve is definitely approaching that
getting
kind of
close.
transition zone between the forest and the alpine tundra. Yeah, and even even at pull-offs like Forest Canyon, Medicine Bow Curve, you can see examples of krumholtz.
Yeah, it's really amazing. It's almost like natural bonsai or something. They just grow super close to the ground,
It's
really
definitely
gnarled. They
Mother
creep
Nature's
along in little
pruning.
pockets. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anywhere where they can find a little bit of shelter from the wind, even from themselves. It's amazing how thick it can grow in places too. Okay, so alpine tundra. Rocky has a lot of alpine tundra, right?
About
How
a third of
much?
the park.
About a third of the park. And the park is just under 250,000 acres, so a lot of areas of alpine tundra. And I think one of the things that makes Rocky so cool and unique is that we have this road that takes you right up into alpine tundra. It's paved. You can see it in the summer when the road is open. And so when people are driving up, that's what they're seeing. One thing that I want to make sure we talk about, so we'll talk about it now with the alpine tundra. So no trees can grow up here, but other stuff can grow up here. What other kind of things grow on the alpine tundra, and when do they grow?
Yeah, so surprisingly, I think to a lot of visitors and even staff when they first start working here is how diverse the alpine tundra is. At 35 miles an hour in your car can kind of look like a lawn. But when you stop and really spend some time taking a closer look, there's actually over 300 plant species that make their home in the alpine tundra here in the park.
Yeah.
Some of those are endemic to high elevations in this area.
So they're only found?
They're only found kind of in the southern Rocky Mountains. And then some of them are circumpolar. You'll find them in tundra up above the Arctic Circle. You'll find them in other mountain regions in the world. So it's a pretty cool mix of plant species, a lot of flowering plants, which certainly is what draws a lot of people that come here up into the high elevations in the summers to see the wildflowers.
Yeah.
And then it's just amazing how tiny and slow growing they can be. The growing season here is kind of short compared to what most people are used to in their gardens. And
about how long is it?
Well, it depends. It depends.
Right.
If you're in a really sunny, windswept area where you're snow-free for a longer period of time, you might have a really posh growing season of like 90 days.
Ooh, 90 days.
Yeah. We're talking like, living the life. And then other plant communities, other areas in the tundra where there's really late-lying snow may only have a 35 or 40-day growing season.
Wow.
So you don't have a lot of time to do business as a plant. So you kind of have to have some, tricks up your sleeve in order to start growing at lower temperatures and put your flowers out into the world a little earlier than a lot of lower elevation plants. So it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, what are some of the tricks?
Well, certainly being able to photosynthesize at much lower temperatures than your counterparts down low. So a lot of alpine plants will start growing when temperatures are still, 32, 34 degrees Fahrenheit, just above freezing, really.
Yeah.
And then just growing quickly and putting a lot of energy into flowering right away because it's actually more energy intensive to make seeds. So you want to have a longer period of the summer where you're putting that energy into making seeds for the next generation. So a lot of plants up here flower pretty early. And then they have, hair and
that's
red
one that I think is really cool.
pigments and waxy coatings and just all kinds of different adaptations depending on which plant you're talking about.
Yeah.
And it's just really cool to get to know the alpine plants a little more and, just really be surprised and I think impressed by how uniquely adapted life is up here. I mean, they've done studies where they've taken high elevation plants down to greenhouses and they drop dead.
Really?
They're like, life is too good. I just can't take it.
Yeah.
So it's kind of cool. It's kind of cool that some of these plants only can grow here in this what seems like impossible, harsh environment.
Yeah, I remember, when I first started working up in Alaska and we would, be out and just to see all the different kinds of plants. And that was another thing, like you're saying, circumpolar or just tundra in general plants. I recognized so many plants here. Some of them are the same species, some of them are really close, even though it's so far away, which I thought was amazing.
Yeah.
Same thing with the hair and all those different adaptations. And I also think the diversity is amazing. I guess, is that because, like you're saying, conditions vary so much from place to place, and it is so on the limit of where it's possible to grow that just small changes in, like you're saying, snow freeness or sun exposure or moisture retention or soils, is that what drives that amazing amount of diversity that you can sometimes see?
I think so. It's really interesting up here. You can walk just a short distance and transition from one very kind of specific plant community into another that's very different, from a super dry, rocky, windswept fell field into a more lush meadow. Another 100 yards down a trail, you might come to a wetland. So it really is, it's like a big city that's got all these really unique neighborhoods, ethnically and architecturally and, economically. It's just, it's the same thing, but it's, the natural world doing that on a smaller scale.
And I think the point that you made is really, really good, is that I think this happens too a lot of times in desert parks or just anywhere where the conditions are difficult, is that when you're driving through, even at 35 or 25 miles an hour, it kind of looks like, there's not that much going on out there. And then if you stop and you actually start walking some of our trails, which we can talk about, and you look closer, you realize, whoa, there's so much stuff. You almost have to get your nose down in the ground. If you ever see anybody with their nose in the ground and their butt in the air, they're probably smelling or just taking pictures of their flowers.
We call them belly flowers because you have to get on your belly to actually appreciate them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This is one thing I want to make sure that we cover, is that I want to talk about our tundra protection areas that we have in the park and why those exist. And so let's talk about that first. So we have tundra protection zones in the park areas. Could you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah. So I think one of the things that I really kind of admire about the alpine tundra is its incredible ability to adapt and overcome this really harsh environmental conditions. But at the same time, because of the harsh environmental conditions, it's also really fragile. So because plants grow so slowly up here, a few careless footprints can wipe out decades worth of growth for some of these species. So we learned from a lot of research that was done back in the 1960s that tundra is really slow to recover from trampling. And because we get so many visitors and we have kind of, localized the impacts up here with our major viewpoints and parking areas in those particular spots, it's just not feasible to let folks kind of wander around on the tundra itself,
right? Because
there's too many feet, and they're going to cause long-term damage that is going to take 50 plus years to recover if no one continues to step on it.
Right.
So so in those areas we've created tundra protection zones where you actually are required by park regulation to stay on paved trails or in parking areas. And that's simply to limit the impacts of thousands of people, daily during our peak visitation months, from really causing, almost irreversible damage to the tundra plant communities in those areas. So it's really important in those high visitation areas that folks are staying on those paved trails and really allowing the tundra to thrive.
Yeah, I think that's something that surprises tons of people. Is like it takes a really long time for these tiny plants to grow, And yeah, when they get trampled, it can take so long for them to grow back. And
Yeah, I mean, there's species that put on like 3 leaves in a year.
yeah, that's amazing.
And then next year they put on 3 more leaves, or they're like a dinner plate sized plant when they're, 50 years old. So you can wipe out quite a bit of growth just by accidentally grinding your foot when you're walking across the tundra.
Yeah. Yeah, that's amazing. So if people do want to be able to see and kind of walk through the tundra, get close to a lot of flowers, but not trample it and ruin it for the next 50 years and keep it beautiful for everybody, where are some places that you like to send people here to look and see everything up close firsthand?
Yeah, well, there's definitely a lot of, smaller pull-offs along Trail Ridge Road up above tree line where, 2 or 3 cars can stop and people can get out. And then it's totally fine to walk on the tundra. It's resilient enough that it can handle being stepped on, a handful of times in a, span of a few days. And in those areas, if folks are real careful and they, walk on bare spots and rocks when they can and walk softly on the plants when they are stepping on them, it's really not going to cause long-term damage. And in fact, it's a great way to get to know the tundra a little bit more. So really any of those smaller pull-offs where we don't have, large parking areas and signs that indicate you need to stay on a paved trail, it's fine to go out on the tundra. And it's interesting, a lot of visitors don't realize that you can walk on the tundra outside those tundra protection areas. And another great way to experience the alpine tundra and get to walk, off trail and really get down on your belly and check out the flowers is to go with one of our tundra nature walks, which are offered daily through the summer at 9:30 a.m. And we definitely take folks off trail on those hikes. And
so it's 9:30 a.m. every morning
at the Alpine Visitor Center.
Visitor Center. Go out with a ranger.
Through early August.
Oh, that's awesome. Our last podcast, if anyone missed it, you can tune in. We talked with Kathy Brazelton a lot about ranger programs in general and all the stuff that's going on. So that's a really good one. Up here, what are some other ranger programs at Alpine Visitor Center that people might be into?
So in addition to the Tundra Nature Walks, which we offer every day, we have a talk about the human history of the area, kind of specifically around the roads and routes people have taken through the mountains over time. We call that Road to the Top, and that one's offered twice weekly. And then we also offer All About Lightning talks 3 times a week. And that one is really good just to learn a little bit more about how to be safe in the park, not only above tree line, but just when you're out exploring and adventuring in general. But certainly, big reason behind the All About Lightning talk is lightning is one of our environmental hazards in the summertime. So we like to educate folks as best we can about how to plan ahead and how to, make good decisions when they're in the park so that we don't have anyone injured or killed by lightning.
Yeah, lightning is a big one up here,
Yeah.
I think. I mean, everyone knows Colorado gets a lot of lightning, but when you're up here above tree line and there's no trees, the tallest thing around is often you. Could you talk a little bit about, just some of those really general tips for folks as they're coming to visit? 'Cause I think it's something that people just, the Alpine is so different, Alpine tundra, from what most of us live in or experience on a daily basis. And that's one of the things that I think people just don't think about until you're seeing it and it's too late and it's scary.
Yeah, I think the Alpine tundra is kind of otherworldly to a lot of our visitors for a multitude of reasons. And one is, the weather up here. You come up from Denver, it's, 95 degrees, and then you step out of your car up here and the wind is blowing and the wind chill's, 42 degrees and you're still wearing flip-flops and a tank top. So that kind of throws people for a loop.
Even right now, I don't know what it is in Denver today. I think it's in the 90s.
Yeah, it's supposed to be real hot today.
And right now it's in the low 60s up here.
With a breeze.
I'm glad I have on a wind jacket. I've got on a vest. And this is a hot day.
Yeah, this is a really nice
This is a really
warm
day up here. So yeah, definitely. That's a great tip.
Yeah, and then I think too, when it comes to thunderstorms and lightning, so many of our visitors, and myself included, growing up, you watch storms build from a distance, and then they are, they're coming your way or they're moving away from you. But you kind of have this this almost like theater experience when it comes to weather a lot of times. And when you're in the high mountains, the weather often builds right where you are. So you don't see it coming. You are in it as it's developing. And so I think it takes people by surprise sometimes.
Happens so fast.
It really
You'll
does.
see something off in the distance. And like you said, when you're like, oh, look at that storm. It's coming. And then...
Or those puffy clouds are getting a little darker at the bottom.
It's there in minutes.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
So I think it does take people by surprise. And then, I think a lot of visitors just don't take lightning as seriously as they should here in the park as far as a real risk, a real hazard. So, definitely just getting out and playing in the high elevations early in the morning when there's less likely to be thunderstorms is always a good idea. Check the weather forecast ahead of time because we certainly can have thunderstorms develop in the morning. We've had thunder and lightning at 10 a.m. It's not always, noon or 1 o'clock. And then, just make sure you have kind of an escape plan. Don't push yourself. If you think the weather is changing, turn around. The only safe place to be in a lightning storm is in a substantial building or in a, hard-topped vehicle. Even outdoors, if you get below tree line, if you get into the forest, you're still not as safe as you would be inside. So I think it's really just about making good decisions ahead of time and choosing wisely about how you're going to recreate and how you're going to spend your time in the park so that you don't put yourself in one of those situations that can become dangerous really quickly.
And then I guess since we're on the topic of safety, the other thing I wanted to talk about, make sure that we hit is altitude. So
yes,
we're at Alpine Visitor Center right now. We're at what altitude?
So we're at 11,796 feet, so almost 11,800 feet in elevation.
Okay. And Trail Ridge Road goes a bit over 12,000 feet in elevation. Yep. So I'll tee you up for a question. So is there less oxygen at altitude?
There is not
There
less
is not.
oxygen percentage-wise as far as the amount of oxygen in our atmosphere. However, there's less available oxygen to you because the molecules are more spread out. So if you kind of think about a box of air at sea level and a box of air at elevation, the percentage of oxygen is still the same inside that box, but there's less oxygen molecules at elevation.
So you're getting less oxygen as you breathe.
Yeah, for sure.
Significantly less.
Yes. So your body is working a lot harder to get the oxygen it needs. And, a lot of people think like, oh, I'll be acclimated after being here a couple days. And for a lot of visitors, they do feel better after they're here for a few days, especially if they're taking care of themselves, they're getting sleep, they're eating probably more than they're used to eating. They're drinking a lot of water. Caffeinated beverages do not qualify as fluids when you're coming to altitude. So
those are all things that help.
They help.
Eat some, eat a little bit more food, get some more rest.
You'll
drink
find
some
you're
more
probably
water.
a little hungrier than you normally are. You need to drink more water because one, the environment here is very dry. And then two, your body's just working harder to get what it needs. So you're using up more energy, more, liquid in your system.
So those things can help.
They definitely can help.
But
you don't fully acclimate until about 3 months,
right?
Which is the bad news,
right?
Because your red blood cells have about a 3-month life cycle. So you don't get rid of the old low elevation red blood cells, all of them, until the 3-month mark and create those nice new red blood cells that carry more oxygen. So while most people will often feel better after being here for a few days or a week, physiologically, you're not going to be acclimated for quite some time.
And how does it make people feel? What are some of the some of the basic symptoms?
So, for a lot of people, they feel short of breath, a little lightheaded, a little fuzzy. Folks will often get a mild headache. Just kind of feeling blah.
Yeah, you just feel kind of...
Yeah, just kind of run down. And that's honestly pretty normal for most folks.
Yeah.
But what will happen is a lot of times it freaks you out, right? Like, why can't I catch my breath? I just did a short walk across the parking lot.
Yep.
So now I'm freaking out because I can't catch my breath.
Yep.
So now I can't catch my breath more.
Right.
And so I'm freaking out even more. And now I'm getting a little dizzy. And, it's kind of it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy.
I've thought about that. So just that feeling stresses people out.
Yeah, it totally stresses people out.
It compounds
causes anxiety.
Itself. Okay.
So
if people are coming up, especially, I I know people. I did this when I first came here. You know, I flew in from D.C. area, drove up to Estes Park. Oh, we have a few hours before dinner. Let's drive up to Alpine Visitor Center. So you're basically going from sea level to almost 12,000 feet in no time.
Yeah.
And just standing around, you can feel dizzy, even if you're a perfectly healthy person. So one thing is, just recognize that those are some normal symptoms. And then what if you're up here and that they do start to get, like if your headache starts to get really acute, bad, or it starts hurting, or you're just feeling crappy.
Really bad headache. You can't catch your breath no matter what you do, no matter how long you rest. Dizzy enough that you have to sit down or you're going to fall down. Those are definitely more concerning symptoms. And all of the rangers that work here at the Alpine Visitor Center are emergency medical technicians.
Oh, okay. Everybody.
And everybody. It's a requirement of the job here. And we have a medical clinic attached to the visitor center where we can certainly treat visitors who are having a more serious reaction to altitude or something else. A lot of people with pre-existing medical conditions will find that when they come to altitude, it really aggravates their condition, and something that they might have had relatively good control over at home now is manifesting itself as a more serious medical emergency. So we certainly take those things very seriously and are happy to help folks that are having a more serious reaction to the altitude. So folks shouldn't hesitate to come on into the Alpine Visitor Center and talk to a ranger if they aren't sure if what they're feeling is, quote, normal or not.
Right. Good. That's great. And then even if you're having mild symptoms, the best cure is?
The only cure is to go down.
The best and only cure.
Yes.
Go down in elevation.
Yes.
You'll be getting more oxygen. You will feel better.
Descend.
Yes, descend. Good. I think those are a lot of the safety things that I just wanted to make sure that we covered from the get-go. So we'll come back to Alpine stuff, Alpine Visitor Center, Alpine everything. But let's talk about you. Are you excited?
I'm excited.
I can tell how excited you are. So Cynthia, where are you from originally?
So I grew up in Missouri.
Missouri? Where in Missouri?
Midwest.
For our Missouri listeners.
So kind of the west central part of the state.
Okay.
Small town near Warrensburg, Missouri.
Uh-huh. And when you were growing up, were you guys big national parks travelers?
We were.
Mountain folks? Went out to the mountains? Yeah?
Yeah, my dad was pretty opposed to going east of our home.
Yeah?
So we always went west and we visited national parks. That's just kind of what we did. We had family that lived near Yellowstone and Grand Teton National Park, near the Redwoods in California. So about every summer we took some sort of family road trip for a week or two and hit national parks. So, that was just kind of normal for me growing up. That's where we went on vacation.
Yeah.
We were definitely, though, the park visitor that stopped at the visitor center and got a map and then stopped at the overlooks and took pictures, walked the little nature trail, and then moved on to the next national park.
Okay.
We weren't hikers. We weren't campers.
Yeah.
We never went to a ranger-led program, which I find kind of ironic since I turned into a ranger that leads programs.
Yeah.
And I knew I wanted to be a park ranger by the time I was about 12, even though I
Really?
had no clue what they did. I just knew
How
they
did
had
you know?
to. Well, because they got to live and work in places like this, and that was good enough for me at that age. So, the older I got, I kind of figured out what park rangers actually did,
Right.
and
But
it
at
still
first,
sounded
it was
cool.
just you went to a lot of parks
And I wanted to
and you thought,
be
wow,
there
that is cool.
all the time.
I want to be there more.
Yeah, I think it was really the landscapes, the the aesthetics of Western landscapes that really hooked me, and that kind of spoke to me on a level even as a preteen and teenager that was really meaningful, and I knew I need to be in these places. So,
Do you have any siblings?
I do have an older brother.
Does he feel like that?
He
Or was
definitely.
he more like, oh, this is fun, but whatever?
Well, he actually does outdoor
Okay.
photography and videography. So we both kind of ended up in fields that could have been somewhat predicted by our upbringing.
And why do you think your parents were so into the national park thing? Was it because you said you did it ever since you were little? Had they done that with their parents?
My dad did.
Okay.
He grew up, well, kind of, to a certain extent. They traveled a lot to Florida, so he grew up going to the beach in the winter months. He lived in Michigan. And then my mom grew up on a farm in Nebraska, so kind of wide open spaces have always been special to her. And I think that was just kind of their thing.
Yeah.
And then I think a lot of it had to do too with where some of our close family lived and was situated as well. It was
Sure.
like if you go to Jackson, Wyoming, of course you're going to visit
Yeah.
Grand Teton National Park
Yeah.
and Yellowstone National Park, and
You would
that's where I had relatives and
Right.
so I think they both just were really drawn to the same kind of Western landscapes. I remember them really being into photography. And
What's the first park you remember visiting?
the first park I remember visiting is probably the Redwoods. In California. And I remember the big trees, and then I also remember falling in the ocean and thinking I was going to get sucked out to sea. And then my mom having to shake out my little pink pants in the parking lot and sitting in my underwear in the back seat of the car was very embarrassing. So
Okay, so that sealed it in
that
your memory.
did. That's a very vivid memory
Yeah.
for me as a child.
Were there any smaller parks or like less well-known parks that you remember going to that stick in your head?
I remember Craters of the Moon.
Oh, okay. In Idaho?
Yeah, that one was really cool as a kid. The whole, lava fields, but then ice caves, was just really, really interesting. I remember like kind of, skating in my tennis shoes in the ice caves, in early June when it was pretty warm outside.
Yeah,
so
hot.
it was a really interesting.
It's kind of
site.
southeast Idaho, is that correct?
Yeah, southeast, south central.
Yeah, Craters of the Moon.
Yep.
For folks who don't know about that, I'm asking people these things because I'm trying to highlight some of the units that people might not know about other than Rocky.
Yeah.
And that's a really amazing, like you said, just bizarre place.
super
just
cool.
Fields of volcanic rock and
Mhm.
ice caves, and it's pretty remote. Really interesting.
Yeah.
That's a cool one.
That's definitely one I remember. And then I remember as a teenager visiting Fort Laramie.
Oh yeah, that's
National Historic Park, and I really liked that park. I was kind of into history at the time.
Yeah.
And just found kind of Western history really fascinating. And I thought Fort Laramie was really cool.
Yeah, so that's down in southeast Wyoming, past Guernsey, which I'm sure many of our listeners are familiar with Guernsey. Just look it up, Fort Laramie. It's really neat how it's been as different buildings restored to different time periods, and they've done a lot of work restoring it. And unlike Rocky, which is a very busy park, it is not a super busy park. So you really have a lot of things to yourself.
Yeah.
And at Guernsey State Park near there's a visitor center created by the CCC with exhibits from the WPA, and it is like in original condition.
Wow.
Yeah, so all the exhibits you can go in there and see, and they're all hand calligraphy, painted. It's really incredible. It's almost like
cool.
it's almost like a WPA museum. And it's kind of, it's just in this little park, and the building is very park rustic type architecture, huge stones and timbers.
Guernsey State Park.
Yeah, Guernsey State Park. Yeah, shout out.
We didn't hit that on our family
a lot of
road
people
trip,
don't know about it.
so-
I don't know if they want me telling people about it or not, but now they know. Now they know. It's really worth seeing. So you knew you wanted to be a park ranger when you were 12.
Mm-hmm.
How did you go about making that dream a reality?
So when I was looking into where to go to college, I definitely looked for programs that, were known in the kind of parks field, had parks and recreation majors, tourism majors, those sorts of things.
Mm-hmm.
So I, quickly kind of narrowed it down to just a handful of universities. And of course, dreamed big about going out of state, but then financial reality set in, and I ended up going to the University of Missouri, which has a good parks, recreation, and tourism program. And so I kind of went into it not knowing exactly what I would focus on, but pretty quickly realized kind of the interpretive educational side of things was what I was most interested in.
And why did that interest you the most?
I think I definitely was an extrovert in high school, loved drama and, kind of being in the thick of things all the time. And so that appealed to me, like being the educational ranger, being the one giving the programs, kind of, entertaining visitors to a certain extent. And just also learning about these places. I grew up in a rural area, and I just, I always loved just exploring the creeks and forests near where I grew up and trying to figure out how things in nature worked. So I think that was appealing too. Like that was my job, figuring out how things in nature worked and then explaining that to park visitors. So, yeah.
Yeah, it was kind of similar. It's like, oh, I get to learn about all sorts of stuff and entertain people.
Exactly.
Be the center of attention.
This
Sign
is
me up. This is
awesome.
fun. And you get to learn about so
Exactly.
many different things, which I think
Yeah,
is
and you're
is really,
always
really
learning,
cool.
because there's
You have to.
you never are going to know everything.
Yeah,
So
it's
it's like
constant.
this constant, like, oh wow, that's really interesting.
Yeah.
So
you went there. What was your first park? It didn't have to be park service, but park job of some kind. Did you do like internship?
I did. So I actually worked at a state historic site in Missouri one summer, giving tours of a lodge, a historic home. Bothwell Lodge State Historic Site near Sedalia, Missouri.
Bothwell.
Yeah. So
Look
that
it up.
was
Look
that
it up,
was
visitors.
a cool experience.
Yeah.
And then I actually got an internship in the National Park Service because I always knew that, growing up in Missouri, I wanted to move out west. So I don't think my family or my friends ever expected me to stay in Missouri. So I was pretty excited when I got a internship at Rocky Mountain National Park between my
Really?
junior and senior
That was
year
your first
in college.
internship. Was
It
here.
was here, which is funny because this wasn't one of the parks we visited a lot as a kid. I think I'd come here once with my parents when I was maybe like 13 or 14.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking it was beautiful, but it wasn't one of the landscapes that was kind of burned into my memory as a kid growing up.
Yeah.
Like Grand Tetons and Grand Canyon and Southwest Utah.
Right.
Was kind of burned into my memory more.
Yeah.
So I found it kind of ironic that I ended up here, and then this has become obviously a really special
Yeah.
place to me over time.
Yeah. What were you doing with that internship?
So I was doing interpretation.
Okay.
So working at
Yeah.
the visitor centers and
Yeah.
leading nature hikes.
And since it wasn't burned into your memory, what did you come away from that summer thinking? Like, did it?
Well, I think because I didn't grow up hiking and camping and doing those sorts of things, I started to dabble with that in college, kind of just locally where I went to school. And so this was the first like big Western landscape that I lived in and got to know more intimately as a hiker. I climbed Long's Peak that first summer, which was, at the time, like the hardest thing I had physically ever done.
Sure.
Kind of blew my mind.
Yeah.
And just kind of, I think, built a lot of confidence in myself as an outdoors person, being capable of hiking and camping. Like I planned a backpacking trip to the Grand Canyon after working here that summer for a bunch of my friends who had none of us had ever backpacked before. So it was kind of an epic fail in some ways, but also really awesome.
That's how you learn.
Exactly.
Yeah, it was kind of the same way. I grew up, I was in Boy Scouts, but didn't do like backpacking or that kind of stuff. And then, I had an internship in Yellowstone one summer and just got after it, started backpacking and hiking and learning through great success and great failure, shivering nights and where you forgot something important or those things
like a sleeping pad.
Yeah, like a sleeping pad. Oh, it turns out they're not just to pad you; they're to keep you from being freezing cold.
Yes.
Yeah. That's interesting. That this was the first place that you came.
Yeah.
So, what about after that? What was your first Park Service job? Did it
was
take
actually,
a while? Or?
It didn't.
Okay.
The next summer after I graduated from college, I actually got a job back at Rocky Mountain National Park working at the entrance stations, collecting fees and selling passes. So that was my first, paid job in the park ranger uniform. And it was a great summer. It was super fun. I was fresh out of college, working with a lot of other folks fresh out of college. So it was kind of like summer camp. And it was, it was a really good experience. And then I was able to transition into more of an interpretive position the following summer here at Rocky Mountain National Park. And then I started popping around a little bit more to other national parks, which was kind of one of my goals when I was a seasonal park ranger. So I worked a summer in Olympic National Park.
I love Olympic.
Oh, man. Talk about an amazing backcountry park.
Yeah, that's a crazy place. Just ocean to glaciers in no time.
Yeah,
Rainforest.
12 feet of rain to 12 inches of rain.
Yeah, exactly.
A year. Yeah. Yeah, really cool park.
Yeah.
And then I worked winters in Death Valley for 3 years, which I
Also
love
amazing.
the desert. Your comment earlier about
Yeah.
the desert and the alpine kind of having some similarities.
Yeah.
I definitely have always
Tons.
seen that and felt that. And I think it's one of the reasons I'm drawn to both environments, both landscapes.
Yeah.
But yeah, Death Valley was incredible. Talk about just, I don't know, just such a vast place that just, I guess for me, the desert, you either love it or you don't.
Yeah, that seems to be the case.
There's not a lot of in between, and I absolutely love the desert. So that was a really cool experience.
Yeah, I do
spending
too.
winters there.
And I found that too because I also love alpine. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I was up in Alaska for a while, and I went to Death Valley, I guess a little bit before I started working here, so a few years back, and to make their new map. And so we got to go all over the park for 8 days. I mean, we didn't get to go back on all the dirt roads because we didn't have time to ride on washboard for 4 hours, or 8 hours on a day, you know.
And change 2 flat tires.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But I agree. I feel like there are a lot of similarities. Same with the plants, like we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Just lots of hidden treasures. It's an amazing place. I feel like a lot of people end up just driving through there. You kind of live in Southern California, like on the way to Vegas or somewhere.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
It's what you travel through to get from point A
and the
to
speed
point
limits
B.
are kind of high, and you kind of blow through there. And in the summer, it is brutal.
Ridiculously hot.
At least down in the lowlands. Up high, it's nice. But yeah, an amazing place. And that's the largest National Park Service unit in the lower 48, right?
It is.
Yeah, it's around 3 million acres. So
it's huge. 1.5
times the size of Yellowstone. I think a lot of people don't realize that either.
Yeah.
And it has an amazing map. I'm just kidding. It is a pretty cool map, but that was a really fun one to make.
It's a pretty cool place. I believe it has pretty cool
Yeah, it is. It is a really cool place. And then what about after that?
And then I came back here for several seasons. I actually worked as a seasonal park ranger at the Alpine Visitor Center, which was really fun. And then eventually decided that, you know, if I was going to make a career of this, I, you know, needed to have year-round work.
Yep.
And it took a few years, but I eventually got a permanent year-round job with the National Park Service at Point Reyes National Seashore, which was a really cool change from working in desert parks and mountain parks to go to a seashore and learn marine mammals and marine weather and pelagic birds and, you know, all of the really cool things about, you know, kind of coastal California.
Yeah.
And I was there for a couple years, and it was really a neat area to live, to visit a lot of other National Park Service sites, you know, everything in the San Francisco area.
It's amazing how close it is
to
San Francisco.
Yeah.
So much stuff.
Yeah.
Did you work out at
it was
the
really
lighthouse
cool.
ever?
I did.
Did you live out there?
I did not.
Okay.
No.
That always seemed hardcore to me, the people.
Yeah, the wind. It's like the Alpine. The wind is
It's
pretty
just
brutal.
nonstop.
Yeah.
And fog comes through there too, right?
A little bit.
Not too much. A little bit. Yeah, Point Reyes is awesome.
Yeah. So I worked there, and then Joshua Tree National Park.
Ooh, man.
In Southern California, and then back here at Rocky. So
you've hit a lot of great places.
Yeah, I'm kind of picky. I have to, you know, I have to be in a place that kind of feeds my soul.
Yeah, it speaks to you, right?
You know, I like to visit a lot of, you know, everything in the National Park Service I feel is, you know, valuable and important and inspirational and really cool to visit, but not all of the National Park Service sites are places I would want to work just because I need to be really personally kind of excited about.
Yeah, I think that's
the place I
important.
live.
When I was doing that job where I was making maps, I traveled to all kinds of sites from like, you know, big parks like this down to tiny little Revolutionary War battlefields and everything in between. And it's, you know, the people that were at those sites were excited about those sites. So I think
Which is great.
Yeah, it's like there's niches for lots of different people. And in fact, I think a lot of people end up in these little subcultures of the NPS, which is what I've kind of learned. Like I remember when I was down at some Civil War parks in the South, you know, they're like, yeah, the Cannonball Circuit, you know, it's like people who just, they love the Civil War. And I feel like especially in interpretation, like you have to love.
We have to love the stories you're telling.
Yeah, you have to.
Yeah.
If you don't love it, you'll either get bored of it or whatever, and then it shows for the visitors.
You're not going to be as effective at actually doing your job.
Yeah, that's great that you're able to be in so many places that worked for you. And so since you've been back at Rocky, have you always been at the Alpine Visitor Center?
You know, the first couple years I was back here, I was not up at the Alpine Visitor Center.
Yeah.
I was down on the east side of the park, helping run the Sheep Lakes operation, which is another really cool place in Rocky. A lot of great people that dedicate their time to working there and helping protect the bighorn sheep and tell that story to the visitors.
Yeah, so that's down in Horseshoe Park. Fastest way is from Fall River entrance, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Just, you know, for our visitors, look it up on our website, Fall River entrance, Sheep Lakes information. So you did that for a little bit.
I did. But, you know, honestly, one of my dreams in coming back to Rocky Mountain National Park was to work at the Alpine Visitor Center and to kind of manage this part of the park from an interpretive standpoint. I just love the high elevation. It's really for me what makes Rocky really special.
Yeah.
It's the part of the park that I love the most. And yeah, so when I was able to come back up here and start, managing the Alpine Visitor Center and, recruiting volunteers and park staff that were also really excited about this environment. It's been awesome. It's going to be hard to leave.
Yeah, man. It's hard to top this, no pun intended. It is the highest elevation parks visitor center in the National Park Service, for those who might not know.
Yeah, surprisingly, the second highest elevation visitor center, I'm pretty sure, is in Hawaii.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's on Haleakala, yeah.
That makes sense. I never thought about that.
But a lot of people would not expect that.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about that. I remember one winter I almost took an internship there in Haleakala, and they were like, yeah, by the way, it's real cold up here and remote. It is very high
I think their visitor center is at like 10,000 feet.
Yeah, it's really high up there. Like
Yeah.
it gets below freezing a lot.
Mhm.
Why it is an amazing place. So you've been up here running the Alpine Visitor Center for a while. What are some of the, I'm sure there are many, challenges of running the Alpine Visitor Center? Because it's such a crazy place to build anything.
It is, and that's honestly what I tell my staff, my new staff in the spring, before we can even get up here, because the road is still closed.
Yeah, when
and
can
they're
you
still
usually get up
plowing.
here?
Usually late May. We
Late May.
shoot for Memorial Day weekend, but that more
Right.
times than not doesn't happen. It's
So you
usually,
don't have long between when you can get here and when
No.
it opens to the public.
No.
Okay.
So yeah, it's kind of honestly a ridiculous place to have a building.
Yeah.
In the grand scheme of things, it's a little over the top. So I think just the location is kind of ridiculous. We don't have running water for the first few weeks that were open in the spring, and for the last 3 or 4 weeks that were open in the fall, which it's not a big hardship or anything, but it surprises a lot of visitors.
Yeah.
They're not prepared for it.
Absolutely.
They don't understand why they can't have a flush toilet.
Yep.
So little things like that make it kind of challenging sometimes. The weather is totally squirrely, especially in the early season and late season. We can have blizzards blow in, 60, 70 mile an hour wind gusts.
Yeah.
Lightning. I mean, our building has been struck by lightning before.
Yeah.
When it's really kind of dicey, you step outside and you can hear our lightning rod on the roof humming. And that's always a sign to go
That's an
right back
interesting
inside
feeling,
and tell people to put their umbrellas away.
So yeah, when people drive up, they'll see, or if they look at pictures online, these huge logs on the roof. That's for snow load, I assume.
It's to hold the roof on in the winter
To
so it
hold the
doesn't
roof
blow
on
off.
from the wind.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
because the wind up here is crazy.
Yeah,
insane.
100 mile an hour plus in the winter.
And then all the lightning, rods sticking up.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yep. So yeah, the building tells its story pretty well.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just, and then, people, like I mentioned earlier, it's kind of otherworldly for a lot of visitors.
Mhm.
They pop above tree line, and it's like no other place they've ever been.
Yeah.
And the road doesn't have guardrails, and their heart's pounding a little faster, and they can't quite catch their breath, and the road doesn't have guardrails, and they're freaking out, and they pull into the parking lot, and they're having a full-on panic attack. And we calmly and confidently reassure them that the road is just as wide here as it is in Kansas, and it can be really scary though.
Yeah,
and
it does scare a lot of people, understandably.
So just the kind of the visitor dynamic, people coming in not feeling well, people coming in freaked out about the road.
Yeah.
People coming in just super, blissed out because this is a pretty incredible environment. So
Yeah.
you get the full gamut. So you never quite know what your day is going to bring,
Right.
which is one of the reasons I love it.
Mhm.
But yeah, it can be an interesting place to work for sure.
Yeah. What is it about the Alpine for you that speaks to you? I mean, I certainly can relate to that because I find the same thing. The first time that I went above tree line, I guess probably was in Yellowstone, and I was just like, this is it. This is it for me. I just immediately loved it. And I think as many people as there are who are kind of freaked out by it, there's a lot of people who have that feeling. But what is it for you that keeps the magic going?
I kind of think it's a combination of the just the visual landscape, the incredible views, the fact that you can see mountain ranges that are, 40, 50 miles away, that it's such this wide open expanse of a landscape. And that kind of combined with the really hardy, cool, quirky adaptations to the plants, interesting animals that are only found in the high elevations. I'm definitely a plant person, so I geek out on the
too.
alpine flowers, totally. And just the fact that it's like such a harsh environment, and the weather and the climate really shape it on some super in super nuanced ways that I just find really intriguing, and I'm always discovering something new. And it's just an incredible landscape. It's my happy place. It's where I go in my head when I need to be in my happy place.
Yeah, that's a good point about one thing I always like is kind of the rawness, because things are so on the edge that you can like see natural processes fairly clearly compared to lots of places. There's not trees covering up, or there's complexity, of course. There's a lot of complexity, but there's also a certain straightforwardness about it.
It's pared down a little bit.
Yeah, you can just see like how, even looking out here, you can see how on steeper slopes, like grasses will kind of shift down, and you can see how frost affects things, and you can see
how slope affects things.
Right, exactly. That's a big one is, seeing like north facing versus south facing or east or west, and how that has an effect. And you just see all these natural things kind of laid out in front of you. And then, too, the power is like you can't ignore it. You can have no illusion that you're in charge. It's just because every day that illusion will be shattered by something.
Yeah.
And to me, also, it feels a little bit like going into space, because it's like you get a little bit of the year where you can come up here and be relatively comfortable as a biological human. And then most of the year is just completely unsurvivable for a person, basically.
Super harsh.
Yeah, it's just crazy. One thing I wanted to come back to, because you mentioned a little bit earlier, and I think a lot of visitors may not know the kind of human history of Trail Ridge, and before it was a road, just Trail Ridge. Can you talk about that a little bit, and what it was used for, and the role that it played for different cultures?
Yeah, so the human history here goes back at least 12,000 years.
Wow.
We found archaeological evidence in the park of people using the high country, especially, way back.
Yeah.
And, kind of seasonally, of course, just like you just mentioned, it's not the kind of environment that humans can live in year round, but, it's a very rich environment in the summer as far as animal migration. Of course, 12,000 plus years ago, there was different species here than there is today. But, prehistoric people used this area for hunting, for gathering, for travel between kind of intermountain valleys. And the routes that they used continued to be used down into more modern native peoples. The Ute people used this area for a long time. I think at least 500, 600 plus years, and they used those same travel corridors that the prehistoric people used. There wasn't this big break. It was kind of a continuous use of this area. And once again, archaeological evidence of camps in the high country, of spiritual significance, and places of really powerful religion for the native people. We found archaeological evidence of that, as well as areas where animals were captured and butchered for food. So there's a incredibly rich human history in this area, and even today we're learning more about that human history and how different spiritual sites in the park might be tied together and might have ties to the seasons or to astronomical events. Or to other sites at lower elevation, and how they might be linked. And then kind of the late arrivals on the scene, the Arapaho, in the 1800s came into this area. And, the Arapaho and Ute are still consider this a very significant place in their culture. A lot of spiritual significance still here. The rivers in particular here, the fact that so many rivers start in the park is really significant. And then these high elevation areas, some of the kind of spiritual sites are still considered really sacred to Ute and Arapaho even today, which I think is cool. I think, a lot of our visitors feel a spiritual connection to this landscape, and that's not something new. That's not like, oh, they made it a national park, and now people can, have this incredible, spiritual experience and connection to this place. This has been a significant place for humans for a long, long time.
Right. Yeah, it's been speaking to people for a long time.
Yeah, and I think that's really cool. We're very latecomers on the scene in the grand scheme of things as the National Park Service goes.
Absolutely. And I think it's interesting too that, just when people come to visit, or if you're not coming to visit but you want to look online, go to our park website, see a map, or look it up on any map, and just look at Trail Ridge, not Trail Ridge Road, but just Trail Ridge, and you'll see it just makes sense as a place to travel. And so we have the Ute Trail that you can hike on that follows pretty closely the foot trail that was used. And even Trail Ridge Road doesn't stray too far from that.
It doesn't for many miles. Trail Ridge Road follows that route that was used by prehistoric and Ute and Arapaho people.
Yeah, it's just, I always enjoy thinking about that when I'm here, that like you said, the park itself, it's been here now over 100 years, which seems old, but is a very small drop in the bucket that people have been here for a really long time. What are the most common visitor questions that you get up here?
Well, certainly about the building.
Yeah.
Why are the logs on the roof?
Okay.
It's kind of an interesting architectural component.
Yeah.
And
So we covered that.
We covered
to
that.
keep the roof from getting ripped off by insane wind.
Yep, keeps the building from blowing away. We get a lot of questions about the poles along the road.
Oh, yeah, that's a good
one. The snow poles. Yep. A lot of people think it's to measure the depth of snow, when in fact they are put there so that the plow drivers can find the road in the spring. Which is pretty mind-boggling to think about.
Yeah, if we've been for the past few years posting pictures every spring when the road crew are up here. So go on our Facebook and scroll back a little bit into May and look at some of those pictures, and you'll see why the snow poles exist. You cannot see the road. So that's what those are for.
Yes, that's what those are for. And we get a lot of questions just about hikes, and the wildlife up here sometimes is new for folks. Marmots and pika and some of the bird species like the white-tailed ptarmigan are unique to high mountain areas. So we get a lot of questions about that. And then because people have traveled, from the low elevations of the park to get here, they'll make note of things along the way, and we'll get questions about the dead trees that people see from the insect outbreaks that we've had in the last couple decades due to warming temperatures and longer summers and warmer, shorter winters. So we definitely get questions about that. And and just people wondering where they can go to explore more. Folks, they are intrigued with this landscape, and being on a mountaintop is a pretty awesome experience. And so we get a lot of what's a good peak to hike, or where can I, get out and explore the tundra a little bit more.
And what about critters? What are the critters people wonder about?
Well, people definitely wonder about the marmots, the yellow-bellied marmots. Even though they're not exclusively found in the alpine tundra, people seem to notice them and see them more up here. So people wonder, what was that animal? Was it a beaver? They'll wonder what it was doing. And then the pika, of course, the American pika, which is, at least in this part of the world, pretty much a high elevation animal. And an animal we're definitely really watching. We mentioned how this is such a harsh environment. It's kind of like life on the edge. And, because things are so fine-tuned to the environment up here, changes in the environment definitely can have significant ramifications for some of these species. And the pika, because they're so well adapted to cold, but not so much to warm in the summers. And then they of course, can't be too cold in the winters. We're concerned about changes in snowpack affecting them in the winter, and then warmer temperatures in the summer affecting whether or not they can gather enough food to make it through the winter. So people ask about the pika, and it's a good opportunity to talk a little bit about some of the research that's ongoing in the park and some of the things we're learning about this environment as it does change with the changes that are happening in our climate.
Any changes to averages you can start to see pretty quickly up here a lot of time. I mean, on the the decade scale, which is enough for people to be able to actually notice, even people who visited here or worked here for a long time.
Well, even something as simple as a snowfield. We get a lot of questions about the snowfield right here from the Alpine Visitor Center that we're looking at. And, we used to consider it a permanent snowfield because in the history of the park, at least, no one had ever seen it melt. And then I believe it melted for the first time completely in 2003. It was gone. And it doesn't melt every year now, but, I wouldn't consider it a permanent snowfield anymore.
Right.
And so, that's one of those changes that people who have visited, over the years might witness themselves. So it's not always a change that a scientist has to do in-depth research to determine. Sometimes it's as simple as noticing that, wow, I've never seen that snowfield as small as it is, or wasn't there always snow here in late August? And this year there's not. What's going on? So yeah, the Alpine Tundra definitely, has a lot of, I think, important lessons about changes that are happening and then what that might mean for the future.
So we'll end with 2 questions.
Okay.
Second to last question, penultimate, whatever the word is. If you could give, we've covered a lot of tips about safety, where you can see things, animals, questions, things like that. So kind of apart from that, more general, if you could give people one piece of advice or just something to keep in mind as they come to Rocky, they come to the Alpine, maybe come to the Alpine Visitor Center, what would it be? It can be practical, or it can be more not practical, I guess.
I mean, I guess I would just say, take the time to really notice the little things. A place like Rocky, the landscape itself can overwhelm you because it's just like yelling at you in your face. Like, look at me. This view is amazing.
Yeah.
How can you notice anything else?
Sure.
And I think, that alone is very powerful. But I think when folks kind of zoom in on a more more micro scale, they can really discover some true treasures, whether it's noticing how an animal is behaving or noticing that teeny tiny, alpine flower at their feet that they almost stepped on because they were enjoying the view. Or just noticing, something down at lower elevations with, a rotting log in the forest and what's growing around it. Sometimes those little things, I think, sometimes can layer on top of the overwhelming landscape pieces of a place like Rocky Mountain National Park and just add an incredible richness to your experience. So take the time to notice the little things, whatever that might mean, wherever you are in the park.
That's great. Take the time to notice the little things. And finally, so your first internship was at Rocky. You worked here before, you worked here now. What does Rocky mean to you? Hard question.
Wow.
Tough question.
That's a hard question. What does Rocky mean to me?
Kathy had a hard time with it too. Probably everybody will, but I'm going to ask everybody anyway.
I think it's changed over the years. When I first came here as kind of a, wide-eyed intern, it meant, just this really wild landscape, that I had to kind of prove myself in and figure out, how to be confident and capable in. And I think now, having worked here for a long time and having explored a lot of other Western landscapes as an adult, backpacking and, really, really getting to know places. I think now I see it more as a place to introduce people. Like, it's not as wild to me now that I've spent time in other places that are, bigger acreage wise and less visited people wise and, maybe a little more remote. Like, I don't feel kind of that sense of real kind of wildness and almost, an edge of danger to it as I did when I first came here. So now I see it as like a really cool place to introduce other people to like wildness. So I kind of see it as like the baby pool for our visitors. And, and I see a lot of our visitors experiencing it that way.
Yeah.
This is the first place they've really hiked very much. And this is the first place they figured out how to pee in the woods and, how to use a water filter.
Sure.
And so I kind of see it now for visitors. It's what it was to me,
Yeah.
a long time ago.
Right.
It was the place I kind of like got my wilderness legs under
Sure.
me and really learned to love wild places and exploring them on a more intimate level.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I think about that a lot with Rocky and with a lot of national parks in general, is that, there's a lot of public land other than national parks, and a lot of it is really remote and out there with little to no visitor services, certainly no paved road that goes up to 12,000 feet. But this is a place where you can come with your family, or you can come regardless of your experience level and see what, the Southern Rockies can be, what Alpine can be. And then when you look at a map and you see all this stuff that is so hard to get to, you can have a personal appreciation and connection for it and understand the importance of it. I think that's a great point.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for talking to us.
You
this
are
has
very
been
welcome.
super fun.
Yeah.
And
anytime I can talk about the high mountains, I'm happy.
Yeah, exactly. When people come up to Alpine Visitor Center, maybe you'll see Cynthia. If you do, say hi.
Yeah, stop in and say hi.
And we hope we'll see you soon. And that's our show. Thank you for joining us on this second episode of the Rocky Mountain National Podcast. We have got a ton of great episodes in the works. We've been scheduling things left and right. So, again, our public information officer, we're actually going to ride one of our shuttle buses up to Bear Lake and walk around Bear Lake and talk about the Rocky Pledge, talk about just general tips for seeing the park, and learn what a public information officer does at a park. It's actually a really, really interesting job, and Kyle has a ton of cool experience to share with you. We're going to be talking to our volunteer program coordinator, our museum curator. We're going to be talking to backcountry folks, climbing rangers. We have all sorts of stuff lined up for you. So we encourage you to subscribe for all future episodes for sure. And go on iTunes and give us some reviews if you like our show. We have a couple up there already, which is great. We appreciate those. And those just help people find our podcast and help it grow. You can also go to our homepage, which is at go.nps.gov/RMNpod, where you can get show notes. You can see a few pictures. There's a transcription available. And you can actually leave comments for any of our episodes. There's a little comment section at the bottom of each post. And we would love any feedback you have for stories you would like to hear, ways the podcast could be improved, anything you have that can make this be the best it can be. So we appreciate all your feedback, and we look forward to seeing you in 2 weeks. The Rocky Mountain National Podcast is a product of Rocky Mountain National Park, one of 417 units of the National Park Service that preserve America's heritage for all, forever. Thank you so much, and we'll see you in a couple weeks.
One of the truly significant features of Glacier National Park is the incredible biological diversity found here. In Glacier National Park, more plant species are found than either the cluster of Rocky Mountain National Parks to the north, around Banff and Jasper, or in the Yellowstone ecosystem to the south. At Two Dog Flats, where the prairies meet the mountains, two of those major communities overlap, creating an edge effect where many species of wildlife find important food and shelter. Often where the edge of one habitat type overlaps the edge of another, there is an increase in the number and diversity of species present, resulting in associations and combinations of animal communities not generally found together. Here at the Two Dog Flats area, shortgrass prairie species from the east mingle with dry East Slope Rocky Mountain forests, creating a rich environment. It's not uncommon to see coyotes and badgers hunting ground squirrels in the meadows while hawks soar overhead seeking voles and mice. Deer hidden in the forest during the day frequent the meadows in the morning and evening hours. Songbirds from the prairies and the forests alike can be heard singing their mating calls and territorial warnings. Predators find a rich source of food in areas like Two Dog Flats because of the abundance of food for prey species to take advantage of. These meadows are also important winter range for elk. Throughout the winter, a small band of several hundred elk can be found grazing in the flats and on the meadows down near St. Mary. These areas are usually blown free of snow by the near-constant winds in the St. Mary Valley, making it an easier wintering ground for them. In the spring, however, the elk move to higher ground and generally spend the summer in the mountains, seen towering in the background. If you're here in the spring or in the fall, expect to see elk in the evenings and the mornings. Two Dog Flats is beautiful any season of the year. Winter is stark and harsh, and few visitors see the park during this quiet time of the year. But in the summer, a profusion of wildflowers carpets the meadows and offer a treat for both botanists and wildlife enthusiasts. Spend a while at Two Dog Flats, and you will see that this meadow is alive with activity.
Hello, Rocky Mountain National Podcast listeners. We join you yet again for another great episode. A couple quick announcements before we begin. First, we have got a big pavement preservation project. So that means people are going around in the park and working on our pavement to keep it in good shape now and in the future. That's going on in the park and is going to be creating delays and closures over the next couple of weeks. Areas impacted are changing daily, so it's not just one area for the whole time. It's changing every day and are too complicated to cover in detail here, but you can get the full details on our website. Point your browser to nps.gov/ROMO. That's ROMO, nps.gov/ROMO. Look for alerts at the top of the page, and then find the alert related to pavement preservation and click more. That will take you to a news release that has the full details and a big old list to help you plan your trip. Second, monsoon season has been in full effect recently, with heavy thunderstorms rolling in nearly every afternoon. As always, please check the weather before your visit. Plan any hikes so that you are below tree line and away from dangerous areas before storms are set to arrive, and never leave the safety of a building or your car if thunderstorms are present. Stay safe out there. We know that thunderstorms are a common thing, and so it's easy to get complacent, but when you're here up in the high country and on the edge of rocky areas, people have been struck by lightning and even killed by lightning in Rocky, so please take it seriously. And now for our episode. This week we are joining Kyle Patterson, Rocky's Public Affairs Officer, to talk about what in the heck a Public Affairs Officer does, the importance of sharing Rocky's amazing news and messages with the news and with you, and current issues at the park, and also what you can do to help us keep Rocky beautiful now and in the future. It was a super fun episode. Kyle's really fun to talk to, and I'm sure that you're going to learn a lot of neat things and hopefully enjoy yourself. So here we go. Enjoy the show. Yeah, so the way it goes, it's very
Okay. Very good.
Just talk about whatever. Okay.
We can do that.
We can do that. All right, so what is your name and what do you do here at the park?
My name is Kyle Patterson, and I'm the Public Affairs Officer here at Rocky Mountain National Park.
Public Affairs Officer.
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to try to use the listener's mind.
Perfect.
And think the way that they would think. What the heck is a Public Affairs Officer? What does that mean? What do you do?
What do I do?
What do you do?
And it depends on the day. That's
Yeah.
one of the reasons I love my job is
That's
what
true.
I do can vary greatly depending on the day. But my main job duties is media relations. So basically news releases for the park, proactive stories on different things that we do here at the park and our colleagues and the amazing things they do. And then some of what I do can be very reactive. So Rocky Mountain National Park is one of the top 5 search and rescue parks in the country. And so we all might have this perfect list of what we're going to check off that day. And then that gets changed very quickly and very dramatically with some of the incidents we have in the park. So some of what I'm sharing with the public as well is very reactive and highlighting some of the incidents that happen in the park and what our colleagues do to help folks, and also some of the preventative search and rescue messages, so that hopefully if people are informed and educated and prepared, we won't have as many situations. So that's a big part of what I do is media relations. And then I also do a lot of community outreach. So giving presentations and programs to a variety of organizations and groups and members of the public in a variety of different forums.
Okay.
That's a big part of my life. And then I've got a lot of other duties as assigned as well.
So you're kind of the, are you the official voice of Rocky, or you're kind of the official word?
I
Is
am
that how it works?
I'm the official voice.
Okay.
Some people call me the mouth.
The
I'm not
mouth.
quite sure what that means or what, you know.
Maybe they're Lord of the Rings fans, like the mouth of Sauron. You're a Lord of the Rings fan? Not that much. That's a little deep, yeah. Some of our listeners will get it. You're like the mouth of Sauron, except instead of a horrible, evil eye living on a tower, it's Rocky Mountain National Park. Much better job.
Much better job.
Yeah, much better job.
Yeah.
So that's interesting.
Can look myself in the mirror. You know, I'm not quite sure that
Right.
mouth could.
Yeah. No, definitely not. That's interesting. So the proactive versus reactive.
Right.
Yeah. So the reactive stuff is probably what people can imagine most easily. Like, like you said, search and rescue. We've been posting some search and rescue videos and news releases and trying to summarize all of that sort of thing. What's that like when you hear about something going on, and then how does that whole process unfold? You get called at like 4 a.m. and they say, Kyle, how's it going?
So it depends on the level of the incident, but I'll be notified anytime we have any kind of incidents in the park, just as more of a heads up.
Okay,
And
so you're basically getting calls every day.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And all hours of the day. It depends. Certainly, fortunately, we don't have a lot of incidents that are happening overnight, but we certainly have incidents that start in the day and last overnight. And so a lot of it is, again, wanting to proactively share the stories of what our colleagues are doing to assist visitors that get into trouble or become injured. We have tragedies that happen in the park as well. So trying to share the story in a kind way as well is really important.
Yeah, that protects people's privacy and protects all sorts of things involved. Yeah, that must be challenging.
It is challenging, and since our incidents vary so much depending upon what people are doing and where they are, some of our search and rescue incidents, in fact, most of them are, people doing the right things, being prepared, and just, having a horrible thing happen to them somewhere in the park. And so usually it's not egregious that people are doing something and then things happen.
Yep.
And
there's objective risks
there
out here.
There are, and
that's
there's
part of why people come.
there are a lot of risks, and falls are the number one injury in Rocky, and they're the number one cause for fatalities in Rocky. Well, when you work and live in a place called Rocky Mountain National Park, rocks are not very forgiving.
No.
And I think also just through the years you realize how fragile we are as human beings when things happen.
Doesn't take much.
It doesn't take much.
Doesn't even take that far of a fall.
No, it really doesn't. And so, certainly being try to be very professional and kind when sharing the story, and also knowing that this is a person that this has happened to, who have family and friends who, again, whether it's a tragedy, which fortunately we don't have very many when you think of the level of visitation we have in the park.
Yeah, as a percentage. Yeah.
As a percentage, it's really low. But then also just being mindful of some of the severe injuries we've had in the park and incidents we've had in the park as well. And so certainly those stories get a lot of attention. And we also have a lot of stories that we share with members of the public that aren't necessarily kind of those dramatic search and rescue incidents that people are just as interested in. So that's my favorite part of my job, is to be able to help tell those stories and help our colleagues tell those stories. Because even though I'm the spokesperson and the voice of the park, we've got a lot of amazing people, as you know, that work here, that are very articulate, that do amazing things.
I mean,
and
that's
so
pretty much the the genesis of this podcast idea is just, being around park staff. You're just kind of like, wow, they're just interesting people anyway, and their jobs are so interesting. And I think that's what can be challenging just from the perspective of people even working here. It's hard for even us who work here to keep track of and recognize all the cool things that people are doing, because there's so much going on. Like, how many permanent employees do we have?
There is so much going on. We have about 160 permanent
year-round, and then seasonal.
And then we have about 210 seasonal rangers.
So it's a big workforce.
It is.
And we're pretty spread out. I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on at headquarters, but even there, people are out in the park. I hear about stuff all the time. I'm like, oh, wow, I didn't hear about that.
Right.
So that sounds like the most fun part to me. I mean, the reactive thing that you're talking about, where you're reporting on incidents, kind of breaking news that people want to know about, is obviously very important and can take a lot of time. But yeah, that's neat thinking about it from like finding stories that are going on and finding ways to highlight them. And finding stories too, I feel like a lot of times you find stories that do that, but also educate at the same time.
Right.
Educate visitors. Could you talk a little bit about that part?
You bet. So, just the voices that we talk about too, and why it's great that we're having an opportunity to hear different voices through the podcasts, and just the experience level and passion that so many of our colleagues have. I love to be able to share those stories. And so it's great that we're using podcasts as another avenue to do that. That's my biggest regret, I think, at the end of each day, is not having enough time to be able to, this is a cool story, I want to highlight this. This is a great story, I want to highlight this. And or trying to grab staff to help share those stories. But that's not their primary mission of their particular position.
Right.
So they're like, I'd love to talk about it, but I've got to go tackle non-native species, or I have to go deal with, an elk in an exclosure. I have to, and so part of it is just...
Can I get 3 hours of your time? And they're like, no, I don't have it.
I would love to tell you my story. I don't have time to tell you my story. So if we
Especially
can...
in summer.
Absolutely. So if we can help gather some of that for people to tell the story, that's great. And we'll never have enough time to share the stories. And I mean, as I just sit here now and just think about all of our different divisions and all of our different work units and all of the different tasks that people have, it's mind blowing. I mean, we're basically a city.
We are. Yeah. I don't know if people realize. I was talking to, we had a class of designers, like graphic design, but also industrial design, which is interesting, who were here for a week. And I recorded with them like last Friday, I think it was. And that was one of the questions they had for me earlier. I just sat and talked with them, was like, what are all the different things people do here at the park? And it was hard for me to even remember, honestly. I would go through a big list, like, we have interpretation, and then we have education, which is separate because it's curriculum based. And then we have law enforcement commissioned people, and then we have backcountry people and backcountry crews. But then I started thinking, I was like, wait, we have researchers, like, in all these different fields, and people managing elk, and people managing sheep and plants, and managing grants, and everything down to like sanitation and janitorial, which is so important. And I think people don't even think about it. And we'll talk about that more in a little bit. But, actually, we could talk about it now. I mean, I think that's... We have some challenges that are emerging at Rocky, so we can talk about some of those too. But definitely we basically are a city.
We are.
I mean, there's very few things that we don't do.
Right.
There's a few just because we have Estes Park and Grand Lake.
Right.
So we're not like when I worked in Denali or something, where it's literally like you are your own services, period.
Right.
But we're pretty close.
We are. And we're really fortunate here that we have the amenities, like the lodging and the restaurants and all of that is in our surrounding communities. So that's one less thing that we have to be looking at as far as just an infrastructure aspect.
That's a good, you spend a lot of time working with gateway communities, right?
I do.
Could you talk about that?
I do. We're really fortunate at Rocky to have great relationships with our surrounding communities. And Grand Lake on our west side, Estes Park on our east side. And those partnerships are really, really vital to Rocky Mountain National Park. It's very much a symbiotic relationship.
It has to be.
In both kind of the tourism promotional aspect of both of those communities, as well as the town management of both of those. So we work closely with both the town management and the staff that help run the towns And then also the tourism outlets of both of those areas as well, just to continue to make sure that, one of the common goals that we both have is to continue to make the visitor experience of our mutual visitors. Oftentimes they call them guests. We call them visitors. Just a little bit difference in semantics.
Yeah,
but
park service lingo versus town lingo.
Absolutely. And so part of that is making sure that we're doing the best we can for setting visitor expectations. And more with our significant increase in visitation, that becomes more and more important to set those visitor expectations and to really highlight that plan ahead message, and that things have changed here drastically over the last 5 years.
Yeah, and we have so much interface too with them. It just on a practical level, like in Estes Park with the shuttles. There's the town shuttles, and then our shuttles, and they overlap and so to some degree. And figuring out all of that, and messaging is a big one. I know. So we'll talk about some of the challenges facing Rocky. We'll talk about that. Before we do that, how did you become a public affairs officer? How did that happen? How did you get to, because it's so interesting talking to, I feel like everyone we've talked to, and I'm sure it will continue. It's just like, how did we end up in these roles? A lot of times we don't even know until we think about it. But how did you get into public affairs?
Absolutely. You look back and say, this is exactly what I knew I wanted to do, and I graduated. Well, I had no idea. It's something that I have a marketing degree. And so it's one of these situations where I knew that no matter what job I had, as I grew up, I wanted to be passionate about what I did. And so I feel very grateful and fortunate that that's what I get to do every day. But, certainly I was in the right place at the right time with the right experience that got my foot in the door. And I started at Mount Rushmore at a time when they were just completing a major redevelopment project.
Oh, was that when they did like that huge parking structure?
Everything was changed. The visitor center, huge. The amphitheater, presidential walking trail, their facilities of, again, their concession area and their visitor center, and then parking structure. So in the mid to late 90s. So it was all complete around 1998.
Yeah, because I went, when was that? Early 2000s, and you can tell that everything was kind of brand new.
It was.
Brand spanking new.
Brand spanking new.
Yeah. So you were there around that time.
I was there during that time. So it was really exciting, and most of that was funded by their friends organization.
Okay.
And so pretty amazing that a lot of that was not actually used federal funds. But so there was a lot of outreach around that, a lot of national media attention when all those changes were made, a lot of recognition of a lot of the donors that contributed to that. And so, again, being in the right place at the right time with the right experience, I had a background of both public relations, special events coordination, and marketing in some financial institutions. So all of that mixed together got me in the door. And so I was at Mount Rushmore for a couple of years.
Were
and
you
then
the public affairs officer?
I was.
As well? Okay.
Public affairs officer, and then I've been at Rocky for 16 years in this position.
Wow. Okay. So you were there for a few years and then came here.
Came here.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's kind of what got me in the door. And most national parks don't have public affairs officers.
No.
It's either a collateral duty that someone else does on the side,
or it's one person for like a whole group of parks. Or something.
Yes. Like that. But a lot of the larger parks like Rocky do have at least one person dedicated.
Yeah.
At least.
Yeah.
One person dedicated to a variety of the roles that we play here. So that's kind of my story.
Okay. So you're at University of Wyoming in Laramie.
Yes, in business school. So I switched.
I
switched. The wind seems to follow me miles wherever I go.
Yeah,
I
you
must
just can't
have
get
had
away.
an issue with wind
Laramie,
somewhere.
Black Hills, and then Estes Park. Okay.
So certainly Laramie and Estes has made me even stronger when it comes to wind. But certainly it was still in the business school, and then I went into marketing and seemed like a better match.
Yep, better fit.
And I think also then what do you do with a marketing degree?
Sure.
Because there's some of
So
the
many
possibilities
things you could
are
do,
limitless.
Yeah.
And so again, that's when I was like, if I promote or highlight something, I want it to be something that I can feel really good about promoting and highlighting. And so again, that's why I feel really
Yeah.
grateful, because I'm so passionate about
Mhm.
the National Park Service mission as a whole.
Right.
And again, as we continue to see some of the challenges and opportunities that we have facing us here, I think it's another way too to just engage people at helping be part of the solution.
Mhm. Yeah, I feel the same way with my job, you know, doing design and communication. It's great to be able to do something that you believe in and
Yeah.
has a purpose behind it that you can really get behind. And
Right.
I remember one of my one of my coworkers at Harper's Ferry Center, who is a designer, and this is no slight to anyone who does this for a living. I'm just talking about her specifically. You know, she was like, "Yeah, before I got this job, I was designing packages for like diapers, and now I'm doing design for National Park Service brochures. It's a different feeling."
Yeah.
And she was like, "That worked better for me." I was like, "Yeah, I can see that."
Right. Absolutely.
Same here. So you had
did you get a degree in graphic design? Is that what did you know you were going to be a graphic designer?
No, I did my
Is anybody asking Miles these questions?
No, but it's good. I'm glad. It's good. More back and forth. No, that's a good question. I was just like pretty much I didn't do any hiking stuff or outdoor stuff growing up. I just stayed inside and read books and played piano. And so I did piano and chorus and jazz band and marching band, just all music and stuff. And so when I went to undergrad, I went to this small liberal arts school in Kentucky called Center College, Bernie Center College alumni and associated people out there. And my undergrad was in music composition and English.
Okay.
Double major.
Very good.
And then I started working in national parks between my junior and senior year. I don't remember how was it? Oh yeah, it was through. Do you know Colette Dagelberg? A lot of people know her. She works at Yellowstone. Anyway,
Okay.
her husband had this site called Coolworks, and it was like you could look for seasonal jobs. And the internet, the internet was getting into its own at that time. And I don't remember how, but somehow I was just like, wait, I can get a job in Yellowstone making minimum wage as opposed to going home for the summer making minimum wage. Okay, sign me up. Yeah, so I went out there and got hooked and started doing internships. And eventually, after a few years, I was like, everyone around me seems to have a degree related to what they're doing. Maybe I should too. And then I got a master's degree in environmental studies from University of Oregon. But I did like cartography and design. So graphic design is kind of what I ended up falling into.
Okay.
I definitely feel like it's very related to the music and literature and all that.
Yeah.
It's just like, how do you create balance? How do you create the right amount of tension? How do you make things exciting? How do you make things fit, and work well? And also communicating. You're communicating something. In the
Right.
case of literature and music, it's a lot more esoteric and
Right.
artistic, I guess you would say. And in this case, we're usually communicating specific information.
Mhm.
But it's very similar. It's
Yeah.
like, how can I arrange these elements to make the clearest and most engaging communication possible?
Right.
So I totally kind of fell into it as well. I went to get that degree and started making maps. Took GIS classes.
Right.
And then someone was like, "Oh, you're pretty good at this. You should see about this cartography lab, see if they are hiring any students." And so I did, and they weren't hiring me because I already was TAing 16 hours a
Okay.
week, and you could only work 20 hours a week
Gotcha.
if you're a full-time student. But I got an internship working on Atlas of Yellowstone, which is like
Neat.
a 250 page, I think, or somewhere around there, atlas of everything about Yellowstone, like everything. Actually, it'd be great if we had one about Rocky too. And I'd worked at Yellowstone for a couple of years and done a ton of hiking and backpacking, so I knew the park
Right.
fairly well for
Right.
2 years. And so it all just kind of came together. And then when I was there, a cartography job at Harper's Ferry Center opened up because somebody had retired, and it was the first time they'd hired someone for that job in like 17 years.
Wow.
And I just
So
happened,
right
I just
place,
happened to
right
get it.
time,
Exactly.
right experience.
Yeah, for me, people ask me about it, like, how do I do that, and what's the path? And I'm like, I can't tell you.
Yeah.
But I feel like it's being, just like you're saying, you're like, does this feel right or not? And then exploring what does feel right and putting yourself into it like all the way.
Right.
And being really passionate about it. But anyway, that's kind of how it happened. Kind of a weird, I think that's, almost everyone.
Right.
Everyone so far that we've talked to, and I would guess almost everyone we talked to, will probably not have too straightforward of a story.
I know.
At least involved in national parks.
And I think that's part of it, because we do get asked that question a lot. How
Yeah.
were you so fortunate to work at a national park?
Yeah, we wonder every
And
day.
yeah, and I think and for those that are also saying, I would like to do that same thing. Sometimes it's hard because there isn't
It's hard to-
necessarily,
yeah.
and that's hard, especially for
is.
those that really want a position with the Park Service. Is there isn't necessarily if you do this, this, and this, then you will become this or become this, and so
And there's
sometimes
often-
that's tough. But then I think also the breadth of experience also hopefully adds to just life experiences in
think so,
general
too.
for all of us.
Oh yeah,
If we were to
definitely.
look back and say that is not at all the path I think it's pretty rare for
I do
people to
too.
know exactly. I mean, you hear that.
It
you hear
happens,
of
for
people
sure,
saying,
in the parks.
when
It
I was in
happens.
4th grade, I knew I wanted to be a teacher.
Yeah.
Or when I was this, I knew that I wanted to
and they
do
follow
this,
through.
and they follow through. But
Yeah,
I think for most people, we're very fluid creatures.
especially in the Park Service, you
Yeah.
kind of have to be. And I don't know. It hasn't come up yet too much on the podcast. Maybe it will at a certain time, but I don't know too if people know the lifestyle things involved
Mhm.
sometimes. Like Lindsay Lewis, we were talking to in an earlier episode, or actually it'll be a later episode. Talking to Lindsay Lewis in a later episode, our volunteer coordinator, and just moving around all the time. And I did the same thing. And the amount of mobility that's almost required in the kind of places you have to live. And if
Right.
it's your thing, then it's great.
Right.
But for a lot of people, it's not their thing.
Right.
It can be really challenging.
Right.
Especially in terms of like relationships
Right.
and family and trying to find a job.
Right.
Or, and all those kinds of issues.
Yeah. Many
So-
times it's romanticized. And depending upon what stage you are in your life, you might be more able to do that. But then there
Yeah.
also becomes other times where you have relationships that you're separated from
Right.
because of it. And
Oh,
then
yeah.
it's not so romantic anymore.
There's so many different arrangements people have to figure. I mean, I know people who for years it's like, oh, I work at this park and my spouse works at this park, and we see each other every now and then on the weekends, or like not even every weekend. Or I'm like
Right.
at Grand Canyon. I know multiple people who they have a house in Flagstaff, but they live up in the park during the week. So it's just like, yeah, we see each other on the weekends, and people do what they have to do to make it work.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
there's multiple angles to it. Maybe we'll have a lifestyle episode.
There you go.
Yeah, like a home and garden episode of, and just talk about all that stuff, because I think it would be really interesting to people.
Yeah.
We are going to, towards the end of the season, talk to seasonal employees.
Good.
Just about their season
Great.
and beginning, middle, end, wrapping up, and what the experience was like for them.
That's a
and
great idea.
How it's impacted them and that kind of thing. So we'll probably hear more of that stuff.
Yeah.
then. So you've been here 16 years,
Yes.
right, at Rocky Mountain National Park.
Yeah,
That's
16
a good.
years like this past week.
Oh wow!
I
Happy
know.
anniversary.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So
I'm not quite sure how 16 years happened that fast,
Oh,
Miles.
How's
that possible?
I'm still young. I'm 32, but I'm just starting. I mean, I definitely am perceiving this thing that everyone talks about. That is a cliche, but is so true. Which
Yeah.
is like time goes faster and faster.
Oh,
What's
yeah.
up with that?
Yeah. And
it's like how many years is it? What?
One of my favorites is, the days are long, but the years are short.
Yes.
And I think
That is so
I
true.
think that is like the first time I heard that. I'm
That
like,
is so
that
true.
is it in a nutshell
And especially in a
soundbite.
position like yours, I think, because things just, just like a couple weeks ago, we had 5 incidents in a day.
Yeah.
And so it's
Yeah.
just, it can seem to go on a really long time, but then afterwards,
Yeah.
it's just like, what happened?
Exactly.
What happened to that day?
And we have so many stories and incidents in the park that we don't even have a chance to do news releases
know.
on them too. I
I know.
think that sometimes the public is like, oh, you had a string of them and then you haven't had any since.
Right.
Just
No.
for instance, this week we had another day like that, but none of us had a chance to
Right.
put a news release
Exactly.
together. But we had 3 major incidents at Wild Basin on the 4th of July. A
Yeah.
broken hip on
Broken
one
hip.
trail and a broken leg on the other trail. We didn't send out a news release about it. So when people ask me, is there something going on in
Always.
Rocky? I say, I'm sure there is. It's just a
Yep.
matter of whether we know about it yet or
Yep.
not.
It's almost 250,000 acres. It's 4.5 million visitors last year, right? Just
Yes.
over.
Just over, yeah.
So you've been here 16 years. Happy anniversary.
Thank you.
You've had lots of experience in one place. How
Mhm.
have things changed from your
Right.
perspective over that 16 years?
Right.
Because I've been here a little over 2 years and it's changed a
Right,
lot.
right.
So I can't even imagine 16 years. Like how the park and town too,
Right.
because that's another thing people tell me. They're like, "Oh man, you should have been here 20 years ago. You couldn't get a cup of coffee in the winter." So that's obviously changed. But how have things changed over those 16 years?
There's been a lot of changes.
Uh-huh.
And what's refreshing also is that a lot of the stuff stays the same.
Mm.
So I think we had an opportunity to reflect quite a lot in 2015 when the park celebrated its 100th anniversary.
Right.
To really, big anniversaries give you an opportunity to honor the past, which was part of what we were highlighting, and also, celebrate the present and inspire the future. Those were the three taglines we had. And so when you look at just how much our world has changed in a blink of an eye, really, when it comes to technology, when it comes to global aspects and all that, it is refreshing to really see that the reasons that people come to Rocky Mountain National Park are the same as what they were 50 years ago, 100 years ago. So to me, that is a wonderful thing.
I agree.
Because I don't know that very many other places, very many organizations, very many entities would really look at that, because I think that most of them would say, as a result of this and technology and this and these pressures and et cetera, the people are coming here for the same reasons: scenic grandeur, watchable wildlife, and amazing recreational opportunities. So if you were to look back at photos from 75 years ago, it's the same exact thing.
Same.
The photos might look a little different.
Cars
The gear,
look a little different.
The cars look a little different. The attire and the gear looks a little different.
Yep.
But other than that, people were coming here for the same reason. So and you also wonder too, with just the fast-paced lives that we all live, the being connected all the time, the pros and cons of that, that more and more it just continues to emphasize why national parks are so important.
Yeah.
Because we need places to have respite. We need places to disconnect. We need places to listen to natural sounds. And you don't know how much you need those places until you're out in them. And there's like tons and tons of research that highlights that. I mean, that demonstrates that even 30 minutes sitting on a rock in nature brings your blood pressure down.
Well,
I mean, that's fascinating.
It's interesting when I was talking to those University of Kansas students.
Yeah.
They were all, young. They're all undergrads. And some of them had camped before, but most of them had not camped for like a week.
Yeah.
They stayed at Marine Park Campground
Yeah.
the entire week. So they didn't,
that was their
no
experience.
electricity.
Right.
No, that was their experience. And even though that's a developed campground and all of that, just talking to them, interviewing them, people will hear on that podcast episode. Yeah, it just had a huge impact. They're just like, I don't know, just after a few days, I just feel so different. And
Interesting.
I have
That's
different
great.
creative ideas coming to me because unlike indoors where things are kind of under control and the only new things that happen are what you make happen, out here stuff just happens. Right. The weather changes, animals move, things, the light, everything is always changing. And now I could just tell it was like very impactful and important for them. And I agree with you totally. It's so easy now to get caught up in your phone and caught up in the computer and caught up on TV.
Right.
And it's just like there's a never-ending stream
that
you can be plugged into.
Right.
And so it's nice that our mission has stayed relevant, or like you said, maybe become even more relevant.
Right.
So that stayed the same, which is great. We're supposed to be here forever. So
Right, exactly.
yeah, that's the goal.
Well, and I think as different things happened in just the 16 years that I've been here, whether it's had a lot of major incidents that have happened here, it's the things that people said after 9/11 in 2001, that people sought out coming to the park because they needed to get away from the news. They needed to get away from the constant bombardment of what happened to people on that day. And so it was interesting right after that people, flocked here because it was like, the mountains are calling for me just to remove myself from what's going on and find peace somewhere.
I hadn't heard that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a little bit before I was in the Park Service. So it was noticeable.
Oh, it was very noticeable. Very
That's amazing.
noticeable.
So it was like a place where people could come and have some space to like heal.
Exactly.
Huh.
And
wow, that's amazing.
and there's a number of stories out there, very moving stories that people have shared about coming here right after that time period that, brings tears to your eyes because it was a conscious decision that they said, I need to get away from what is happening right now. And so where can I go? And they came here. And so to me, that just emphasizes again why we need to
Absolutely.
preserve and protect this place.
Absolutely.
Because there's been a lot that's happened in our world the last 100 years since Rocky's been here.
Yep.
And so you can imagine that people came here after World War II. People
Sure.
came here for so many different reasons to find, peace and tranquility.
Huge growth in
and-
parks after World War II.
Absolutely.
I mean,
Yeah.
huge.
Yeah. So, the mission has stayed
Yeah.
the same.
Right.
What has not stayed the same
Uh-huh.
is our level of visitation.
Yeah.
And
Just
so
the sheer number of
the
people.
sheer number of people. And Rocky has always been one of the most popular parks.
Sure.
But what's happening in the last 5 years is we're seeing this rapid increase in visitation, 40% over the last 4 years, 32% over the last 2 years. So we now in 2016 were 4.5 million visitors. In 2015, we became the third most visited park. And then in 2016, Yosemite leaped over us again, and we were the fourth
We were close.
most visited
We're-
national
yeah.
park. Yeah. And so there's lots of reasons for that. Most of it has to do with population growth along the Front Range.
Yep. It's booming.
It's booming, and
tell
some of
every
the
time you go down there.
fastest growing counties are literally either in our doorstep or on our doorstep. And so when a lot of people are moving to Colorado because they want to recreate in
Sure.
places like this. It's what calls to them, and so we're handy, head straight up, and
Yep.
so that's a wonderful problem to have. And
Yeah,
I
it
use
is.
air quotes with problem because a lot of folks might say, well, hey, that's better than apathy. That's better than
Yeah.
people not
Totally.
enjoying. And hopefully those people will become or are already supporters, stewards,
Mhm.
protectors, and help us preserve this place as well.
And a shared experience.
And a shared
too, which I think is
experience.
cool. People
Absolutely.
all over Colorado can, oh, you've been to Rocky? I haven't.
Yeah.
That's kind of a communal thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
So in that case, yeah.
So, our visitation continues to spike dramatically.
Yeah.
And if you look over, you look in the past as far as our visitation levels over the years, it seems to, there's patterns of it increasing and then plateauing and then increasing and plateauing. So that's been part of our past. We're now at a point again where we are significantly increasing. When and if that's going to plateau, I don't know that we can continue to deal with the level of visitation increases that we're seeing.
Yeah.
I don't think that we can continue to see 32%, 32. I just don't know that that's possible
I don't-
because of just the infrastructure.
physically possible,
Physically
yeah.
possible for that many
Yeah.
people to arrive in the park and all that. So I don't know that we're going to continue to see that dramatic growth just because of logistics.
Yeah, just limitations.
Yeah, limitations. Even before we take any actions, just limitations in
Sure.
general. But certainly, as we look into the future and we look at just this dramatic increase over the last couple of years, record visitation every year, the last 4 years, record visitation every month of the year. So maybe our old model was Memorial Day through late
Mhm.
September.
Yeah.
We now know that model is completely out the window.
Yeah.
Now we're
Very
seeing
much.
record visitation every month of the year. And it's not just Rocky, public lands in general in Colorado are seeing, huge increase in
Yeah, everywhere.
visitation and then some of the impacts related to that.
Yeah.
So certainly that's been a significant change over the last 4 years and this rapid growth that you just can't keep up with. So in 2015, we were completely on our heels. That year, we had a 21% increase in 1 year. And although visitation continues to go up, our staffing does not.
Yep.
And so after a while,
And that's something that surprises people. Almost everyone I tell that, they're like, what? I'm like, yeah, we have either equal or even less staff than we've had in the past with way fewer visitors.
Exactly. We have less staff now.
Yes, despite having way more visitors.
Yeah.
Like
so
millions more.
we have less staff now than we had 8 years ago.
Yep.
And so, that's something that we as a leadership team need to continue to address because our colleagues' well-being is extremely important.
Mhm.
And we need to make sure that we're keeping that in mind. And so as we continue to, deal with some of the challenges and steps we're taking now, we're looking at 4 areas. That visitor and staff safety is extremely important to us. Resource protection.
So that resource, when we say resource in Park Service, we mean like the park at every level.
Absolutely.
So the physical part, the view sheds, the quality of the night skies, the quality of the soundscape, the cultural and historical landscape. That's all. When we say resource, we mean all of that.
Right.
Okay. So
Thank
resource
you.
protection.
And then just, wildlife habitat, everything is
everything.
kind of surrounded into that.
Yes. Everything involved.
And then visitor experience.
Yep.
So what kind of experience are visitors having with this level of visitation?
Mhm.
And then operational capacity. Like truly what can our infrastructure take? Whether it's restroom facilities in Bear Lake, whether it's our trail system, whether it's our roads, all of our infrastructure. What can our infrastructure, operational capacity take with this level of visitation?
Right.
And so those are the kind of 4 overarching areas that we started moving forward in 2016, looking at all of those things and taking some short-term steps, and then also, realizing and knowing that we're also starting the long-range planning efforts as well.
Yeah.
And it's going to take all of us to come up with the solutions and also potentially make hard decisions.
Mhm.
And again, when you think about the mission of the Park Service, that dual mandate,
Yeah.
very, very difficult balancing act.
Yeah.
The whole preserving and protecting for future generations,
Exactly.
and then providing for recreational opportunities now. I mean, in a nutshell, it's a little
Right.
bit more involved than that.
Yeah, but that's basically
truly
it. Yeah.
what
So
the balancing act is.
For listeners, if you look up the enabling legislation for the Park Service, you'll see, that it's protecting, basically,
Right.
but also providing for the enjoyment
Right.
of. And sometimes, as you can imagine, those things can come into direct conflict because, for example, let's say that it's enjoyable for people to have 10,000 people around Moraine Park in like stadium seating watching elk. But that is not the best thing for elk.
Right.
And maybe not the best thing for those people. Maybe
Right.
that's not protecting their experience in a certain way. So
Right.
that's just one example, but it's just the constant.
It is.
I don't know if I want to say conflict, but paradox or
Right.
or dual goals that we're
Yes.
always working under.
Exactly. Sometimes it's more of a dilemma than others.
Yeah, and I felt like it's hard, not just here, but with other parks that are experiencing really high visitation.
Mm-hmm.
And like you said, it's not necessarily the hard number that matters as much. It's like the capacity.
Right.
What capacity are we at in terms of restrooms, in
Right.
terms of parking spaces, in terms
Right.
of, and I feel like, there's other parks, Zion,
Right.
Yosemite, Yellowstone, Grand Canyon, Smokies, and there's a lot more than that, and us. And it, to me, is difficult. It's almost like an identity crisis because for years, I feel like with parks, it was, we need to get more people out to the parks because we want more people to see how amazing they are and to have that experience and enjoy their public lands and their heritage. And even to the point where I remember, like at Black Canyon, the Gunnison, for example, when I worked there, it's very quiet in
Right.
the winter, which is great if you live up there and you like it to be quiet. But on the other hand, we're always kind of like, oh, why don't more people come up here and realize how amazing it is? Well, now at Rocky, they are. People are coming in the winter.
Right.
Winter weekends, parking will get full. Like, it happens a lot.
It does.
And they're coming in the fall and they're coming in the spring. They're coming in these less or more challenging weather times,
Right.
but that also have their own beauty, which is great. It's just also like, oh my gosh.
Well, and we hear from
What do we do?
visitors that say that they're not coming anymore, too.
Yeah.
Because
And that always
of
makes me
the
sad.
level of visitation. So
Yeah.
that's another thing we need to be looking at is also making sure that not only are we providing an experience for visitors now, and that's a hard thing to hang your hat on because what you think is a valuable experience and what I think is a valuable experience might be very, very different.
Absolutely.
And we see that all the time with our visitors. What some person considers as crowding, if they're from, a rural setting or their mindset is this
Mhm.
is going to be their experience. And if somebody comes maybe from an urban situation and they feel more comfortable when there's
Right.
lots of people around.
Yeah.
So it's really hard to say, what's the visitor experience? Well, it's so individual.
It is.
But I think we also have to acknowledge that we continue to hear from people that are, I'm not coming back, or I just came there and I hadn't been there in 5 years and it was, a very
crazy.
different situation, crazy. I did not enjoy it. I think those are all conversations we need to have so that we have to remember that we are a national park. So we have to take all of those voices
Mhm.
and feedback in mind
Mhm.
as we continue to think through how we
Mhm.
move forward. And it's not just about all of us.
No.
It's about those that are coming here 30 years from now, about our
Exactly.
grandkids and nieces and nephews and all of these generations that, those that came before us.
Yeah.
we would have been pretty ticked off at them if they wouldn't have taken
Absolutely.
care of this place. And so we also need to take ownership as a country, as a community, as a however you want to say it. We also have to take that ownership to say, how are we leaving this for folks that are going to come 30 years from now? And the decisions that we make now
Yeah.
are going to make
Right.
a significant difference in
Right.
that. And so that's
So,
a big part of what
yeah.
we're needing to address.
So on our end, on the park end, we have all sorts of stuff going on right now to
We do.
look at, just trying to get baselines basically
Right.
of what visitation is, what are the patterns, what do people want out of their experience, what are they looking for, kind of collecting data, correct?
Right.
And then we're using that data to begin well-informed to basically inform our discussion internally and then with the public to just say, this is what's happening. These
Right.
are the facts on the ground. These are the pros and cons, and what do we want to try to do in the future to figure it out? And for me, I think it's a little scary because we don't know the answer, but it's also exciting because we don't know the answer. And we're
Right.
trying to figure it out with people.
Right.
And I think, one thing with this podcast that I want people to be able to experience having these conversations that are just very straightforward and very non-formal and very, like this, is that we are not trying to make rules to like kill anyone's fun. Like everyone I talked to in the park, we got into parks because we love parks
Right.
and we love visiting parks and we love we love it so much we wanted to live in a
Right.
park.
Right.
And so we totally get that, and we want people to have the best vacation or whatever
Right.
personal growth experience or whatever
Right.
their experience is. So, but the reason we do have regulations is because that protect side.
Right.
We're trying to protect it, like you said, for future generations forever.
Right.
So what are some of the key things with this growing visitation that we are asking visitors to be aware of and
Okay.
to do that can help us?
Right.
Help us help them. Help me help you.
Exactly. So there are a variety of things, and one is just continuing to do things like this, where we engage and connect with visitors to help us come up with some of the solutions
To hear their
and
voice.
to hear their voice and informing each other as well. So we took short-term action the last couple of years because we had to. As I mentioned, we were completely on our heels in 2015. Saw the ramifications of that, not only on the resource, but on visitors and staff.
Mm-hmm.
And so because of just the crowding. So we started putting restrictions in place along the Bear Lake Road Corridor, Wild Basin, and Alpine Visitor Center, which are our three main congested areas, starting in 2016. And there was not some magical time on the clock on Saturday that we said, okay, every Saturday at 10:18, it's meant to be very fluid, and we're moving forward with
And it's
those
safety-based,
restrictions
right?
this year.
I think people need to understand that it's safety-based.
Right. It's
It's
safety-based.
like, for example, I mean, if there's just miles of cars in every direction and something happens,
Right.
let's say it was someone you're hiking with,
Yeah.
and we need to get an ambulance up there.
Right.
We can't get an ambulance up there
Right.
because it's so crowded. And so
Right.
that was part of it, right?
That's
we
it.
just were saying this
Right.
is becoming unsafe.
Right. There are lots of parts of it. So that is one of the main reasons. And
Yeah.
we had examples in past years where we literally could not get emergency vehicles down in areas or to areas because of the sheer congestion along the roads
Right.
and the way people had parked that we could not get. And it absolutely impacted our response time.
Yep.
And so that's a big part of why we
Mhm.
made these decisions. And places like Wild Basin Road, which is a dirt, narrow road
Yeah.
that leads down to the Wild Basin Trailhead.
Yep. Got to
All
use
it
pullouts
takes,
to pass people a lot of the time.
all it takes is a couple of people parking because they can't find a legitimate parking space, so they park somewhere, and now the back of their vehicle is out in the middle of the road, and they leave their vehicle, head in to go hike, and then just trying to get around and maneuver around those vehicles again, and emergency vehicles
Or just other visitors.
Or just other
Yeah,
visitors.
It's a consideration for everyone else.
Yeah, and if we had to evacuate an area
Oh.
because of fires, that's also, a
Interesting.
concern as well, because
Mhm.
you have all of these people that are kind of down a narrow dirt
Yep.
road. So these are all things we have to keep in mind. And then just the resources. So once parking areas filled up, once legitimate parking spots filled up, we were seeing that, unfortunately, visitors were parking on the resource in places that you would not have thought was even possible.
Right.
And so we were seeing significant resource damage and impacts as a result
like the vegetation
of that.
And things
Vegetation,
like that.
yeah.
Where
And,
just the sides of the road start looking like baseball fields or something,
Right,
they're
right.
just dirt.
Exactly. So then there goes the whole aspect that we are required to provide as far as resource protection, that native vegetation, other aspects of just what happens to wildlife when you have that many people in an area. So again, we took steps with that in mind, and then just truly what our facilities could stand. So when there's that many people in that area, even if we had a custodian cleaning the bathroom every 30 minutes, the condition of our facilities were very, very poor just because of the volume of people that were there.
Yep.
So for all of these reasons and many more, we started restricting vehicle access. So when parking areas fill and the congestion warrants along the roads starting to become an unsafe situation, then we start putting restrictions in place. Last summer, that was June through September, every weekend is when it usually happened. And the same thing has been happening this year as well, and it's actually moved into some weekdays.
Really?
As well,
Wow.
just because of our level of visitation.
Yeah.
Same,
because we've been setting some new records, right?
Same challenges of Alpine Visitor Center.
Yeah.
So, we got 2 roads that now, with Old Fall River
Right,
Road
Old Fall
open
River
for
Road
the
empties
season.
into the
So you
Alpine
got
Visitor Center
2
parking lot.
roads that empty, and all it takes is a couple people wanting to turn into that visitor center from Trail Ridge Road, and you soon have backups for miles as a result of that. So those are all things that we're trying to tackle best we can, but you have to kind of intensively manage those areas too. And in 2016, we actually had less complaints because we took those steps in. In fact, we had a lot of people that reached out to us and said, finally,
really,
if you plan ahead, you can get into these areas.
So it helped.
So it helped. And I think also we saw a lot of belligerence amongst visitors. And so that, with putting those restrictions in place, that helped ease some of that
just
belligerence
helps keep you out of
crowding.
a situation that you can't win.
Right.
Like if you're driving around looking for parking and it isn't there, you're just going to get frustrated.
Yeah.
And
right.
I can understand
Exactly.
that for sure.
So a lot of it is helping us better inform the visitor.
Yeah.
So a lot of that too is, again, really trying to convey the plan ahead message. So many of our visitors are return visitors. They come here year after year, or maybe they haven't been here for 5 years. Their experience is very different than the way they remember it 5 years ago. We also have a lot of visitors that are coming up here for the first time. They jump in their car on a Saturday at noon, and then their world is rocked when they get up here and realize that our entrance station lines are long and there's no parking. So a lot of what we've been trying to do for the last 3 years is really doing as much as we can to encourage people to plan ahead. We realize that there's going to be visitors that don't do any planning ahead, and they're extremely spontaneous, and I envy that. I wish I was that spontaneous. But really, other parks, I believe, other parks have put in their catch lines, do not be spontaneous when coming to a national park, particularly May through October.
Yep, not a busy one, yep.
Yeah. And so I think that that's a lot of, if people do truly plan ahead, look at some of the tips that we have on our website and
got it on the homepage.
On the
right
homepage, it really, really does make a difference. And we realize that people are listening, so we always did that hike early. Well, no surprise, we knew this was going to happen, that people are now coming here earlier, and so that means our parking lots are going to fill up earlier. So I know that some parks say come prior to 7 or after 6 p.m. That might be part of our future here
because we
at
have
Rocky.
been saying 10 to 3, right?
Yeah.
But it's
well,
shifting.
It is, but we say, that 10 to 3 is that crunch time. So the earlier people come or the later people come outside of that 10 to 3, they'll have more success and they'll have a more pleasant experience.
Yeah.
And we continue to see this huge influx on weekends.
Yep.
So if people could even just tweak their schedule and come on a weekday, even in July,
In
weekday,
the summer
it helps a little bit.
And
But
in
weekends,
the fall, it's huge.
Yeah,
I mean,
huge.
I get that it's hard for people in the
Right.
fall because
Right.
kids are in school and blah, blah, and all of that. But yeah, the fall here.
Right. We have about 50% higher visitation on weekends in the fall than we do weekdays. And that's changing a little bit too, but it's some of our busiest days for the year are weekends in the fall because
So-
it's a glorious time to be here.
So before 10, depending
Yeah.
on your trailhead, maybe
Yeah, even earlier than
8,
that.
7,
Yeah.
almost 6 for
Yeah.
some trailheads.
Exactly.
And then after 3.
Right.
And I definitely see that to be true.
Right.
Because I'll come in after work sometimes, and
Right.
it's a lot less busy.
So those are
weekdays, over
weekdays.
weekends if you can.
Right. Right.
Okay.
And then, again, just the whole concept of carpooling,
Uh-huh.
using the shuttle system. And
Yeah, our shuttle system is great.
it is great. And our shuttle system's been around since the 70s. Our shuttle system, got improved in the early 2000s. We started our shuttle system, worked closely with the town of Estes Park. They were able to, take advantage of the shuttles being in this area to also then expand the shuttle program within the town of Estes Park. And then we have the hiker shuttle that's a park shuttle that runs from the Estes Park Visitor Center up
which
to
has
Bear
a new
Lake.
parking garage.
And there's a new parking garage
Yeah,
there.
so more spaces there.
The shuttles run every 30 minutes.
Uh-huh.
So again, people need to set the expectation that those buses only run every 30 minutes. So there is a very good possibility, again, if they're here on a busy weekend, that they might stand in line for that hiker shuttle for more than an hour
Right.
before they can ride into
Right.
into the park.
Which can be a little, it can feel frustrating, but the other thing that I kind of like about it sometimes, number one, you get to meet people and talk to people, which is kind of fun. Number
Right.
two, if you weren't doing that, you would be sitting in your car trying to negotiate traffic
Absolutely.
that hour. And then when you do get to go into the park, you can just enjoy the view and not worry about finding a
Right.
place to park. So
Right.
there's-
Exactly.
there-
And
yeah.
there are some advantages. And we also try to highlight at the hiker shuttle if they are coming between that 10 and 3 period and our restrictions are in place. And so that's the only way they can get up Bear
Right.
Lake if they're really focused on going to Bear Lake is, go walk around Lake Estes,
Uh-huh.
go into town and have lunch, come back and get on the hiker shuttle, say at 3 or later. Then they won't have as
you're gonna have a
long
way
of a
different-
wait time.
Yep.
And so again, it's setting realistic expectations, just like anywhere else we go.
Mhm.
Whether we're going to, anytime we travel, if we can set realistic expectations for people, I know that when I travel, I want people to be straight with me
Yep.
and say, this is how long this is going to take.
Yep.
This is rather than, everything is just fine.
Mhm.
There was a big thing of lightning that came down over
Nice.
Prospect Mountain.
Pretty close. All right.
So I don't know if we want to. We could finish it in the car.
Yeah, we could wrap up in the car so we don't get
Yeah, let's do
electrocuted,
We're coming
lightninged, fried. I'll pick this little baby up.
There you go.
Right, so we've got the shuttle bus system. Definitely take advantage of it. Sometimes it is your only option,
Right.
but
It
even
is.
when it's not, I often will use it just because I find it less stressful.
Right. Right. And, something that we often get asked is that we've been asked either just have it be bus access only into Bear Lake Road Corridor. We've also been asked oftentimes, why not more buses? Why don't you run buses every 5-10 minutes? And buses are certainly a great tool to move people. But as soon as you start using buses, then your capacity changes greatly. So the trailheads and the parking areas were the former capacity to these areas. But if you continue to increase shuttle access to areas, then you just surge oftentimes users into the area. And we've learned from our colleagues in other national parks like Zion that buses, also provide challenges. Where even with the frequency of buses that they're running, they still have pretty significant wait times as a result of it. So shuttles are a great tool to use, but they're not the only tool that we can
Right.
use here at Rocky. And they also, cost money. So funds that we would be using towards shuttle buses is very limited as
Mhm.
far as our entrance fees. And so it would certainly be part of the overall plan to see what funding would be available. And that would be a side note as far as just looking at the capacity and what resource impacts you would have if you continued to just surge people.
Right.
And then what's the visitor experience? If you
Right.
happen to be at a trailhead or getting off a bus with 40 other people, is that the experience that you're looking for when you're hiking into the park?
Yeah.
So these are all things that we have to look at when we look at how we're going to use shuttle
Right.
buses as a tool.
Right. So before 10, after 3, use shuttle buses as a tool. Any other things that tips we can give people to help have the best visit possible?
Yeah, the whole concept of hike early, hike late is really key. And if people do decide to hike late, they really need to be dialed into the weather forecast.
Yep.
That will make a big difference.
Yep.
And truly just what time they will be coming out. Is it going to be dark?
Yeah.
If it is, then they need to make sure that they are prepared for that.
And
Whether it's
comfortable with
being really dialed into the route and not going off trail, which we don't encourage anyway.
Yeah.
And then also just making sure, you have headlamps and things like that as you're coming
Yeah.
out. So you have to look at your hike very differently if you are going in later in the day.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely check the weather forecast.
Right.
It's our typical pattern here to have afternoon thunderstorms
Right.
every afternoon. We're not always in that pattern, but a lot of times we are. We just ducked inside because of that very pattern, because lightning started. So, yeah, that's definitely one thing to think about, because especially a lot of our hikes go above tree line. You don't want to be above tree line if there is lightning anywhere around. So watch that really carefully. But as long as you do watch the forecast, hiking in the evening is great a lot of the time, especially when this light's long in the summer. Okay, so that's a good tip. Hike early, hike late.
And then the other thing, again, as you're planning ahead and thinking about your destination, is that 80% of our visitors come in through the east side of the park. 20%
Estes
from
Park
the
side,
west side.
80%. Wow.
Yeah. So, and which would make sense when you think
Sure,
about
populations.
the populations and Denver International Airport and elsewhere. But certainly, if people want to just know that fact when it comes to planning, they might choose, what entrance they come in based on where they're coming from or their interest in what they're looking at. So that's just
we have
some
the whole
additional
west side of the park.
information. Yeah.
And it's beautiful.
Yeah, and I think the other is camping, which we know, but
This one
if
surprises
people want
people,
to
I
camp
think.
in the park, we've got 3 reservation campgrounds, 2 first come first serve, and those 3 reservation campgrounds are booked 6 months in advance.
Yep. So that's
it's part of the
Aspen Glen,
Moraine
Glacier Basin,
Park,
and Moraine Park, right?
Yep, exactly. So
Booked
people
6
just
months in advance.
Yeah. So if people want to camp, they really need to book those reservations, and it's good. Then you have a place.
Right. And you can do that online.
You can do that
go
online. So
and
mark your calendar, and it's
you
6
can pick
months
your
prior
exact
to,
spot, see it on a map, get all, but yeah,
And
plan
that's-
way ahead.
And that's pretty typical, not only for Rocky, but
Yeah.
most other
Sure.
public lands and federal lands in this
Absolutely.
area.
Especially in this area.
Yeah. And first come, first serve, certainly if people want to roll the dice and
Right.
and hope that they can get one of those first come, first serves, Timber Creek Campground on the west side
Yep.
is the campground that fills up last.
Uh-huh.
So that's just some other tidbits. And we already talked about the significant difference between weekend versus weekday visitation. And then the last thing too is people can purchase their pass online.
Uh-huh.
So if they're wanting to take the hiker shuttle, an entrance pass is required for that. People can purchase that online. If they're coming into the park, they can purchase the pass online. It doesn't speed up your time in the actual line. So some
Right.
people are like, well, if I do this online, do I have to be in the entrance station lines? Yes,
For
you
now,
do.
you do. Yep.
You do. But the big thing to remember is just that it should shorten your transaction time.
Yes,
So
most definitely.
rather than handing the person in the one of our colleagues in the booth your credit card, going through that whole thing, you just basically can show on your smartphone
Yep.
that you've purchased the
And
pass.
then
So
they'll say, here's your brochure, here's your
Exactly.
newspaper.
So
you're
it
good to go.
does speed up the transaction time at
Uh-huh.
the booth. So
Uh-huh.
that would make a difference. The more and more people that use that,
Yeah.
then the quicker the
Yeah.
lines
And
will
for people who want to
go.
do that, if you go to our webpage, just search Rocky Mountain National Park, it'll come up. It's on the front page, fees and passes, and you can go right there. It'll take you straight to a form. You can fill it out all online.
Yes.
Works well.
Yes, works very well. So that's just another tool
Great.
that people can use.
Awesome. Anything else that we should cover?
I think
Because I have one final question, and then we'll be
Okay.
done.
Very good. I think the other thing that we could spend a lot more time on, that maybe we can talk about at a future time, but the plea to continue to ask visitors to help us protect this resource.
Yes.
And we have seen, this increase in visitation, and I think a big part of what we talk about is that most of our visitors are here for all the right reasons. They love this place. They want to protect this place. They have this amazing sense of place when they come here that they want to protect it. We are seeing, though, more and more behavior that we're really concerned about. that we're seeing increase. Now, it's probably the same percentage of visitors,
Right.
but now when you're at 4.5 million, that same percentage of visitors is going to have more impact.
What kind of behavior?
So we're seeing, a number of behaviors that either are tied to people not knowing or not caring. And so what we'll all just have to continue to work on as best we can is the behavior that people just don't know about. It's the first time that they've been to a national park.
Yep, all sorts of new stuff.
All sorts of new stuff, continuing to highlight that these are special places. We want to keep them special places. National parks are not meant to be all things for all people. They're not multi-use places like some of our colleagues in other areas
We have a lot of that land in the United States.
We do.
That's just not what national parks.
Right. So U.S.
That's not why we were
Forests,
created.
U.S. Forest Service, they have amazing places where they are multi-use, where
BLM
people
too.
can do a variety of more activities than they can in national parks.
Yep.
So we do have those
And
places.
we have a lot of Forest Service land in Colorado.
We do.
Like 13 million acres, something like that. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. We have a lot. And so I think, continuing to highlight that national parks are special places. And some of the behavior that we've seen increase, we talked a little bit about before, as far as just parking challenges, that when we have crowding and when people don't have parking spaces, we continue to see people be extremely creative with where they're parking in the park, whether it's on, native vegetation, whether it's on the tundra, whether it's blocking other cars in, whether it's, in ditches and near streams and rivers. And so that's a concern for us. And, again, really trying to highlight that, even though somebody might consider this, well, it's just grass, it's not just grass. It's native vegetation. All it takes is one car. And, we are in a very unique habitat that stuff doesn't grow here that quickly.
No.
And so ripping it out with tires, et cetera, or putting hot cars on top of grass also can present a whole nother set of challenges when it comes to like catching on
later
fire.
in the summer.
Yes.
Yep, I've definitely heard of fires started that way.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so parking in established, developed parking areas, we need to continue to just get as much help as we can from the public on that. Speaking of fires, we're seeing in the last couple of years extreme concern for park staff, and that we've seen a huge increase in the amount of illegal campfires in Rocky Mountain National Park. And so that not only concerns us, but it obviously concerns our communities that surround us. If a fire was to escape from an illegal campfire, which has happened in Rocky Mountain National Park, it will drastically change all of our lives in a matter of 30 seconds.
Yep.
It happened in 2012 with the Fern Lake fire. That fire started with an illegal campfire in the Forest Canyon area in October. Extremely dry time for us. November was the driest November on record. And that fire cost over $6 million to fight, and a big part of Estes Park was evacuated from that, and again from an illegal campfire. So that's
So when you're in Rocky, if you are not in a campground or picnic area with an established fire ring, you're not allowed to have a fire.
right. We
It's a
always
simple rule to
have
remember.
restrictions in place in Rocky for fires, and
And
so
we understand for sure that a lot of people, when they're camping or whatever, they like to have a fire, and that is totally fine. And there's lots of places you can do that. Rocky's just not one of them.
Exactly.
So if that's really important for your backpacking trip or whatever, find areas where that is managed and allowed for.
Right.
Here it is not.
We've had
Protect other people and protect yourself and protect the park.
We've had people illegally starting fires on the tundra, right by trailheads, and talk about a fragile ecosystem that does not recover.
Yeah, we talked about that with Cynthia.
Great.
Yes.
So certainly that's a big thing, and a lot of that group is those that don't care. So that's another way to address that is continuing to do patrols, and we're really fortunate, Rocky, because we've got so many sets of eyes and ears out there.
Yes, and visitors,
a pro to our level of visitation, and boy, do we hear as soon as people start smelling smoke, seeing smoke. They'll take pictures of it. They'll take pictures of people that are in the area. It's amazing the things that people do to help us try to prevent that. So
and another thing we can plug, another thing people can do that will lay this out specifically for you is the Rocky Pledge, which we've worked on together. It's on our website. If you go to the homepage, you'll find it, or if you go to go.nps.gov/Rocky Pledge, and it has a couple 6 bullet points, I believe, items of like the main things you can do to help us protect the park. And you can go there, look at the pledge, read through it. You can say it out loud with the group, say it to yourself, snap a photo in the park of you pledging, and share it with your friends and family, because we're trying to get the message out there, and in a positive way, that this is your national park. It's all of our national parks, and so we're just to take care of it, to take pride in it, just like you take pride in your own home or your own community is maybe a better metaphor. Yeah.
Right. Somebody once said, which I love, it's like act like you own this place. And really that's truly what we need everybody's help with. We talked about some of our challenges with staffing before, and so we can't be everywhere. We'd love to be, but we can't. And so it really takes all of us to continue to say, how can I get involved by doing the Rocky Pledge, or educating and informing this group that I'm talking to, or my friends that are coming over for dinner, or how can I engage with other visitors if I'm in the park in a professional, kind way to highlight some of the let's all do this together.
Yeah, because really, like you said, a lot of people, they literally don't know.
Right. The other thing we're seeing is a big challenge is the increase of dogs on trails, and it's a huge concern to us, and it's probably the number one complaint we get from other visitors is the number of dogs that are on trails. And so again, we have signs everywhere. So usually it's people that don't care. With dogs, rarely is it, oh, I didn't know.
Right.
Because you're literally walking right past a sign.
Like every trailhead.
And then we have visitors that say, I told these people no dogs on the trail, and they're like, yeah, I know. Right. But I take my dog everywhere I go.
Right.
So it's something that is something that we're going to continue to tackle, and we just ask that visitors just leave their dogs at home. There's lots of other places you can take your dog. You can take your dog on trails in forest areas and in our surrounding communities. Dogs are predators. Wildlife act differently when dogs are in an area.
And I think what some of the people have to remember, and I'm a dog owner, so I have to remind myself of this too, is like there's last year 4.5 million people.
Right.
Here. So even if maybe you're in the middle of national forest by yourself, there's hardly anyone around and a few pets, and it's not a big deal. But you can imagine here, if even 10% of people brought a pet, how with the wildlife and other visitors, a lot of people are uncomfortable around dogs, and there's just so many people in one spot that, it poses lots of issues.
Yeah, dogs can be, again, predators. They impact wildlife behavior. They can also be prey. We've had situations here in the park where small dogs have been preyed on by coyotes, bobcats, raptors. And so we have mountain lions.
You probably won't hear about that if your dog is
right. So certainly that, and then also just honoring that other visitors should have an opportunity to recreate in a place where there's not dogs on the trails. We've had people bit by dogs on the trails, and so again, continuing to try to step back from being a beloved pet owner, which we all understand,
for sure,
and realizing that there are just some places that pets should not go. And Rocky Mountain National Park trail system is one of those, and the tundra and many other places. So the only place you can have dogs in Rocky Mountain National Park are places where you can have cars.
Yep. So like picnic areas, campgrounds, right on the roadside. If you're like by your car,
right,
and that's
exactly. Yep, that's pretty much it. And they
with
always
the
have to be
exception
leashed.
of service animals, but we use if you have a service animal, you will know it. So emotional support, therapy, all that does not count. It has to be performing a task, a specific task for someone with a disability, and we have that language on our website. So if you do have a service animal and you know that you fall into that category, that's a different story. But that is most people that's not what it is.
Right. And then a couple of other things is just we're continuing to see social trails increase significantly. So we just continue to ask people to stay on established trails.
So social trail, for folks who don't know, is basically when, someone walks up a way and then someone sees their footsteps and follows, and then before you know it, you get a trail worn in. And I think people may not realize how much work goes into building a good trail and what's involved, but it is very specific in terms of dealing with erosion from footsteps, from rain, from wind, all of that. We try to build trails to minimize the amount of erosion. Social trails don't follow any of that, and so they can really end up being harmful.
Right.
Yes.
Significant resource impacts
so
from
stay
social
on
trails.
established
we're seeing significant impacts on the tundra from social
Yeah,
trails,
that's the
other
biggest one.
places. It is. So, and then just a couple of other things, because we could probably spend a lot of time on each one of these, but the whole concept of leave no trace is really critical, whether it's orange peels or apple cores or, anything. It impacts other people. If you walk along and you see that kind of stuff, then you have left a trace. People say, I know that somebody else has been here, and not removing things, not removing rocks or flowers or pine cones. If 4.5 million visitors all took something with them when they left, it does impact other people's experience.
Absolutely.
So we need to think through that. And then the last one that we need to do a podcast on, Miles, is the whole concept of human waste in our backcountry.
Yes.
It's a growing concern for us. The amount of human waste that's on our trails, next to our trails, the amount of toilet paper that's being left behind, the amount of poop that's being left behind right on our trails. The health and safety aspects of that is something that we're seeing explode as well. And it's not just here at Rocky that's becoming a major problem. It's places all over the place. And so that truly, I think we need to do another podcast on the whole concept of, how leaving no trace when it comes to going to the bathroom really makes a difference. And again, the challenges that we have with facilities further in our trail system and our backcountry, we just really need to continue to engage the public in packing it out with you, which is a hard thing for some people to wrap their brains around.
It's not glamorous, but, actually, I'm going to be a little over a week. We're going out with Tara, Vasella, and a wilderness crew, and I'm going to be asking them about that.
Great.
There's the folks who have to deal with all that business.
Right.
And I think
it's the stuff we don't want to talk about or think about, but
it's super important.
It's super important.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to be hiking down this beautiful trail and then just see human poop all over the place.
Right.
And I think, just like you said, getting that message out there that part of what makes coming to a national park exciting is that there's different expectations and there's a different requirement for personal responsibility in terms of thinking about your own impact. And that's part of what's neat about it, is it makes it very clear to you, much more so.
Right.
But there are steps that you need to take. So
right.
We'll see how that gets covered in the next one, and then maybe we could do. Right. I think it'd be neat to do a podcast with some janitorial staff, just to let people know how many of those folks work here at the park and how important, like absolutely essential, their job is.
Oh, it's huge.
Yeah. Great. Okay, so one final question.
Okay.
I've been asking everybody. It's a hard question to answer, but that's okay. You've been here 16 years. What does Rocky Mountain National Park mean to you?
Rocky Mountain National Park epitomizes to me what the mountains are all about. I mean, if you were anywhere in this world and you closed your eyes and said, what are mountains all about? What is that habitat all about? And people love the mountains. It's what calls a lot of people, or people are scared when they think about mountains. But you think about all of the things that we have, wildflowers, the diversity of wildlife we have, the mountain streams and rivers that truly are the headwaters to life, all the way down that path. And so to me, Rocky Mountain National Park is all of those things. And that's another reason why people should get out and experience it responsibly. They should also preserve and protect it, because it's such a unique, diverse landscape. And oftentimes people think, oh, is the tundra barren because it's up high and because there's not a lot of tall things growing? It's like, it's the opposite.
Yeah, it's so
It
full
is
of life.
absolutely full of life. And no matter where you are in this park, there's this unbelievable diversity, whether you're at a montane riparian area or whether you go up to the alpine where you're above the trees. And so to me, I think of Rocky as being this really diverse place that sometimes doesn't get very much credit for being this diverse place, because people think of, oh, it's the mountaintops. Well, it's all of the life that's throughout all of those different systems at so many different levels.
Range of altitude really does mean that we have lots of distinct ecosystems, and it's neat once you learn about it or you're here and you pay attention, you start to see that and
Right.
appreciate that.
And the other aspect of Rocky, that what Rocky means to me is a lot of the people that I get this unbelievable opportunity to work with, and the diversity, not only what the resource provides, but the diversity of what our colleagues do. It blows my mind every day. Like I said, the thing that I regret the most is not being able to tell everybody's story, because the things that our folks do is part of what just moves me about this place. Not only the resource, but our colleagues too.
Great. Came up with an answer so quickly. It's impressive. Thank you so much for speaking with us, Kyle.
Absolutely. Thank
And,
you.
I bet we'll check back in with you about different things as this progresses and grows to the greatest podcast on earth.
Very good. Thank you for your efforts in making this happen.
Yeah. All right. Thanks. And that's our show. Thank you so much for listening this week. Our next episode will be released, as always, in 2 weeks. That will be Friday, August 11th. For show notes, transcriptions, and to learn more about our show, visit our homepage at go.nps.gov/rmnpod. That is go.nps.gov/rmnpod. The Rocky Mountain National Podcast is a product of Rocky Mountain National Park, one of 417 units of the National Park Service that preserve America's heritage for all, forever. Thank you. We hope your next 2 weeks are awesome, and we will see you next time.
The East Side Tunnel was one of the most difficult challenges on the entire Going to the Sun Road. Built in 1931, the 408-foot tunnel appears to come directly out of Pegan Mountain, with waterfalls cascading down the portal. Before work could begin, a 3.5-mile trail was constructed 200 feet above the road from Logan Pass to a point above the site of the tunnel. A platform on which to work was excavated by moving 6,250 cubic yards of dirt and rock. The materials and equipment were hauled to the platform above the tunnel site and then were packed by laborers down ladders and switchbacks totaling 200 vertical feet. Crews worked 24 hours a day on the tunnel, boring around 5 foot each 24 hours. Both portals of the tunnel frame impressive mountain views. In November of 2006, severe rain and flooding washed out multiple sections of both lanes on the Going to the Sun Road near the tunnel. The largest washout was over 100 feet long. Within days, heavy snows prevented access, and repairs had to wait until spring road crews could plow their way to the damaged sites. Several strategies were explored for repairs, and eventually it was decided that a mechanically stabilized earthen wall, 350 feet long, would solve one problem, and a temporary bridge would be required to provide two-way traffic over another spot. Work will continue on some of the damaged locations throughout the summer, as well as the ongoing rehabilitation of the Going to the Sun Road that was previously scheduled. This incident is another reminder of the power of nature and reiterates the need to rehabilitate the Going to the Sun Road so future generations can enjoy its majesty.
Headwaters is supported by the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
How many animals have you walked by and never noticed? How many species live around you that you've never even heard of?
Most people are kind of excited that they had no idea another thing existed. And I think it's like yet one more mystery.
One of these unknown species is a rarely seen creature that most people here have never heard of. They live behind waterfalls and can travel up to 90 miles an hour.
Yeah, it's fun because they're really dark and you just think it's a bat or something. So we started calling them black lightning.
To have a chance at seeing them, most of the time you'll need to leave the trail, bushwhack for hours with alders swatting you in the face and mosquitoes trying to bite you as sweat drips down your face. Then those same alders lend a hand as the terrain turns steep, and you use them to pull yourself up precipitous slopes. Then the shrubs fade away, and you're clambering up a steep field of loose rock, feeling them shifting as you step and hoping they stay put. Oh, and by the way, it's 4 o'clock in the morning, so it's pitch black. Finally, you reach the base of a waterfall where the rocks are slick underfoot and it's loud from the pounding water and cold and damp from the ever-present mist. And this is where you find them. Black swifts. I'm Perry, and you're listening to Headwaters, a show about how Glacier National Park is connected to everything else. I love birds. Seeing them, hearing them, and also counting them. This year so far, I've found 242 species, and counting. But I've never seen a black swift. For a lot of birders, seeing a brand new species can be a highlight of your month, or even of your year. It's called a life bird. I've looked for black swifts every summer I've lived here, but I strike out every time. They're basically big black cigars that fly thousands of feet in the air, and they're incredibly hard to see. But today, I'm going out with Amy Seaman from Montana Audubon and her team to survey for these elusive birds, and hopefully, I'll be in luck. But this isn't just a story about me going birdwatching. It's a story about learning to feel comfortable in the dark, and how to cherish the mysteries we may never solve.
Once it shoots out, your eye might not pick it up till like out here, where it's out further from the waterfall. I think part of that's just the speed they come out.
Which is how fast?
So fast. I mean,
That's Amy. She's an all-around bird expert, but has spent a lot of the last 10 summers looking for black swifts in a collaborative effort between Montana Audubon and the park, with support from the Glacier Conservancy. With her help, I thought it'd be a lot easier to find them, but it is definitely not easy.
So the birds are basically too fast to see in your binoculars.
They really are.
And if you want a glimpse of them, you're going to have to do an alpine start.
I rolled out of bed at 3:05, got dressed and brushed my teeth, and tumbled down the stairs, and had just enough time to zoom out the door into the car to then drive an hour to get here.
So I'm tired, there's rain in the forecast, and it's also fully dark outside. Black swifts are early risers, much earlier than me. They're not quite nocturnal, but they aren't just active during the day either. Amy and other researchers have had the most luck looking for them around their nests at dawn or dusk.
We're on the side of the Going to Sun Road where a creek flows below the road through a culvert. And we're starting to hear the first bird songs. And we're staring at a waterfall, trying to see these little black specks moving at 90 miles an hour.
Black swifts are aerial insectivores, meaning they catch and eat bugs as they fly, especially flying ants. One study found swifts regularly flying at altitudes over 13,000 feet. And they're almost always flying. When they're not nesting, they spend 99% of their time in the air, day and night. That's something like 8 months of flying. How do you study a bird that basically never stops?
So how long have you been doing swift surveys?
This is actually year 10, the beginning of the 10th year.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Which is so fun to think that it's fun. Yeah, we have just as many questions, but we have learned a lot more.
So when you started, you didn't know how many birds there were, didn't know how to look for them, didn't know what their nest sites really looked like.
Exactly.
But despite the things that Amy and others have been able to learn, there's plenty of mystery left. And Amy loves it.
I've always wanted to know what's around me. That was a lifetime goal of like, when I'm a kid and I want to grow up, I want to say, hey, I'm on a hike and what is this thing that I'm walking near or pretty flower that I'm looking at? Then you're like, wait, there is stuff we don't know. So it was this whole full circle of like,
you're a black swift explorer.
I can't believe there's a bird that we found the 6th nest of in the state. That's incredible. It's a wild sentence, and it's so fun. And you're like, wait, we didn't know where they wintered till 2012?
Scientists have learned about many birds' migrations through banding programs that started in the early 1900s. But it wasn't until 2012 that we started to learn where swifts migrate. Using tiny geolocators, researchers in Colorado discovered that they were wintering in the lowland forests of Brazil. But where exactly our swifts from Montana go is still a question. But we do know that they're declining. A 2016 report compiled by Partners in Flight estimated dramatic declines since 1970. Climate change, pesticides, and habitat disturbance are all pressuring these birds. So much about them, especially Glacier's population, is unknown.
And I'll never forget my first year at Sperry Chalet meeting a person who had hiked here for decades and had never heard of this bird, and he could name every plant on the side of the trail.
Wow.
So he's like, well, what are you guys here for? And we're like, oh, actually these birds right up in this waterfall that you can look at from the chalet and we've seen for years. And then he was just floored.
And Amy's been working to study swifts and spread the word about them for the last 10 years.
There's enough sites now to start monitoring to a number of birds. Because, of course, at some point, funders want to know, conservationists want to know, like, well, what's the number? Are we running out? Are they declining? Are they not?
Personally, I'll just be happy if I get a little glimpse of just one.
Okay, have I missed anything?
Not yet. Just staring.
I'm standing with Amy and her team, all of us staring intently at the waterfall coming out from under Going to the Sun Road. I'm bundled up, but the cold, damp air is still somehow seeping in.
It's 5:25 now. I've still seen no swifts, although it's seeming less absurd that I might be able to see that now that it's a little lighter, but it hasn't happened yet.
We do call them the swifting hour. There's like a certain light that starts to settle in the morning or night, and you're like, okay, I can feel the activity now. So
Maybe Amy could feel it, but I was not at her level.
So I'm just looking at the waterfall in my binoculars, and we talked for like 2 hours yesterday about how you can find the nests and what to look for, and this kind of nook or crevice or the whitewash from their poops out of the nest, and they made it all seem very straightforward. And I am befuddled.
Needless to say, seeing a swift, even with Amy's help, was not going to be as simple as I'd hoped. But compared to most of their sites, which involve not just a drive, but hiking miles off trail to get to, this is a breeze.
So is this like the cruisiest survey spot you guys have?
yes. I was saying I've never rolled up and I was like, I'm going to wear Crocs just because I can this morning.
It was enough of a challenge for me to get up at 3 a.m, and I'm grateful we did not have to backpack here or bushwhack for hours up a mountain.
So I like to say swifting's not for the faint of heart.
You would be right.
Also, because you get so excited sometimes, I'm like, oh, I'm going to have a heart attack because of my excitement level.
I can't say that I was at heart attack levels of excitement, but some booms of thunder did start to get my heart going.
Okay, status update. It's 5:59 a.m. It's thundering quite a bit. Seeing some lightning off to the north. Still have seen no swifts. Don't know if this is looking promising.
Shoot. I might just put my rain jacket on. If it's pouring, we won't survey, but we have done some like half rainy ones.
It's honestly hard to tell if it's past dawn yet because the storm clouds have made it so dark. We take refuge in the car and the storm lets loose. Rain is coming down in sheets and pouring off the cliffs above the road. In a way, the wet weather is appropriate. Black swifts nest behind waterfalls, peeking out through the mist with their big dark eyes. As the clouds empty around me and my nose fogs the car window, I suppose I'm getting a glimpse of what their habitat might feel like. One question I had was, why did they so often nest behind or around waterfalls in the first place? There isn't conclusive evidence, but experts think it serves a few purposes. The first is to avoid predators, and another possibility is climate control.
But then apparently the water is good for the temperature to be cool because they're not fluctuating, like they're not getting so hot either.
It's just steady.
Yeah, I think it stays basically like 45 degrees all the time behind.
Glacier has plenty of waterfalls in the spring, fed by melting winter snow. But by late summer, most of them run dry. Black swifts are smart enough to only pick waterfalls that will protect and cool their chicks all the way until the end of summer. And those can only be fed by glaciers and persistent snowfields, which this park has a lot of.
We have realized that they love Glacier National Park. There are more nests here than in the rest of the state combined that we know of.
But as temperatures warm with climate change, the sources of these waterfalls, those glaciers and snowfields, are declining. Because I guess you could see the swifts as a bit of a canary in the coal mine. And as you say, like, the waterfalls are where they are. They can't move up in elevation. But also they feed on insects. And so as insects decline, like, that's even more invisible.
Yeah, and I think you totally nailed it, because part of the interest in studying black swifts isn't just that they do have a unique place that we just didn't know about them, but they totally share a decline with other aerial insectivores. And the jury's kind of out on exactly what issues are happening.
This is one of the biggest motivations for their studies in Glacier, trying to figure out what the population is like and how worried they need to be.
And it also helps us know, like, oh, maybe we don't need to hit the panic button either right away. Like, there is a lot of great habitat in Montana, and it could be that we have a lot more of these birds than we thought.
But all of Amy's work can still only go so far.
We can also learn only what we can learn in Montana.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know anything that these birds are encountering on their migration or on their wintering grounds.
And even with 10 years of data from Glacier and efforts in Colorado and Idaho, we still know remarkably little about these birds compared with almost every other species I might see on a morning walk. It makes me wonder what else I'm missing.
If a tree falls in the forest and you don't hear it, right? Like, what happens? And then so it's like if a black swift disappears from a waterfall, but we never know they were ever at the waterfall, to me, there's something really interesting that's lost in that.
Still hiding out from the rain, talking with Amy in the car, I've pretty much lost all hope of seeing a swift today. Maybe of ever seeing one. I feel like the thunderstorm is an embodiment of climate change and all the threats these little birds are facing, looming over all of us. As the park's glaciers retreat and disappear, people notice and they care. But does it matter if a bird that I might never see disappears? Can you love something you've never seen?
All right, it's 6:38 now. The storm has abated. There are a lot more cars now. I'm still seeing no swifts, but so you would normally survey until 7:15. So we have another like half hour.
Mm-hmm.
So do you think you see any swifts?
I mean, there is like a smudge back there that could be something, but it's not moving. And
Right, I see a smudge, but I don't see
Put that in the
anything.
data sheet. Smudge on nest.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure this is a bird. It's a bird. There's a bird.
Really?
It's
There's
on
a
that
bird.
other little grassy.
But I'll take a look in the scope and see if I can see anything of what I just thought was a blob.
was it a smudge or a blob?
A mob. And it's tucked away back in this little nook. And I can see a white blob above the smudge. See, I thought I saw it move, but now I'm second guessing myself. Maybe I'm just moving. Oh!
Oh, I see the tail. Oh my God, it's huge. Okay, I thought it was going to be a tiny little bird, but it's huge.
Yeah. It's big.
Oh.
That's why they're kind of crazy, because you're like, this isn't.
I was looking for like a tiny little swallow-sized bird. Oh, it moved its head. This is very exciting.
I didn't notice that before.
Thousands of people drive on the road past this nest site every day and would never know these birds are living their lives here. I've driven past this site dozens and dozens of times. But now I'll look for them every time I drive past.
You can see it so well now. You can see its eyeball. You can see its little wings crossed over its tail. It's looking at me.
It's in a really small space.
Yeah. It's like it's wrapped up in its little sleeping bag of moss and rock.
That black swift, perched underneath a waterfall, peering back at me from its damp ledge, felt like a glimpse into a whole part of Glacier that usually hides out of sight.
It has black, shiny wings and black feathers, and I can see a little tiny bit of white on kind of the front of its face and a big black eyeball kind of looking at me. So it's like a little bit of light, but mostly dark, which was also our experience in this survey. They do a lot of things in the dark, and mostly we can't really see them during the day. And most of their lives are in the dark, but we're learning a little bit more each year in each survey.
In all these years, what do you think you've learned from black swifts?
I think the biggest personal change that I've seen has been sort of a minor one, but I've realized that it actually does run quite deeply into life, and it's that I really am more comfortable at night being a nocturnal person, walking around in the dark, even in my own house or in the creepy basements or in other people's creepy basements. I think it's really impacted my comfort level with, trusting yourself and all your intuitions and when fear is real and when it's not real. And I think people really do have so much more than we let on to stuff, because I've gone to things like in the night and then gone back to the place and like noticed that I'm walking right by the same exact rock or something. And I'm like, I tried to go the same direction, but my body has some kind of memory. Like, I'm like, how did myself take myself to this exact place? Honestly, just operating more comfortably with less light has been a very liberating feeling. I don't know if we learn it as fear as from movies or what it is when you're little and you do have that fear of the dark thing. And
it's very primal. I mean, we spend so much time trying to light up the darkness, whether it's our car headlights or our, turning the lights on in our houses or even leaving our porch lights on all night.
It's just oddly satisfying. And you're like, this just makes life easier when you take off a layer of worrying.
I like that, though. It's not like you go out there and try to make the dark more light. You can just become more comfortable in the dark.
Yeah, absolutely.
One thing you said earlier was like, these birds love Glacier so much. And I don't know, it kind of got me thinking, like, does Glacier love these birds back? And it was like, I think that there's so much effort going into studying them. It kind of makes me maybe say yes now.
I think so. I think Glacier and the Conservancy has supported the effort seriously over the years. And to me, that's just really cool, because it means these birds are impacting a greater landscape, but they need Glacier to nest and survive and reproduce, to keep having black swifts. And then I think the community of people love it, because when people are here, they're totally enjoying nature, and then hopefully passing that down. I mean, as Montana Audubon, too, we are advocates for conservation, and it really does take knowing and caring about something to advocate for, especially if it's a policy decision that will impact climate change or something like that. You do have to know the birds.
I guess I'm still not sure if you can truly love something you don't know. But now I've seen a black swift, and I think we bonded. And I know I don't want to lose them.
How does it feel? They're still there, and that really makes me happy. Actually, to your question of how does it make you feel when you see them again after 10 years,
I don't know why, but I still get so excited. And I do love them. When we were lucky enough to see that nest today, you get that small little bit of just ultra excitement that they're still there. And just knowing that they're there, even though you don't see them all the time, it's just like, gosh, this whole life's happening and we have no idea. And that brought a lot of joy. Yeah.
We've learned a lot about these birds, but can we ever know very much, or will they always kind of be a mystery to us?
That type of thing is so interesting to me, and I think just because we can't exist in their habitat comfortably for much longer than a few hours, I think there is definitely going to always be the part that is just too dark for us to see.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park and is supported by the Glacier National Park Conservancy. We could not make this show without them. You can learn more about what they do at glacier.org. Headwaters is made possible with help from Lacey Kowalski, Melissa Slottick, and so many people throughout the Glacier community, especially the natural and cultural resource teams. We're grateful for all of you. Our music this season is by the brilliant Frank Waln. The show's cover art is by our sweet friend Stella Nall. Check out Frank and Stella's work at the links in our show notes. Special thanks this episode to Amy Seaman and the whole Black Swift team, Montana Audubon, Lisa Bate, and Kaylee Kimball for all the pickles. Besides sharing this episode with a friend who might appreciate it, you can help us out by leaving us a rating and review in your podcast app. Thanks for listening.
The observation platform at McDonald Creek Overlook allows visitors to get an up-close look at this beautiful and powerful force of nature. In summer, the blue-green waters run clear and inviting, but in early spring, melting snows send a torrent of water cascading down the valley as it funnels through these narrow rock walls, where it literally vibrates the viewing platform. It's easy to see the erosional power of streams from a vantage point this close. Streams also hide a more sinister side as well. In Glacier, the leading cause of fatalities is from drownings in creeks and streams. Even though the streams present a cool and refreshing appearance, please remember to use extra caution around water anywhere in the park. Stay on the paths and don't step over railings and barriers. As powerful as McDonald Creek can seem during spring runoff, it's nothing compared to the flood that came through this valley in November of 2006. Fed by huge amounts of warm rain, early mountain snows melted quickly and soon overwhelmed riverbanks throughout the park. This viewing platform survived, but just barely. Water pounded the railings and washed out and damaged bridges and roads in several areas of the park. Across the creek, huge trees left stranded as driftwood high above the creek provide vivid clues to the force of water. Glacier is a land of contrasts. Throughout the park, you will discover awesome examples of the power of nature, all set against the backdrop of some of the most beautiful scenery in the Rockies. McDonald Creek is an excellent example of massive power and delicate beauty combined.
Hey, you rockin' Rockyites! Finally, our theme song matches reality. We have started hearing the first elk bugles around Rocky, which means the bulls are back in town and the rut is on. A few things to keep in mind if you're visiting us this fall. Fall weekends are super busy, like our busiest weekends of the year. Surprising, I know, but true. If you can come during the week in the fall, I highly suggest that you do that. It is noticeably less busy. But if the weekend is your only chance, which totally makes sense because you work, I'm the same way, then try to arrive before 10 a.m. or after 3 p.m. Those times are less busy. And also consider using our park shuttle service. Until October 31st, our popular meadow areas are closed to entry from 5 p.m. to 7 a.m. That means you cannot be off of designated roads or trails between those times. This is for the betterment of the elk during the rut, to give them the space that they need to live their lives. They're not being taken care of. They're being protected, but they have to live out in the wild and do their thing. So that's to help give them time to have a successful rut. This closure includes Moraine Park, Horseshoe Park, Upper Beaver Meadows, Harbison Meadow, and Holsworth Meadow. There are signs posted out there, and we appreciate you for following those signs and helping our elk live the best lives that they can. And finally, do not approach elk or any other wildlife. This goes all the time. We like to emphasize it in the fall. They are big animals. They are especially hyped during the fall rut. They're looking for a fight, and they're feeling amped up, and they can hurt you. They're very big. The minimum legal distance is 25 yards. That's about 2 school bus lengths, so you need to stay at least that far away. But any distance that causes an animal to change its behavior is too close. So if an animal starts moving when it wasn't, or because of your movement, or starts staring at you, or just starts acting differently because of how close you are too close. So thank you for keeping those things in mind. It will help keep you safe, and it will help keep our elk safe. And now let's go on to today's episode. For today's episode, I hiked to Sand Beach Lake with Mary Johnston, historic structures technician for Rocky Mountain National Park, to talk about what the heck a historic structures technician does, the kinds of historic structures we have in Rocky, and the importance of preserving our past. Let's rock. And we're recording. Set this over here. Pick up some
Good
wind
morning,
and water.
Sand Beach.
All those kinds of things. What's that?
Good morning, Sand Beach.
Yeah. Good morning, Sand Beach. Yeah, so we're here at Sand Beach Lake with Mary Johnston.
Hello.
Mary, what are you doing here at Rocky this summer?
This summer, I am the historic structures technician for the Park Service.
Historic structures. What does that mean?
That means old buildings.
Old
basically.
buildings.
It could also include old trails, old roads, anything that's older than 50 years is technically historic. If it meets certain requirements, like it was significant in the past somehow, then it's on our radar. And when it's on our radar, it's potentially on the National Register. And when that happens, it's we're sort of expected to keep up with them based on certain standards and protect them and hopefully continue to keep them in good shape so that the history can be passed on and future generations can come look at these and see little pieces of our history that are scattered throughout the park.
So for your job, are you actually out there fixing stuff, or are you out there
Not as much as I'd like to.
Yeah. So what are you doing? Like what's a typical day?
So a
If there is
typical
a typical
day
day.
involves me having a list of structures that are around the park. Some might be in the front country, right next to a road. It might be a comfort station. It might be one of the park houses. Others might be in the back country, 5 miles away from the nearest road, like a patrol cabin that the rangers use. So my job is to go out and visit these structures and do an assessment of how well the park has been doing in keeping them close to their historical significance. So making sure any changes to the building haven't compromised the original character of it, making sure none of these buildings are being neglected in any sense. None of the changes are inappropriate, as in like modern updates or additions, because we really want to keep these buildings as close as possible to their original state and how they were built. So just making sure they are, not being neglected. Cyclic maintenance is taking care of the buildings, but
Yeah, so we have a big database.
yeah,
That has
so
all this stuff in it, is that right?
after I go out and visit all these structures, take photos, take notes, I come back and update this giant database that sort of serves every park in the country.
Oh, really?
Yeah, every park in the country has their own set of structures, and all of these are in this database. So
That's nationwide.
yeah,
Wow.
like anybody from the parks or even individuals can go onto the site if they have a specific structure in mind, or if regional offices need to know more about certain buildings in a park, but they can't go out and visit them themselves, they go into this database, and based on the work that myself and other structures technicians have, based on the information that we've put in there, it's pretty much a comprehensive timeline and update of past conditions, current conditions, any work that's been done on them, what the building looks like now, what it used to look like. A lot of different divisions could use this as a resource.
So it all goes into this nationwide database, and then anywhere in the country, anyone with access to it can see what's up.
Yeah, so obviously, if you're a Park Service employee, you have a little more access to read into some of the technicalities of the building, but this is a website that anybody could go into.
Oh, really? Even public?
Yeah, definitely the
What's
public.
it called?
It's called the LCS database.
What does that stand for?
List of classified structures.
List
and
of classified.
Classified sounds fancy, but it really just means historic.
So
They've been classified as historic.
Is everything on there on the register, on the National Register?
Yeah, so most of them are on the National Register, which
And
is
could we
why they kind of have.
explain what the National Register is
Yeah,
for folks?
yeah. So the National Register, once a building has been sort of deemed as special in history, as in it had some sort of association with an important event, whether that's a local event or a national event, period in time, or it's related to some significant person, and that could be on a local level as well, or even a certain style of architecture that's been deemed unique or significant. You go through a little process to have that building listed on the register, and if it retains enough of its original integrity, if it hasn't been changed too much over time, then said building or structure or road or trail is listed on the National Register. And under that, there are certain acts that protect those buildings to keep them in its sort of historical context. And there are certain...
So you can't just like go into an old building with beautiful wide board floors and rip them out and put in linoleum or something like that.
Exactly.
Something that would totally change the character of the building, both structurally and also from an experience level, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay. What are some examples of buildings on the register in Rocky that people might know, or buildings or other things too?
Well, one of the first ones they might see is the Beaver Meadows Visitor Center. That one's actually a national landmark. So landmarks are kind of the highest tier of buildings listed on the register.
So that's classified on the register. And like, for example, in that case, it has historic importance, both in terms of the park, but also because it was...
so that one was built under the Mission 66 initiative.
Which Mission 66, I'll fill everyone really quickly.
Please do.
Mission 66, for folks who don't know, after World War II, you had a lot of families, a lot of men coming back, some women out of different types of service, or it just shook everything up, you know. But people were coming back. There's the GI Bill. People were starting their families, and there was, the baby boomer.
Yeah, people were doing better.
People were doing better, and one of the results of that was that national park visitation really started going up. And so there's a recognition that, hey, we really should do something to increase visitor services to handle this capacity. And we want to get it done by 1966 because that was the 50th anniversary of the National Park Service.
The existing park facilities were subpar.
Yeah, and there just weren't enough.
Yeah.
The level of visitation had grown so much.
Yeah.
So for the 50th anniversary, all sorts of stuff got built. And I don't know how we would describe it, but it's somewhat characteristic once you start seeing it. It kind of has a 60s look to it. And it's kind of angular and things. So this was built as part of that push, right? Beaver
Yeah,
Meadows Visitor
and in
Center.
addition, it was designed by the Frank Lloyd Wright Taliesin West School.
Mm-hmm.
They
Little, somewhat famous architect.
Yeah, I would
Of
say.
his school, yeah.
You may have heard of his name once or twice.
Yeah, and if people are familiar, I mean, Frank Lloyd Wright himself didn't,
Yeah,
but
he
it was his
himself
firm.
did not
and it uses a
design
lot
it,
of his
but
style.
his styles and methods. And,
Like the high windows, the top
Mhm.
of the wall windows.
Oh, yeah.
And Intaglia.
give it a Google if you haven't seen it.
Yeah, exactly.
before.
If you
It's a
haven't seen
cool
it in the
little
park,
building
give it a Google, and we have a little bit of info about
where
it. on
you
our-
and I have the pleasure of working out of.
Yes, we do. It is also, a lot of people don't realize this, so it is Beaver Meadows Visitor Center,
Mhm.
and it's also park headquarters. So if
Yeah.
you go to the visitor center and you're wondering what's the rest of this building, it's just
Mhm.
offices, pretty
Yeah.
much. Yeah, it's
it's
a
worth
really cool
stopping
building.
and getting out and
Yeah.
looking at the building. 'cause
And there's
from
an interpretive sign outside that talks
Mhm.
about the architectural importance of the site. Yeah. So that's a big one.
That's one. If you've ever run into any of the backcountry patrol cabins.
Yeah, if anyone's been out hiking and seen cabins out in the backcountry.
Yeah.
Are those all on the register?
Pretty sure every single one of them is on the
Yeah.
register.
Because I
mean,
remember,
those were built.
what was it, 2 years ago? When you and I hiked out to
Mhm.
North Fork Cabin, for
Oh, yeah.
example. And
A lot of them are kind of hidden.
Yeah, they
don't-
are.
They're not intended to be like seen by everybody hiking along. They're initially intended for the rangers doing patrols out in the backcountry, making
Exactly.
sure everything's okay out there, giving
Yep.
them a place to stay without having to
Right.
set up tents. And
Yeah,
stuff
for anyone who
every
does
night.
see them, they're government-owned administrative facilities, so we use
Mhm.
them for like
Yeah, still used
law
today.
enforcement, backcountry patrols. If we have trails crews or backcountry crews working, they can base out of there sometimes.
Very minimal.
Very minimal, yeah,
But
really nice.
yeah,
And what I
super
thought was neat when
typical.
we were looking is that, so like North Fork, that was in
Mhm.
the early 30s that was
Mhm.
built, right? And
Yeah,
it was
late
built
20s.
with almost all on-site materials, correct? Like,
Yeah.
which is incredible to me.
It would be way too expensive to haul in that
Yeah,
stuff, and
especially back then.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's-
now it would be too, but
That was what, like 8 miles from the nearest road or something? 6 miles.
it was
from
a
the
ways,
nearest
and even the
road?
road that was the nearest road is
hardly.
yeah, it'd be,
ever.
you wouldn't want to be hauling a bunch of construction
No.
equipment in on
Mhm.
there. Yeah, so those are all on there. What about is like Old Fall River Road? Is that?
Yeah, so many of the roads that you're driving on are actually quite old.
Uh-huh.
Those were built late 1800s
Oh, really?
to early 1900s. So, like, honestly, some of the trails predate the roads because people were using the trails to get from the west side to the east side or vice versa. There was
Right.
no really
They would just
established
they would hike
route.
it, or they would take
Mhm,
horses
take
and walk
horses,
it.
Yeah.
Huh.
And a lot of the trails were actually established because people who lived in Estes Park or Grand Lake wanted to take tours up there.
Oh,
They wanted
okay.
to take people out there. So
So even before
the
it was a park.
fact, yeah, the fact that they had people wanting to get out into the park, they're like, oh, well, maybe we should just clear these ourselves then and
Huh.
get out there. Of
So, yeah.
course, a few of these trails were used by Native Americans,
Mhm.
obviously, to travel
Mhm.
from the west side to the east side, crossing over the Rockies.
Mhm. And to get up into the mountains for hunting. and
Yeah,
things like that.
so those sort of laid the baseline for where
Where trails would go.
later people would
Yeah.
start to clear them a little more and develop
Yeah, we
them.
talked to Cynthia Langeth at Alpine
Mhm.
Visitor Center a little bit about
Mhm.
Trail Ridge Road and how a lot of it is like exactly where the trail was that Ute and later and Arapaho people would
Yeah.
use later,
Mhm.
and early people even before that.
Yeah.
So I think that's pretty cool that a lot of the routes we still use have.
Yeah.
I mean, they make the most sense. That's what we talked about with her.
Mhm.
One thing that surprised me when I first went out with you on one of these trails was just that a lot of the trail work itself, like rock work,
Mhm.
so like the rock walls that people see when they're hiking that
Mhm.
support elevated sections of trail, or some bridges, or bog walks, which are elevated either dirt or wood or
Mhm.
something through really marshy areas that help
Yeah.
you hike through them without getting your feet soaked. And mucky and boggy.
Yeah,
those also can count, right? Because those were created using, they're historical. They were using old techniques.
A lot of them were built back in the 30s, and you can kind of start to see
CCC, right?
Yeah,
Civilian
the
Conservation Corps.
CCC. They had a really beautiful way of building some of those little rock walls that hold up the trail.
Yeah, I
If
remember
you're-
when you showed me some of the details. I was
Yeah.
like, wow, you're right. This is pretty
If you're
immaculate.
on a ledge where there's a bunch of stacked rocks below you and lichen and moss growing on them, it's pretty likely that those are some of the
Yeah.
original.
It's amazing how well they fit together.
Yeah.
You know, that they're just doing like dry.
They're sort of characterized by, no cement or anything,
Mhm.
nothing like that, just dry laid, stacked rocks, but you can tell each course, so it's in layers,
Mhm.
and they kind of squared them off like chisels at the rocks to make sure they would fit
Wow.
together really well, and just
It's
so it's
amazing.
like really nice and tight, and some of those.
Yeah. I'm continually
features are
amazed
awesome.
as I go to more and more parks and work in different parks and my career goes on, how essential the Civilian Conservation Corps
Mhm.
was to the parks.
Yeah.
Like, we still rely so heavily on so many things that were built during that time.
Yeah,
We're
and
basically
we're kind
just
of repairing and
we're just
upkeeping
kind of
those.
repairing and maintaining them.
Mhm.
But without them,
They pretty much laid a huge amount of groundwork
for tons of parks, even
Yeah.
parks that you wouldn't think of. I remember, like, I did the map for Andersonville Prison, which was
Mhm.
a Confederate prisoner of war camp in
Oh, wow.
gosh, it's in Georgia. It's kind of near Americus, if people know that town. It's kind of near Plains, which is where Jimmy Carter is from and where he still lives, and he has a historic site. Anyway, it was this horrific prisoner of war camp, as most of
Mhm.
them were at that time.
Mhm.
But even there, we were walking around, and there were some trails and some retaining walls and some just things that had been built to kind of shore up
Mhm.
and make sure things would last.
Yeah.
And there's a plaque,
It's
CCC.
kind of amazing how long these things have lasted, considering like
They were just built
the
so
weathering and
carefully. They were built with such care.
Yeah.
And it wasn't because I mean, I don't know. I've just always figured because it was an employment program,
Mhm.
and the whole point was to have jobs for people to do.
Mhm.
That it was like, we're building this rock wall. We want it.
Yeah, you don't
we want it to
expect
be
it to
fantastic
be
quality.
so-
We want it to last forever. Do what
Uh-huh.
you got to do.
Yeah.
And they're using natural materials,
Mhm.
so you don't have the material cost. And so I think it was just like, let's make this incredibly nice so that it'll last
Oh yeah.
for 100 years or
Mhm.
more.
Definitely
you know?
built to last.
And a lot of them are getting close
Mhm.
to 100 years, and
Yeah, and
they look
that's-
great.
That's the point of all of this, is to keep these things intact so that there is evidence of it down the road, and that other people and our kids and grandkids and
Yep.
all those people down the line will be able to see these things. Because honestly, the older it gets, the cooler it becomes.
Well, that's the thing.
and-
That's what I think a lot about with historic things and things on the register, is that there's this weird in between point. It's almost like fashion or something.
Yeah,
There's
yeah,
this
yeah.
weird in between point, like when it was like in the early 90s or something, you're like, oh,
Mhm.
the 80s, that was lame. But now people think 80s are cool because they're old enough.
Yeah.
And I feel the same way with a lot of historic things, just like a rock wall on a trail.
Mhm.
Maybe right now we're like, whatever, it's a rock wall, whatever.
Yeah,
But, then people go to like the UK or something, and they see these hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of year old walls. And
We'll
then
get
it
there one
takes
day.
on.
We'll get there one day.
Yeah, it takes on this different feeling.
Yeah.
Okay,
that's
so
what-
so we have a giant national list of all this stuff,
Mhm.
and you are here at Rocky in the summers
Yep.
to go around
Mhm.
and basically look at all of it.
Yep.
And
Document
keep track of it,
keep
document
track
it.
of the condition,
Yeah.
and make recommendations for how the park could
Yeah.
be doing better, or how they're already doing great,
Yeah.
and ways that they can sort of mitigate any problems that I see. A lot of times there's one issue that's sort of affecting a lot of different buildings,
Uh-huh.
where it's like,
Yep,
they just need to,
just something we need to work on.
yeah.
And it's so cool to me how there's so many specialized techniques for maintaining these things. Like, I
Yeah.
remember some of those, what were they, joists or
Log ends?
log ends? Yeah, the
Mhm.
log ends on a cabin.
Oh, yeah.
And you were showing
When
me,
they-
and you were like, oh yeah, this has been cored out and filled with foam. I was like, what?
Yeah,
And you're like,
yeah.
yeah,
a lot of little
well,
ways
we don't
to-
want to replace the entire thing.
Mhm.
And so it's more the best structural integrity if it starts to
Yeah.
rot out is
And that's
to
the thing. You always are trying to like figure out ways to repair it.
what's the
you're,
best compromise.
Yeah, you try never to replace something unless it's absolutely
Unless you
necessary.
absolutely
Because
have
you
to.
want to keep the originals, and if just part of it has to be repaired, then
Yeah.
just fix that.
Like, I don't know if
but-
people realize, maybe they've seen it when they go around the park during certain construction. Like the first time I came here a few years back,
Mhm.
up on Trail Ridge Road, they were doing some road work and repairing some of those walls
Oh,
that are
yeah.
up there.
So
And yeah, I don't know if
meticulously.
people realize, like, they take those, they photograph
Yeah.
very meticulously, take
Photograph
them
the
apart,
wall.
they number every
Yeah.
rock.
Uh-huh.
And keep diagrams, and when it's
Yeah.
done, they put every rock back, and they use the
where it
same
used to be.
techniques. And we even have you might know this. It's a training area and like a facility that the Park Service has that's specifically for learning techniques for
Mhm.
maintaining historical structures, and then
Yeah.
they send crews out for really hard specialty jobs.
Yeah. It's called like
remember
the
what it's
PAST
called.
program, I think.
Something. Yeah, I'll have to
Where,
look it up.
Yeah, they send different like historians and
Mhm.
preservation crews to different parks just so they can learn. Like,
Yeah.
hey, this is how we're doing this, and
Mhm.
you guys could learn from this and implement it in your park.
Yeah, so we survey things, you survey things, we keep
Mhm.
track of them,
Mhm.
and then who is actually going out and doing the work to maintain things or to
So
repair
Rocky
things?
has its own preservation crew. They're called the Special Projects Crew, I believe.
Uh-huh.
And they specialize in all the work done, maintenance work and rehabilitation work on historic structures.
That's
so
super
they're
cool.
separate sort of from building maintenance crews where they sort of go in and do their thing. But the preservation crew specialized in working with old buildings and sort of using these special techniques to not alter anything or do these repairs rather than replacements of building features. And they're a really experienced crew. I know Bob Maitland, the crew lead, he's been in the park for
Ever.
what? Yeah, he
right?
grew up
Like
in this
his
park.
life.
His dad
Yeah,
worked
right?
in the park, so he grew up here.
Yeah,
He
he's a
grew up in-
multi-generational ranger.
Yeah, grew up in some of the old houses that he's
Yep.
fixing up today. So
Yeah.
he's
Yeah,
it's really
I mean,
good to
people
have
don't-
someone so
People
knowledgeable.
probably don't even realize, like, even a lot of our park housing is
Mhm.
historic.
Yeah.
And so there's more than enough for that crew, that
Mhm.
specialized crew, to do all year round.
Yeah,
like too
exactly.
much, really.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So what kind of training do you have to come out and assess historic structures?
Well, my education is in architecture,
Uh-huh.
and I personally had taken quite a few courses in historic preservation.
How'd you get interested in historic preservation?
Well, it was always kind of like a personal moral thing where I was into sort of preserving old buildings before building something, like before building strip malls and stuff. I'm like, well, why aren't we fixing up these old buildings that we
Fixing up
already
what we
have
have.
in like city centers? Like, we have this infrastructure and everything. We should be using those before we're using all these resources and wasting resources by
Uh-huh.
tearing buildings
Uh-huh.
down.
So you felt like that even before
Yeah.
architecture? Or is that what
It
led
sort
you
of
into
went
architecture?
hand in hand. Yeah, I really wanted to do architecture because I hated the way these suburbias were just being produced with these
Mm.
cookie cutter houses, and it kind of like got to me.
Mhm.
So I was like, well, how could I get in there
Mhm.
and do something about it? So
That's interesting.
That's sort of yeah.
Yeah.
Sort
where
of.
Where are you from?
I'm from Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Yeah.
ABQ.
Big ABQ.
Born and raised?
No,
sort of.
Raised in southern New Mexico,
Okay.
but I do
so
love
New
Albuquerque.
Mexico.
Yeah.
Land of enchantment.
Yep.
Yeah.
Such an enchanting, beautiful place with a lot of history.
Yeah.
So we do have a lot of old structures down there.
Yeah, really old.
Mhm.
Like some of the oldest in the U.S.
Yeah.
Outside of like Florida.
Dating back to the
Spanish.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Before Anglos even got in on that game.
Yeah. So yeah, it was sort of just like my disgust for some of the new stuff being built, which is what
And were you
steered
seeing
me.
that like in Albuquerque or just in
Yeah,
general?
there's like specifically this area outside of Albuquerque called Rio Rancho. It's like this new kind of city, I guess. It's now its own city. Just the epitome of like suburbia. Where just parking lots everywhere, strip malls everywhere, like.
And you're just like, this doesn't this doesn't speak
we
to
like
me.
to say like anywhere America, you know?
Anywhere USA.
Yeah.
Yep.
So saw that going up. Didn't like it at all. And
So
I
that's
was
kinda
like,
what
well,
got
let's
you
go
interested.
back to what we already have and like what do I love about architecture? And a lot of time it's the detail and the care and the character of a lot of these structures that, you know, a lot of suburbias are missing character. It's just all kind of
For sure.
produced cheaply, not made to last.
Well, we were just talking earlier on the hike up. So yeah, we didn't even mention. So we're at Sand Beach Lake right now. You
Mhm.
can't see it because it's audio, but I'll try to post a photo on the blog. Beautiful lake in Wild Basin. Neither of
Yeah.
us had been here before.
Me neither. It's such a little
Yeah,
gem.
it's about 4.5 miles hike in,
Mhm.
right? Some elevation gain, not completely uphill gruel, but lots of sections uphill.
Yeah.
And it really does have a ton of sand on the shore.
It's such a little gem out here. I had
Yeah,
no
it's-
idea.
it's very
There are
beautiful.
people off in the distance. There's a group of
Yeah.
like 10 people with their towels and
Yep,
bikinis
just
right now.
sunbathing. Yeah,
I
I
was
mean,
like,
it-
wow, why didn't I think of that?
And this, we were talking about this lake, Sand Beach. Oh, and we have a great view of Mount Meeker
Mhm.
and
Longs a
kind of
little
an
bit.
interesting view of Longs Peak.
Yeah, the south
I don't
side of
look at it from
Longs.
this side that often, so that's
Mhm.
kind of cool. And Pagoda Mountain, and this is one of the lakes in Rocky, of which there are quite a few.
There's
That
a couple.
yeah, which had well, there's a couple lakes for sure. How many lakes are there? There's so
Oh.
many, but it's one of the lakes that had it's a natural lake, but it was impounded to raise the water level to store even more water in the lake. So it had a
Mhm.
big earthen dam at the outlet.
Yeah.
And then during the Lawn Lake flood, which was 1980,
87,
is that right?
I believe so.
Okay, Lawn Lake flood.
Let's hope.
We'll check our dates.
Yeah.
But the Lawn Lake flood, that's the same kind of situation, a natural lake that had an earthen dam impounding it to raise the water level, and it fell apart. It just fell apart and gave way, and all the water came down, and that is an extremely dangerous and destructive situation. So
Yeah. it
after that
was.
happened,
a lot of damage.
I mean, you can't even imagine. People say they heard
Check out the alluvial fan.
Yeah,
and
go
you'll
to the
see.
alluvial fan and you'll see, just look at those boulders that get moved around and think about that, how much water it would take to do that. And so when that happened, some of our other lakes, like Sand Beach Lake is one of them that had the earthen dams. There was a process of going in and
Yeah.
taking them out
Mhm.
to both return it to a more natural state and to get rid of that danger. So anyway, that's where we're sitting, and we hiked up the trail to look at historic trail structures, right?
Mhm.
So we had some bog walks, we had a little bit of rock wall.
Yeah, some built rock
things like
walls, a few bridges. Obviously, like the bridges have been replaced.
Yeah.
Wood structures, you know, those have to
Yeah,
be
they don't
replaced.
last forever.
Mhm.
We haven't found the infinite wood yet. Yeah, so we're up here at Sand Beach Lake. So had you done anything with architecture before you went to school for it? To college?
Well, honestly, I had always wanted to be an artist.
Uh-huh.
I used to tell my mom I wanted to be an art teacher.
Uh-huh.
She was like, "Oh, that's great, but don't you want to do something that makes a little more money?" And I was like, no. But then I got into a single drafting class in high school, and I discovered that my perfectionism really
lent
pulled
itself well to
through.
drafting.
Yeah.
I can relate to that as somebody who likes to make maps. Very
Yes,
similar.
it's
It's like
so fun.
it's artistic
It is
and
artistic. You
creative,
get to
but also very
draw.
technical
Yeah,
and very
but there's a
precise.
right way.
Yeah.
Like you gotta be.
It's like
yeah.
it's creativity and art inside of very particular rules.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's still room for creativity.
Yeah.
So after that first drafting class, I honestly knew that that's what I
That's what
wanted
you
to
wanted
do.
to do.
Yeah, I could just sit there for hours and draw
Yep.
floor plans and building plans
And do the weird
sections and-
architectural hand lettering. What's that
Yeah.
script called?
I don't know.
I don't know. It's funny. It looks the same. Like
Yeah,
everyone's-
you just have to write in caps all
Yeah,
the
you
time.
just
No
learn.
lowercase.
Yeah,
Just-
exactly.
And then they're like, okay, now make up your own.
So you were interested in art. You
Yeah,
tried
so
drafting.
love drafting.
And the drafting
Figured
was
out
great.
that architecture was the
Mhm.
perfect balance between like art
Uh-huh.
and something like
Yep.
functional, you know,
Uh-huh.
like something
Yep.
that could be used and
Totally.
inhabited. So
Yep.
I like to call it like functional art, even
Uh-huh.
though that kind of, I don't know, undermines art as non-functional. I don't like to say that, but
Well, I don't know. Kant might agree with you. I took this class in college called The Art of Walking, which everyone thinks is like a fluff class, but it really wasn't. It was a 3-week class, and we would walk every day, but in the mornings we would do pretty hardcore philosophy. And one of the main things that we focused on was Kant's critique of judgment.
Oh.
And one of the things he says is that for something to be truly just a piece of art or an aesthetic object, or at least when you're perceiving it as an aesthetic object, that it has to be without purpose. The translation, I don't know what the German for it is, but the translation was purposelessness. So in his opinion, only one very extremely famous and important philosopher's opinion,
yeah.
that if you're thinking of something in its functional way, it isn't like
It doesn't.
art in the same way.
Yeah.
I mean, it is, but it's not the same.
Yeah.
So anyway, I
And
don't
that's always
think you should be
That's
feel
always
bad.
the challenge, though, is like trying to like mesh a beautiful form with its like basic function or something. Like,
Well, and especially in architecture,
yeah.
because I mean, you're dealing with appearance and form and how you want it to look and operate on an aesthetic level, but
Yeah.
also it has to stand up.
Yeah.
and be
Then
affordable.
People can't be running into each other all the
and be
time.
repairable
Yeah.
and
be efficient.
and allow for good air circulation and heating and cool. So it's it is
Relationship to
creative.
the
It's kind of
sun
similar.
and, all
creativity
these
inside
exterior
of tons of constraints.
Yeah.
That's why when you do, and for me, when I do see a building that is like, wow, this is a beautiful building. It's just like a work of art, but it works and it's fun
only,
to be in.
Only then has the architect succeeded.
Yeah, it happens. It happens. Sometimes I've had the opposite too, where you're like, I see what you were going for.
Yeah, no, there's some really
this isn't the most
terrible
pleasant
stuff
building.
out there.
Yeah. So you did the drafting.
Yeah,
you
got
kind
into
of realized that was
architecture
it, and then you got an
school,
architecture school.
applied,
at where?
got in, went to school at University of New Mexico
Still
in
keeping
Albuquerque.
it New Mexico strong.
Yep. Was on a budget, so
Hey.
in-state
Yeah,
was the
man.
way to go. No, it was a really great school, though.
Yeah.
Awesome professors,
Yeah.
really good facilities.
And when was your first? Is this a job that you're in or an internship now?
This is a graduate assistantship.
Oh, that's right. Or it's like a program.
Yeah.
Right.
So
when was the first time that you did this here at Rocky?
My first year in Rocky was 3 years ago.
3 years
so
ago?
in 2014.
Had you done a summer thing before that?
Yeah, the summer before that in 2013, I was doing the same position in Yellowstone National Park.
Nice.
So it's really interesting to see the difference in areas, difference in parks, like both the magnitude
Just
of
the
the
size, yeah.
structures, the quantity.
Yeah, I mean they're 8 times bigger in area.
Yeah.
Than us.
Exactly.
So it's
yeah,
just crazy.
and
how
even
much-
just like here,
actually maybe a little
like
more than
Rocky doesn't have any hotels or lodges or anything in the
Yep.
park, whereas Yellowstone has a ton of
Yes,
those
and they're
in
big.
the park, and a ton of restaurants and a lot of concession-run facilities.
Yeah, whole other scale.
Yeah, so definitely different, like entire little towns in the park.
Yes.
Where here,
Yeah.
we've managed to keep those out.
Yeah, the
of
towns are
park.
the towns are at the entrance. Yeah, you're right. In Yellowstone it is. It's like a few small, really small towns.
Yeah.
Although Grand Canyon not Grand Canyon. Old Faithful, not that small, but
yeah,
pretty
big
and they're all inside one national park. It's kind of amazing. So you did that for a year. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I worked in Yellowstone for 2 years.
Oh, nice.
Yellowstone has a special place in my heart. I would
Yeah.
go back anytime.
Could really only explore like
Oh yeah, it's
a 50th of the park
It's
in
crazy.
one summer. It's huge.
yeah. I mean, my first summer there, I was a room attendant for
Oh.
Zane Terra.
Oh,
at
I'm
Canyon.
sorry. I'm just
Yeah, it was
kidding.
okay. It was chill. It was laid back, no stress.
Yeah.
So I would just make up rooms, and sometimes you'd have to wait for bison to move off of porches. And things
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
But the nice thing was, because it was no stress in terms
Mhm.
of like, it was not a lot of thought went into it.
Yeah.
You know? We just hiked
Oh,
all the
yeah.
time on the weekends.
Those are the kind
and
of people
after
who get those
work
jobs.
yeah, exactly. That's why
Like,
we're
what
all
else
there.
are you doing there?
Yeah,
If not
and
going around
so
hiking and being
I hiked
outdoors.
around a lot, like all the time, and yeah, I saw
Mhm.
just a fraction.
Yeah.
It's so big,
Mhm.
including like some areas like the southeast and southwest corners,
Mhm.
where you're never gonna see them unless you have time to hike, 50, 60-mile
Yeah.
round trip,
Mhm.
because it just takes so long. Like the thoroughfare, getting down in there.
Yeah.
Or
Isn't it like one of the most remote places?
I think that somewhere way down in south
Just
east.
in terms of being farthest from roads.
Yeah,
and
I think
stuff,
somewhere
like,
way down in southeast Yellowstone is
Yeah.
the spot in the lower 48 that's the farthest from any
Mhm.
road. I don't know if it's paved road or town or something, but I think it's
Mhm.
by some measure, the
Yeah.
most remote spot in
Yeah.
the lower 48.
Right.
And then the one up in
One
Alaska,
point.
there's one up in the one in Alaska is on a whole other scale.
Oh, yeah.
It's like 300 miles from the nearest thing instead of 30, but
Yeah.
that,
They win by a
that's
long
different.
shot.
But yeah, Yellowstone's huge.
Yeah.
So you did that, and then you came
Yeah.
here
Mhm.
year 2. What's the name of the program that you're in? Is it a
what is the
defined
name?
program, or was it just a
No, it's
relationship with
like
with
an
the university?
internship through my university and
Yeah.
through my architecture school
Yeah.
specifically.
Mhm.
So students from either the School of Architecture or the School of Landscape Architecture or historic preservation or regional planning.
Cool.
They can all apply to this, and then they hire a handful of us, anywhere from like 4 to 6 of us,
Mhm.
and then we're each sent out to our own park for the
Mhm.
summer. So there's pretty
Yep.
much just one of us in the park. Our specific program is just the Intermountain region. So
Mhm.
pretty much from northern Montana up in Glacier to like southwest Texas.
Yep. Is it Intermountain region as the Park Service defines it, or just?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. For folks who don't know, the Park Service were divided into geographical regions,
Mhm.
mostly for management purposes.
Yeah,
It's
I
just
think
and
so.
Intermountain is huge. I
Mhm.
mean, it has so many parks.
Mhm.
If you go online and search like NPS or National Park Service region
Mhm.
region
There's what,
map,
like
it'll come
8,
up.
7, 6?
Gosh, there's Northeast, Southeast, Midwest,
Pacific
Pacific West.
Uh,
Alaska
a little
used to be
rusty.
included in that, but I think Alaska is its own. I don't know. I would
Okay.
have to look at a map, but
Yeah.
and then Intermountain. So you were there, and then you went back to school for a year, and then came here.
Mhm.
So you already talked a little bit about how Rocky compared to Yellowstone in terms of just
Yeah.
the scale in terms of buildings is very different. How else did
Mhm.
it compare? Had you been to Rocky before?
No, I'd never been to Rocky
Yeah, what'd you think
before.
when you first got here?
I was bewildered. I was like, this has been
What'd you think
my
about this?
neighbor
Yeah.
my
And
whole life,
yeah, 'cause
and I've never
that's
been
true.
here.
It's not that far.
No,
I mean,
it
it's a
really
day's
isn't.
drive.
Yeah.
Yeah. What'd you think about it compared to Yellowstone in terms of like the scenery? Very different.
Different, yeah, for sure. Both in the sense of the wildlife that's around. There are
Yeah.
a lot of
We're missing a few
bison and
species here.
wolves up there.
Yep, we're missing a few species in Rocky.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
and not being in
loved-
grizzly country is a very different
Oh my god,
experience.
it's so nice. It's so nice hiking when there are no grizzlies to worry
it's
about.
very
It's
different.
kind of always in the back of your head
It
when you're
is,
hiking
yeah.
in Yellowstone.
I've talked to people about it because Yellowstone and then
Yeah.
Denali, and I miss it in a lot of ways because it puts, I
Kinda
don't know,
puts
it
a little
just
edge on
it just puts a
your-
whole different feel on the trip. You know?
Yeah.
I mean the danger still statistically is really low,
Yeah.
relatively speaking.
Yeah, but they are
it
around.
it is a danger.
Yeah,
You know,
I remember just
and-
taking a walk around my dorm building in Yellowstone. It was like sun had already gone down. Walking back to my dorm, and this ranger rolls up. He's like, "Do you guys have your bear spray on you?" And we were like, "No, we're just taking a little stroll." He's like, "Okay, well, someone just spotted a grizzly by your dorm, so
Yep. Where did you live? Mammoth?
yeah, Mammoth Hot
Yeah.
Springs."
Yep.
So that was a fun
Yeah,
walk
you
home.
always. Yeah, I always had bear spray on.
Yeah, from then
Always.
on, you're like,
Just-
okay, it's worth it.
Because
It's-
even like when I
it's
was in
worth the peace of
Denali,
mind.
even walking to the hangout spot for all the employees,
Yeah.
even there you would see
Because
bears.
they are around everywhere.
They're
They're
everywhere.
like, yeah.
They can go wherever they want. They can do whatever they want. Exactly.
And no one can say
that's what puts a
boo.
different feel on it. Is when you're
Yeah.
out there at some level, you're just like,
Mhm.
okay, yeah. So that's definitely a big difference.
Also, there's, I would say, over 1,000 historic structures in Yellowstone.
Wow.
Whereas here, there are probably around 300 total.
So still a lot for the size, but
Yeah.
way less.
Yeah.
And a lot of them way smaller.
Mm-hmm,
Because
exactly.
like Yellowstone Lodge, that counts as one, right?
Yeah, that took me like a whole day and a half
That's
to
huge.
take
It's
photos
an
of
amazing
and
building.
take notes of. Yeah, really cool.
Yeah, I can't believe that when who's the architect on that? Oh gosh, I'm forgetting his name now. But he was
Oh,
so
Yellowstone
young.
Lodge?
He was so young when he designed that. It's just kind of mind blowing. Anyway.
Yeah.
And then the other thing that surprised me when I went to Yellowstone for the first time, because I'd never been out west, so I had this thing in my head of just like mountains, and there
Yeah.
are mountains for sure.
Yeah.
There's a lot of mountains, but
Mhm.
there's a ton of it that is not.
No,
mountains. It's
no.
kind of flat,
Mhm.
lodgepole forest as far as the eye can see.
Yeah, you're like up in the
or glacier
mountains,
basins,
but
geyser basins.
once you're there, I feel like the mountains here feel more prominent.
Yeah, they dominate.
Yeah.
Everywhere, no matter where you go, you don't get away from them. Whereas
Uh-huh.
there, depending on what part of the park you're in, it's very
Mhm.
mountainous. But you
Yeah.
can be like if you're in the center of the park or
Mhm.
down like southwest corner,
Mhm.
it's not mountain.
Yeah, and I love the alpine country up here.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite parts.
Yeah,
About
it's
the
beautiful.
park is just
Yeah.
the hikes through the
Yeah.
alpine country.
So this is your third year.
Third year here.
Doing this.
Yes.
What keeps you coming back?
Everything.
Yeah, everything.
Have you seen Rocky Mountain
I
National
have seen Rocky
Park?
Mountain National Park. I definitely have. It is very amazing.
Yeah,
It's
I don't know.
It's a blessed place to be
Honestly,
for sure.
if you study architecture, you're probably going to end up getting a job in a city,
Sure. Yeah.
in an urban area.
Vast majority.
So just the fact that I get to come out here and be surrounded by wilderness and
Yep.
forests and lakes and stuff, like I consider that a rare opportunity.
Uh-huh.
And the fact that I get to sometimes come out and look at old trails
Yep.
for work and
be
go
out-
into the
yeah.
backcountry and find these little cabins. Sometimes I'll go find little cabin ruins that nobody has really looked at for years just because it's not something that the park maintains,
Mhm.
but we sort of have to keep account of those things. Like, so just, it's a combination of all those things, and then being able to stay on this little historic ranch called
Oh,
Good,
that's right.
Good Old McGraw.
You live at McGraw, or don't you?
Yeah, it's this
Oh, wow.
historic dude ranch.
McGraw is amazing.
Made for, or rehabilitated for researchers
Yeah.
to stay in when they need to come into the park
Mhm.
and stay for a week or 3 months or
I
something.
forgot that you live out there.
Yeah,
So
so
nice.
it's,
It's so peaceful.
yeah, gives me a good appreciation for all things natural and built and just how those interplay with one another. And it's also interesting just to note that this park has really pulled back in the amount of built structures in the park. Like, I would say
Good point.
now it probably has maybe a third to a quarter
Of what it once had.
of what it once had.
Yeah, I don't think
There
people
was-
realize. I didn't realize that when I came here, that there were
Yeah.
tons of lodges and
Yeah,
and
real big
facilities.
lodges, restaurants. In Moraine Park, there used to be a golf course and
9-hole
some
golf course,
swimming
right?
pools.
Swimming pool.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
And over time, the park has acquired those things. and
there's
removed
just a
them.
period of time too when it was, fortunately, pulling back from all of its developed areas and realizing, hey, we need to really protect this and sort of convert it back to its natural state, which is why it's so beautiful and undeveloped today.
Mhm.
And in hindsight, like, some of those buildings were really cool and great, but there has to be this balance. You obviously, nowadays, I think it's really great that we don't have any lodges in the park and too many campgrounds or swimming pools and golf courses, like that just takes away from what a national
Well, and especially
park
a park
is.
like this, where, like we were talking about, you're never that far from town. You're
No.
never that far from
Yeah.
a gateway community. So
Exactly.
it's
and
not
you
like
have big cities around. If you
Right.
want to, if you want those amenities,
exactly.
they're close.
It's not like Yellowstone, where it's like, well, if there weren't
Yeah.
any lodges in Yellowstone,
Yeah.
then everyone would be driving like
Yeah.
3 hours plus a day
Yeah.
to get anywhere.
3 hours just to get through the
Just to
park.
get in,
Another like 2 hours
and
to the
then
nearest
just
city.
to get out. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Yeah, that is
It's an interesting dynamic, but
yeah, that surprised me when I first learned about that when I
Mhm.
came here, that so many things had been removed
Yeah.
over time, and that it's just
one
a
day,
decision you have to
one day soon, maybe I want to make a map of all of the structures that used to exist
That'd
in
be
the
really
park,
cool,
just
yeah.
so people can gauge like what it
Yeah, what it used to be.
and then what it
That'd be
is
really cool.
now.
That's
yeah.
a great idea.
Mhm.
There was a student group from CSU, I think, or something like that, that did one of those just for Moraine Park. They mapped where everything had been to kind
Mhm.
of explore the history of it, and it was
Yeah.
really cool. It'd be neat to see that for the entire park.
It's a big undertaking, but
Yes,
there are a lot of
definitely.
like resources and places to pull from, but
Yeah.
not one big comprehensive.
Yeah. So as
Map of
an
everything.
architect and as someone interested in historic structures and keeping things repaired and using what we already have and all those things, what would you say to visitors when they're coming to visit? Like, what tip would you give from that perspective about the park?
I would say inquire about it because
Just be aware of it.
Yeah, I mean, just like notice the buildings around you and know that those are a lot older than anyone's houses that they're living in or a lot of the cities that they live in. You know, like, and just to sort of appreciate the people that were there before you and just think
Yes.
about their lifestyle and how they lived before you and what they were thinking of when they passed through the place and just pretending like you were there 100 years ago or even before that. And then just having a respect for it, you know, not sort of like the leave no trace thing, like don't be tampering with any of the stuff that you're seeing. Don't be messing with any of the buildings or carving your initials into them, you know,
Right.
like
Yep.
it might be cool for you in the moment, but
Yeah, but then
it's not really cool
everyone
for anybody else
Yeah,
later
it
down
ruins
the
it
road.
for everyone that comes after you.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a very good point.
We just want these things to be like in the best condition possible for generations way down the
Yeah.
road. You know, like even buildings that you think don't look that old. Well,
You might be
in
surprised.
100 years, they're
They
going to
will
be
be.
really cool.
That's true.
And people are going to be like, oh, I wish these were taken care of a little better in the past.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's great. I would definitely recommend that to everybody, is just remember that it's not just a park, like it's not just hiking and backpacking and wildlife. It is all those things for sure, but it's also a place where people come and live and work and stay. And for that to happen, there have to be facilities and structures. And, you know, even when you're out hiking, just taking a moment to think about how hard some people, a group of people worked to make that trail.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think I don't, or I didn't for a long time, have an appreciation of just how hard it is to build a mile of trail.
Yeah.
It's crazy. You know, it's so much work that people are doing
Yeah, much
for us
respect
so that
for
then we
their-
can enjoy it. You know,
Yeah, for the trails crews
they're
then
unthanked.
and now.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
Mhm.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna get with the trail crew and cover some of that work.
Nice.
Maybe in depth so
Yeah.
people can kind of
And definitely check out some of those backcountry cabins. If you see them,
if
go
you
up
see
to
'em,
them, peek in the windows. They're
Yeah,
cool.
you can go up to them and look around.
Yeah, for sure.
Just, you know,
Don't try getting in.
Don't try getting in. And sometimes there may be a ranger staying there, stationed there, and
Yeah, they'll let you
be
peek
perfectly happy
inside.
to talk to you and
Yeah.
check in with you and say, hey, say what's up.
It's really cool because some of those old cabins have logbooks from back in the
You can read
60s.
you can read
like just
you can
rangers
read way
who've seen
back.
it, yeah.
It's funny how much things haven't changed.
Really puts in perspective. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
It's
wow,
like,
same
oh,
same
yeah.
problems, different
Same-
day.
exactly.
Different decade.
Especially back there where it's so, you know, your phone doesn't work back there. Or anything,
Yeah.
You know, so you're pretty much living the same way, pulling your water out of the creek, and
Mhm.
filtering, and
Yep, using the privy out in the back.
darn right.
Spending the night with the squirrels and the mice.
Yeah. Anything else you want to cover or that you want to make sure listeners know about?
No, I think we've
Done a good job and hopefully not bore them to death.
Oh, no, definitely. Definitely not.
I know I get excited about it, but I forget not everyone.
Our listeners don't get bored.
No.
And if they do, they can just skip to the next episode.
Oh, okay,
It's no
yeah.
big deal. But
If
no,
they've
our
reached this
listeners
point,
are
they've done good.
are scholars with interests that run the gamut, I'm sure. And one of the reasons why I wanted to talk to you is because I think it is just something that people, including myself, it's just easy to forget about.
Yeah.
The cultural side,
Mhm.
the all the resources that we have in the park, and
Yeah,
you know,
plenty
just
of
think
natural,
about
also
like last year we had
cultural.
4.5 million people come to the park,
Mhm.
and so it is a place that it's like
It's a destination.
a destination with a lot of history.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
A lot
just
of history.
think about that and remember
Mhm.
it, and think of our cultural resources folks who are out there surveying
Yay.
and working on things and maintaining things,
Mhm.
so that hopefully they'll be there, 100 years from now, 200
Yeah.
years from now, 300 years from now.
Yeah.
Hopefully forever. So at least that's what we're going for. That's our goal. You have to have high goals.
Forever.
Yeah. So one final question before we sign off from
Yeah.
Sand Beach Lake. We've been asking everyone this question.
Oh.
It's a pretty open question.
Okay.
What does Rocky mean to you?
Oh my God.
Yeah. Like in your life or...
Rocky has honestly become like my second home.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if I'll be back next year because the work I'm doing is kind of getting wrapped up this year, but
Right.
it's kind of where I feel,
And you recently graduated? and-
yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of just feel like more human
Uh-huh.
out here.
Yep.
Um,
That's interesting.
yeah, I feel more human when I'm around less humans.
I can
For some reason.
I can very much relate to that. And
It's
we've
just
heard
like-
that from a lot of people
Yeah, yeah.
already on the podcast
Yeah.
we've talked to. They're like, I don't know, I just feel more myself, or
Yeah, you just like, it's very introspective. It's inspiring, it's humbling, just the scale of the mountains around you and the vastness of the trees and the power of the water that you see, like, really puts you in your place.
Yes.
As a human. Like, we tend to get on our high horses and just get stuck in the bustle of the city and
Yep.
think that whatever we're doing that day is the most important thing in the world and nothing else is as important. But then you come out here and you're like, this is what's really important.
Absolutely. It snaps you out of it.
Yeah.
Like you don't have a
So-
choice. If you get
Mhm.
out in it, it's gonna happen.
Yeah. And I love feeling like less powerful than nature.
Yes.
And like, I don't know,
The
at
mountains-
nature's will.
The
So-
mountains are really good at that.
Yeah. So Rocky has become this place that I think about all year.
Yeah.
Until I get to come back.
And do you think that your time here, even if you don't come back, is gonna influence your
Oh, for sure.
career and,
Yeah.
and life going
I
forward?
knew like nothing about the Park Service until my first year as an
Yeah.
intern. And I was like, oh my gosh, there's that much that goes on. Like,
Mhm.
there's people doing this stuff and entire divisions dedicated to this. So it really opened my eyes and gave me a new respect for the Park Service. Like, I always tell my friends, like, okay, yeah, I'm going out to my internship for the park. And they're like, oh, you're a ranger? Like, everyone just assumes there's just rangers out here. And I'm like, no, that's like one little part
true.
of what the Park Service is about.
Yeah,
But
yeah. That's one of the reasons why we're doing this podcast.
nice.
Just
Yeah.
just to talk to people and let people
Mhm.
see all the amazing folks, interesting
Yeah.
folks doing stuff that you would never even know about.
Yeah. So even if I don't come back as the historic structures
Yeah.
tech intern next year, I'm sure I'll be back in my future.
We'll always be here.
Yeah.
Rocky will always be here.
Aw.
Yeah. Great.
Yep.
Well, thank you so much for talking to
Yeah,
us. I guess
thanks
we'll
for
pack
having
this stuff up and doesn't look like thunderstorms, so
No.
that's good to go.
Not
Pack
yet.
up and head back down the trail.
Yep.
Great. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Miles.
Bye, Mary.
Bye. I love that.
Isn't it fun? Our next episode will be released on Friday, September 22nd. For show notes, transcriptions, and to learn more about our show, visit our homepage at go.nps.gov/RMNpod. That's go.nps.gov/RMNpod. The Rocky Mountain National Podcast is a product of Rocky Mountain National Park, one of 417 units of the National Park Service that preserve America's heritage for all, forever. Stay classy, Rocky Rangers.
Surrounded by carpets of wildflowers in the summer, Lunch Creek flows down a natural rock staircase from the striking backdrop of Pollock Mountain. It was named for its popularity as a lunch stop for early visitors to the park and remains a popular stop on the road today. No formal trails exist here, so please enjoy the area from the paved parking. Over time, park visitors have continued to venture off the road and up the creek, exploring the area, and in the process have created a network of social trails into this sensitive and fragile habitat. In order to protect the area from curious feet, Glacier National Park has performed extensive revegetation work to rehabilitate Lunch Creek and eliminate the traces of trails by replanting native vegetation. Please notice the signs marking these rehabilitated areas and do not venture in them. If you're interested in the process of revegetation, plan on visiting the park's native plant nursery at the headquarters area in West Glacier. Each year, as projects are identified, native seeds are collected prior to the disturbance, grown in the nursery, and then returned to the disturbed sites when the plants are mature enough to survive on their own. This helps to maintain the genetic integrity of specific locations around the park and provides the plants with the greatest opportunities to survive in the wild. Every Tuesday throughout the summer, tours are conducted at the Native Plant Nursery at 10 a.m. Join us at the nursery for this interesting look at an important aspect of Glacier's natural resources preservation program.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is what we do. I'm Brett Rayburn.
And I'm Miles Barger.
So I have a quick question for you before we get started on this week's episode. Have you ever hiked with a llama before?
I have not hiked with a llama before.
Is that because you don't want to, or is that because you've never had the opportunity?
I think it would be awesome. I've never had the opportunity. I've definitely seen them around at other parks, but I've always wanted a trail goat. You know, that's a thing. Some people hike with trail goats. Yeah.
So wait, hold on. So what? All right, explain this really quickly before.
No, I've seen people in like national forests. They'll have, you usually need at least two because they're herd animals, and they can carry up to like 50 pounds each. So you can use them as kind of mini pack animals, but you don't have to put them on a string, and they just gather at night. Anyway,
what a chick magnet that would be. That'd be a conversation starter right there. Well, so my trivia question today doesn't have to do with goats. It does have to do with llamas. So do you know how many llama outfitters currently have contracts to do business in Yellowstone National Park?
I do not. I will guess 11.
It's actually 3. So you had a string of doing really well on these trivia questions that might have come to an end here.
Failure.
So there are 3 outfitters currently that would let you go hiking with a llama. So it's possible. Maybe a bucket list item here. Our guest this morning is someone who probably would have known the answer to that question. So she's Becky Wyman, a concessions management specialist here at Yellowstone National Park. Becky, have you ever hiked with a llama?
I have not.
No. So it sounds like we need like a work trip.
I think so.
To come out of this summer, because I love nothing more than hiking and not carrying my own stuff.
It makes it quite nice.
That sounds awesome. Well, it's awesome having you here today. So we didn't invite you here to just talk about goats and llamas exclusively. Although, if they come up more, I'm totally fine with that. We invite you here because you have a super important job in the Park Service that most visitors would know nothing about. You work a lot behind the scenes. And before we get into the details about what you do, as a concessions management specialist, actually, could you give us like an overview of what concessioners and what CUAs, commercial use authorization holders, like what are all of those things? Because a lot of listeners probably just have no clue what that is.
So our office oversees all of the commercial operators in the park. We have category 1, 2, and 3 contracts, plus our commercial use authorization program. The category 1 contracts include our large concessioners, currently Xanterra, Yellowstone General Stores. They do the lodging and retail type of operations in the park. We also have our service stations. Our CUA program oversees or has our fishing guides, photo tours, environmental education tours, that sort of scope. And then we have our category 2 and 3 contracts, which include our over snow operators in winter. We have a bear spray rental. We have stock outfitters that do day and overnight trips in the park.
Llamas.
That include our llamas, as well as a ski camp in winter that is located at Canyon.
Awesome. So the Park Service doesn't actually have, like, we don't run hotels or things like that.
That is correct. We have contracts that allow other operators to run those, and we oversee those contracts.
That is a lot. How many are there? Just like a rough ballpark. It's always changing, right? The number.
Well, all of our contracts pretty much stay the same. We have the 3 large category 1 contracts. Like I said, the hotels and retail general stores, and our service stations. We have 38 stock contracts that include the 3 llamas. We have 23 over snow contracts and 1 bear spray rental. And then I believe the number of CUAs exceeds 400.
Yeah, that's a lot. So
Yes.
That's a lot that you're overseeing out of the concessions office.
It is.
Okay. Well, thank you. Yeah, I just thought that would be a good overview of like what your job entails before we kind of dive into the background, and then we'll kind of come back to a typical day of what it's like working as a concessions management specialist. So do you mind telling us a little bit about where and when you got your start in the National Park Service?
So I came to Yellowstone in 1998. I was a bright-eyed, bushy-tailed fisheries technician. So I started my career with the Park Service at Lake in Yellowstone, and I have never left.
So it hooked you.
It hooked me.
No pun intended.
Anyone get it? And how'd you hear about that job?
I think I heard about it through USA Jobs.
Awesome. Yeah, we have, and for those of you who don't know, who are listening to this and don't know what USA Jobs is, we do have an intro episode that kind of explains that, as well as some of the other jargon that we might talk about here. So just refer back to that if you have any questions. So you saw it on USA Jobs, you applied and you got it, and the rest is history.
And I drove my car out from South Carolina, and I've never left.
Wow. Okay, so you're from South Carolina. So you're an East Coaster.
I am.
Okay, that's me too. And then you found the mountains, and
then I found the mountains.
Gotcha.
Same.
So how did you get from that job, which is very different from what you do now? What was that transition like?
It is. So I worked for fisheries for 3 years. Then I moved to the bison office to follow my husband up to Mammoth. And then I just became a flexible park employee and did a variety of administrative roles. I was the natural resource admin assistant for the Center of Resources, which led me to a detail with at the time, it was the Planning, Compliance, and Landscape Architecture Division. So I was their admin assistant, where I made connections with people in that office that eventually would lead to my transitioning over to the commercial services division in an administrative role. And then I just worked my way up. I oversaw the commercial use authorization program for several years before I got my current job overseeing the category 2 and 3 contracts.
Wow. So you've done a little bit of it.
I'm a jack of all trades.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's really cool.
I feel like that's a theme across these episodes. We've either had like people who decide this park is for me, and then you make it work within that park, or some people say this is my job path I want to follow and go wherever they need to go to make that happen.
Yeah.
Or I guess the third type, which is they just want to work in as many parks as possible.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, there's a lot of different ways you can spin an NPS career, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. So you've been here and you've been at Yellowstone. I don't want to do the quick math. What did you say? 98?
25 years.
Okay.
And, and I am in a dual career family.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that my husband also works for Yellowstone National Park has contributed to me being here as long as I have.
Yeah. So how many like dinner table conversations are just focused on Yellowstone?
All the
or
time.
are you guys just like, no, too
All the
much
time.
Yellowstone. We got to talk about something else.
I live vicariously through his job. He's got a much more interesting job than mine.
Well, so what does he do?
He's bear management.
Okay. So, I think there's lots of interesting things in both of those.
Yes.
In both of those jobs. So what does a typical day in your job look like? Is there a typical day?
Typically I'm in the office on the computer, answering phone calls and emails. It's a lot of paper pushing, I guess you could call it. But part of that is just communicating with our concessioners. We review annual financial reports, preparing annual overall ratings, which I kind of liken that to a report card on how they're doing with their contracts.
Do you use a red pen?
I do not.
Oh.
I have one in my hand, but
That's what I was. You look like you're good at writing like F.
Yes. No, and we have very good concessioners. So A++. We review insurance, risk management plans, all things that are outlined in their contracts. Part of my job requires periodic valuations of the concessioners, and this lets us get out into the park to monitor how they're doing, making sure they're meeting service standards as outlined in their operating plans, making sure they're providing a quality visitor service, making sure the facilities are well maintained, and just ensuring the safety of the visitor and their employees. The part that I like most is I occasionally get to go out on horseback rides, ride on snowmobiles, or even take a ski trip every once in a while. So that's what gets me out in the park. So that's what I like.
So you're kind of, are you doing like the undercover boss type of situation where you're like kind of hiding in the ranks of visitors?
We
on
may
the snowmobile?
entail secret shoppers, but usually they know who I am. So
Yeah,
it's not quite as
if you've been here 25 years.
Yes. It's hard to be secret.
Yeah, that sounds like that's a really interesting part of that is getting to test out those different ways of seeing the park. So that was a lot of different functions and tasks that you have. So what do you think is the most important one to be successful at your job?
I think communication skills and establishing relationships is the most important part of my job.
Yeah, because you're talking with
a variety of people from a variety of backgrounds.
Right.
Many of which I don't always relate to.
Sure.
So being flexible and just patient is very a really good thing to keep in mind.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's definitely an important thing.
Yeah. I feel like this past winter, we've seen a lot of that because we've had such crazy snow conditions, by which I mean until later in the winter, hardly any snow. So I've been on some of those calls and just seeing the like constant communication with people and trying to make everything work as best we can for them and for our visitors and all of that. It's given me a good insight into how much communication there is with all these businesses. And they of course have their own interests that are they share interests with the Park Service, but they're also businesses. So
Right.
they have very different things that they have to think about in terms of their long term.
And Yellowstone's had a few hits lately with the flood,
Yeah.
the lack of snowfall. Just it's impacted different people in different ways the last few years.
Yeah, it can
COVID.
be challenging to operate
Very.
businesses on a volcano with crazy weather and you're at the whims of Mother Nature.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think you kind of already touched on this, but is your favorite part of the job getting to go out on those snowmobile trips and pack trips and llama trips and
Anytime I can get out of the office is a good day.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, if it includes the backcountry, it's even better.
So you actually get to go on like a backcountry camping trip, like overnight. Do you do overnighters?
I haven't done overnighters with the concessioners, but I have gone out with our backcountry rangers to do stock evaluations in the summer. So I've gotten to go to Beckler, which I had never
nice.
been to until that.
Yeah.
Last summer I got to go to Thoroughfare.
Cool.
And so
Some pretty remote, some of the
Both
more
places
remote
I've-
areas of the park.
Yeah.
Yes.
Both places I would like to go and haven't made it to yet. So that's pretty awesome.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, that sounds awesome. And I guess on the flip side of that, what's the toughest part of your job?
I think the toughest part of my job is just keeping up with everything. Even though Yellowstone is closed in the spring and fall, we're always preparing for the next season. And so we never get to take a break. And if you fall behind in the management of these contracts, the paperwork, it's hard to catch up. So just staying organized and on top of things is the hard part.
Yeah, I want someone to invent like this pause button that you can just hit and no emails will come in and like you can just like catch up and then you can hit play again and then but I haven't found that yet. So
some of our jobs have sort of a pause button. They have the furlough.
I need
they're not allowed to check email for like 2 weeks or a month, but yeah, you're right.
Yes.
What about the regulations? Are they changing pretty often or do they stay fairly consistent?
I think they're staying pretty constant, but there are some tweaks that they throw at us every once in a while.
Yeah.
So we have to stay on top of those.
Yeah. I was wondering that. Continuing education.
Yes. There's definitely continuing education aspect.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. So you've, even with those difficulties of just a lot of work coming at you, you've obviously done what you could to stay in the National Park Service and in Yellowstone National Park specifically. So why the National Park Service? What's kept you around?
I think just working for an agency whose mission is to preserve our natural and cultural resources, since that is my background. And I grew up, my family took trips to the Great Smokies, Shenandoah. And so it's just been part of who I was prior to the Park Service. And so it just made sense when I landed here that I would stay.
Sure. I guess it's safe to bet that you hadn't snowmobiled in South Carolina too much
I had
before
not.
you got here.
There was many firsts out here.
Yeah, that's one of the cool things about this place is there's always a new experience kind of right around the corner that keeps you motivated, right?
Yes.
Yellowstone just gets some people. And you just can't leave.
Yeah.
Happened to me.
Literally, you can't. They
You just
don't
want to
let
come
you.
back.
No.
Yeah, literally. They won't. let
None
you.
of us ever want to. So would you say that there's a defining moment in your career?
Having been here, this is my first and only park. And I think meeting my husband here and knowing that he wanted to stay here kind of defined my path. And so then I just had to redefine what my goals and ambitions were and find my place.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean that makes sense. Do you guys spend time in the park on the weekends and that, or are you guys?
we used to do that a lot more.
Yeah.
Now we have 2 teenagers, so
That keeps you
they
pretty
keep us
busy.
pretty busy.
Yeah, volleyball games and
Volleyball games, basketball games. That's the challenging part living in a remote area is that aspect of it.
So can you kind of touch on that really quickly? Like that's an interesting perspective, raising a family in a remote location like this.
Yellowstone has been a fabulous place to raise kids, especially if you like the outdoors. But with that comes some sacrifices. We're an hour away from the nearest town, like big town for some recreational activities. But you just kind of have to roll with the punches. And if that's what you want to be involved with, you do it. We used to have them in ski school at Bridger Bowl every weekend, and we drive the hour and a half up there every Sunday. Soccer was in Livingston, which is an hour away. We had basketball tournaments and all of that, but we also threw in family trips, hiking, backpacking, fishing, rafting. I mean, you've got it all here. It's just you have to. I mean, we're an hour away from the closest vet for your pets.
Mm-hmm.
So it takes a special person to live here. But if you love the outdoors, I think this is a great place to be.
Yeah. Yeah. That was the biggest. Miles, you've lived on the East Coast too. So like that was the biggest adjustment for me, is just how like no one bats an eye when they're driving an hour and a half somewhere. That's like nothing to them. And I'm like, whoa, that's very far to me. When I first came here, that was like a weekend trip.
Yep.
Was an hour and a half. And so doing that just to go to the store is definitely an adjustment.
And I think, like all of the parents that I know and have grown up with here, we all pitch in. We have daycare, we have preschool, we have grade school.
Mm-hmm.
And we all just probably have to do more here to be involved than you would on the East Coast or in larger metropolitan areas. But it creates that community as well.
Yeah, you probably don't find community like this in a lot of. I mean, this is pretty special.
It is pretty special.
That just can't happen otherwise, because people are off doing their own thing, driving all over the place.
Yeah, there's no one else to do stuff for you here.
Yeah.
So it's like
you kind of have to hang out.
Yeah, like my son's been in preschool the past 2 years, and I've been on the board because it's like only so many of us have a kid in preschool, and
I've been there, done that.
Yeah, I've heard lots of people here told me that when I was moving here. They were like, well, you'll be involved in a lot of things because you have to be. And also everyone will try to recruit your kid for everything because they're a precious commodity.
They are.
They're a limited supply.
We need more kids.
Yes.
Yeah, no. So getting back to your job, so the Park Service mission is to, like you alluded to, preserve the natural and cultural resources for the enjoyment, education, and inspiration for this and future generations, those kids we were talking about. So with that in mind, how does your job contribute to that mission?
Well, I keep going back to when I was first interviewed for my administrative assistant position in the commercial services office, and Mary Murphy, who was a longtime employee of the park, made a comment that stuck with me, and she said, "Our division touches everybody's vacation. It impacts their experience." And so coming in, that's kind of motivated me to make sure that what I'm doing with our partners are contributing to that experience.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if someone has a bad experience, that they associate that with Yellowstone National Park and the National Park Service potentially.
And then also we work with our interpretive division to help educate our guides to be better educators for their clients that they take through the park. So it's a group effort.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, something I've thought about a lot. I don't know how to quantify it, but I would guess that all of our concessioners spend more, certainly like longer term hours with visitors than any National Park Service employee.
Absolutely.
Because I feel like most people, if they interact with a National Park Service employee, it's going to be as a visitor at a visitor center desk, maybe for like a few minutes because we are busy and there's lines and people have questions. Or maybe they get to go on a ranger-led walk or talk. I mean, that's a small percentage, but even those maybe are going to be 30 minutes, 45 minutes, whereas concessioners, it can be all day or multiple days. It can be a really close relationship that people form. So I think about that a lot. I think in every park that I've worked at, that's been the case, that those really quality hours are often with a concessionaire. So they're like a huge, not just an extension of what we do, but they contribute big time to that mission.
Yeah, for sure. So for someone who's listening to this and is like, man, that sounds like a cool job. I like a challenge. I like to go snowmobiling every once in a while. What's the series? Do you know your series in USA Jobs?
It's an 1101.
Okay. So that's what people can look at if they're interested in those, and that's concessions.
It's a concessions management specialist.
Okay.
And I believe they start at a GS7 and go all the way up to supervisory positions. There are, I don't know what the series number, but there is a concessions management assistant that might be like a 6-7. But yes, we're all over the Park Service in every park.
Okay. Yeah. And that's the other great thing is that every park has those types of jobs. So if you want to move around the country, you can do that pretty easily.
Absolutely.
That's another great part of that job.
And every park is different in the contracts and commercial use authorizations and activities that they offer. So pick your park, pick your activity, and there's probably something out there for you.
Yeah, for sure. Mm-hmm. And do you need formal training to qualify for those positions?
Obviously not.
Just lots of experience.
I come from a wildlife biology background. I think a business, accounting, finance experience would be beneficial. I've kind of had to learn on the job. But one thing that's helped me in Yellowstone is just my varied experience working here, and knowing people and programs and the willingness to be flexible and patient. It took me a while to get where I am. And I made some choices for my family that kept me from taking certain jobs. And there were certain jobs I didn't want. But I think those type things would be beneficial for someone looking at this. I don't know that you need like an accounting degree, but I definitely think, people that have run small businesses or worked in, we have one of my coworkers worked, in a cell phone company, just having that knowledge of other business, having that acumen would be helpful. That's where I've been lacking. So it's taken me a few years to train myself.
Sure. And so is your advice would that be your advice for someone wanting that position? Just kind of be opportunistic and take what you can and kind of it'll work its way.
Yeah. And there's been several details that come across that I would encourage people to take advantage of to gain experience. Once you get into the program, our Washington office offers annual trainings with asset management, pricing and evaluation, financial management, commercial use authorizations to kind of bring everybody up to speed, because it is kind of a different aspect of the Park Service. And especially for those people in parks that have collateral duties, you're a superintendent, but you also have to manage the commercial services. It helps with those type things. But I do think there's some introductory trainings on DOI talent that anyone can take. Like, I think there's an introduction to commercial services just to give you some background on the program.
Yeah, that give you that solid foundation to get started and kind of learn more about it. Well, that all sounds, that's great advice. I think super applicable to a lot of people listening. Do you have a favorite, before we let you go, do you have a favorite memory in Yellowstone National Park? I'm guessing you have a few in 25 years. But you can only pick one. That's my rule.
Okay. Well,
very strict.
After 25 years, I have too many. So I'm going to pick one that's not in Yellowstone.
Yeah, that's totally
Before I came to Yellowstone, I worked for the Fish and Wildlife Service in Vernal, Utah. And we worked in Dinosaur National Monument. So my favorite memory is just, I worked for an endangered fish project, electrofishing down the Yampa through the park. It was my first job out of college and the best one ever.
Can you describe to those who don't know what electrofishing is? Because it sounds like some heavy metal band from the 80s or something.
Well, we had a raft with electrodes that came out from a boom on the front of the raft, and it had a platform, and we turned the generator on to create the current, and we would go through the rapids with the electricity on, and the fish would get stunned and float to the top, and we'd have large nets hanging off the front of the boat that we would scoop the fish up and bring them in and tag them if they were the right type of fish.
And no fish are harmed in
that is correct.
They are okay for our listeners out there. Did you get any like really weird random species that kind of floated to the top?
No, it was an endangered fish project, so we were looking for specific fish.
Okay.
And so they were few and far between.
Yeah.
But
you just got to make sure that you don't fall in the water when those electrodes are on.
That's one of the like most amazing rafting canyons.
It's beautiful
in the country.
It is beautiful.
Yeah.
I would love to go back.
That's another group trip that we can take.
Did you go through the gates of Lador?
That's the one section I have not done.
Gates of
so
Lador, yeah.
I have
my father-in-law's
that on my
done
list.
it, and he's like, says it's, unbelievable.
Yeah.
Nice.
And it's a great name.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Becky, thank you so much for joining us today. It's been awesome learning a little bit more about what you do and how you contribute to the National Park Service mission. So just thanks for taking the time to talk to us and teach us a little bit more about it.
My pleasure.
All right, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, Becky Wyman. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen. Every positive review really helps new people find the show, so we appreciate it. If you have questions or want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedopodcast. Thank you.
Jackson Glacier Overlook is just a short walk up the Going to the Sun Road from the Gunsight Pass Trailhead shuttle stop. For visitors just driving the road, this is the best view of a glacier they will get. The bluish-white ice of Jackson Glacier is about 5.5 miles from this viewpoint. This glacier has changed dramatically over the last 100 years and is much smaller than the one seen by early park visitors. In fact, it is now split into two glaciers, Jackson and Blackfoot, as it has melted over the decades. Although the glaciers in the park today are small compared to their Ice Age counterparts, they do work the same as the larger versions. Glaciers form when more snow falls in the winter than melts in the summer. As snow accumulates over many seasons, ice forms. And the weight of the ice and snow causes the bottom layers to compress and become more flexible and less brittle than the top layers. As the glacier starts to move downhill under its own weight, it becomes a frozen river of ice that slowly flows across the land, eroding and shaping the bedrock into unique landforms. When less snow accumulates and less ice is created, the glacier's forward movement no longer keeps pace with melting, and the glacier melts back and retreats up the mountain. That is what is currently happening to all the glaciers in the park. In 1850, at the end of the Little Ice Age, it is estimated that there were 150 glaciers in the park. By 1968, they numbered only around 50. Today, there are 26 glaciers, many of which are just small remnants of what they once were. For many years, scientists have been studying global climate change, and it is clear that ecosystems like Glacier National Park are undergoing dramatic changes. While the Earth's climate has undergone cooling and warming cycles in the past, if current warming trends continue, scientists predict that the glaciers in Glacier National Park will be completely gone by the year 2030.
Hello, Rocky Mountain National Podcast listeners, our podcast pikas out there. Before we tell you about this week's episode, we have two special events coming up on Tuesday, July 18th that we want to make sure you know about. So Tuesday, July 18th, first, we are celebrating the 100th anniversary of the Holsworth Historic Site. And you're going to hear a lot about the Holsworth Historic Site in this week's podcast episode. So stick around, give it a listen. Maybe it'll entice you to come celebrate. The Holsworth Historic Site is located about 8 miles north of Grand Lake on Highway 34 on the west side of Rocky Mountain National Park. From 10:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., we will celebrate the history of the Holsworth family with special displays, programs, and games for children. And we'll also be giving guided tours of the site all day. Then, starting at 5 p.m., join us for a special campfire program with actual Holsworth family members at the Holsworth Historic Site Campfire Ring. So, a full day of celebrations for the 100th anniversary of the Holsworth Historic Site. We are also on Tuesday, July 18th, celebrating World Listening Day. From babbling brooks and thundering waterfalls to bugling elk and singing birds, the natural sounds in this park and all over the world create immersive experiences that are important for visitors, wildlife, and ecosystems. The unimpaired sounds of nature are fundamental natural resources worthy of protection. And this day celebrates that. So there will be activities, art projects, and interactive games at Fall River Visitor Center from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Fall River Visitor Center again. Then you can meet in front of the Fall River Visitor Center at 6 p.m. to join Dr. Jacob Job, a scientist with the Sounds and Light Ecology team at Colorado State University. He is going to guide you on a 1.5-hour sound walk that will focus on listening to the sounds of Rocky and what they tell us about our surroundings. So again, for that walk, meet at 6 p.m. in front of the Fall River Visitor Center. One thing to note is that you do need a park pass of some kind because you will be going into the park. So either a day pass, week pass, annual pass, interagency pass, some kind of pass so that you can get entrance into the park. All right, so those are our news and announcements. We're going to lead straight into this week's episode, which is a very cool one. We traveled over Trail Ridge Road to the west side of the park and joined Macy McPherson and Michelle Simmons, our two year-round interpretive rangers on the west side of the park at the Holsworth Historic Site. So we sat out in front of Holsworth. We were at the picnic table and chatted all about not only Holsworth and why it's important and what you can do there, but also about Macy and Michelle's career, what it's like on the west side of the park versus the east side of the park and things to look for over there, about the town of Grand Lake. It was just a great conversation. We had a really good time, and we hope that this will help you learn about some of the lesser visited areas in Rocky Mountain National Park on the west side. So we hope you enjoy, and here we go. Here's Macy and Michelle. Okay, we are here at Holsworth Historic Site. Is that the full name? Yes, Holsworth Historic Site. With, could you give us your names and your title, what you do at the park?
My name is Macy McPherson, and I am one of the interpreters here on the west side of Rocky Mountain National Park.
Mm-hmm.
And I am Michelle Simmons. I'm the district interpreter here on the west side of the park, so I oversee the kind of the visitor communication education operation here. And Macy is selling herself short because she is actually my right-hand person, the only other permanent interpreter year-round here on the west side of the park, and she is amazing. She also is the lead out here at Holsworth Historic Site, so it's thanks to her and the volunteers she works with that we have this wonderful place open to the public.
Mm-hmm. So we have two permanent interpretive rangers on this side of the park.
We do. There are two of us that work
There
year-round.
all two of you.
All two of us.
Yep.
And a number of wonderful seasonals who help us out in the summer. And then again, some of them in the winter with our ski and snowshoe programs and education programs in the schools. But no, thank goodness Macy is here.
Thank goodness Michelle is here.
Yeah, and for our podcast listeners who have listened to previous episodes, episode 1, we interviewed Kathy Brazelton on the other side. So, Michelle, you're like the Kathy of this side, the
yeah,
district.
in some ways.
In
Kathy
some
is
ways.
the East District
Right.
interpreter or East District naturalist.
Right.
I'm the West District naturalist, and I'm told sometimes known as the Wicked Witch of the East and the Wicked Witch of the West.
Wow.
So,
Okay.
no comment there. But
No comment. Okay. That's funny. All right. So today I want to talk about west side of the park versus the east side for sure. I'm sure that'll come up, and then also talk about Holsworth, where we are, and we can start with Holsworth Historic Site. So since that's where we're sitting, could you give us just a real quick overview of what Holsworth is?
The Holsworth Historic Site is a homestead that was homesteaded by the Holsworth family, and then it was turned into a dude ranch and a working ranch through 1974. And so today it gives visitors an opportunity to come and see what life was like 100 years ago. This year, the main cabin is 100 years old. It was built in 1917.
Centennial.
It's a centennial of the Holsworth.
Yeah.
Yep, coming up here and homesteading. And we have a lot of family heirlooms here at the site, so visitors actually get to have a one-on-one experience with real artifacts, which you don't get in a lot of places. And they get really amazing one-on-one tours with volunteers who know a lot about the history and kind of give visitors a glimpse into the past here at Rocky Mountain.
yeah, and expanding on what Macy said about the artifacts, one of the neat things about the story here is that when the site was sold to the National Park Service, actually via the Nature Conservancy, when it happened back in the 70s. The Holsworth sold it with their belongings intact. So you really do, when you walk through the cabins and you look in the cabins, you're seeing it as they left it, and you're really catching an authentic glimpse of what homesteading life was out here was like out here.
Yeah, that struck me the first time I visited here, which was 3 years ago now, I think. Yeah, you just felt like you were walking into somebody's house. It was really neat. Didn't feel like you're walking into a museum or anything like that. You're just like, oh, wow, okay. That's cool. I'm glad that they convinced them to leave all their stuff.
We have a lot of visitors who say that same thing, or they say, wow, this looks just like my grandma's or my great-grandma's house. Like some of the same artifacts are in here that are in my relatives' home. So it really helps them connect, like, oh, wow, people actually did live here at Rocky Mountain.
Yeah, and it was... One thing that I enjoyed was all the taxidermy, all the various projects, just because it was like, it just kind of gave you a feel for.
Tell them about how that came to be.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of taxidermy items out here.
Yeah, for people who haven't visited, number one, you should come visit, and yeah, it's just like.
There's an
coat
incredible,
racks, lamps.
coat racks made with feet of animals, lamps. Exactly. There's all kinds of different types of items, and there's actually a whole taxidermy shop where all of Papa or John Senior Holsworth, he has all of his tools and everything are still here. And one of the reasons why he started taxidermy was because he got in a really bad wagon accident just right at the bottom of the hill here when they first homesteaded up here, and he couldn't really work anymore, and so he went back to school long distance.
Like correspondence
courses to Nebraska, and which I'm still puzzled of how you do that in the early 1920s.
Stuff here.
Right.
Amazing.
And so in 1924, he got his taxidermy license officially, and it's hanging up in the taxidermy shop for folks to see. So yeah, they turned a pretty tough situation into something really interesting and a great opportunity for the family to still make a living out here.
Yeah, some of the stuff in the taxidermy shop is really neat.
It's
is
really
that a
neat.
Deer that's in the case?
There's a deer in the case. There's
a
also
full-size
a full-size deer,
Full body.
and it's kind of white because it's been bleached by the sun.
Yeah.
So that's why it's hidden in the back now. And there's also a couple birds stuffed back in there. And then yes, in the mama cabin, there's a lot of deer and some elk, and then a literal footstool.
Yeah. Yep.
Which you'd have to see in person to really
A
appreciate.
footstool made out of feet.
Yes.
Yeah. So they first came here then in 1917, correct?
Yes.
When they built the first cabin.
Yes.
So paint the picture. What was homesteading like here in 1917? Yeah, and why did they come here?
Yeah, so if you can try to imagine being a family in Denver in 1916 and operating in a saloon, Colorado was one of the first states to pass prohibition. And so this family, the Holsworths, lost one of their main businesses in 1916. And so they had to start all over again. They had a huge change happen to their family, and had to figure out what to do. What to do. They were in their early 50s. So they had to really start over in the middle of their lives. And they still had one son at home who was 14, Johnny Jr., and they decided to come up and homestead. John Holsworth Sr., or Papa, had homesteaded before in his younger years, but it didn't really work out for him up here in the county. So they decided to try again. And luckily enough for them, there was still homesteaded property available up here on the edge of Rocky Mountain National Park in 1916, which is pretty incredible to think about. So the park was already a national park, but where we are right now was not parkland. And so 1917, they came up here and built a cabin and started working the land, which is what you had to do to homestead. And then really quickly after that, Papa injured himself. So that 14-year-old son, who would have been probably 15 or 16 at the time, had to take on everything, farming, building the cabins, keeping up all the work. They cut ice off of Grand Lake for a living in the winter, but also to keep their food cold. So there's a lot of work year-round. And so this place was very different, I imagine, back then compared to today. There wasn't a paved road. Fall River Road wasn't open yet, or Trail Ridge Road. Grand Lake was a little community, but there wasn't a lot there. So it's just under 8 miles south of us. So they had to somehow get back and forth to town even in the winter.
Seems very remote.
Very remote.
Very remote.
So they were tough.
And just hard winters.
Very hard winters.
Long up here.
When you come out here in the winter nowadays, you're snowshoeing on a good 4 or 5 feet of snow.
Yeah.
So I can imagine it was pretty incredible back then as well.
Too. I just can't imagine trying to homestead out here.
I know.
Just like trying to grow food or anything.
Well, and indeed, the homesteading part, particularly the ranching and trying to raise cattle or horses, proved to be a real challenge. And like many of the homesteaders in the valley here that made it work, they discovered as the park became more popular that it was far easier to make a living in the recreation industry than it was actually being, relying on ranching and cattle. And so they did. As the park grew in popularity, as Fall River Road did open, and then eventually Trail Ridge Road, they made their living by building more cabins and catering to tourists who would come through here, offering lodging, offering home-cooked meals. Johnny Holsworth, Johnny Jr., catching fish down in the Colorado River, which is here on the property, and serving visitors. Now we don't do all of that today, but we're still in the business of serving visitors, and that's what's really kept up here in the Kawanichi Valley.
Yeah, when did they start making that switch from homesteading to starting to do the
It really
tourism,
happened in the early 1920s.
Okay, so they weren't homesteading too long before they were like, okay, we need to do something else here.
Yeah, and they actually had a lot of Papa's friends coming up from Denver just to stay here. And Mama or Sophia Holsworth was kind of getting tired of taking care of them all without, getting anything. And Johnny was doing all the work. And so she said, I'm going to start charging people to stay here and cook for them and that sort of thing. And so they built one of the first guest cabins in 1921. And that one you can go in today. It's called Twin One and see kind of what it would have been like to stay here. Little log cabin. And Mama Holsworth would cook and really great German food. She was a German immigrant as well as John Holsworth Sr. They both immigrated into America separately, but met in Denver, and very strong German roots. So she had some apparently great German food coming out of that kitchen.
Wow. That sounds great. Come stay back here for how long would people stay? Just totally varied, or was it more long term?
I don't know exactly how long they would stay. I know in the 20s they charged $2 a night or $11 a week to stay here, and that included food and whatnot, probably horses to go on trips, pack trips with.
I could handle that.
Yeah, I would imagine for how long it probably took to get up here. It probably took in those days, even in a Model T pickup truck or something like that, it would have taken a while to get up here from Denver over Berthoud Pass or over Fall River Road. It would have taken forever. So I'd assume once you got up here, you'd probably stay for a while.
Yeah.
Which people still do today. A lot of visitors come up to the Grand Lake area, and they don't just come for one day. Usually they're here either camping here in the national park or outside, staying in a little cabin or whatnot for a good few days or a week at a time.
Yeah.
Or even for the whole summer.
Actually, one of the fun things about how much time people spend, a lot of folks are driving through the valley here and see the sign for Holsworth Historic Site, don't really know anything about it, but stop in. The bulk of the buildings are about a half a mile across the valley and across the Colorado River from the parking area. But we have one historic cabin that's right by the parking area. And so during the times that we're open, which is about 10:30 to 4:30 daily here in the summer, you'll meet you'll meet a volunteer at that cabin who will tell people a little of the history and encourage them to take that half a mile level stroll across the valley to come see the main part of the historic site.
Mm-hmm.
And what often happens is people think, oh, well, we'll trot back there quickly and spend a few minutes and come back. And it is not uncommon to watch people spend 2 hours, 3 hours. They get
Mhm.
out here and there's so much to see. And the volunteers who run the site are so knowledgeable and friendly. And there's a few activities for kids to do. We've just actually, thanks to one of our interns this summer, another amazing volunteer, Emily, have started up a bingo, a little bingo game that you can play out here looking for some of the artifacts. Like, is the footstool on it?
The
footstool's on it.
The toilet seat and twin one is on there. Which
Oh, really?
You have to come find.
Don't tell them where it is.
I won't.
Okay.
It's in there somewhere.
In there somewhere.
So at any rate, if you're planning on coming, give yourself plenty of time
Yeah.
because folks really do get hooked out here.
Yeah,
It's-
that happens.
It's a great place
yeah, the
to
first
stay.
time that I came out here with a small group of people, we were like, oh, we'll just stop in and check it. And we stayed quite a while. The buffalo coat lured us in.
Yeah, so we have an incredible buffalo coat that is a remake of the original buffalo coat, but it's still really incredible. And
So heavy.
It's so heavy, and it's just amazing. We just had it restitched a little because we have so many people try it on. It was actually falling apart, and that's how much people love this buffalo coat. They actually come here looking for it.
Oh, yeah.
And it's made out of 2 buffalo hides, and it weighs 22 pounds. So you definitely need to come check out the buffalo coat and put it on.
I'd love to have it on when it's cold just to see. Because every time I've put it on, it's been warm.
Yeah,
and
it's
you're
been
like,
hot.
Okay, I'm
Yeah,
hot
and you're like,
immediately.
"This
Take it
isn't-
off.
I'm done."
Yeah, but it'd be interesting to see how it is when it's 10.
I try to
10 below, 20
imagine
below.
wearing that heavy coat and walking around in the snow because it's down
Good
to the
workout.
ground.
Yeah.
So, and with how much snow there is, even if you're in skis or snowshoes,
Yeah.
you'd just be coated in snow and ice.
Absolutely.
Well, it's down to the ground for you, Macy. I'm not. I'm
True.
not sure it would have been true for Johnny Holsworth.
Maybe he was much taller than me.
so while we're setting it up, so yeah, when people pull up, you're driving on 30 Trail Ridge Road, 34, whichever you want to call it. You'll see a sign, Holsworth Historic Site, one of those nice brown signs that you see in parks. And there's a parking area, and like you said, the cabin. There's someone there to talk to. Then you walk about half a mile, and it's a nice walk. It's a great walk. There's some signs that teach you about the area. You can kind of get out in the middle of the valley to get a little bit more of a feel. You walk over the Colorado River.
There's often elk or moose
Yep.
that you see along the
Elk
way.
or moose. And then you get over here, and how many cabins are there total? A lot. It's quite a site.
We're counting. Hang
Yeah,
on.
we're counting right now.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah. There's a lot.
There's 12 cabins out
12?
here, plus a few outhouses that
Yeah.
are kind of scattered throughout.
And then, so when you come to visit, how many of these can you look inside? You can look in the main cabin.
You can look
right?
in the main cabin, the mama cabin, which we give tours of because
The
that's where
mama
all
cabin,
the
okay.
yep, that's where all the artifacts are. So we ask you to go in with one of the volunteers or one of
Uh-huh.
the rangers out here.
And that is really cool.
It's
I mean,
really
we're audio
great.
only, so we can't show you.
Yeah,
but you need to come see it.
It's really really neat in there. And then there's one of the guest cabins, twin one, that you can go in that's self-guided, as
Uh-huh.
well as the taxidermy shop.
Uh-huh.
There's also an ice house where they kept blocks of ice that they cut off a Grand Lake
Yeah.
in, and it has the original sod roof from the Holsworth
Yeah.
family still growing on it.
Oh, that is okay.
That's actually
really
the real
neat.
grass. Yes.
That's amazing.
And then the little tent house
Mm-hmm.
that Johnny built himself because he got tired of sleeping in the one-room cabin with his parents.
Wonder why.
And those are the main public buildings, and then
Uh-huh.
the one down by the parking lot as well,
Uh-huh.
the Fleshit cabin,
Uh-huh.
which is a little older than the cabins up here.
So people can look at those. They can get. They have to get a guided tour through
Yep.
Mama House.
Yep, Mama House.
And then there's bingo.
There's bingo.
There's a coat you can try
There's
on.
a coat. There's also a washing machine where you can wash
like
socks.
a hand wash
There
machine?
is a hand wash machine with a crank.
Yeah.
And wring out the socks. You can also dress up like a pioneer or a cowboy. So we have
Wow.
clothes for you all to try on. And you can also rope a horse and sit on a saddle.
Wow.
So
So much to do.
Well, explain the horse. It's not a live horse.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Miles was getting really excited. No, we do.
I
We do
wanna
have
be
a
on a
little
horse.
saddle you can sit on. And
Oh, I
you can.
see.
You can. Is that a sawhorse? What would you even call that horse?
It's certainly an original artifact.
Log horse
A
or
log
something.
horse. A horse
Saw
made out of
sawhorse. Yeah.
There is a log horse. Yes,
There's
but
a lot to do.
definitely you can try your
Yeah.
roping. And actually, if you come during the heart of the summer, during July, and I'm trying to remember, we might even go into the first week of August this year. On Friday mornings, there is a program that we offer, a ranger-led program called a Walk Backwards, which is geared towards kids, typically kids age about 6 to 12. And it's by reservation, so you can call the park ahead of time to sign up your kids. 970-627-3471 to make reservations for that. But they actually will dress the kids up in period costumes. That's led by one of our longtime rangers, Barb King, who's amazing with children. So they get to dress up in costume and pretend that they're part of a ranch family. They come back, they get a tour of the mama cabin, and then they get to engage in a bunch of different period-type chores, whether it's mixing some biscuit dough together, or cleaning fish, or milking a cow.
Wow.
Again, the cow may also be made of wood, but it's a
I sense
whole
a
lot.
theme.
It's a whole lot of fun. And what else? Well, sewing on buttons, or
Wow.
making period dolls.
Period dolls. They weave a little rug. They nail horseshoes. They saw wood. They do a lot of chores.
Wow, how long
they
is
have
this?
They do get to do a few games like sack races, but
How long is it?
The program is about 2.5 hours.
Oh, wow. That's a lot. That's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, and it's actually, when you look at our statistics, is one of our most popular programs here on the west side of
I
the
bet.
park.
Sounds fun.
Which is why we ask people to reserve in advance, so that it doesn't get too unwieldy in terms of the numbers. But that's Friday mornings. I'm sure it runs through July. I think it might run through August 4th. But if you access the website
Yeah, you
that
can check
Miles
our
takes
online
care of,
calendar.
you
Yeah.
can check the online calendar.
Yeah, when you go to our website, if you look in the upper right-hand corner, there's a little icon and it says calendar. Click on there. Search, put in the dates when you're going to be here, and it'll show you everything that's going on then. So you can confirm all the details. It's also in the park newspaper. When you come in the park and they hand you the newspaper, look in the middle of that, and it has all of our programming.
Ooh, that's right. Yeah.
Oh, another program.
Yeah, another one of our
Oh,
really
yeah, this one's
special
neat, too.
programs
Yeah.
that happens out here. Happens on Friday evenings. So Fridays are a big day out at Holsworth Historic Site. But Friday evenings, another one of our rangers who's worked here more than 20 seasons, Harry Cannon, does a program called Old Ranch Campfire. I have to be careful not to say Old Ranger Campfire.
Wouldn't want to offend anyone.
No, but
Come see an old campfire
it wouldn't
with an
offend
old
Harry.
ranger.
But he does that in first-person character.
Oh,
so
cool.
when you arrive down at the parking lot down at Fleshett Cabin, he greets you as if he were a ranch hand working for Johnny Holsworth at the time that this was an operating dude ranch. And so he will lead you across that path across the valley, telling you tall tales and stories, which are very much in the style of what Johnny Holsworth was famous for. When they had folks staying out here at the ranch, they would have evening campfires, and he was known for his tall tales. So Harry tells those, and they come back here to the site. We have a campfire ring here at Holsworth Historic Site. They gather around, and it's just an old-timey, old-fashioned good time. They sing a lot of songs, campfire songs. Marshmallows are roasted, and more tall tales are told. And it's a really fun, feel-good,
Sounds great.
family-friendly type program. And again, that goes into early August, I think, on Friday evenings. And again, look at the website for the details on that. But that is not to be missed if you can help it.
Wow. A lot of stuff going on over here at Holsworth. I didn't even realize. I mean, I did, but I don't think of it all at once.
On the 18th, the Tuesday, July 18th.
Yeah, that's a big
we're
one.
Celebrating the 100 years of the Holsworth family
Yeah.
homesteading here. So we're going to have, throughout the day, we're going to do our normal tours and have everything accessible. And then we will have some special booths set up and some kids games from Barb's Walk Backwards program. And in the evening, around 5 p.m., we're going to have a campfire with some of the Holsworth family members. They're going to come out and tell some stories and answer our questions. So if you're in the area on July 18th, that would be a great time to stop by the Holsworth Historic Site.
Yeah, come on by. We've had a couple hundred. There's that for here, the 100th anniversary of Holsworth. And then not too long ago, we had a centennial celebration here for the whole park. So this wasn't part. When did the Kawanichi Valley area become part of Rocky Mountain National Park?
Well,
Okay.
it changed little by little. Slowly, the park accumulated some of the private
Just in
in-holding
parcels?
lands
Okay.
and parcels. Yeah. 1975 is when the Holsworth property, which was almost 800 acres at that point.
Oh, wow. I didn't realize it was that big.
Yeah, they accumulated a lot of land over the period of them living here.
Yeah.
And so it was called the Never Summer Ranch at that period. And so the whole Never Summer Ranch was turned over to the National Park Service in 1975. So that was a good chunk of the Kawanichi Valley, but there's still, even today, are a couple in holdings in the valley, and we're still acquiring land here and there.
Yeah, didn't one just recently get acquired? And yeah.
Yeah, there's just a few
Just a
last
few, right?
private in-holdings here, people who own property since before the time that the park was established. And there was, I think it was the Johnson property.
That's right.
That was acquired with the help of the Rocky Mountain Conservancy just a couple of years ago. And so, yeah, these things, as they become available and as we have willing owners, there's an attempt to try and make the park whole in terms of the boundaries of the private property. So more sites that people can go visit. That particular one is kind of in an obscure location.
Hard to get to.
Yeah, kind of hard to get to. It's not on the main road. But what that protects it from, though, going forward, is that a private owner could sell to another private owner who could look at things like development. Whereas when it does get purchased and given to the park eventually, it ensures that it'll be preserved in a natural state for generations to come.
Yeah, forever. Hopefully,
Yeah,
at least that's what we're supposed to do.
Yes, indeed.
So, what else? We can come back to Holsworth as things come up. Are there other key things you want to make sure we hit before we talk a little bit more broadly?
I'm going to give one more pitch for the volunteer program out here, because this site would not exist in a way that was accessible to the public if we didn't have volunteers. We usually have a staff of about 6 volunteers a day that it takes to operate this place and do the tours and provide wonderful service for the public. So, moving forward year by year, we're always looking to recruit volunteers.
Yeah.
We even have a couple of cabins on site here that are used as housing for some of the volunteers who get to experience what it's like to live in a rustic area
Sounds great.
off the main roads. With no internet and very minimal cell phone coverage.
Yeah, pretty idyllic though.
But we
You're
do
not too
each
far
year.
from
We
Granby.
have 2 or 3 or 4 volunteers that live up here on site and help us out 4 days a week, both at Holsworth and doing a lot of other things. So we typically do recruiting over the winter and then have everybody in place for training in the summer and to get us through the summer season. But watch volunteer.gov is the website where those options are posted, and we're always looking for wonderful people who want to share this story with the public.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. We recently recorded a podcast with Lindsay, our volunteer coordinator, and we were just talking about all the many different ways and programs that are just would not run without our volunteers. And I think this is a great example.
We're getting sometimes now 400 or 500 people a day here at Holsworth Historic Site, and I can't remember what our visitation was for last summer. Got to be in the 30,000. And those are visitors that wouldn't have the chance to experience this if it weren't for the really amazing volunteers who dedicate so much time.
Yeah.
Give
much
back
time.
to the national park.
Yeah, I remember the first time I came here. Maybe she's here today. I met someone. And she'd just been volunteering like full time for I don't even remember how many summers.
Yeah,
it was incredible.
yeah.
It was like a full time job.
Yeah.
She just loved it so much, and not just being out here and volunteering too, but how much I could tell people were really into it, like really into the story, and how much research they'd done and binders they'd made, and just so much love and care and support that they put into it, and to talking to everyone. It's really nice. Okay, that's a good thing to cover. So I just want to talk a little bit more about the Kawanichi Valley and the west side of the park, and what do we mean by the west side of the park, and all that sort of stuff. So what do we mean by the west side of the park for our visitors who may not know?
Well, of course, the park is divided not exactly halfway, but
Yeah.
pretty close by the Continental Divide,
Mhm.
by the main range that runs through here with all the
Mhm.
high peaks, and so both geographically and logistically, it makes sense for the park to sort of have an east district or east districts and a west district.
Mhm.
During the summer, to get from our visitor center and offices here on the west side of the park to where Miles is over at headquarters is an hour and a half or longer, depending on moose jams.
Right. Yep. Exactly. Yep.
Up over the top, and the reality is that in this high mountain elevation habitat, that road is closed most of the year.
Yep.
Usually from about mid-October to Memorial Day, weather dependent.
Right.
And so that time of the year to get from here to there is about 3.5 hours. So there is this geographic kind of separation that makes it logical to have sort of a west side of the park and an east side of the park. It's just practical for that. And so there, it's all one park. We a lot of things you'll find similar, in terms of staff and programming and things side to side. But there's also some differences. Certainly, the Estes Park, the east side of the park, being closer to all the Front Range cities like Denver and Boulder and Fort Collins, bears the brunt of the visitation.
80%.
Yeah,
right?
well,
something like that.
I think in
That's
terms
what
of
you
how
hear.
people enter,
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I think
Right,
yeah,
right.
That's just
In terms
entrance,
of where-
entrance,
yeah, that's
entrance
just
station.
entrance, yeah.
But a lot of those people, not all of them, but a lot of those people who enter on the east side do come all the way across Trail
Mhm.
Ridge Road and come down here. But it is a percentage of them. It's not all of them. And
Sure.
so one of the differences you'll find is that the east side of the park is busier than the west side. Now, in the past few years, the west side is getting busier and busier, and so we're finding some of the same challenges with full parking lots and busy visitor centers as the east side. But still, if you want a chance at having fewer people during your visit, the
Mhm.
west side would be a good target
Mhm.
to come over here
Mhm.
and see some of that.
Mhm.
We have this wonderful historic site,
Mhm.
which is kind of unique in the park.
Yeah, for sure.
Not that there aren't historic areas over there, but there's not a place like this where you can go on tours
Right.
through an
Yeah,
intact.
it's usually like something was here, or
Right.
here's a sign of what it looked like, or something like that. It's
Right,
not, oh,
right.
there's cabins that you can see people's stuff, see their.
Another one of the attractions is the headwaters of the Colorado River.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Which is huge. Obviously,
Yeah.
one of the major rivers in the United States, and it starts from little rivulets flowing together to form stream up here at the head of the Kawanichi Valley. So
Mhm.
it flows through the Kawanichi Valley as it heads.
Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah,
starts its
so
journey.
I mean, people if they come to the park should learn about it. It's in our brochure and everything, but the Continental Divide, like Michelle was saying, runs right through the middle of the park, and so water that falls on one side of the divide ends up eventually in the Atlantic Ocean, and on the other side ends up in the Pacific. And it's interesting how it takes that big jag here, kind of a big U-turn.
Oh yeah, one of the fun
That's an
things to
odd
do
one.
is to have people when they visit Holsworth Historic Site be standing out in the valley with these amazing views of the mountains around, and say, okay, point to the Continental Divide.
Uh-huh.
And the correct answer is to point in 3 different directions because, the Continental Divide does, following the topography, kind of head up the north side of the Kawanichi Valley, cross over at Laputer Pass,
Mhm.
and then come south along the crest of the Never Summer Mountains.
Uh-huh.
And so it's kind of funky to be up here at
Yeah.
the head of this valley and be almost surrounded by the Continental
Yeah,
Divide.
it makes a pretty weird turn.
Yeah.
It's amazing. That's one of my favorite things about here, actually. It's just because if you've been in the West and been to lots of other parts of the Colorado where it's this huge, muddy, raging thing, and you're like, oh, it almost looks like a little creek.
Yeah.
It's really
yeah,
neat.
yeah.
It's really neat to see where it starts. I haven't hiked all the way up. I should.
Yeah.
All the
No,
way
we
up to
have
the headwaters.
One of my favorite little hikes over here that sometimes people overlook because it's a simple little hike is the Coyote Valley River Walk, which is kind of halfway down the valley. It's also an accessible trail, so the trail is designed so that wheelchairs can go on it. But it's maybe a half a mile one way.
Yeah, that sounds right.
But it's right on the river. You got the river on one side, the valley on another side, some scattered trees, and it's often a really good place for wildlife. Plus, there's a real pretty picnic area right there. So
I
If
like
you're
that
looking
walk a
for
lot.
something short, especially in the evening, right at sunset, it's
Mhm.
just beautiful out there.
Yeah. What are some other kind of not all day hikes, but just short things people can do if they're coming through?
The East Inlet Trail is definitely the most popular trailhead on the west side of the park, mostly because it has awesome views of the mountains and you're along a creek the whole way. But it also is really close to the town of Grand Lake. It's just on the outskirts of Grand Lake. So it's if you're coming up to Grand Lake, that's a great little intro. But it definitely can be busy in the middle of the day. So that's also a good morning or afternoon stroll. One of definitely talking about the Colorado River, one of the great trails is the Colorado River Trail, and you can just stroll on that one as well. It's not a very hard hike. You kind of meander in and out of the woods and the meadows, and then sometimes you're along the river. And if you want to go for a longer hike, about 3.5 miles from the trailhead is the site of Lulu City, which was an old mining town. There's not a lot left, but there are some logs and some foundations. But it's a really pretty site, and you can really kind of picture people living up there. But also it's really remote, so it kind of is puzzling of how they lived up there and how they got back and forth to different places.
People did some real wild things to try to mine.
They did. And it didn't work out too well here in the valley because there really wasn't any gold or silver, but they did try.
They tried.
And that is definitely one of the beautiful trails here in the valley. It has some nice older trees on it, and not a super steep rocky hike. It's beautiful along the river.
And then there's the visitor center, of course.
Yep, the Kawanichi Visitor Center, which is right before the Grand Lake entrance, just about a mile from the town of Grand Lake. And we're open during the summer from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. And we are open year-round. The hours do shorten in the fall, winter, and spring, but we're open every day except for Thanksgiving and Christmas Day.
Actually, that's a really good point. The west side of the park is a great place to visit in the winter. Even though the road over the top is not open, the road here in the Kawanichi Valley is plowed to about 12 miles from the entrance. So the valley itself, you can access the valley. Beautiful place for snowshoeing or cross-country skiing.
Yeah, I've heard the cross-country skiing is really
Oh,
good.
yeah. Well, part of it is
gotten
because
over here to do that.
it's a nice valley, so you have the
Right.
option of having fairly level, options for skiing. And we do, in the winter, again, in the heart of the winter, usually from about the very end of December through February to the very beginning of March, we've offered ski and snowshoe programs. Ski programs mostly in January, and the snowshoe programs throughout that whole time on the weekends. Again, by reservation, same phone number. But the ranger that leads those makes a point of tracking routes that don't follow summer trails. So you specifically have the opportunity to get out and see parts of the valley, see parts of the park that are different from what you can easily access in the summer.
Right.
Because once it's blanketed with snow, you can go just about anywhere.
Right.
Yeah.
And the snow's pretty consistent over here through the winter, too.
We get lots of snow.
Yeah, which that's something that's definitely different.
Snow is a reality. Snow,
Yeah,
snow
definitely
is a
different from
certainty.
the east side of the park. What's weather and conditions on this side
We usually get an
compared to the other side?
average of about 150 inches of snow a winter.
So much more than us.
Oh yeah. With the way the storms come from the west and bump up against
all
the
hits on this
Continental
side.
Divide, it drops. We're sometimes known as the better, wetter side. And so pretty typically throughout most of the winter, you'll have 2 or 3 or more feet of snow on the ground. Yeah. Usually by the time you get to late December, early January, the skiing and snowshoeing is really good for the next few months.
Yeah, because I'm a pretty novice cross-country skier in terms of like steepness skill set. And so a lot of times on the east side of the park, I'm kind of like, whoa, man, I don't know. This is kind of beyond me.
No, this is a good place for beginners.
Yeah.
And it's also, again, even quieter in the winter because without the road open, we don't get the folks that are coming through the park. And so you'll have a lot of peace and probably a fair amount of solitude if you come in the winter.
What about the wind over here compared to the east side?
Not so much.
Not so much.
Not so much. No,
Calmer?
no. We don't get the winds the way you do. Not that you can't have a windy day here and there, but they're not a regular feature of the climate.
And cooler on this side as well, correct?
Yes, that's true.
Including in summer too. To some degree.
Yeah, do be prepared in the winter for really Yeah, but the nighttime temperatures are typically below zero.
Yeah.
20 below is not uncommon.
Yeah.
The lowest I've seen it in the 12 years I've been here was minus 44.
A little chilly.
Yeah, well, yeah,
little bit.
yeah. That's not when I would recommend skiing and snowshoeing.
No.
But the good news is it's usually sunny. I mean,
Right.
we obviously get storms, we get the snow, but there's usually beautiful sunny days in between. And when you have sun and it isn't windy
Yeah.
and the temperature is 10 or 15 or
Yeah,
20 or
feels warm.
25, it's really
Especially if you're
comfortable.
skiing or
It's
snowshoeing,
amazingly
really
comfortable.
That's one of my favorite things about Colorado is just you get that
Yeah.
nice crisp. I worked at Black Canyon, the Gunnison for a
Yeah.
while, and so I lived, in the winter
Yeah.
and lived up
Yeah.
on the rim.
Yeah.
And yeah, I would just,
Yeah.
like you said, it'd be 10, 15, and you get out and you hardly need, just like a long sleeve shirt, some pants with long johns, and
Yeah.
you're
Yeah. Oftentimes,
almost too hot.
even if it's uncomfortably cold overnight, it'll warm up into something
Yeah.
that's very nice for recreation
Yeah.
during the day.
So winter recreation, West Side, don't
yeah,
forget.
don't forget us. Come see us.
And then I'm trying to think of what else feels different on this side to me. I mean, you have the whole valley set up, which I feel like is and it looks like a valley. I mean, on the Estes side, it's a valley sort of, but it's like this circular sort of basin almost, whereas here you really have that feel of.
This Kawanichi Valley, going back to, we talked about the headwaters of the Colorado
Uh-huh.
River, but back in the last ice age, this was carved by a glacier, the Colorado River Glacier, which extended from the head of the valley, 20 miles,
Wow.
maybe more than 20 miles
glacier.
down beyond where the park boundary is now. But that's part of the reason it feels so valley-like, and also part of the reason
interesting. I didn't know that.
that it's wide. The glacier was 1,500 foot thick, and one of the fun things here is as you stand on the floor of the valley and look up at the sides of the valley, you see these lumpy ridges up and down, and those lumpy ridges are the lateral moraines, the side of the glacier where the debris and the rocks that the glacier was carrying melted out to the side.
I've never noticed that. I'm gonna
Oh
have to
man,
pay
no! So
attention.
you can get a feeling for just how deep the ice was by looking up above you at the lumpy ridges.
Yeah.
And then if you head south of the park, as you head south on Highway 34, you drive alongside Shadow Mountain Lake, which is a reservoir adjacent to Grand Lake. But as you drive along Shadow Mountain Lake and get to the southern end of it, there are some lumpy ridges there and some little crescent-shaped islands. And the crescent-shaped islands and the lumpy ridge, actually the lumpy ridge represents kind of the terminal moraine. And as the glacier receded and would pause in its melting, it would build up these little ridges, which are now the islands in Shadow Mountain Lake. So the geology, there's glacier geology on the other side of the park too, but here it's got this really nice,
Yeah.
well-defined,
It's just so big.
massive
Yeah,
valley.
it's just massive.
Yeah.
Yeah, it almost. Well, you worked up in Alaska too.
Yeah,
and
I did
Yeah,
have
it's
the chance.
interesting being back down somewhere where the glaciers are pretty much all gone and being in like a post-glacial landscape.
Exactly.
And thinking about the two and
Well,
what it would have looked
yeah.
like filled with this huge glacier.
Yeah, yeah.
It's pretty incredible.
Yeah.
And then the Never Summers as well, which is the range that is really prominent when you're in the Kawanichi Valley. It's to the west of the valley. I think is really neat too because it's all volcanic, correct?
Yes, and one of the neat things, actually a couple things that I thought of when you were talking, Never Summer Mountains, the Never Summer Range. We're in the Kawanichi Valley. We have the Tanahutu River.
Good names.
Yes, a lot of the names here, certainly on the west side of the park, and I know some of them on the east side too, but date back to a tour that was taken with a group of Arapaho Indians who mentioned their names that they had for some of these features. So Kawanichi Valley, the term Kawanichi refers to coyote. Tanahutu means big meadow, which we also call Big Meadow. Funny about that.
Yeah.
Tanahutu River runs through Big Meadow. There's Anahu Creek, which was named after actually a racehorse. The Native Americans would have races here in the valley, and there was a horse that would, to get warm, would back up towards the fire, and the name Anahu means warms himself.
Oh, okay.
But when you mentioned the Never Summer Mountains,
Yeah.
That actually comes from an Arapaho word too, which I'm sure I won't pronounce correctly, but it's along the lines of Nichibichi, and it translates never no summer mountains. And so when whoever translated it into English, they decided to drop the double negative, and so now we have the Never Summer Mountains. But a lot of the topography over here still reflects the Native American heritage. So that's kind of neat.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Yeah, the Never Summers are just just so cool.
Oh, and you mentioned volcanic.
Yeah.
They are. They're definitely igneous. They were arranged that erupted as a volcano. What is it? 24 million years ago, I think is what geologists say. So they're recent. I mean, that sounds like a long time, but
in mountain
for a
terms,
geologist, that's really quite recent. And the other really unique thing geologically about them is it was really one eruptive cycle. With a lot of volcanoes, they'll erupt, they'll erode, they'll erupt, they'll erode. You get layers and layers. This was sort of a one-time event, which gets geologists excited.
Must have been a big event.
But when you look at the mountains now and the beautiful rugged snow-capped peaks, most of the summer, never no summer, you are actually looking at the inside of the volcanoes. You're not looking at the volcanic rock that came out. You're looking at the igneous granitic rock that was part of the magma chambers on the inside that cooled and hardened. What's happened is that in the years since, particularly with things like glaciers in action, the lava that erupted and cooled has already been worn away. It's already so. I always like to tell kids when we have school groups that you're looking at the guts of these volcanoes. You're looking at the inside. There are places you can still see a little of the ash that erupted from the Never Summer Mountains at Lava Cliffs.
Lava Cliffs.
Up on Trail Ridge Road. There's some places, if you know where to look across the valley here, you can see some outcrops.
Just where stuff was
Specimen Mountain,
ejected way far away.
Specimen Mountain. But when you look at the Never Summer Mountains themselves, you're actually looking at intrusive igneous rock rather than extrusive volcanic rock.
Yeah, that's cool. It definitely, when you see them, hopefully that'll help give listeners a better understanding. Because when you see them, they do look different. If you pay a little attention, these versus the main mountains in Rocky, it's like, it looks pretty different. And
when you drive over Trail Ridge Road, except for those few outcrops, you're looking at rocks that are much, much, much older.
Right.
Metamorphic rocks and other granites, but that are just way older than the Never Summer Mountains.
And in terms of wildlife over here, pretty similar. We're starting to get some moose on the east side now.
Yeah, we're sharing our moose with you.
Yeah, you're sharing. They're exporting some moose. The moose are finding.
The moose are doing this on their own.
They're exporting themselves. Yeah, they're finding their way through and over the mountains onto the east side of the park. But
we definitely have a larger population over here than on the east side of the park. So the odds of seeing a moose are higher on the west side of the park. I find that they're much easier, more commonly seen early in the summer. Right now, as we're recording this in early July, this is a pretty good time. June, they seem to be everywhere.
Do you think they move up into the mountains later in the summer, or we're not really sure?
You know what? The time of the year I find it hardest to find them is September, October, right? And I don't know if that's because it's the rut and they're more shy,
busy with that,
or if it has to do with hunting season in the forest around us.
Right.
But certainly, I think you've got a higher probability of seeing moose June, July than late August,
That's
September,
good to know.
October.
Yeah, one of the first, other than coming over here for a brief tour and going to Holsworth and stuff, one of the first things I did on this side is I hiked up North Inlet all the way and actually went up to Lake Nanita and what's the other one? Nakoni, yeah. And then up and over that saddle and then up into the upper end where there's no trail and came down through there trailless. A lot of moose sign.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
A lot of moose sign up in there where there aren't any trails.
Yeah. And if you come in the winter, I can just about guarantee you'll see lots of moose tracks. Whether you see moose,
right?
Maybe not, but you'll definitely see moose tracks.
Moose are amazing.
Yeah.
I love moose. And of course we have elk over here.
Lots of elk over here. I'm trying to think what else. Is there other things that would be unique?
We see a lot of river otter signs in the winter. We don't rarely ever see the otters, but in the winter along the Colorado River, because the river is mostly frozen over, but when you're kind of standing on top of it, you can hear it bubbling underneath you. And there are a lot of river otter tracks and slides where they're sliding down hills, and you can even see holes in the ice where they've broken through into the river.
That is very
especially walking out from the parking lot here at Holsworth out here to the cabins in the winter.
Cool.
Wandering along the river, there are a lot of otter tracks.
Wow.
But we really actually see the otters any time of the year.
Need to come check that out. I would love to see that. That'd be really fun. So, Michelle, you said you've been here 12 years on this side of the park. And Macy, you're a newcomer, right?
Yes, I'm a newcomer. I got here in May of 2016, so I've been just over a year.
Okay.
Here at
Where were
Rocky.
you here? Where were you before here?
I was at a little park in New Mexico called El Malpais National Monument.
A little different than here.
A little different.
Yeah. What other parks have you worked at?
I've also worked at Grand Teton and Glacier as a seasonal.
Okay.
And then I was permanent at Great Basin and Grand Canyon.
Oh, Great Basin.
Yeah.
Wow. That's cool.
Yeah.
That's a very cool park.
It's a very cool park.
Yeah, I have not gotten to go. I've only gotten to work on the map. And,
Yeah.
it made me want to go.
It's really neat. There's such low visitation there. They only
Right.
get like 80,000 visitors a year. So
Yeah.
it's a real wilderness type of park, but it has some amazing features.
Yeah.
Bristlecone pines and really cool caves.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's definitely one not to be missed if you're out in the middle of nowhere, Nevada.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's everyone that I know who's worked there or been there. It's like, oh yeah, you definitely.
It's a great
You got to
park.
go. It's
Yeah.
amazing. So how has the west side of Rocky compared so far to other places that you've worked?
Well, I've wanted to work on the west side of Rocky for many, many years.
Really?
This has been a dream spot for me.
What was
so-
the dream? Why did you want to be over here?
Well, first time I came to Rocky, I was 16 with my family. We were doing a cross-country road trip, and I just remember being up in the Alpine. I think we were up at the Alpine Visitor Center, maybe Farview, and I remember looking down in the valley and just thinking it was just, wow, that's a really beautiful place. And for some reason, as my career went on, I just always wanted to
was
come
just
back
in the
to
back of
Rocky.
your head, huh?
Yep. And yeah, this is definitely one of the most beautiful places I've gotten to work, but also one of the most fun jobs I've ever had. I absolutely love it here. It's definitely one of the best places.
Yeah. What do you like? What do you like about the work? What makes it so fun?
It's very
The supervisor.
Other than your supervisor.
Of course.
Of course. That's the
Other
number
than
one
Michelle.
reason. Yeah.
Seriously though, like Michelle makes this such a fun place to work, and I think the diversity of the work is what makes it so fun. The seasons are awesome, so you have a really busy summer season, and then the fall and spring are really busy with school programs, like not as many
I didn't
daily
think about that.
visitors, but
Yeah.
yep, we get to do a lot of school programs in the classrooms, but also they do field trips out here. And then the winter is quiet, but also I feel like I was really active this winter with all of our ski and snowshoe programs and just getting ready for summer and, playing in all the snow. It's just such a diverse park in that way. And the job is so diverse. So every day it's something
Yeah.
different. And then seasonally I do different work. And, like right now in the summer, I'm out here at Holsworth a lot of the time. So it's just such a neat position because of the diversity of different jobs I get to do.
And how do you like living in Grand Lake?
Oh, I love it.
Yeah? It seems like a great place.
I love it. Yeah.
What's the year-round population of Grand Lake? Do we?
Not many, I would
You know,
say.
I think at Grand Lake year-round, maybe 500, but of course
Oh.
that's a lot more in the summer.
Sure.
There are a lot of second homes, a lot of vacation homes, summer homes up in this area.
But year-round, 500. Wow. That's even less than I realized. Yeah.
And we have the local communities too of Granby and Winter Park and stuff,
Right,
and Kremlin.
that's-
So there are some communities in the county here, so you don't feel too isolated in
Yeah.
the winter. And plus, people come up to go downhill skiing up in the mountains too, so you run into those folks visiting the park as well.
Yeah, and actually, while residents may be, in the hundreds, that Grand Lake, like the park, operates on recreation. And so there are lots of visitors still in the wintertime
Oh,
who
okay.
come.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. I
In
wasn't-
the forest around us is one of the most amazing snowmobile trail systems. And so that's one of the highlights for folks
lot of
who come to
snowmobiling.
Grand Lake is a lot of snowmobiling. Of course, there's the activities in the park, the skiing, the snowshoeing. But there are also 3 ski areas. No, more than that. We've got 3 Nordic ski areas.
Oh,
There's
wow.
one in Grand Lake, one down in Granby, and then one outside of Fraser, plus a couple of downhill ski resorts, one in Winter Park and one in Granby. And so, yeah, a lot of winter recreation. So
Yeah, so it still
there are
keeps it- it's
businesses
quiet,
are
but it
open,
still
restaurants
keeps it-
are open. Yeah, there's still things to see and do, even though the actual
Yeah.
year-round live-in population drops quite a bit
Right.
in the winter.
Yeah. Does it become a snowmobile town mostly, or is it mostly still cars? Or just a mix?
They actually, in Grand Lake, don't plow the streets to where they'll melt off because they want to
Yeah, it's
make
better.
it snowmobile friendly.
Yeah.
So I'd say it's both. I mean, vehicles are just fine.
Yeah.
But you'll see snowmobiles pulled up at the the local restaurant or whatever. So.
And so you've been here for 12 years, Michelle. Where were
Yeah.
you before?
Before this, I was at Sitka National Historical Park up in Alaska. And
on an island.
On an island off the coast of Alaska.
Off the road system.
Yeah, it was funny because when they interviewed me for this job here on the west side of the park, they actually flew down the 2 finalists for this position.
Wow.
Because in part they were worried about the people understanding the remoteness of this, area. And I was going, you have a road.
Yeah. I can
you
drive
can get
here
to Denver in 2
other
hours?
places.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So it was that was kind of fun. This was coming to the big city.
I never got to go down to Southeast Alaska. I was always up in
Alaska was amazing.
Central. Yeah. How long were you there?
We were there about 5 years.
In interpretation as well?
Yes. I worked in the park there. Actually, the last few years I was there, I was the chief of interpretation.
Okay.
So that's kind of fun to be in charge.
Yeah.
And then before that was Lake Mead National Recreation Area down in the desert. Lake Mead by Boulder Dam and Hoover
I've
Dam.
been around there.
And before that was Lava Beds National Monument in northeastern California.
Oh, yeah.
A hidden gem.
Yeah.
Kind of like Great Basin.
Right.
And then before that was I started as a volunteer intern right out of college at Death Valley National Monument, as it was back then.
Yep.
Yeah. So
I love Death Valley.
Yeah. Oh, one of my all-time favorite places.
I got to do their map. It was great. I've talked about it before on the podcast, so I won't drone on and on.
You name dropper.
It was amazing. It was such a fun place to get to map. It's so bizarre and diverse.
Yeah.
From, way below sea level to like 11,000 plus foot telescope peak, and you're standing there in salt, and we were there in the middle of the winter, it was like 85 and you're looking up at snow. It's pretty fantastic. And just all the weird formations.
Yeah, incredible
Devil's
geology.
Golf Course,
Incredible
and
geology.
Yeah, I remember when I got there, I'm sure, well, I shouldn't say I'm sure. I bet this person was still there when you were working there. I can't remember his name, an interpreter. He's been there for a really long time. But anyway, I was like,
yes, listeners, this is what rangers do.
Yeah.
Do you know so-and-so?
Yep.
Have you met Oh, you work there. You must know so-and-so.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, when I was talking to Lindsay.
It's as bad as a family reunion.
When I was talking to Lindsay, she had worked on a small, like a pocket cruise company up in Southeast Alaska. And I mentioned, oh, yeah, one of my best friends my entire life did that too, that I worked with in Alaska for a few summers. And she was like, what's his name? I said, Eric Toussaint. She's like, yeah, we know each other. We work together all summer. So happens all the time. So you've been here for 12 years, all those other places. What about you? What do you think? You've got Macy has the new experience. You've got the 12-year experience.
Oh, this has been an amazing place.
Yeah.
You don't spend 12 years in one place unless you've really fallen in love with it.
True.
Some of it is, the people I work with. I have wonderful staff members like Macy and the seasonals. One of my seasonals has worked at this park for over 40 years.
Whoa.
42 or 43 years.
Wow.
And she's amazing. And so
Seasonal,
yeah, seasonal. She's a teacher the rest of the year.
That's
and so
amazing.
it works out really
Yeah,
well
that's
for her.
great.
But this is just a very, very special place because it's somewhat smaller in size and in visitation and in staff than the east side. People on this side of the park do tend to have a more diverse role. Like Macy said, it's less specialization just because the size is smaller. So each person tends to do more things. So that the diversity is fun, but it also makes for kind of a family atmosphere on this side of the park. Those of us who are division leads over here actually work in the same hallway. So there's a lot of interaction between specialties. And that's really fulfilling.
Yeah.
The communities, are amazing. And my son is now 13.
Oh, wow.
So he's kind of grown up here, and it's been an amazing place to raise a kid and have him have the experience both inside the park and in this community, in this area. So yeah, happy times.
Yeah, it seems like a great town. That's another thing. When people come over, go into Grand Lake, of course, visit, has a very different feel than like Estes and the east side of the park. Very, very different feel in a lot of ways. Yeah, it's interesting how diverse different Park Service sites are.
Oh, even district to district.
Yeah, exactly. Because like you said, even in a lot of the bigger parks, there's almost always one or more smaller districts that are just so much more quiet. I remember like one summer I worked in Yellowstone. I worked at Tower Roosevelt Junction right there. and it's just, it's like a little ranger station and a few people, and that's pretty much it. And yeah, exactly like you said, it becomes very, very tight knit. The culture, it's almost like one big family. Definitely a different feel on the east side of the park. It's just there's just way more people.
You got to see them both.
There's just so much going on. Yeah, you have to experience both.
Haven't experienced Rocky Mountain National Park till you've seen both sides of the park.
I agree.
In multiple seasons.
Yeah. Yeah. See, I haven't come over in the middle of real winter here. I really need to do that.
I mean, autumn is spectacular. We haven't talked about autumn, but
when
the colors usually peak around the third week of September. And generally you've got the elk doing the elk rut and bugling at the same time. And again, things can be sometimes gridlock over on the east side of the park. And over here, it's a much more, less crowded viewing experience for those kind of things. So.
Yeah, I remember we came over last year to film and take some pictures of some of the fall colors, and it was beautiful.
Yeah.
And significantly earlier, too, than our side of the park, at least last year. I mean, I'm sure every year it varies somewhat.
I think that's true. We're a little higher.
Yep.
And we're a little higher.
A little higher elevation.
Things start faster. Winter comes
sooner. Quite a bit
Spring
sooner.
comes later.
Yeah, definitely. Do you get, when do you usually get your first snowfalls? Early?
Usually around Halloween. It can happen earlier. I mean, it can happen any time of the year. But the first ones
somewhere
of
around
significance,
Halloween.
usually around Halloween.
Yep.
This is one of those communities where you design your Halloween costumes around being able to be worn over a big coat.
My fiance and I joke about that because she grew up in Wyoming, in Douglas, and for a while when I was growing up, I lived in Iowa, in southwest Iowa, and we actually, believe it or not, we would have snow. It'd be pretty cold in end of October, and yeah, we were just like designing your costume around exactly, or a huge coat. We would often do like a huge coat with a trash bag over the top and a mask or something, so you didn't freeze.
So we'll start getting snow consistently, usually around then. We don't typically have enough to be really good skiing snow until mid to late December.
Yeah.
But we certainly will.
Kind of typical pattern around here. Takes a little bit into the winter.
Get the base built up a little
Sure.
bit.
Great. So we've covered Holsworth, talked about what you can do out here, talked about the Centennial event that you should be at, which is next week. Fridays, big days, County Tree Valley. There's also one thing we didn't mention. I mean, it kind of goes without saying in Rocky. Tons of hiking.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, so much hiking. It's beautiful from this side. I feel like a lot of times the approaches are longer to get up into the mountains.
If you want to get to a really nice lake over here, you're probably going to have to go at least 5 miles.
Yeah, you're in for a longer day for sure. But
there's some waterfall. Well, the Adams Falls you talked about already is real close. But there's other things that are, in between 3.5 miles and 5 miles, there are some really nice destinations on most of the trails.
So great hiking. And don't be afraid to come any time of year.
Yeah.
There's great stuff all year round.
And
it doesn't shut down in the winter. You
No,
can't
it
go over
does
Trail
not.
Ridge.
It does not.
You can't go over Trail Ridge. Trail Ridge does close, but park stays open, town stays open. There's tons of stuff to do.
Absolutely. And if you do come in the summer, and we'd love to see you, actually tell us if you listen to the podcast. That would be fun. But if you do come in the summer, similar guidelines now as to the east side of the park. Plan to come early in the morning or later in the later afternoon or evening if you want.
That's good.
To be sure that you can get a parking
That's a good
spot.
thing to cover. Yep, it's getting busy everywhere. Early or late.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so our final question.
Uh-oh.
Here,
Macy.
We've been asking everybody this. Your answer doesn't have to be profound or whatever, but we've been asking everyone.
Good.
It's a very general question, so you can take it wherever you want to go. What does Rocky mean to you? People have given us a gamut of answers, in terms of professionally and personally. So
I would say, honestly, that Rocky means to me home. This is one of the national parks that I feel at most home in.
Mm-hmm.
And there's always something exciting going on, and it makes it a really fun home to have.
Mm-hmm. Did you grow up around here? Or were you
No, I did not.
You came on trips?
I just love the Rocky Mountains, and I came on trips, and out of all the national parks I've lived at, this one feels most like home.
Oh, that's great. How about you, Michelle?
I'm going to have to wipe away the tears first. I think I'm actually going to steal something I learned from Barry Sweet, who is our wilderness office, wilderness backcountry system coordinator, but he talks about Rocky Mountain National Park as being a place where people can come and remember how to be their best selves. How when you get out of the everyday routines and you get out of the, whatever business or whatever pressures you have, and you come and you spend time in this place, whether it's, touring the road and seeing the scenery from the road, or whether it's getting back on a backcountry experience, a wilderness experience, it gives us time to kind of reflect on who we are and what we're about, and remember our best selves. And I love that. It's true of our national parks in general, and it's really true here at Rocky Mountain National Park. You can come to Holsworth and you can learn about how people overcame setbacks and persevered and created something wonderful here. You can spend time in the natural world and contemplate what things were like if you were standing under 1,500 foot of ice. But yeah, I think it lets us remember some of the good things about who we are, about the country we live in, about what we can be.
Great. All right. Thank you guys so much. And that's our show. Thank you so much for joining us for yet another episode of the Rocky Mountain National Podcast. Our next episode is going to be released in 2 weeks on Friday, July 28th. So make sure to tune in then. We really appreciate any comments that you want to leave for us on our homepage. And we also appreciate any reviews that you may want to give us in iTunes. Those reviews help other people find us. They get us onto recommended lists. They make us easier to find when people search. And of course, the best thing you can do is spread our podcast through word of mouth. We just had an article in the Estes Park Trail Gazette that you can find online highlighting the podcast and this project. And we're just trying to get it growing and going and in more people's ears and minds. So if you enjoy it and you think you know other people who might, please let them know to subscribe and hear all our episodes. For show notes, transcriptions, and to learn more about our show, visit our homepage at go.nps.gov/RMNpod. That is go.nps.gov/RMNpod. Each episode gets its own post on that page, and you can actually leave comments for each episode. The Rocky Mountain National Podcast is a product of Rocky Mountain National Park, one of 417 units of the National Park Service that preserve America's heritage for all, forever. Thank you so much for joining us again. We hope your next 2 weeks are awesome. We hope ours will be too. And we will see you next time. Bye for now.
Yellowstone is the world's first national park, and everybody in America is very proud of that. But there's been a struggle to figure out what a national park should be like. And probably one of our founding philosophies is it should be natural. It should be a natural system that functions the way the Earth did before humans altered it. And so it was written into our policy that we're going to restore and protect natural systems. And the early managers of Yellowstone didn't really know what natural looked like. So we've been struggling towards natural our entire history, and that definition has evolved. And that definition, the modern one, now includes you need to have natural predators. And so we tried to eradicate them: wolves, cougars, coyotes, bobcat, lynx. We did that in the early part of the 20th century because we thought that was the ideal. We didn't have a complex mindset about policy in terms of natural. And so we restored wolves because the Park Service policy changed towards what is a natural system that includes large carnivores like wolves. We also had the Endangered Species Act come about as law in 1973 that says we cannot wipe some species off the face of the planet. And wolves are very much under that umbrella too. So the best answer as to why wolves were restored to Yellowstone is it makes it a natural system. It was the law, but finally people wanted it. The public's view of nature has changed and evolved. So creatures that were previously considered bad, scapegoats, have now had an image alteration, and a lot of the public demanded that we bring some of these animals back. Well, most ecosystems are best when they're balanced. And I think it's safe to say that Yellowstone, without wolves and other carnivores, now keep in mind, cougars were also eliminated and they came back on their own, and bear numbers declined, and that affected the balance of the ecosystem. And so ecologists refer to this as biodiversity, but emphasize the word diverse. Having a lot of different kinds of things at moderate numbers is better than having a lot of any one thing. And prior to wolf recovery, we had a lot of elk, we had a lot of coyotes, and we had very little things like willow and aspen and songbirds and beavers. And so the entry of wolves and other carnivores, because bears have increased and cougars have come back too. So now we're a carnivore-rich system, and we've restored that top layer of the system. So really the simplest way to look at it is all the parts of the system now are in place, and they're interacting differently. And I hesitate to use a value judgment-laden word, but it's healthier this way than we had certain parts of the system before that were absent. So all those things functioning together has made nature look like it used to before we started managing it. And those management intentions were good. We just didn't know enough about it. And so we have this makeover in Yellowstone now. We've brought carnivores back, wolves being the most high profile, and it's changed the way Yellowstone looks. Elk are perhaps the most controversial and talked about aspect of wolf recovery. And that's odd because elk are a species unto themselves, but many people equate Yellowstone with elk. That's arguably our most famous species. They've been debated and studied since the late 1800s. Elk are iconic in the West as a huntable species. And so elk are very important, and wolves eat elk. So do cougars, so do bears, so do coyotes. A lot of things eat elk. People eat elk. And so the system in many ways hinges on elk. So what wolves and other carnivores do to elk is very important. And very simply, prior to wolf recovery, predation pressure by natural carnivores was very low. No wolves, no cougars, few bears. Bears were here, but their numbers were lower. And that caused the elk population to grow to very large numbers. In fact, a lot of ecologists and scientists criticize Yellowstone for having too many elk. The effect of elk was so dominant on the ecosystem that they suppressed other things. To the point where managers outside the park were hunting elk at high rates to try and depress this burgeoning elk herd. With our wolf recovery in the mid-90s, with natural cougar recolonization, with growth in the bear population after decades at low numbers, predation pressure has increased, accompanied by the management practices outside the park where people were hunting elk. All of these things together have caused the elk population to decline. And the Park Service considers that a success story. Now that's hard to describe to a lot of people, especially some people who can't understand how less is more. We live in a culture where more is always better, but fewer elk brings about that ecosystem balance, that biodiversity that the Park Service seeks as natural. And that's a very important goal for the Park Service. And so having these large carnivores, and Yellowstone may be the place in the world that's got, in North America, that's got the best mix of diversity and density of large carnivores, that will affect the elk population to lower. But we're arguing as a Park Service that that's more natural or healthier, which is defined as better for the system. And this is a very hard thing to convey because a lot of people liked a lot more elk. It's better hunting. And so this is a complex relationship. But wolves have contributed, not solely, to a decline in elk. Perhaps the most commonly asked question about wolf recovery is that, did we reintroduce the wrong wolf? And this is a long answer, so I'll try and make it as short as possible. Our naming of nature is an artificial system developed by Carl Linnaeus, a Swedish monk in the 1700s. And I don't want to criticize Linnaeus, and he did a great job. But essentially, it's an artificial system putting names in parts of nature that might not be actually different things. But there are different things in nature. You have plants and animals, and they're different, and we can call them that, and it works. And his system really works very well until you get down to the very finest levels of naming, of distinction. That's the subspecies level. You have species, and then below species you have subspecies. And wolves are the worst example of the subspecies concept. The leading wolf biologist in the world does not believe that subspecies even apply to wolves. And why is that? You get different subspecies, and originally there were 24 different subspecies of wolves. Now there are 5. It's constantly being reduced. And of course, this prominent wolf biologist thinks there should be none. But how do you get different kinds of things in nature? Different populations become isolated so they no longer interbreed. When they don't interbreed anymore, the genetics become different. When the genetics become different enough, they become different things. First subspecies and then species. Wolves always get around, and it's very hard to isolate 2 populations of wolves. Very hard. Nothing stops a wolf. Not a mountain range, not a river, sometimes not even oceans. The wolves here immigrated to Asia and back. They're very good at getting around, so you don't get much isolation. The best genetics show that wolves in Mexico to wolves in the Arctic are on a continuum of change from south to north. So there's no place we can go in and say, this group of wolves is different from that group. That's a genetic analysis. And the Mexican wolf can interbreed with the Arctic wolf very capably. So did we reintroduce the wrong thing? No. Were the wolves that we put here slightly different from the wolves that existed here 100 years ago? Probably. Nature's always changing. We looked at the weights of the handful of wolves, 31 from Canada, which is a very small number, and they were slightly larger than the wolves that existed here 100 years previously, 6 to 8% larger. That is well within the natural variation of wolf size across the continent. So despite this frequently asked question that these Canadian wolves are unnaturally large and they're therefore at a very big advantage to killing these elk because these elk aren't used to such a large predator, of all the arguments not to have wolves, and there are some good ones, they're tougher to live with, that's an absolutely good argument. The idea that we put something in here that's exotic or different is perhaps one of the weakest. Wolves do not kill for sport. That is a fact. Why? The average wolf weight, if we threw all the wolves together, males, females, subadults, adults, pups, is about 100 pounds. The average cow elk's 500 pounds, the average bull elk's 750. They risk injury or death. When you attack something 5 to 7 times as large as you, that ain't a fair fight. So they risk tremendous injury or death trying to take something on bigger than them. So they prey on things in a risk-averse fashion. They only kill what they need to exist, and we've got great data on this. Will they kill more than they can eat? If the risk equation balances out in their favor, they will. What does that mean? Late winter, belly deep snow, elk are weak. they'll kill more than they can immediately eat. But underline the word immediately. We had a situation in March 1996 where one pack of wolves killed 5 elk in one day. And they cycled back and ate everything on those 5 elk in over a 2-week period. Now, they were competing with ravens and coyotes and magpies and eagles because they were trying to consume it too. Because as everybody knows, the bounty of nature is shared and competed for. So they went back and they tried to eat it all. But that is common predatory behavior. When you can get an edge, when you can get more food, humans do this too. When oil is cheap, we burn more oil. When wolves can kill more elk, they kill more elk. Because why? That equals more pups. But they only do it when they can. So on average, wolves do not kill healthy elk. It's too hard. If all you can eat are healthy elk, the wolf population goes down. Wolves make their living on vulnerable elk. And so their population waxes and wanes based on vulnerabilities. And hard winter is a vulnerability. But so are things like age and health status and condition, bone marrow, all these different things affect elk vulnerability. And that's what's important to wolves, and that's what they're shooting to take advantage for. Remember, there's no creature in nature that doesn't look for advantages. So no, they do not kill for fun, but yes, they will kill for more what they can immediately eat, but if left alone by humans, and this is very important, I get sent emails all the time showing an elk killed by wolves and not eaten, but there's tire tracks, there's human tracks, there's horse tracks. The wolves were bumped off the kill. People found the kill to take a picture of it. Left alone, as we've demonstrated here in Yellowstone, and we've seen it more, killing a couple elk sometimes is fairly common. If they're not disturbed, they'll eat everything. They won't do it immediately because they have a capacity on their stomach. So very, very important point. Killing for fun or bloodthirsty reasons is not true. People should not be afraid of wolves. There are 3 primary reasons that people are against having wolves on a shared human landscape. One is they compete with us for wild prey. That's valid. That's true. 2, they occasionally kill livestock. It's rare, but it does happen, and then that's valid too. The 3rd reason is there's a human safety threat, and that is largely overblown. During the entire 20th century in North America, there were about, and I'll be off by 1 or 2, 20 attacks on humans. None of them were fatal. All of them dealt with habituated animals, usually fed food. And we're very concerned about that in the park. When you feed an animal food, it loses its natural fear of people and it become dangerous. But very different for wolves compared to bears or cougars. They never attack a person on their first encounter with a human. So the first time a bear encounters a person, a sow with a cub, or a cougar encounters a person, they might attack. And bear fatalities and cougar fatalities are much greater than wolves. Wolves always have to overcome their natural fear. I don't know where it comes from, but they have a natural fear of humans. They've got to overcome that. That's usually through habituation. Typically food conditioning, but not always. Of those 20 attacks that were recorded, some were habituation just through exposure, from being around people in a non-threatening way. So wolves have to overcome this natural fear, and then they may attack. 6 of those attacks were bites from Alaskan pipeline workers feeding them part of their lunch. So 6 of those 20 attacks were from that. Since that paper was published, there have been 2 fatalities, and both of those wolves probably were food conditioned. Some were dump wolves, and others lived around a logging camp. And so those animals, those are examples of wolf fatalities. So it can happen, but it's extremely rare and less likely for other carnivores. A big question that's often asked about wolf recovery was, you said the wolves are just going to stay in the park. And I'm fine with wolves in the park. I just don't like them out, because when you leave the park, it's a very much a human-dominated landscape. That's another misconception of wolf recovery. The plan written to restore wolves to this region never said the wolves would stay in the park. And it's different outside the park because wolves are managed by the states. And so they have different policies and objectives than the park does. The park generally stated management philosophy is preservation, which means no use. That's not a pure definition, because we do manage other species. The state's objectives are largely conservation. That means wise use. Both of those objectives are fine, and they're determined by people, and neither one is better than the other. They're just different. And so naturally they clash a little bit, because there's no wolf hunting inside Yellowstone, and there is wolf hunting outside of it. Wolves have to live with people outside of Yellowstone, and that does create conflict. It is true to say that life is easier without wolves than with them, for the reasons I stated previously. They can compete with us for elk and deer, and they do occasionally kill dogs and livestock. And so they need to be managed outside the park, and that's okay. That's part of it. And there's some data, although other researchers are questioning this, that if species are hunted, or if species that cause a problem can be immediately dealt with, social tolerance increases. So inside Yellowstone, we don't have to deal with those issues. We don't have to deal with issues of predation on pets or livestock, or taking elk inappropriately because I wanted to get that elk. So we have a different approach, but both approaches are okay and occur in different areas. So this is a very common situation for wildlife management across North America. Animals go over political boundaries, and they're subjected to different management regimes, and that's the way it is, and that's okay for wolves too. Yes, wolves that live primarily in Yellowstone have been killed outside the park. This probably has not affected the population much numerically. One year we lost 12% of our population in 2012. This year we lost only 4 wolves. Last year we lost none. So the number of wolves taken is highly variable and generally below 3%, except that year 2012 where it reached 12%. And it probably didn't even at that level affect our population numerically. But what's important, and the reason my answer to that question was yes, is the Park Service mission is to manage for a natural population. Wolves are very social animals, so they have a social network that's important to how they function as a pack or a family. And we don't have as much information on that social functioning as we do about their population numbers. And we know that there is a harvestable surplus in terms of numbers, and that has not been exceeded so far for Yellowstone. But there are some questions if you remove a key wolf in the pack, a high-ranking individual, so to speak. What's the impact on that pack? Or a second-ranking individual. What does that do to pack dynamics? In one case, it caused the pack to split apart. Was that because that high-ranking individual was removed, or would that pack have split up naturally? Those are important questions for the Park Service to wrestle with, because even though that doesn't affect the numbers of wolves, it affects how wolves live on the landscape and function to themselves. And places like Yellowstone hold this dearly, because most wolves across North America are impacted by people. And most biologists would argue at a sustainable level. We still have lots of wolves across North America, but we really don't know certain aspects about wolf life. And this social aspect is the one we know the least about. So if we're going to be managers of Yellowstone that pursue these ideals of naturalness, I think it's important to include all aspects. And so which wolves get removed and how that impacts the pack and the population, and importantly, the pack's relationship to each other, because they're always competing against each other. And if one pack loses some key individuals, we know that the individual makeup of packs affects how they compete with each other. It also affects how they prey on elk. We know big males are important to helping take down elk. So those are questions we're wrestling with. So to say removing wolf has no impact on the wolf population, you have to qualify what you mean. Are you talking numeric, or are you talking social? And we're still looking for those issues, for those answers. Wolves are one of the most studied species in the world. Beginning in the late 1950s, they weren't. And because of the problems that are associated living with wolves, a lot of studies were kicked off in the 50s and 60s. And now they're one of the most studied animals on the planet. And so it's hard to advance your knowledge in that kind of arena. But Yellowstone has. There was a book published in 2003, which was a review of all the science done on wolves up to that point. And in the introduction of that book, the authors said, we've tried to include as much knowledge as Yellowstone has learned in the first few years, but Yellowstone holds the most promise to unlocking some of the wolves' secrets that are so far unknown. And I think Yellowstone has done that. And that's because, and this is somewhat controversial, we've had a good radio collaring record, so we're able to follow individuals and packs. The park is big, but it's more accessible than, say, Northern Canada or Alaska. And about half our population is viewed daily from the road. And this is an odd feature of recovery that I didn't think would occur. I thought wolves would be more secretive and shy, but we're getting information about pack dynamics, about individuals, about predation, about interactions with other species on a daily basis. And there's no other study in the world that's doing that. And then we do the traditional things, radio tracking, airplanes, genetics, drawing blood, looking at disease exposure, that all the other studies do. So you combine the traditional scientific methods with citizen science and daily observation and a public that loves to come here and see wild nature. And again, I can't overemphasize how important wolf recovery has been just to public enjoyment. Yellowstone is the best place in the world to view wolves, and people come here to do it, and that's immeasurably important to the park's goals and policies, that people see intact nature. So yeah, Yellowstone has changed the world's view of wolves. And we're in the news all the time. And I think having positive news out there about wolves, because to be honest, there is a lot of negative, because they're hard to live with. But having Yellowstone there, providing this positive, good news, has been very important, not only for Yellowstone, but what we know about wolves and the image of wolves worldwide.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is What We Do. I'm Miles Barger.
And I'm Jake Frank.
Hey, Jake, how's it going?
Miles, mustache is looking super good today.
Yeah, our podcast listeners can't see my new magnificent mustache, but
guys, it is spectacular.
Got to use mustache wax. That's the tip.
Yeah.
Today we're going to be talking to Heather Basak. She's an administrative support assistant for Yellowstone's Division of Resource Education and Youth Programs. We call it RUIP for short. Before we get started, though, a little trivia question for you, Jake.
Bring it.
I don't know how you would know this, but you can make a good guess. How many seasonal employees does REYP employ in the busy summer season, rounded to the nearest 10? What do you think?
100.
Pretty close, a little lower.
90.
One more.
70.
80.
I did that on purpose.
Nice. I think the full positions would be 83, but somewhere around 80.
That's a lot.
It is a lot. There's a lot that goes into that, including hiring all those people and doing paperwork and doing budgeting and all sorts of fun things.
Gotta pay the people.
We got to pay them. We like to. And then one note, if you notice a difference in sound quality for this episode, there's a good reason for that we're going to get into during this episode. Heather is a fully remote employee, so we're doing our interview via video chat. So the sound might be a little bit different, and that's on purpose. So, you ready, Heather? You ready as you'll ever be?
Yep.
Good to see you, Heather.
Yeah, it is good to see you. as always. So, first question to kick it off: when and where did you get your start in the National Park Service? Or if you got started in something that led into the Park Service, you could even start with that.
Sure. So I never thought I would actually be working for the National Park Service. When I grew up, my family, we didn't really visit national parks. We didn't really do that type of thing. We did other types of vacations, but never the parks. So that was never on my radar. And it wasn't until I was in college that I visited my first national park, Big Bend National Park in Texas. And it was a wonderful trip. I had a blast. It was beautiful. But again, didn't put 2 and 2 together. Never thought that I would work for them. And it was getting towards the end of college, and I didn't have a job lined up. I wasn't exactly sure what I wanted to do. I was thinking about going the museum studies route because I was an anthropology major. But I just didn't have anything lined up. And so I actually saw a poster on one of the buildings in my college, and it was for the Student Conservation Association, or SCA. And it talked about internships on public lands. And I thought, that could be something to look into. I don't really have anything lined up. I'll look into it. So I went on their website, and it was a ton of internships. It was with like U.S. Forest Service, Bureau of Land Management, National Park Service, doing a lot of the park servicey, park ranger type jobs. But then there were other internships like archaeologist or curatorial intern that was really interested. I was really interested in, because that's the route that I thought I was going to take. So I did my first internship with a National Park Service site in Kansas called Fort Scott National Historic Site as a curatorial intern. And I was working a lot with their museum collections, taking care of that. And I really enjoyed it. But other part of that internship was doing guided walks around this old military fort. And I got to do a little bit of living history. And I thought, this is pretty cool. This is pretty fun. Maybe this is something I want to look into more. So then I decided to do a second internship after that through the SCA, this time with Denali National Park and Preserve in Alaska, actually where I met Jake. We worked together, and it was really there that I thought, okay, this is something I might want to do for the rest of my life. There were amazing people to work with. There were just beautiful things to see and do. It was, I never would have experienced that. I never would have probably visited Denali without first going to Fort Scott and doing some other internships. And I thought, this is something I really, really want to do. And so then, just to be sure, I did one more internship with SCA, this time at Big Bend National Park.
Nice. Back to where you started.
Yeah, exactly. So it kind of feels like I came full circle. Like, it was the first national park I visited. And then it was the national park that kind of really was like, yep, this is definitely what I want to do. It was such a unique experience. I got to do it visit as a visitor and then also be an employee or an intern there. And so I thought, this is it. This is what I want to do. And then from there, I made the jump to actually Fish and Wildlife Service and then National Park Service. Worked a couple seasonal positions at different national parks, and then eventually made the slide into a permanent position in Yellowstone, and now as an administrative support assistant.
So I have a few. That was a varied background. So a couple things. You mentioned living history. Did you get to wear like period appropriate? Like, I don't know, is it costumes is the right word, or clothes?
Yeah, it was a while ago, so I'm trying to remember everything that happened, but it was this very special service. It was called Fort Scott by Candlelight, and it was close to Christmas time. And they had like different vignettes in all these different military buildings where we would act out scenes of what would have happened in these different buildings. And I got to be a military laundress. And so I got to be wear kind of more or 19th century garb and pretend to be doing the soldiers' laundry. So that was pretty fun and unique. It was really great.
Yeah. And then the other thing, she mentioned that the people she worked with in Denali were really great. I just want to concur that I am very great to work with.
That is true.
Get that on the record.
I think, when were you guys there? I was there 2008, 9, 10.
2012 was when you were there, right, Heather?
Yes,
it was my
2012.
second summer there. Yeah.
Okay, so I missed you. I was a little earlier than.
Yeah, there is like
all the best people
for
in
our
Denali.
listeners. There is like a legit. If you've worked in Alaska, you have like a camaraderie with the people in Alaska because it gets into your bone. Like such a cool place. Like, yeah, you can tell from Heather. She's like, I went to Alaska and then I realized this is what I wanted to do. Like, it's really cool.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
I resemble that remark.
So out of all those jobs that you did to get you to Yellowstone, all the seasonal jobs, did you have any repeat jobs or did you move like every season? Was it a different job?
So good question. I worked for Fish and Wildlife, had a very similar job. I was a park ranger, interpretive park ranger for them. And I worked with preschool kids and did a preschool program for them, and then kind of translated that into the National Park Service. I did interpretive park ranger jobs. So a lot of the guided hikes, the guided, or talks and walks, that type of thing, working in the visitor center, helping plan people's programs. But then I worked also as a campground ranger in Great Smoky Mountains National Park. Got to help people check into their campsites, go over campground rules, walk around, talk to them, educate them about the park. And then I went to Yellowstone and worked as a remitter. So I worked in what's called the cash room and counted all the money that comes in from the entrance stations and the visitor centers, reconciled all that money, and then got it ready for deposit. And then also worked in the visitor services office in Yellowstone, helping people plan their trips and then work on some special use permits. So I did move around a little bit, but I might have been in a little bit different boat seasonally because I was with my husband who had a permanent job at some of these places. Yeah. So I stuck around in some of these parks probably a little bit longer than other seasonals do. They might tend to move around a little bit and follow their job while I was more in one area for a longer period of time.
Yeah, I was asking because until I got my first permanent job, I moved 12 times in 6 years. So it was every 6 months I was on to something else. So like that is part of the lifestyle until you're permanent.
Okay, so where are you joining us from right now?
So I work fully remotely from Boise, Idaho.
Mm-hmm. And how long have you been working fully remote? Has it been 2 years?
Oh, that's a great question. It's been probably about 1.5 years.
Okay. So what do you have a typical day? What does your typical day look like? You have a typical day?
So I don't think there ever really is a typical day for an administrative support assistant because so many things get thrown at us and there's so many things that pop up last minute that we have to take care of that I don't think any one day is completely the same. But we do have a lot of like reoccurring tasks that happen every 2 weeks. And so we'll do a lot of the same stuff. Every 2 weeks, but it may not just be every day. Like we have to get payroll done. That's kind of the big one. Everybody wants to get paid. It's pretty important. So that's kind of one of our,
Thank you.
You're welcome. One of the biggest tasks that we have, but we also arrange travel for a lot of our NPS employees. If they have to go to meetings that's outside of the park, any trainings, go to other parks to assist with anything, we help arrange that travel. You can think of us kind of like a travel agent in that regard. We deal a lot with HR. So we're kind of an HR liaison. So anytime there's personnel actions for hiring somebody, all those 83 seasonals, we put in hiring actions for them. If anybody resigns or moves to a different position, that kind of all starts with administrative support assistance. And then depending on the park or even the division, you might even help with some budget work, reconciling accounts or tracking expenses and expenditures.
Mm-hmm. Do you also have a credit card?
I do. Not all do, but I do have a purchase card and I make purchases for some of our division.
Yeah, I know that I've never owned a purchase card as a government employee, but that's another thing that administrative folks are worth their weight in gold for managing the purchasing process. It's very complicated and
there are a lot of rules. There are a lot of rules with it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So, what would you say is the most important skill for your job? Or if there's more than one, you can say more.
Yeah, I think administrative support assistants really need to be flexible because there are so many things that will pop up last minute. So occasionally you'll be working on something and then have to put that task away and work on something else because it's time sensitive. So you need to be able to jump from one task to another pretty easily and change your priorities on the fly. And then I think you need to have a really good customer service mentality. I mean, administrative support assistants, we don't work with the public, but we can think of our customers like our fellow employees. We want to make sure we give them as much support and as many tools as we can so they can be successful in their jobs. And so they can protect the park. They can also, share it with visitors. So we really need to be focused on our fellow employees.
Mm-hmm. What's your favorite part of your job?
I think the variety, there's a lot of stuff that you get to do as an administrative support assistant. You're not really necessarily pigeonholed into one thing. You get exposure to a lot of different routes, parks, career routes, like budget, HR. You get exposure to different divisions. Every division needs an administrative support assistant, and what they do for each division is a little different. So you just get exposure to a lot of different things, a lot of different processes. And I really, really enjoy that. And I mean, you get to work with people, which is pretty great too.
Mm-hmm. And what about the flip side? Do you have a least favorite part of your job or hardest part?
All the emails.
Yeah, nonstop
the
emails.
Nonstop emails is just be a little overwhelming at times. But yeah, but in all seriousness, I think having to juggle so many different things at once and balancing all the different pieces and being able, like I said, to switch from one task to another can be a little difficult at times. So it's really important, if you do get one of these jobs, to take meticulous notes, be really organized. I'm still figuring out really great organization methods for some of this stuff, but but that's kind of the hard thing.
And I think sometimes you all have to deal with really long-term deadlines, or what seem like long-term deadlines to me. And that, I think that's always hard for me, where it's like, oh, we need to have this thing in like 6 months ahead of time, or, and they're deadlines that you can't miss, really.
Yes, those are, especially when it comes to HR, we've got deadlines pretty far in advance for some of our things. And if you miss those deadlines, then it pushes back, maybe when somebody can start. And so there are some definite repercussions when that happens.
Yeah, a lot of people relying on
Yeah.
You guys they're like the grease of this machine. They make sure that everything keeps chugging along, and without all the little actions and paperwork and everything, it seems like we're constantly in contact with admin.
Yeah, and you all know all the little things and the tricks and the say, wait, what do we do? How do we do that? Let's ask Heather. Oh, she knows.
Well, a lot of research. You do have to be a researcher, I feel like, in this job to look at some of this stuff and know who to ask when you've got some of those questions, because there are a lot of rules. There are a lot of things and I'm still constantly learning. And that's also why I really like this job too, is like, I feel like you never really stay static. You're constantly in motion. You're constantly learning.
Mm-hmm. So you mind if I ask you about when you're talking about moving with your husband and everything?
Mm-hmm.
Just because I think that would be interesting for people who are thinking about NPS as a career. It can be challenging, I think, for, long-term partners to work in the service. Like, I've known people who are married and live apart for a long time, sometimes like a really long time, or they date and are long distance for years before finally, and things like that. So I don't know, just like, how did that play into your career and your husband's career, and how life has gone for you guys so far? I mean, it seems like that's probably part of the remote position or some of the flexibility. But I don't know, just anything you would want people to know about your experience with that who might be thinking about the Park Service.
Yeah, that is a great question because there are different routes that people can take. Because I have also known, couples who have had to be apart for a little while, each working separate parks, and then making their way to each other. We've been fortunate enough that where my husband has gone, I've been able to pick up seasonal work. I know that's not necessarily in the cards for everybody, but thankfully I was able to. And that's kind of also the reason why, I didn't just stay in one career path. Like I've done a couple different things. And that was to really, I kind of took a job where I could. But I really liked that. I think that's made me a little bit more well-rounded. Really appreciated that. And then thankfully, when my husband moved to a different position away from Yellowstone, I was able to go remote, especially with some administrative work kind of leans more towards that. You can't do that with every job in the Park Service. There's so many that have to be in park. But thankfully, this job allowed me to have that flexibility, and my supervisor was very, very supportive. And I was able to get a remote job that way. So that's really helped with us. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, not that we need to dive too deeply into it in this episode, but it is interesting. I think a lot of people would be surprised to learn that, number one, if you work for a national park, it doesn't mean you're going to get like housing in the national park. In fact, it generally means you're not going to. And that it's not just Yellowstone, but like a lot of parks, it's becoming harder and harder and harder to find places to live right by the park just because of how the real estate and things have gone as well. And then sometimes with some of these parks that are really remote, there's situations with like school for kids or extracurricular or all sorts of things. So, that's part of why one of many reasons why we wanted to talk to you is just to let people know that is something that remote positions are something that parks are utilizing for the right positions and the right people. Like you had already been at Yellowstone, so you know the park, you know people here. I just think it's cool that that's been able to work out well for you, and it has worked out well for us as well.
Well,
kind of
I'm not a
everybody.
very big fan that Heather is remote, but other than my personal opinion that we don't get to see her in person.
Yes, I agree with that.
Tease her in person. But.
So, even with the, I'll say difficulties or challenges of, managing relationship and career and all different parks and the tough things about jobs and the good things about jobs, what has kept you working for the National Park Service? Like what has kept you knowing that your decision, this is what you're going to do, is the right one for you?
I think that's a good question. I think, it really goes back to when I did that internship or a couple of internships, and you just see it and you just feel it. And it's just, I just believe in what the Park Service stands for. And I've just met so many great people along the way, both, fellow employees, peers, as well as visitors, that it just makes it, it just makes it worthwhile. I actually have in my office here, I worked with a school group when I was in Yellowstone from Lowell, Massachusetts. They came all the way out to Yellowstone, and I actually have a picture of those kids. The teacher gave it to me. I have this picture of those kids on my desk, and that kind of just reminds me, I'm part of something bigger, and it's really awesome to feel like I make a difference. And so I just believe in the Park Service mission quite a bit.
Yeah. Same. I think I kind of had a similar experience. I think a lot of us do, where it's like, I think my first summer in a park was here in Yellowstone making beds at Canyon. But then, I did a couple SDA internships, and at some point you're like, can I go back to a normal lifestyle? I don't know if I can. And then the mission, and just to remind everybody, the mission of the Park Service is to preserve unimpaired the natural and cultural resources and values of the national park system for the enjoyment, education, and inspiration of this and future generations. So, like you said, even if sometimes a day might be filled with like a checklist of what might seem like mundane tasks or something, I think for me, and it sounds like for you, having that bigger mission that you know you're working for really does make a difference.
So a question that I have, like with that mission, I think a lot of us, when we have the rough days that like physically work here, you have the rough days, but then you go outside and you hear the wolf howl or you see Old Faithful erupt. Like, how's that transition been for you going remote? Like, and, you know, keeping yourself, like, how do you remind yourself that, you know, when it's not in your face, like it was when you were physically working in the park?
Yeah, so it has been a little bit of a transition to remote. I very much enjoy it, and the flexibility it has given me to be, you know, still continue to work for the Park Service and be with my family. I think it becomes more about the people and than necessarily, I do feel a connection to the place, but I feel a connection to the people even more. And so to me, Yellowstone has not just become like the first national park, an amazing place to experience geysers and hot springs and wildlife. It's really become like a community. And it's about a people connection now for me as well. And so that's kind of helped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hashtag Team Yellowstone.
Yeah.
Well, and I think that's a good point too, because I know I've talked to people in my family or friends about working for the Park Service. And I think as people will get the impression pretty quickly while they're listening to this podcast over all the different episodes and all the different people that we talk to, you just get to be surrounded by interesting, brilliant people in like every job, basically doing all these things for the park. And it's such a cool community to be a part of. So I think, yeah, that over time, I've appreciated that more and more and more as to like what makes it such a cool place to work. So getting into the details of if someone were interested in this type of work that you do. So your official title is Administrative Support Assistant.
Yes.
Do you know the job series on USA Jobs?
Yes. It's a 0303. And sometimes that it comes up as like a miscellaneous clerk, but it's Administrative Support Assistant, and the GS level can range, I've seen from like 5 to 7.
Okay. Do you need formal training to get started in this job series, or like what are the minimum requirements that people would need if they were thinking about applying for this type of job?
Sure. So there's a lot of on-the-job training. Like I said, I'm still learning about so many things. But if you have like a background in budget or HR or travel, you know, those are all applicable to the administrative support assistant. A lot of times how I, you know, came up through it is I just worked my way as a GS5 and seasonal interpretive park ranger, and then switched over to a visitor services assistant as well. So, I mean, if you work seasonally in the Park Service, getting your time and grade in, I think just even that experience can help you along too. But if you could take any, even if it's like informal trainings on budget, purchasing, HR, anything like that, you know, put that on your resume as well. Because a lot of things you may not think apply do, because administrative support assistants are in every single division. And I think if you work your way up kind of through the division as well. So if you're a seasonal maintenance worker, like, you know what seasonal maintenance workers need, and you know the support that they need. So you may not think it applies, but it probably does.
It also seems like a lot of the systems that we use in the government are like proprietary. Were built for the government. So if you haven't worked in the government, you could have, like, say you're an accountant, like you have budget experience, but you still have to learn new things in a job. So like, to your point, it's like, you know, if you're in an entry level position, it just seems like having a base level, you know, being organized, and, you know, it's like, you're not necessarily going to know how to do FBMS or insert any other acronym right here because, there's so many of them.
Right. And different federal agencies too, some will use different systems as well. Like I learned from an HR specialist who moved over from the Forest Service that they have they don't use FPPS for their HR actions. So there's different things that you'll learn on the job in the park that are even different from other agencies.
And then just being in government in general,
Yeah.
having almost over 200 years of laws and things that have developed for different reasons and special ways that we do things, and not just scrutiny, but like we have a high responsibility to everybody in the United States, basically.
Yeah, it's like taxpayer dollars. We need to make sure that we're not. There's no waste, and there's a good accountability. There's all those checks and balances.
Exactly. All right. So last question. Do you have a favorite story or memory in Yellowstone or any other national park that you would want to share?
This is a hard one. Yeah, because they're all, it's like asking to choose your favorite child because they're all unique and they're all special. But I think my favorite one that sticks out the most happened in Yellowstone. And I was driving down into the interior. It was late in the season. There was snow on the road. I was the only one on the roadway, in between Norris and Canyon. I think that's where we were. My son, who's like 1, was in the back seat. And we went around, I think, a curve, and all of a sudden there were wolves all over the road. I had never seen so many wolves in my life. And I've got a video because I slowed down, pulled over, and I whipped out my phone and I took a video because I was like, this will never, ever happen to me again. And the wolves, I remember it was a black wolf walked within 3 feet of my car door, and it looked at me and I could see its eyes, and it just kind of continued walking off. And I was like, oh my God, I get to experience this with my son in the backseat. Of course, he's 1. He's not going to remember this. He has no idea what's going on. But I was like, oh my God, we got to do that together. And I know he won't remember it. I mean, of course he won't remember it. He was 1. But to think that he got to be there and I got to share this special moment with him that will never, ever happen to me again in my life. And to be able to experience Yellowstone in that type of way and feeling that wild with him was really neat. And it's something I'll be able to show him the video of and tell him about when he's older. And then hopefully, when we go back to visit Yellowstone, he could have a similar experience. So I still can't believe it actually happened. It was just absolutely
awesome.
Incredible.
Very cool. Okay, well, I think that's it for this week's episode.
Yeah, thanks for joining us, Heather.
Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
When are you coming back for a visit? When are we going to see you in person again?
Not soon enough. I don't know when, but hopefully soon.
Righty. Well, we'll keep in touch virtually until then.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Nearly 2 million visitors will come to Logan Pass during the short 2 to 3 month summer season. This shuttle stop is literally the high point of the Going to the Sun Road, as well as the high point of many visits to the park. The pass sits along the Continental Divide at 6,646 feet and treats visitors to sweeping vistas of mountains and subalpine meadows full of colorful wildflowers. The rangers at the Logan Pass Visitor Center can assist with answers to questions about the area and information on plants, wildlife, and hikes. A bookstore is also located in the Visitor Center. From the back of the Visitor Center, a boardwalk crossing flowering meadows leads to Hidden Lake Overlook. Snow often remains on the trail well into summer. This 1.5-mile walk provides visitors with dramatic views of Mount Reynolds, Clements Mountain, and sparkling Hidden Lake. Hikers can continue another 1.5 miles down a steep trail to the lake where Bear Hat Mountain rises high above on the far side. Please remain on the boardwalk and trail. A careless human step will leave a huge impact to plants in this fragile environment. Some may only grow 1/2 inch in 5 years. Across from the visitor center on the other side of the Going to the Sun Road, visitors can experience one of Glacier's most popular hikes in the park on the Highline Trail. Hikers often share this trail with mountain goats, so please yield the right-of-way to these alpine residents. Although there are a few precipitous spots on the trail, don't let that discourage you from enjoying some of the most spectacular views in the park. Wildlife, including bighorn sheep, mountain goats, and an occasional bear may be seen, as well as smaller animals such as Columbian ground squirrels and hoary marmots. Feeding any wildlife, large or small, is strictly prohibited. While wildlife may seem tolerant of humans, respect their need for space and do not approach. For both your safety and the safety of the animals, if an animal moves towards you, please move away.
Headwaters is brought to you by the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
Picture a National Park Service ranger station. What does it look like? Maybe a big log cabin with a mossy pitched roof and a creaky screen door? Glacier does have plenty of those, but my office is in park headquarters, which has some strong mid-century middle school energy. And working here, I'm always happening upon obsolete relics of bygone eras. Handwritten memos, ink stamps, a fax machine. I haven't found a typewriter yet, but I wouldn't be surprised to find one lurking in a drawer. Only a few decades ago, people in this building used those things all the time. But like a lot of people, many rangers' jobs have changed pretty dramatically in the last 40 years. Mine definitely has. But in this episode, we're spending a day with a ranger whose office, equipment, and duties haven't changed much at all in 40 or even 100 years.
Can you drag this dead goat out of the waterfall? That's a weird one. The marmot's living in the toilet again.
Meet wilderness ranger Laura Funk. She has long, sandy blonde braids and bright blue eyes. She wears the park uniform with a little mud on her boots, and she loves to laugh at the absurdities of life in the backcountry. I immediately want to be her friend.
My laundry is a bucket with a metal plunger that people call an Alaska Maytag. And I think it gets the clothes cleaner, but I don't think people necessarily think my clothes are clean.
Alongside her colleagues, General and Tank, both horses, and Ellen the mule, Laura helps steward and patrol the Belly River Valley of the park.
Yeah, if someone were to say, like, picture a historic ranger station, an iconic valley, it's Belly River.
One of her favorite things about the Belly is that there are no roads. So unlike the rest of Glacier's ranger stations, you can't drive here.
The Belly River Ranger Station is located 6 miles into Glacier's wilderness. You either have to hike in or ride a pony.
I interviewed Laura in the ranger station, but also while she lugged gear around and rode a horse, who occasionally took an interest in my microphone.
Would you like to be interviewed, General? Hello, hello. He went for it. Is he gonna eat it?
Just sniffing.
We have 2 rangers, myself and Allison, the commissioned ranger. There's a trail crew, which varies in size, 2 to 4. And we have 3 head of stock, and that makes up our entire staff.
The Belly River Ranger Station is a brown log cabin, a Park Service specialty, with white window frames and a flagpole out front. It sits between a creek and a wide-open meadow where the horses graze, and its covered porch faces west, towards steep-sided rocky peaks. It's a very traditional scene, and so is life out here.
So I live off-grid. I live in a 1-room cabin with a propane stove, and we do get running water for a few months of the season. Otherwise, we have to haul our water from the creek. I do not have a bathroom connected to my house. I have to walk to the outhouse.
Yeah, I mean, you start to lose track of time and age and everything out here. Some of that kind of stuff fades away because then you're like, is it 2020 or is it 1920? There's elk running around and there's a fence that looks just about the same. I'm reading books and hauling my water from the creek.
When I tell my friends I work for the Park Service, I think this might be what they picture. But in a lot of ways, the agency is looking to the future, trying to modernize our infrastructure, lower our carbon emissions, and tell our stories differently. Parks have podcasts now, for example. It seems like a vestige of the past to come to the Belly and see Laura still riding horses, packing gear on mules, and living in the backcountry. And honestly, I wonder how long this way of life, this type of ranger, can last. But I know I want to experience it before it's too late. I'm Perry, and you're listening to Headwaters, a show about how Glacier National Park is connected to everything else. And today, I'm tagging along for a day in the life with the person who might have the coolest job in the park.
All right, today we've got the horses and mules saddled, and we're going to head out, take care of a ranger business.
Today's ranger business is going up toward Helen Lake to pick up and pack out some leftover supplies. Michael and I walk in front of the stock while Laura rides, since apparently they prefer to follow us.
Come on, keep up with the humans, keep up with the humans.
Apparently, horses have abandonment issues, so even though we didn't really need both tank and general, everyone came along for the ride.
All right, how does everyone feel today? Okay? Good? Good? Yep.
For most park staff, our ranger business is pretty specific. Giving a campfire program, studying plants, managing the park's budget, making a podcast. But for Laura, almost anything could be her ranger business on a given day.
I'm a wilderness ranger, and I'm specially trained on the Wilderness Act and wilderness values and character. But in the end, my day-to-day is a lot of general ranger duties, whether it's bear management, EMS, maintenance, pulling weeds.
There are specialists for each of these things. Bear biologists, search and rescue, trail crew, invasive plant crew. But Laura and other rangers like her pitch in to keep things going day to day.
Well, it takes a whole team to manage Glacier, right? That's why we have the experts. And so I'll call them in if we have something major. I can fix a toilet, but if the whole outhouse goes down, I gotta call trail crew. A lot of people talk about the quote, "Jack of all trades, master of none." But the full quote is, "Jack of all trades, master of none. Better something than nothing done." And that's kind of what I live by out here.
And this is much the same as the ranger business that rangers have been doing in the Belly River for decades. Take this entry from an old logbook in 1994.
September 14th, 1994. Patrol with Bob on stock to Elizabeth Lake Head to deliver additional gear and supplies to the trail crew. Dug out the fire pit and replaced the campground map with an updated version. Also pulled another handful of hawkweed. Chuck Cameron.
Every day when Laura gets back from the field, she writes down the day's activities and events in a big green government-issued logbook. She and her predecessors have been doing this since the earliest days of the ranger station here. From Chuck 30 years ago to some of the earliest Belly River Rangers back to 1929.
June 5th, 1929. Station to Red Gap Pass and return. Distance 16 miles. Mounted. Object, cleaning trail and looking over trail conditions. Game scene. 1 mountain goat, 2 deer, 1 elk. Weather clear. Temperature 41 degrees at 7 a.m. Joe Himes.
But these days, this type of work is becoming more and more rare. Even this ranger station used to be staffed in the winter, but hasn't been for a long time.
Spots like mine that are remote I think there's less and less these days.
Glacier has only a handful of wilderness rangers and just a single backcountry ranger station. And throughout the Park Service, these kinds of places and the people with the skills to staff them are disappearing. In addition to all the odd jobs Laura does, a huge part of her job is talking to park visitors, most of whom are on multi-day backpacking trips. As we hiked up the trail past Dawn Mist Falls, a scenic and loud waterfall, we ran into our first hiker of the day.
Hi there, how's it going? Good, how are you? Good, where are you coming from today?
Helen.
Helen, how was it?
Beautiful.
Good.
I think it's probably the best view out there, maybe.
Yeah? A lot of people say it's their favorite.
She asks where they've been and where they're going.
Cool, do you have a permit I can take a look at?
Oh, yeah.
Helen, Glenn's, go hunt. Cool. What a great trip.
And she'll chat about their trip, making sure they have what they need.
Any questions about anything they covered in the permit office?
No, I think I'm good. Hopefully this the food gets lighter.
Yeah, I mean, every pass will be easier.
Yes.
Yeah, have fun on your trip. Belly River is my favorite place, but goat hunt second, and you're going to both, so.
And sometimes they have something more unusual to report.
You know, maybe they saw a bear or a wolf or something really interesting that I can then report to the biologists. Or, you know, like I was saying, they often will report whether the food hang pole's damaged or the marmot's living in the toilet again.
Most days, though, she patrols, checks the campgrounds, gives the pit toilet a once-over, makes sure food is stored properly, and gives a helping hand where it's needed.
So every once in a while I come across a food hang and it's not high enough.
Most backcountry campgrounds have a food hang pole, where you toss a rope over and then pull your food up, securing it 10 feet off the ground. Just high enough to keep it away from curious bears.
Oh, hi there. How's it going? Yeah, I just lifted your hang because it wasn't the 10 feet.
Yeah, sorry about that.
That's
That was
okay.
my first bear hang, so.
Oh, okay, well.
Not the prettiest.
It's okay. Just make sure, like, if you notice I had it all the way to the top.
Do you actually mind showing me what knots you did?
Yeah, I'll show you.
Today, Laura uses her educational ranger charm to teach a camper the best knots for the job.
So I use the form of a trucker hitch. And so then what I do is I come through.
It's about 6 miles from the ranger station to where the gear was stashed for us to pack out. So we had plenty of time to chat as we walked through the forest and along the choppy turquoise waters of Elizabeth Lake, with colorful Seward Peak and the sheer ptarmigan wall beyond.
I'd never been to Montana before I got this job. Yeah, I'd worked at Olympic as a wilderness ranger intern in college, and I always thought I was gonna go back there, but then I got this job and was like, oh, I guess Glacier's my place.
So did you always think about being a backcountry ranger or working for the Park Service? Was that always something you were interested in?
Definitely not. I went to a liberal arts college, and my major is American Studies, and I had a thesis that focused on public land history, but I took that summer internship at Olympic and realized, well, this is what I need to be doing. This is where I'm happy. And
it makes perfect sense that someone who loves history but wants to work outside would end up working here and living in a log cabin.
So if you're talking to me about Glacier or Belly River, I often go into the history part versus anything else.
Is that part of what drew you to the Belly River?
Definitely the history and the legacy of Belly River. Having a mentor, Chuck Cameron, that worked here in the 80s and 90s. He got to share a lot of his experiences out here and the experiences of his mentor. So continuing on that legacy and preserving the ranger station, the institutional knowledge, passing that on is something that really drew me to Belly River.
Chuck is one of the voices you've heard reading logbook entries from his time in the Belly River in the 1990s, along with one from Joe Himes in the 1920s. Both were rangers in Glacier for over 40 years. A long line of rangers connected by the tools they use, the horses and mules, and the way of life that makes up this job.
It's definitely a connection to the past. We're using similar Decker saddles on the stock. That technology hasn't changed much. Yeah, we're using the same tools. I mean, literally some of the same tools that have been around for a long, long time. And yeah, we're patrolling the same trails. different experience day to day, but they were doing patrol reports. We're still writing in the logbook every day what we got up to.
September 22nd, 1992. Patrolled a Stoney Indian bench today to pull the 3 plank bridges for the season. Went up there with a wrench and came back with a wrench, a Pulaski, old wire, a huge tarp, an empty Southern Comfort bottle, an old 10-pound syrup can, and a fishing net. Quite a haul for one patrol. South winds, 67 degrees at 19:30 hours. Chuck Cameron.
And so, yeah, what are we packing out
So
today?
today we are packing out old parts of an inverted U food hang.
It's not a difficult hike to retrieve the old food hang pole, but all the same, I'm glad I'm not being asked to add a 25-pound chunk of metal to my pack.
So the reason we're having the ponies do it is because this would be more awkward for a human, and we might take multiple humans to do what Ellen can do by herself.
Glacier has a staff of packers who supply trail crews in the backcountry for 8-day hitches or carry gear in for bat biologists or the fish crew. But for a few sections of metal pipe, Laura and Ellen can manage.
So there's definitely a technique to manning loads, and with practice, people can become really quick and really neat with theirs.
Like you?
I would not say mine is the prettiest. I've seen some very lovely loads come through.
Packing loads on a mule is quite an art. Ever since horses and mules were domesticated thousands of years ago, people have been packing things on them. And Laura is quick to say she's no expert.
I'm not a packer, I'm a ranger who happens to pack. I learned from other experienced rangers. I learned by going along with the packers over the years, learning from them and their different styles. But this spring I had the opportunity to go to the 9 Mile Wildlands Training Center in Missoula and attended their basic packing course. And I got the opportunity to attend this thanks to the help and funding of the Glacier Conservancy, which I really appreciate.
Mules are especially popular for packing because they're strong and sure-footed. Their personalities vary, but Ellen is a keeper.
But mules are fun. They've got really strong personalities. Each one's very different.
How would you describe Ellen's personality?
She's very social. She's patient with me, you know, because I had her 2 years ago, so she was helping me learn. Affectionate, even. But she'll give you a look. She's like, what are you doing?
Basically, Laura puts the metal pipes into boxes that look like giant dresser drawers. Ellen can carry one load on each side after Laura makes sure they weigh the same. She wraps them up in a canvas tarp called a manty, and then finally ties them onto the metal rings of the pack saddle with some elaborate rope work.
Sometimes you see it in their eyes when like a weird load comes over. They're like, oh, really? You're going to put that on me?
It seems straightforward enough, but it takes a lot of adjusting to get the loads to sit just right. It's kind of like packing and repacking and adjusting your own giant pack for an overnight trip, except way heavier.
All right, hey. All right.
A lot of packing seems to me to be tying and untying things.
I think you got it.
Am I ready to be a ranger who
I think
packs?
you're ready. You're a ranger packer.
Spending the day with Laura, I feel lucky to see her in action and get a glimpse of what she and her predecessors have been doing here for over 100 years. But there aren't many people who know how to do these things anymore. And I guess part of me is wondering, does anyone need to know how to do these things? Do these traditional skills still have a place in the modern world? How do we decide what's worth holding on to?
I was reading like a book where it's like one of the tests in the application to become a ranger was, can you saddle and pack a horse properly and quickly? And it was just part of like the job application and the interview process. And everybody could ride and pack and shoe, and all of the ranger staff could do it because it was just a way of life out here, of surviving.
This isn't the case anymore, though.
You see older rangers that are reaching towards the end of their careers, and the younger folks can't ride or pack. And it's something that rangers have been doing for 100 years. And so it's like, does it end now? Or do people like me start learning and riding and packing? And we have a lot of young packers in the park, but specifically like the ranger packer.
I'd argue that it's a good idea to keep these thousands of years old skills alive just because, whether it's practical or not, so we don't lose them. But for Laura, it's not just nostalgia.
I value it because I get to use it, day in, day out here to do my job, and I can do my job better with these three.
Because it's useful. It's like, this is the easiest way to get a bunch of heavy stuff from point A to point B if you're not going to get a helicopter out here, which is expensive and dangerous.
It's practical, but it's also iconic. So it's that dreamy scene of, the string going through the mountains, over the passes, through the valleys.
Today, that was us. And it felt like a link to something I didn't know I was missing. And I get the sense that's how a lot of people feel when they come here.
September 1988. I live in here with 2 horses and a mule, and some people would say that I'm a fool. No power, no phone, and all alone. But I say Belly River is a home. With the family and friends I've made over the time, I have precious memories that will always be mine. Written by Chris Burke for Vivi O'Shea.
We get back late in the day, and Laura takes care of General, Tank, and Ellen before sending them off to their evening pasture. The peaks turn rosy with alpenglow, the nighthawks call, and Laura gives us a tour of the station, which is a functioning ranger station, of course, but is also basically a museum of Belly River history.
So this is the ranger station office. We have a library, medical supplies, base station radio. The telephone doesn't work anymore.
For the record, the telephone is like a 1900 telephone with the little bells that look like eyes and the receiver on the side. I feel like I would describe this room as filled with ranger whimsy.
I think that's probably accurate. We have a typewriter that I think was used until the 90s. Maybe we'll get it back in working condition. Some fun drawings of the mules that worked here in the past. A photo of the old Bear Mountain Fire Lookout. And then next to it is Joe Cosley, the first Belly River Ranger.
Some homes have a photo of the Pope hanging on the wall in a place of honor. The ranger station has a portrait of Joe Cosley.
I do not look to him for my values and ethics based on his actions. But he's an icon for here. Infamous.
Joe Cosley, the first Belly River Ranger, was hired under the rationale that to catch poachers, you should hire a poacher. Unfortunately, he never really stopped poaching. But that's a story for another time.
We also have the historic Belly River file, which has old newspaper clippings, any stories or interviews that people have done about Belly River.
I feel like not every wilderness district is like this.
Definitely not.
It's easy to romanticize these old traditions and ways of life, but it is hard work.
They always ask me, this is the dream job, how do I get your job? But they never ask me that question when my head's inside of a pit toilet or I'm covered in just gross mud and it's pouring down rain.
And it's not just the physical challenges that can make this lifestyle tough to maintain. There are also logistical challenges to arranging your life in a way that you can do this job. And not everyone can do it.
At this point in my life, I don't mind being seasonal. I like the change. I like the work. It's just harder and harder to live in this area on seasonal wages and to find housing available in the winters. Logistically, it becomes more difficult when you're trying to balance multiple jobs, multiple healthcare plans. I've had 5 healthcare plans in 1 calendar year from seasonal work. So I'd like to do this as long as possible, but who knows what the future holds.
May 8th, 1990. It's a fine day here in Belly. I'm in for the 1990 season and glad of it. About 40 elk, 4 white-tailed deer, and 4 Canada geese on the way in, snowing the whole way. Stored shutters in the annex and caught a glimpse of the saw-whet owl in the large aspen to the east of the pasture. Fine dinner and cribbage lessons provided by Ursula. Good to be back. Chuck Cameron.
The Stetson that I'm wearing is the hallmark of the ranger profession. I always tell them, put your hat on, that's what makes you a ranger. I always tell them, put your hat on, that's what makes you a ranger. That's what makes you a ranger.
No one person can do this job forever, but you'll learn a lot if you stick around for a decade or two. And you can pass that on to the generations after you.
I mean, some of the most beloved rangers of Glacier have come through Belly River and, yeah, stayed a long time. Tracy, 16 seasons. Bruce as well for a long time. Dave Shea was here. Chuck Cameron. And then Joe Himes, staying here through the winters. I wish they would let me do that, but I'm just a seasonal. Definitely the people that have worked here before or currently do hold this place close to their heart, and it's something we all share.
Well, and I think it's like the relationship goes both ways too. It's not just like I live here and it's pretty. It's like I take care of this place every day.
Yeah.
And it takes care of me.
Yeah. And I think that there are definitely people and cultures that have been like that for a long time. And I think I didn't necessarily grow up in that, and I think a lot of us didn't.
I know the Park Service preserves historic buildings and objects, basically the ranger station and a lot of what's in it. But maybe it's also part of our mission to preserve ways of life and skills and traditions that, if we're not careful, might otherwise go the way of the fax machine in my office.
We would lose a connection to the past, and we'd lose very practical skills in how we manage these lands.
Yeah, and it feels like this building would go from being like a living home and workspace to kind of a museum.
Yeah, it would just be a memory, a memory of the past, or this is what it used to be like, instead of this is what we're doing now. We're still living out here. We're still ranging.
I came to the Belly for a peek back in time, but if Laura has her way, this might be a look forward, too. There will be other Belly River Rangers decades from now, packing mules, looking back at her entries in the logbook, and taking care of ranger business.
October 4th, 1989. Final morning in the station. Mopped the floor, final cleaning, covered the generator, shutters on. I guess that's it. It's been a fine season. Please take care of this place, whoever uses it. It is a unique place indeed. Radio 10-7, and I'm gone. South winds and 60 degrees at 1200 hours. Chuck Cameron.
That's our show. Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park and is supported by the Glacier National Park Conservancy. We could not make this show without them. You can learn more about what they do at glacier.org. Headwaters is made possible with help from Lacey Kowalski, Melissa Slottick, and so many people throughout the Glacier community, especially the natural and cultural resource teams. We're grateful for all of you. Our music this season is by the brilliant Frank Walm. The show's cover art is by our sweet friend Stella Nall. Check out Frank and Stella's work at the links in our show notes. Special thanks this episode to Laura Funk, the whole Belly River staff, including Ellen the Mule, and the trail crew for letting us use their cabin. We appreciate Chuck Cameron reading his logbook entries and the park's archive staff for giving us access to them. And shout out to Alex Stilson for always being willing to lend a hand. Besides sharing this episode with a friend who might appreciate it, you can help us out by leaving us a rating and review in your podcast app. Thanks for listening. In this episode, we shared a few logbook entries from Chuck Cameron, former Belly River Ranger and a mentor to Laura. Well, this year, he's retiring.
He's done really incredible things, saved lives, like literally saved lives, and has meant a lot to a lot of people. And I've heard a lot of rangers say, well, I want to be like Chuck. And that kind of gives me hope.
Next time on Headwaters, we sit down with Chuck and hear about his legendary career in Glacier.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is what we do. I'm Brett Rayburn.
And I'm Ashton Hooker.
All right, Ashton. First of all, it's great to see you. How's it going?
Good to see you too, Brett. I'm good. How are you?
Good. I'm awesome. So I have a question for you.
Okay.
Have you ever hitchhiked before?
You know what? I don't think I have.
I thought
Honestly.
The way your face went, I thought you were about to tell me an epic hitchhiking
no,
story.
I'm actually surprised I haven't done that though.
Well, I did some research in the superintendent's compendium, and hitchhiking is legal within Yellowstone National Park as long as you follow some certain rules. So one of those rules, which is in Section 5, Part 4.31, which I'm sure you read
by heart,
all the time, says that you can hitchhike as long as a sign isn't bigger than certain dimensions.
Oh,
Do
wow.
you know what the max dimensions for your hitchhiking sign would be?
Wow, this is a very niche question. I honestly have no idea, but I'm just going to take a random guess. I'm going to say it can't be bigger than like 5 by 5 feet.
So 5 feet. That's a really big sign.
I was trying to,
that's
go a little bigger than I thought.
That's huge. It's 2 feet by 2 feet. So you're going to have to trim.
That's a more like usual size of sign.
Yeah. So next time you're recruiting someone to pick you up for hitchhiking, it just needs to be under that 2 feet by 2 feet.
Okay,
and you should
interesting.
Be good. If you want to hold a 5-foot sign, those sign spinners, that might be your go-to. So our next guest probably knows or is a lot more likely than we are to know Section 5, Part 4.3 of the Superintendent's Compendium by heart, because she's the law enforcement specialist here at Yellowstone National Park. So, Katie Anderson, have you ever cited someone for hitchhiking with a sign? Like if Ashton gave them their 5-foot by 5-foot sign, have you ever cited someone for that?
No, but I would have definitely stopped and talked to her if she had a 5 by 5 sign. I would want her life story.
That catch your attention.
Her.
Yeah, I feel like you don't even need to know the compendium to know that, like, that's probably someone you want to talk to.
Exactly.
Well, there's always a first time for everything. So I'm guessing you see a lot of things, something different every day as a law enforcement specialist. But I want to backtrack a little bit first before we get to your current position and talk about where and when you got your start in the National Park Service.
Yeah. So thanks so much for having me. My where and when. So my career with the National Park Service began in 2001 as a GS3 park guide at Assateague Island National Seashore in Maryland, living with those wild ponies, which was pretty much a childhood dream being fulfilled right out of the gate.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. So was it the wild ponies that got you to that job, or how did you hear about the Park Service?
Well, so the Park Service goes way back for me. I'll have to go many decades back from that. It pretty much goes back to about the late 1950s when my grandparents jumped on the Ranger 3, which is a vessel that takes visitors from the mainland of Michigan and takes them out to an archipelago of islands in Lake Superior called Isle Royale. And the island, as it's sort of lovingly called by all of us who sort of grew up there or grew up going there, along with my family, were super instrumental in my formative years in instilling a strong conservation ethic and just in turn, inherently me knowing that my life work was going to end up being working on preserving wild and public lands like Isle Royale.
So did you grow up near Isle Royale? then, or just vacation there?
Yeah, I grew up in northern Minnesota. And so that was, we always kind of came from that Grand Portage side out to the island. But the island has always been a huge part of my life.
That's a big bucket list park for me. I've never been there.
Oh, it's incredible.
Have you been there, Ashton?
No, actually, I just visited northern Minnesota last fall, but we were there just after the boat, like the ferries went out to Isle Royale. So we have to make another trip next time.
Yeah.
Definitely bucket list.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you kind of started out with that background of the conservation ethics kind of being instilled in you from a young age. And then you got that job at Assateague. How did you, as soon as you got that job, were you like, this is what I want to do? This is where I belong.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I knew it, like growing up, there was no question that this is what I was going to do. The National Park Service. It was just really refining what part of the Park Service I was going to be part of.
And so how did you get from playing with wild ponies to where you are now? What are the steps and iterations of jobs and units that you've worked at?
Yeah, so that is, there are such interesting journeys for us in the National Park Service, for a lot of us. What's neat about the National Park Service is that you can really experience the entire country on a deep level by working in the national parks, really from coast to coast. And that's pretty much what I did for those first 15 years with the Park Service. Right after I finished my season at Assateague, I made my way into the heart of DC to work for the Wilderness Society. And I was interning for them and really just getting amazing exposure to the Hill and really understanding how important the work of the nonprofit world was, but also how it coincided with the federal government agencies and, the decisions being made on the Capitol. And so spent a good chunk of time there, really kind of digging into how do I get on permanently with the National Park Service. After I finished up my DC work, I ended up going up to Acadia National Park in Maine and spent a fall up there counting raptors. That was another big part of my life growing up in northern Minnesota. We had big flight migration routes. And so was an intern up there, a volunteer up there as well, just really kind of starting to build my resume and figure out how I could get my foot in the door full time. As I learned about the different types of rangering, sort of the longer I got in, I made my way to the Apostle Islands National Lakeshore, another archipelago of islands in northern Wisconsin.
I used to live in Bayfield.
Yes, and exactly. So the Apostles well. And I dipped my toes in interpretation and lived out on Stockton Island. And it was an amazing experience. And from there, I put myself through a seasonal academy, which was kind of the norm in how to get permanent in the law enforcement ranks. And so put myself through that academy because I really wanted to be running more of like the adrenaline junkie calls that were kind of coming with rangering. And I really wanted to get in on some of the craziness. And so then I spent the next 5 years of my career seasonally at Rocky Mountain National Park as a seasonal law enforcement ranger, doing the front country side of things and then also the backcountry work. I was able to jump in on the search and rescue operations, really got my first experience working fatalities and working the family liaison roles. And then also starting and really integrating the other side of my life that had always been so strong for me. And that was having a horse component in my career and started my mounted patrols at Rocky Mountain National Park.
Oh, cool.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you've done like a lot of things.
I have, and that was the seasonal days. And I'll make it brief on the permanents, but the permanents were really neat because that Rocky experience, in my off season, I had been doing ski patrol work full time and had some avalanche background. And so Yellowstone picked me up permanently to be working on Sylvan Pass and be doing the avalanche control up there as well. So I sort of could bring a skill set of the rangering skills as well as sort of my other life loves into one job. And then ran down to Grand Canyon for 5 years and got some crazy experience down there. And that experience on the South Rim, being a South Rim Ranger for about 5 years, really built the core of who I am as a person and ranger and supervisor at this point in time. and then returned to Yellowstone to the justice operation and the law enforcement office as the court liaison, and which I can say is now definitely one of the best jobs I've ever had. And into the role that I have now full time as a law enforcement specialist for Yellowstone National Park.
That's awesome. And I guess we should mention to folks that you're joining us remotely from Glacier National Park. So you're on a detail currently at Glacier as well, right?
I am. Yeah. Within the National Park Service and just federal agencies in general, we're able to do either temporary promotions or details, kind of where a park unit will borrow you for a period of time and let you get some really good experience. So right now I'm the acting chief ranger in Glacier and filling in a period from when the old chief ranger retired and when they get their new chief ranger in.
Yeah, that's an awesome opportunity to have some of those.
Mm-hmm.
So do you have a typical day in your position at Yellowstone? I'm guessing not, but what is a normal, if you had to, I'm doing air quotes for people listening, what's a normal day for you look like?
Completely not normal. So, it's really interesting. The Yellowstone Law Enforcement Office is super unique in the National Park Service. We've got a full-time federal magistrate, so a judge right there. We've got a United States attorney right in the building. We've got a United States marshal who works on all of our arrests with us and our warrants. And Yellowstone cases are all prosecuted in-house. And our sole purpose in my operation is in support of the field staff. So the field rangers who are doing all the patrols and the response to emergency stuff, and really our office provides subject matter expertise. We assist with, search warrants and blood draw warrants on DUIs and filling out criminal complaints and really just supporting our partnerships in and out of the house.
Yeah, that's a lot of different things going on. And I'm guessing it's that like variety that you're seeking. I mean, you talked about being an adrenaline junkie. Obviously, you don't seem like you're the type of person that just sits down often.
Yeah.
You're always out doing stuff is the vibe I'm getting from you.
Yeah, the operation is a dream for me because it's super dynamic. There's a ton going on. It's slightly out of control. There's a lot of stuff happening. And there's always just like kind of big balls or big issues floating up in the air that need to be tackled. And I like that. That's definitely the energy that I like dealing with stuff at.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's something, not every person is going to thrive in that type of environment. Like, what are some things that you do that helps you, juggle all those things that you say is up in the air? Like, what qualities do you need to have to enjoy a job like that?
I think there has to be sort of a natural comfort level with multitasking things. And I'm not sure if that's an ADD portion of my universe or something else, but being able to ride the waves of chaos a little bit and be okay with that. And take a left-hand turn when you were supposed to take a right-hand turn that day. Like that is absolutely critical. I think it's also super cliche, but communication, like literally being able to communicate with everyone from defendants who are sitting in your jail, prisoners to the chief magistrate judge and beyond is it's completely mission critical in our operation. I'm sure 90+% of my day and my job as a law enforcement specialist is just building trust and bridges with the field and all of our partners through just so much. Like you cannot over communicate in this job.
Sure.
Yeah.
That makes a lot. I mean, and like communication can make the difference between like de-escalating somebody and escalating somebody. I mean, that can make a huge difference in what your day ends up being like.
Absolutely.
So is that your favorite part of the job, that variety that, you just never know what's going to happen doing a lot of different things, or is there something else?
That is a huge part of what makes me love my job. I think if I was really going to be pinned down on having to say what my favorite part of my job is sort of in the last decade of my career here, I would say whether we like it or not, the National Park Service is like a giant family and it needs tending to very similarly. My favorite part of the job, I think is probably having really meaningful connections with my team and my peers. And those many levels above me. And being at a point in my career right now that I'm given some creative liberty to create the type of work environment that fosters those connections. I think it's so interesting because I think that adrenaline junkie is like your younger years, you know, and the older you get, it's just, life is short, and the relationships that you have at work, which is where we spend most of our time, and at home are just so critically important. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's been that's come up a few times in our conversations with people, especially those that have like lived in the interior of the park or like remote areas. It's like that community is so important because that's who you have.
Yes.
And so you do a lot with those people. You work with them, and you have them over to dinner and all those things. And I think that's part of what is so special about the National Park Service experience that you just don't get in other jobs.
Yeah, it's not a lot of work environments where you work with your coworkers and then you also go live in the same neighborhood as them.
Yeah.
Like they're literally your neighbors.
Yeah.
So that's a big
I
difference.
know when Jake takes his recycling,
Right.
I can see what he's been eating for lunch if I wanted to.
Perfect. That is a perfect example of how this works.
Yeah.
So on the flip side of that, what's the toughest part of the job?
Similarly, I think I went the first 2/3 of my career here. I have gone full blown energy. Like I've done things at 1,000% and really kind of gone full send on everything. But it takes a toll. Like this career is not for the faint of heart. We see a lot of the underbelly and the darker sides of society, and to have to deal and we have to deal with the aftermath of all of that. It is us. We are exclusive jurisdiction here. We don't have other agencies coming in to sort of take the case from us. It lays in our hands. Yellowstone sees up, 2 to 3 million people in a really condensed portion of the year in the summer there annually. And all of those visitors and those of us living in the park bring our issues and problems and addictions with them and with us. And so it's really critical at this stage in my career, and we've seen the aftermath of not sort of dealing with some of that stuff and talking about it, that we actively process the cumulative work stress and the trauma. And thankfully, Yellowstone National Park is at the forefront of supporting their team with the Yellowstone Resiliency Project. And the National Park Service is building out some exceptional peer support, mind-body wellness type programs to support us proactively for a fulfilling career, but more importantly, for our well-being the day we retire and beyond. And so we're still coming out whole. And that has been a huge culture shift that has accelerated, I would say, in the last 3 years. And so the toughest part of my job is like the loss that we see through trauma and, undealt with issues. But also just the light in that is that I've got the opportunity right now with my own career to, hyper focus on those things and be part of shifting a culture nationwide, really.
Yeah, that's awesome to hear. I mean, especially, we all take our jobs home with us somewhat, but in your position, especially, I'd imagine that that's like one of those things that's really hard to not take home. And, I mean, that could really eat away at you if you don't take care of yourself when you're home with your family.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and you mentioned the Yellowstone Resiliency Project. I'm not sure, a lot of people might not know what that is. Do you mind just telling people a little bit about what that entails?
Yeah, so the project came about in cooperation with the Yellowstone. I believe with Yellowstone Forever was where that partnership really came about after the Yellowstone flood and after the loss of some coworkers to suicide. And
there was just some forward thinkers and support from the superintendent's office and the chiefs to move forward in that partnership to fund mental health resources in Yellowstone. I mean, one of the most amazing parts about living in Yellowstone is its remoteness and its disconnect from the rest of the chaos of the world that's happening around us. But the downside to that is we have a hard time with resources and getting them. And so the Yellowstone Resiliency Project has funded bringing in healthcare providers for counseling and touch bases and just connections. So we're not kind of going through these big life events and sort of suffering on our own. And there's, bigger conversations that are sort of happening on like where next, what next for these programs. But absolutely critical for every division in the park to have this resource to be tapping into and just normalizing the conversations around it. I mean, this is the human experience that we have right now, and nobody is alone in their suffering. We all go through it. And just the pressures of life, create environments that we need to take care of ourselves and one another. I mean, that's just the reality in the Park Service is we have to take care of one another. So this Yellowstone Resiliency Project is brilliant. The folks that are working on it have just done an incredible job implementing it. And we are so lucky to have that team working for us.
Yeah, definitely forward thinking. That was the key point I think you brought up there. It's like one of those things that plays dividends. It's you're playing the long game when you're investing in people's mental well-being. And so that's awesome. I guess cycling back to kind of your career, it sounds like you've had a lot of moments that you could probably choose as a defining moment. Do you have one defining moment that you would say, kind of defined your NPS career or set you on a trajectory or that you can look back on?
I think about it often because I get asked that a lot. Like, what's the best park you've lived in? What's the best position you ever had? And I can honestly say that I am so, like, at the core of my being, I am so incredibly proud of every single job that I've had with the National Park Service over the past 23 years. I'm so proud of myself as a GS3 at Assateague Island. Like, that I ever even like stepped into it and got that job. I would say it all builds on itself. It builds character. It builds who you are to the core of your being in each of these positions that you're in. And I would say just sort of sitting here in this window now, like watching the snow dump, on Glacier Park, the acting chief ranger in Glacier National Park right now is one of those highlights. And I feel so honored to have the support from my Yellowstone team, which is like my core team, to take on this role and to have this connection now with yet another incredible gem of a park and the amazing people that call this place home.
Yeah, you have all these connections to places where people like they're on people's bucket list. Like they're happy to just make it to one of those in a lifetime. And you've got all these special memories at so many, and we all do. I mean, that's kind of why we all do what we do, I guess, in a way.
So lucky.
That's awesome. Yeah. Since it was such a good answer, I'll let you get away with, I technically said you had to have one defining moment, but I'll let you get away with it because it was a really good answer.
But if you know me, there's never one. I always juggle at least three things. So I'm the same
way. Yeah. So, and this is a pretty, probably a more straight connection than some of the other people that we've interviewed. But how does your job contribute to the Park Service mission? So, the Park Service mission is kind of drives everything that we do, and it's at the forefront of our minds every day. But so how does your job contribute to that?
I would say it takes a massive village of committed public servants to come anywhere near fulfilling the mission of the National Park Service. I am just a cog in the wheel, but at the core, I truly believe that my work is super meaningful and impactful. And I feel that every single day, whether it's helping the field rangers with a complex victim case
as we run the victim witness program in my office, or supporting the prosecution on a significant poaching case. I love my job. And, I've heard people say that like, you shouldn't love your job because it'll never love you back. And I just am unconvinced of that. And I think you need to find deep joy in the work that you're doing and believe truly that it's making an impact and it's for the greater good. And I never question that, no matter how hard my days are. I know that like I'm giving back way bigger than I'm getting, and I'm totally okay with that.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, and someone has to keep Ashton with her 5 foot by 5 foot hitchhiking sign.
You got to keep me in check.
On the right side of the law.
Unreasonable, Ashton.
Hey, I went big.
Yeah,
Can't
keep
blame
these
me for
people
that.
in check over here. So for those of people who are listening to this and are just like, wow, that sounds like an awesome job, like me. Like I'm like, wow, that sounds like so what series do I look at in USA Jobs to do what you're doing?
Yeah. So the series that post on USA Jobs, which is where all of our federal jobs are posted, is 0025. So right now that's the Ranger series. And at some point there may be a shift in that, but right now 0025 Park Ranger Law Enforcement is what folks would be looking at in USA Jobs.
And is that the same series for like all the positions kind of working their way up the ladder?
Yeah, it is.
So
everything from your field level law enforcement, GS 5, all the way up into your chief ranger positions.
Awesome. That makes it easy. I feel like a lot of times it jumps around and gets complicated and it's hard to keep track of all those numbers. So 0025 is the one to remember. And do you need formal training to get that like GS5 position?
You do. There's a couple routes now. Kind of the old ways where we would put ourselves through a seasonal academy, a law enforcement academy that's sort of connected with the National Park Service, and then you would apply to seasonal positions like summer positions. This last year, a new system, a direct hire initiative was sort of started, and we're hiring things a little bit differently. So in that case, a couple times a year, there's announcements that are flown nationwide for the National Park Service law enforcement positions. Either way, you'll spend a significant amount of time at the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center in Glencoe, Georgia. And then in a field training park as you build the foundation to your law enforcement career.
How long are you in that field training park for?
The field training park is, I got to think about how many weeks it is. 13. I think it's 13 weeks. I'm kind of talking off the cuff here, but, and sometimes that's your home park. Yellowstone we're really lucky. We're one of those parks to have a field training park and staff in place that can field train folks in person.
Awesome.
And what's the kind of stuff that people are exposed to in that training? Like if somebody's interested in going through that, like what would they expect to be exposed to?
Yeah, I think this kind of ties into to another portion of some of the questions. At the core of these jobs, we are federal law enforcement officers. Like that is the core of what we're doing. And so, for example, FLETC, the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center, they do foundational, like basic law enforcement training. So everything from some people's first day on the firearms range with your pistol and your shotgun and your rifle, to patrol tactics, like how do I literally drive my police car? How do I do high speed pursuits, kind of chases? How do I care for victims in cases? How do I physically maintain my fitness and show that I can ground fight with somebody that I'm going to need to go hands-on with in my career? How do I handcuff somebody? What are my arrest procedures? So it really takes you through all of the basics of how to be a cop.
Yeah. So it's like a good crash course then.
Yeah. You make it or you don't. It is a crash course. You have to have the mental space and be really there to want to do it, because it's not all fun and games at all.
Sure. Sure. Yeah. For sure. I bet you build some really strong connections with the people that you go through that with, kind of like, boot camp or something.
Absolutely.
Well, before we let you go, Katie, do you have, we like to ask this of everybody because it's just fun for us, and I come up with more things that I want to do in my summer vacations. But do you have a favorite story or memory? It doesn't have to be from Yellowstone. Any National Park Service unit that you visited or worked at. Do you have a favorite story?
It's going to come from Yellowstone. And I don't know if it's a specific story. I think what I would say is this kind of speaks to the specialness of living in these places. Living in Yellowstone is like being a National Geographic episode every day. And I would say it's amplified when you live in the interior, which I've lived in several times, and I don't now. But what I would say is you can almost gauge the rhythms of the year, like the seasons of the year, by the flow of the wildlife and the thoroughfares and the tracks that they are walking. And, just this season right now, as I'm not in Yellowstone, I'm in Glacier and I don't have the bison out my window. I'm starting to wonder if the cow bison right now with their big swollen bellies, if they're starting to make their way towards Mammoth Hot Springs and down to their calving grounds. And that always is like my sure sign that spring is coming. And I just think that's just one of the most incredible parts about living in Yellowstone is that you can just, it feels very prehistoric to be living there with them and just watching these old rhythms just float by. Like we are truly just there in somebody else's world. And we're just guests. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's pretty special.
Yeah. I love being in a place where it's like you said, those connections to like the natural world. Like the bluebirds are like, I heard a bluebird, spring is coming and everyone's just as excited as you are.
Yeah.
Whereas some places people will be like, what? The what? So that's awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us and taking the time. I know I speak for all of us, but we thank you all for your service and thank you for keeping us safe. I know I live like literally all of my neighbors are law enforcement rangers, so I just feel like the safest person whenever I'm out and about my home. So thank you all for what you and your team do day in and day out.
Yeah. Thanks so much for having me. Thank you.
All right, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, Katie Anderson. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen. Every positive review really helps new listeners find the show, so thanks for doing that. If you have a question or want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedopodcast.
Many visitors, when they come to Yellowstone National Park, don't realize that they're in one of the world's largest active volcanoes. All the hydrothermal, the hot water features in this park are the result of the Yellowstone volcano. The volcano gives us much of our elevation we have in this area because it heats the ground. That ground is less dense, so we have a high volcanic plateau here of 8,000 feet. It has supplied many of the rocks and the soils that are in this area, so the vegetation is responsive to the Yellowstone volcano, and of course the animals are responsive to the vegetation. The simplest, perhaps most eloquent way to describe it is the heart of Yellowstone. Yellowstone would not exist without the presence of the volcano. First, think of the ground surface, and then let's start having a mass of very hot molten rock, which we call magma, moving up towards the surface. As it moves up, it starts to break the overlying rock, and those breaks basically are earthquakes. So in the area on the ground surface, above the molten rock which is moving up, there will be hundreds to thousands of earthquakes per day, and those earthquakes will probably be in the 4.5 magnitude range or larger. The other thing that occurs as this gets close to the surface, the ground starts to deform. It actually gets bent. So in the area of the earthquakes, you should also see significant ground deformation. Sometimes up to a yard a year may occur preceding an eruption. Also, we would expect to see changes in the hot water features, the geysers and hot springs, as this molten rock gets near the surface, and we would expect to see changes in the geothermal gases that come from the ground. Now, do we have earthquake swarms in the park? Definitely. Do we have ground deformation? Definitely. Does the hydrothermal system change? Every day. But are those signs of an impending eruption? No. All these things have to be coincident in the same area and very concentrated, a greater magnitude, and many more of them than we currently see. So having an earthquake swarm near Norris and ground deformation in the White Lake area and changes in the thermal system in Mammoth, they're all part of the normal vital signs of this volcano, and there has been nothing that has been indicated that there is an impending eruption. In the summer of 2014, there was a 3-mile section of road along the Firehole Lake Drive, which is a side road that is north of the Old Faithful area, that was closed because the pavement had become soft and road oil was seeping up through the pavement. Reports were that this was due to increased geothermal activity in the area, and also people then became concerned that this indicated increased volcanic activity in the area. And this wasn't the case. Yes, the road is in an active geothermal area. It's a side road that allows people to view Great Fountain geysers, White Dome geysers, other thermal features. As such, the road is on very hot ground. When we get a very hot day in the summer, with all the sun beating down on the black asphalt, and the road had recently been chip sealed, so all the cracks in the road were sealed with oil, which not only stopped the rain from getting into the road, but stopped the hot geothermal vapors from escaping the road. So the three things of very hot air temperatures above 80 degrees Fahrenheit, the road being in a thermal area, and the asphalt basically being sealed by new road oil that was black, all coupled to deform the road. Within 2 days, our park maintenance crews had been out and worked on the road and fixed it. It's open for travel and has been ever since after the original 2 days closure. This also happened back in 2002 when a segment of the road near White Dome Geyser approached 196 degrees Fahrenheit. The asphalt became soft, and there what occurred was roughly a 60-foot area of the road. The asphalt was stripped off, which allowed the road to breathe. Gravel was placed there, and that segment of road has been open ever since. First, let's describe what a super eruption is. It's just a very, very large eruption. An eruption of at least 240 cubic miles of molten material, and usually that molten material is forcefully vented into the atmosphere. It's not just one large explosion, but through time, there's a lot of molten material vented into the atmosphere. In Yellowstone's past, there have been 2 super eruptions. One at 2.1 million years ago that was about 600 cubic miles of molten material, and one 640,000 years ago that was 240 cubic miles. To put that in comparison, the eruption of Mount St. Helens was about 0.1 cubic miles. So the super eruptions are very large. They do change basically world climate, temperatures, everything else due to the volcanic ashes and gases that are expelled. Do we know if there will ever be another super eruption of Yellowstone? No, we don't. The volcano experts who study Yellowstone, the volcanologists, do not know if there will be another super eruption of Yellowstone. Is volcanic activity and volcanic eruptions, are they in Yellowstone's future? Definitely. But the most probable eruptions are much smaller than these super eruptions. Now, by smaller, we may mean they might be as large as a Mount St. Helens sort of eruption, or even much smaller than that. Maybe an individual vent that puts out a very nice Hawaiian-type basalt flow. A very robust monitoring network is in place in Yellowstone National Park that monitors earthquakes, monitors ground deformation, monitors stress and strain within the earth, and all these data are online real time through the Yellowstone Volcano Observatory. So none of those data, which are publicly available, have ever indicated to the experts that there's even a potentially small impending eruption. One of the important aspects of the monitoring equipment is to be able to give scientists the ability to predict in advance when an eruption is going to occur. And in its simplest form, the larger the potential eruption, the more molten rock that's coming up over a greater area, the more signals that will occur, the more earthquakes that will occur, the larger the area affected, the more the ground deformation will be occurring in that area, and the more there will be changes in the thermal system and gases. So the larger the eruption, the more advanced notice there'll be, and the smaller the eruption, the less advanced notice. But that's the way we would hope it would be, because the smaller the eruption, the less the effect of it to Yellowstone or even to smaller areas than just the park itself.
Hi, I'm Gabby. You're listening to Headwaters, a podcast from Glacier National Park.
Hey, Gabby. I'm Daniel.
Hi, Daniel.
And this is the mailbag or Q&A episode. We're answering questions.
Yeah, so listeners have provided questions for us over the last week or so. And I'll be asking you what the people want to know.
Oh, you're asking me?
I'll be asking you.
I'm not ready for this.
We're releasing bonus episodes this spring and summer to help visitors plan their trips to the park or to just generally get a feel for what's going on.
What do you got for me?
What do you think was our most asked question?
I think the question that rangers get asked the most is, where is the bathroom? But I bet you people want to know, when is Going to the Sun Road going to open for the summer?
Ding, ding, ding.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Everyone wants to know, when is Going to the Sun Road going to open for the summer, because it feels like it's not summer till the Sun Road opens. Well, sorry, we don't have an answer.
We really don't know. We don't have any more information than what you know.
I could say that it seems to usually open in June. The roads crew are actively plowing it right now. Sometimes early July, but generally it's sometime in June. If it's like a low snow year and we don't have a whole lot of snow in the winter, then it opens in the earlier side of June. If it is a big snowy winter, then it's probably going to be later in June, if not early July.
Or a rainy spring.
Yeah, spring weather matters a lot too.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Bad weather, avalanches, all that slows the work down.
Yeah. Hopefully it'll be open soon. I'm excited. It will definitely mark the arrival of summer. Angela says, can you just talk about beargrass?
I will try. Beargrass is not a grass. It is a member of the corn lily family. It is a flower, basically. It has grass on the bottom, and what people love then is that every few years each plant will shoot up a big asparagus, Dr. Seuss type flower that looks like a giant Q-tip, sometimes like 3 or 4 feet tall.
They don't pop up yearly, right?
Right. As spring comes along like this, we're always like, is this going to be a big flower year? When was the last time we had a big beargrass year? But there's always some beargrass, and
yeah,
I love it.
I guess we'll see what this year looks like. Shritavi asks, what are the places to visit without a vehicle reservation? That's a big one.
Yeah. So in 2024, you do need a vehicle reservation, but that's only to get into the busiest parts of the park during the busiest hours of the day and the peak summer season. So if you're visiting in the fall, you don't need to worry about it. If you like to get up early or drive into the park late, again, you don't need to worry about it. It's just for those peak hours. Now, also, it's not for every area of the park. In summer 2024, entering into Two Medicine or the east side of Going to the Sun Road at St. Mary, you don't need a vehicle reservation for those areas either. And I promise they are spectacular areas of the park.
Truly amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, awesome. Hopefully that's helpful. And as always, check nps.gov/GLAC for more information and all of the details about vehicle reservation. Claire wants to know, what's it like working for the park? You've been working for the park for 7 years, right?
This park, yeah. I've made a career out of working for the Park Service, and I love it. The best part about working for the Park Service is that you are working in and getting to, be a part of these amazing places. I love being a part of something that is like iconic of our country and our landscape and a thing that we all share together. Working for the parks is amazing. I highly recommend it. Go to usajobs.gov and watch for ranger postings. Give me another one. Give me a hard one.
Okay. Olive asks, what are people most surprised about after visiting?
Maybe a big surprise is how cold and how wet the weather can be, especially in the first half of summer.
Totally. Like in West Glacier or East Glacier, it'll be beautiful and sunny, and then you go up to Lagoon Pass and it's snowing.
Like literally snowing.
Yeah.
The other thing I think that can surprise people about the weather is how in the second half of summer, how hot it can be. They'll be like, oh, it's Glacier National Park, it's the mountains, it'll be cool. But then they start going on a hike with one little water bottle and they're like, oh.
It's hot.
It's over 90 degrees and
yes.
kind of humid. And yeah, it can get really hot.
Yeah. Last summer it hit 100.
Wow.
So Jack has a question about construction.
Okay, Jack, here's the situation. In Montana, we have 2 seasons, winter and construction.
Haha.
Yeah. And here we are entering construction season. There's all kinds of jokes about this. The traffic cones that they put out around construction sites.
The bright neon orange.
I've heard people joke that that's, Montana's state flower. I think other states make these jokes too.
Definitely, yeah.
But it's true, the window for construction in Glacier National Park is pretty small because we have such a long winter season. So you have to squeeze all the repair and update, projects into a pretty narrow window. So you can hear the construction going on outside right now. There is construction going on in the park, a whole bunch of different areas. They're working on bridges. They're putting in new sewer lines.
They're doing a lot of work. So It will most likely be a part of your visit.
Yeah, but if you're just flexible, it shouldn't be a big deal.
Yeah, not a big deal at all. Check nps.gov/GLAC for all of those construction updates and all of those details as to where those projects are going to be.
Yeah, that's basically the answer to everything. Go on our website, check it out.
Yeah.
Plan ahead.
Okay, this is maybe one of my favorite questions that we got. Miss Curly Girly asks, is the damage reversible?
This question is sort of silly and also kind of deep, and
right.
Which is fun. Having no idea what Curly Girly is actually asking about, I would say let's be optimistic. Let's envision a better future than the one we're living in.
Totally.
The damage is reversible. We can fix things that are broken, and we can
imagine better futures.
Absolutely.
This is a little bit of a history question. Are you ready for this?
I'll give it a shot.
Zach wants to know, how did the whole Glacier-Waterton connection come to be?
Well, that is a good question. Basically, there was a Rotary clubs. These are like community social clubs, and they started talking about how these 2 national parks that share an international border could be and should be an example to the world about international peaceful cooperation. Mm-hmm. And they sort of developed the concept, and everyone liked it, got behind it, and in the 1930s, the world's first international peace park was born.
Glacier-Waterton.
Well, technically, it's Waterton Glacier International Peace Park.
And Zach, if you want to learn more, I would recommend going back to season 1 and listening to the Goat Hunt episode, where Michael and Andrew dive deeper into Waterton Glacier International Peace Park.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I thought you were going to say go to the website. I'm like, oh, people are going to be tired of hearing that.
Oh, no. Yeah.
But it's also true, though.
I have 3 from Elizabeth.
I didn't know 3 questions was allowed, but okay, let's hear them.
What do we do when we see fellow tourists not following leave no trace principles? Ooh.
Yeah, that's hard. I mean, it's not your job to police other people. That said, I feel like if you have the social skills and the situation allows for it, find a way to be friendly and encourage.
Be curious.
Yeah.
I would say ask some questions before we make assumptions as to what people are doing, or if they're doing something quote unquote wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if you see something dangerous or blatantly illegal happening, you definitely tell a ranger. But trust that everyone's doing their best and that
Totally.
Being friendly goes a long way.
Absolutely. How do we convince people that nature is worth protecting as much as people?
That's a good question. I like that one. You know, people are nature.
Mm-hmm.
The national parks operate with the belief that a really important part about getting people to care about the world around them and to care about this country's history and making the world a better place is learning and experiencing and making connections firsthand. So that is a really central part of the mission of the National Park Service, is to give people an opportunity to come visit natural places like Glacier National Park and make those connections and realize why that's so important to protect and cherish
and
as well.
preserve and honor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Totally. Okay, Elizabeth has one more question.
Oh, is it what's my favorite beetle? I knew it.
That's exactly right.
Mountain pine beetles, a natural insect that eats away at pine trees in the park. It's not good for those pine trees, but it's good for the ecosystem as a whole, and they're cool little beetles.
Are these the beetles on whitebark pines?
Pretty much every species of tree in the park has an associated species of beetle. So yeah, whitebark pine included.
That's so cool.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to know more about beetles or whitebark pine, you can go listen to season 2 of the podcast.
Of course.
Thanks, Elizabeth, for those questions. Okay, so the next question is from Lane, who wants to know, how has climate change impacted the way the park is managed?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, it would actually probably be simpler to say, how has climate change not impacted the way the park is managed? Because it infiltrates every decision made in the National Park Service at this point. There are broadly 4 big categories in how the National Park Service is responding to climate change. One is through communication, so just doing things like podcast episodes about, educating on the topic. Then there's science. There are scientists actively studying how a shifting climate is directly impacting the resources or the plants, animals, history, culture, and all of that, how that's being impacted. But then on top of communication and science, there is also a whole lot of adaptation work. Basically, people studying and thinking about how, okay, we have more wildfire now because of climate change. How do we need to shift our response to wildfire in the face of that?
Right.
And then the 4th big area of the National Park Service's response to climate change is mitigation. And that means that we're trying to actively reduce the amount of greenhouse gases that are emitted inside the national park, reducing the amount of fossil fuels burned, stuff like that.
How are we doing that?
Putting solar panels on roofs, switching to more fuel efficient or zero emission vehicles, recycling, composting, basically anywhere we can find ways to reduce the park's emissions, we're trying to do that.
And that's not just here, right? That's across the National Park Service.
Yeah, it's across the federal government in general.
That's great. How might visitors see and or experience everything that you talked about?
Well, if you come to Glacier National Park in your electric vehicle, you can plug it in and charge it with a pretty much renewable energy resources that we have here with hydropower. You're going to see solar panels on the roofs of some buildings. But you're also going to experience the impacts of climate change almost inevitably. It gets a lot hotter here in the summers than it used to. We have a lot more wildfire smoke than we used to.
And of course, the namesake of this park.
Everyone wants to come and hike to a glacier or take a look at the glaciers as they melt.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's a big part of the visitor experience these days.
Okay, Daniel, I'm going to close it out with one more question.
Okay.
What snakes are in the park?
We have 2 kinds of snakes. They're both garter snakes. We have 2 species of garter snakes, and neither of them are venomous or dangerous. Snakes are cool. A lot of people don't come here for the snakes, but they really should.
It's always, where can I see a grizzly bear?
Never, where can I see a garter snake? Yeah, all right. Well, if people have more questions, they can, hit us up on social media or email us here at the podcast.
GLAC_media_lab@nps.gov.
We'll put it in the show notes too. Our music's by Frank Wall and our art is by Stella Nall.
They're both great. Check out their work.
Their info's in the show notes.
Headwaters is made possible with support from our nonprofit partner, the Glacier National Park Conservancy. We absolutely could not be doing this without them. Check them out at glacier.org. If you have a moment to leave us a review in your podcast app, that helps so much.
Thanks for listening.
The St. Mary Visitor Center is the eastern gateway to Glacier National Park and is a main orientation point for many visitors, with rangers on duty throughout the summer providing trip planning and other information about the park. If you find yourself on the east side of the park and you have a question about something you've seen or heard while you were here, this is the place to stop and find the answer. This is also the place for backpackers to obtain their backcountry permits for exploring into the depths of the wilds of Glacier National Park. Exhibits in the building explain the park's cultural and natural history, and a 15-minute film plays every half hour. Rangers present evening programs throughout the summer in the auditorium. The building itself has an interesting story to tell. In the 1950s, the National Park Service embarked on an ambitious 10-year program called Mission 66 to upgrade facilities throughout the country's parks. The St. Mary Visitor Center remains a classic example of the architectural style prevalent during this program. If you look closely, you'll notice that the building's lines reflect the mountains in the background. In the years since Mission 66, many buildings and parks around the country have changed or been remodeled or in some cases torn down. That makes preservation of buildings like the St. Mary Visitor Center all the more important. These buildings help to tell the story of one of the most significant initiatives in the history of the National Park Service. One thing you'll notice right away about St. Mary, it's almost always windy here. So the building needs repainting often to keep up its appearance. And over the years, the original colors were painted over in shades of tan and brown. Recently, it became time to repaint the building again, and historians researched the original records and rediscovered the original colors used during the Mission 66 construction of the building. Its exterior has now been returned to its original appearance, allowing the building to once again showcase one of the most important building projects in National Park Service history. From this spot, visitors often confuse the series of cascades on Haystack Creek directly in front of them for Birdwoman Falls. But Birdwoman Falls is actually the 492-foot drop across the valley between Mount Oberlin on the left and Mount Cannon on the right. Notice the broad U-shaped bowl above the waterfall, and then look down to the valley to the right and notice the same broad U shape. Both features are the results of glaciers. Ice Age glaciers that flowed down the valleys here ground and carved the landscape. The Lake McDonald Valley shows the familiar rounded bottom of a valley that was created by a glacier. Ice up to 3,000 feet thick filled this area as recently as 12,000 years ago. Smaller glaciers tucked high into the mountains ground away and created bowl-like depressions called cirques and hanging valleys like you see immediately above Birdwoman Falls. A hanging valley is created when one of the smaller glaciers meets one of the larger valley glaciers. It can't carve as quickly as its massive cousin, and so creates a smaller hanging valley up on the mountain. Look for these features throughout the park. Often, since they generally end in a cliff, hanging valleys have impressive waterfalls pouring out of them. Birdwoman Falls was once fed by an active glacier in the cirque above, but today there is merely a snowfield to feed the waterfall. In especially dry years, Birdwoman Falls dries up by fall.
Okay, Andrew, it's summertime as we're recording this.
Oh.
But I want to rewind the clock to mid-May of this year. Think cool air, drizzling rain, spring.
Okay, I'm with you.
This May, I volunteered with the Harlequin Duck Project, and we were trying to capture ducks on Upper McDonald Creek. And as we talked about in the Goat Hunt episode, you catch them by stringing a net all the way across the creek and trying to catch them as they fly down. But with all the melting snow in the spring, that creek is flowing too fast to safely walk across, so a few people and one end of the net get carried across to the other side in a raft.
So did you get to go across the creek?
Well, no, I stayed behind to help spot the birds with binoculars, but At the end of the day, everyone on the other side had to come back, and I volunteered to help catch the raft and pull them to shore. The raft, really conveniently, has a handle on the bow that helps you grab it. And I leaned over to grab it, totally missed, and fell face first in McDonald Creek.
Ouch.
Yeah, I was totally soaked.
Well, it's pretty cold in the spring. Did you have a change of clothes?
Well, yes and no. It was very cold, but I didn't have any spare clothes. But the volunteer paddling the raft that I failed to catch had a spare pair of long johns, and despite my insistence that I'd be warm enough, made me go change into them.
So you had warm legs and a bruised ego, but isn't this episode about many glaciers?
Okay, let me finish. That volunteer's name is Gerard, and I'd met him before because he drives a school bus for some of the local students I've led on field trips, but through the Harlequin Project, I got to know him a little better, and a few weeks later, I had the chance to get him in the studio.
Yeah, my name is Gerard Bird. Born and raised about 9 miles from Glacier National Park in a little town of Martin City.
He's the sort of wonderful person that seems to know everyone and can do anything. What were you doing just before this interview?
We were helping band songbirds, trapping and banding.
I think he volunteers with every single wildlife research project in the park.
We started about 12, maybe 13 years ago, helping out with the Wolverine Project, got involved, and we put in roughly 175 backcountry miles.
Did you make him come into the studio just to return his long johns?
No, he's got wonderful taste in long underwear, but that's not why I wanted to talk to him. I wanted to talk to him about a trip he did with the Glacier Institute in 1986.
Glacier Institute was founded in 1983, started working in 84. I came on board in 85. I'm a school bus contractor. They were looking for someone to transport students around the park, specifically up over Logan Pass.
Wait, so what is the Glacier Institute?
The Glacier Institute is one of the park's 3 official partners. They offer hands-on, field-based learning opportunities for both kids and adults all throughout Northwest Montana, and they do a lot of work here in Glacier.
It was grizzly classes, flower classes, and then some geology classes, which included glaciology as well. And this one particular class, we were hiking into Grinnell Glacier, and it was a geology class, but one of the founders had wanted us to go and meet this gentleman that was given, I can't remember where he was from now, but anyway, he was giving a speech on Grinnell Glacier. And so
the guy's name was Bob Anderson, and he was a geologist with the California Institute of Technology. And he wasn't just giving a talk on Grinnell Glacier, he was giving a talk in Grinnell Glacier.
He had an access point that we were able to enter underneath this glacier.
Into an ice cave.
It was about maybe 3 foot high, and it kind of went back maybe 20 some feet.
And the times I've spent in other park units like Mammoth Cave National Park, one of the biggest takeaways was just how dark it got. Like, what was the lighting?
Oh, straight up. I mean, it's no different than a regular cave. If there were human bodies blocking that entrance, it would be no different than being in an underground cave. As I looked around, there was probably 20 of us crowded into this small space, and there was a flash photographer taking tons of photos. Leaned over and I said, "Lex, how come this is so obnoxious?" He goes, "Gerard, National Geographic's in here doing a photo op here under this glacier."
National Geographic was there?
Yeah, they published a 20-page article not long afterwards, which really reads like an introduction to Glacier, where it is, what it's all about, a harrowing search and rescue tale. And here's the one photo they used from the ice cave.
Wow, this is crazy. So this is under Grinnell Glacier?
Yeah, the photo, it's really dark. This guy's wearing bright yellow pants, sitting on the ice. And yeah, it's in Grinnell Glacier.
I've been to Grinnell Glacier a handful of times, and this looks nothing like anything I've seen up there. It's like a totally different world.
Yeah, and it's hard to tell in the photo. I asked him what the weather was like outside, and he said it was sunny, but doesn't look at all like that. It just looks dark.
Cold.
Gerard described these little threads of ice that would dangle from the ceiling of the glacier, and if you looked at it too long, either your breath or your headlamp would even melt them. So it was a really powerful experience for him.
Well, the funny thing is I had visited with my wife when I came out, and I said, "Oh my gosh, honey, you got to come in and look at this." I said, "This was incredible." I was so moved. Well, raising 5 kids and whatnot, it just was about 3 years later, and we decided that we could go back in, and we hiked in, come to this rock face, this is where the glacier was. And I kept looking at the rock face thinking, "Oh God, maybe I'm on a whole different," but I did recognize the area where we entered and the glacier had melted back about 200 plus feet. I was absolutely astounded.
3 years.
3 years. That's when I really became aware of man's impact on our beautiful planet. Yeah.
So if that's how much it changed in just 3 years, what has he noticed in the last 30 years since then?
Yeah, that was something I was really interested in, but he surprised me. But when's the last time you went back to Grinnell Glacier?
Oh, it was back then, probably 89.
Really?
80s, yep.
Haven't been back since?
I haven't been back to there since. I've done a lot of different areas in the park since, but not been back there since 89.
Wow, 30 years. I can't imagine what he'd say if he got to see it now.
I know. We have got to get Gerard to Grinnell Glacier this summer. Welcome to Headwaters, a Glacier National Park podcast, brought to you by the Glacier National Park Conservancy and produced on the traditional lands of many Native American tribes, including the Blackfeet, Kootenai, Salish, and Gillespie people.
We're calling this season The Confluence, as we look at the ways that nature, culture, the present, and the past all come together here.
I'm Michael.
I'm Andrew.
And we're both rangers here.
And today we're going to be taking you on a journey to the Many Glacier Valley.
Nestled in the northeast corner of the park, Many Glacier is one of its most spectacular destinations. I know every time my family's come to visit, we've made a point of taking Highway 89 on the east side of the park just to get there. Typically, the road is open from mid-May to late October, but the high elevation trails have a much shorter season because they're only reliably clear of snow in August.
According to longtime Many Glacier Ranger Bob Adams, there are 2 trails in particular that people come here to see.
Today, that would be the Grinnell Glacier Trail, and that would be the Iceberg Lake Trail, which is...
This area is popular, like really, really popular.
But there are lots of people, roughly 600 or more a day.
That 600 is on each trail.
So this isn't the place for solitude?
Not exactly. And to make it even more extreme, Bob sometimes has to close one of those trails for bear activity. And if the Iceberg Lake Trail is closed, then...
You'll get 900 people on the Glacier Trail.
900 people on the Grinnell Glacier Trail?
So that may not be what you want. It may be exactly what you want because you maybe feel safety in numbers. That's a false assumption, but people make that assumption.
Why do so many people come here?
I asked Diane Sine. She's a ranger, and she spent more than 40 summers in Many Glacier.
It not only has the actual glaciers that are still hanging in there, just barely. Then we also have the historic hotel. We have, in my opinion, the best hiking trails in the park. So if you just wanted one location that sums up all that's excellent about Glacier National Park, it's Many Glacier. And yes, this is a commercial for Many Glacier.
And she's not totally joking about the commercial thing. The marketing of Many Glacier and of the Glacier National Park region as a whole is a really important part of the park's history.
What do you mean by that?
Well, in the early days of Glacier National Park, a lot of the infrastructure was built by the Great Northern Railway. And the railway executives wanted this place to look like the Swiss Alps.
Yeah, there's definitely Swiss architecture noticeable, not just at the Many Glacier Hotel, but the Lake McDonald Lodge too. But why Swiss?
That's actually a pretty interesting story. To learn more about it, I decided to join Diane Sine, the ranger you heard a minute ago, on a tour of the Many Glacier Hotel.
Well, I'm jealous.
Luckily for you and our listeners, these tours are offered during the summer at the Many Glacier Hotel and Lake McDonald Lodge. You can find the schedule in your ranger-led activities guide, which you'll receive at the park entrance station.
Well, welcome. My name's Diane Sine. I'm a seasonal ranger here with the National Park Service. I have done this for a whole lot of summers. This is our daily walking tour of the historic Many Glacier Hotel. So before I start...
She told us about how she first fell in love with Many Glacier as a child on a family camping trip. And all through college, worked here in the summers as a singing waitress.
Wait, she was a singing waitress?
Yeah, as she tells it,
in that era, all the employees at the Many Glacier Hotel were hired to staff the regular hotel positions because they all had music or drama backgrounds. And as a little girl, just starting out as a cellist, I thought that's what I want to do.
Why do they do that?
Well, in those days, the Many Glacier Hotel was a bit beat up and weathered. So, to attract guests, the manager decided to use music.
Well, why have I never heard Diane sing at the hotel?
Well, she's not a singing waitress anymore. After those summers singing and waiting tables, something changed deep inside of her.
After having worked here for 4 years for the hotel, my life was warped. I was hooked on this place, and I figured out how to become a park ranger.
And once Many Glacier wormed its way into her life, it never left.
Along the way, I met my husband, who was another ranger here. We got married at Lake Josephine, had our wedding reception here at the dining room of the Many Glacier Hotel. My stepdaughter met her husband here as well, and the tradition has continued. So, Many Glacier.
But this is all a bit of a digression because although this place is important to Diane,
the Many Glacier Hotel is considered to have national significance. It has value to the American story as a place that ties us to the past, not only the past with visitor experiences, but the past with the early development and advertising of national parks.
Diane told us about the construction of the building in the winter of 1914. When temperatures hit 40 below.
Okay, we've both been here in the winter, and 40 below is cold.
It's very cold. As Diane described it, the workers the Great Northern hired
were hardy Scandinavian descendants, and they could withstand hardy winters. And the story is...
The finished hotel was pretty impressive.
Paint a picture for me.
Well, as you approach the hotel, a friendly bellhop, clad in Alp-style lederhosen, opens the front door and offers refuge from the harsh winds of the valley in the warmth of the lobby.
Wait, okay, lederhosen?
We'll get back to that in a minute.
Okay.
Once you're inside, the lobby is vast and echoey with a hodgepodge of different styles. A massive copper fireplace anchors one end, while the other opens up to an elegant spiral staircase. Naturally, your gaze will be drawn up as your eyes trace the giant Douglas fir beams towards the ceiling. And dangling from that ceiling is an impressive array of Japanese-style paper lanterns.
Okay, so I'm standing in a Wild West Montanan Swiss chalet with Japanese paper lanterns?
Now you're catching on, that's right. But even though there's a lot going on, the thing that really pulled me in was those giant Douglas fir beams. And according to Diane, this was their intended effect.
The idea behind the design of both this Many Glacier Hotel and the Glacier Park Lodge at East Glacier, they were originally referred to as big tree lodges. The idea is that you can be down here in the lobby and you can actually feel like you're in the forest with the trees rising above you.
That makes a lot of sense having stood in them, but you still have not addressed the lederhosen thing.
Okay. Well, part of it is actually an accident of history. In 1914, as construction was just about to begin for the Many Glacier Hotel, World War I cut off Americans from some of their favorite European vacation destinations. The Great Northern saw in this an opportunity to put the American West on vacationers' radar, and they started to market this area as a replacement for the Swiss Alps.
Okay, but people go on vacation to Spain or to Germany. Why Switzerland?
Well, as Diane tells it, Louis Hill, who at the time was the president of the Great Northern Railway, just really liked Swiss architecture.
He had a home outside St. Paul where his family would go for winter getaways and ice skating parties, and that home was designed as a Swiss chalet. But he also had a winter home at Pebble Beach, California. In fact, his home became part of the golf course there. The design for his Pebble Beach home was also Swiss architecture. So the guy just had a thing for Swiss chalets.
How'd the Great Northern get word out about the area?
Well, they decided to do this big advertising campaign called See America First.
See America First, huh?
And the idea there was to try to convince Americans that vacationing in the national parks was the patriotic thing to do. They also gave artists free trips out here. And as you can imagine, once those artists saw this place, they took the idea of See America First and just ran with it. One of these artists was the writer Mary Roberts Rinehart.
She was a very well-known writer of the time. She went on to write a couple of books about her experiences in Glacier Park. She said, "I have traveled a great deal of Europe. The Alps have never held this lure for me. Perhaps it is because these mountains are my own in my own country." So that was her idea. Be a patriotic American, see America first, come to the Switzerland of North America, come to the Many Glacier Hotel.
Okay, so this marketing campaign is why we have all the Swiss buildings around Glacier.
Exactly, and it's had a pretty big impact on the way people use the park even to this day. But it also starts to get at something that's really central to the mission of the Park Service.
What do you mean?
Well, we're supposed to be preserving these places for future generations. But our mission is also to allow for their enjoyment today. That can be a tough act to balance.
Okay, I see what you're getting at. People come to Mini Glacier to see the bears and the glaciers and to feel a sense of wilderness, but their very presence alters those things.
Right, the Mini Glacier Hotel and the marketing around it got a lot more people to come out and enjoy this area. But it also changed the character of the valley. When people and nature come together, both are changed by the encounter.
But that's not always a bad thing.
Certainly not. Encountering the natural world is an important way that we can learn and grow as people.
I know that hiking here in Mini Glacier has changed both you and I, but in our next story, I'd like to look at a way that we collectively as people have changed Mini Glacier as well, although we might not have meant to.
So, you know how we've been talking about doing a hike in Mini Glacier?
Yeah?
Well, I just talked to Lisa McKeon. She's a physical scientist with the USGS. She invited us to go up to Grinnell Glacier with her next week.
Oh my gosh, we've got to bring Gerard.
I thought you might say that, so I asked Lisa about it, and it turns out that they actually already even know each other from some projects he's volunteered on, and he's welcome to join us too.
Of course they know each other. Well, I've got to call him.
Yeah, let's get him on the phone. Each episode, we seem to cover at least one thing that, like this podcast, wouldn't be possible without the support of the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
With the help of some friends over there, we got the number of Executive Director Doug Mitchell and decided to call him up out of the blue to ask about these projects.
For this episode, we wanted to ask about the restoration work done on the Mini Glacier Hotel.
Glacier Conservancy, Doug Mitchell speaking. How can I help you?
Hey Doug, it's Andrew and Michael. How you doing?
Hey guys, great to hear from you today.
Likewise.
We wanted to call because for this episode, I had the chance to go on a tour of the Mini Glacier Hotel with Diane Sine, and she pointed out a staircase to me that she mentioned you might have had something to do with.
The famous double helix staircase. To be able to bring that back here in the 21st century is really a treasure, and those people who haven't seen it ought to definitely get out there and take a look.
Yeah, it's pretty remarkable, this magnificent, as you said, double helix, like kind of DNA strand staircase.
Yeah, you know, we joked a little bit around here that they need a T-shirt for the lodge that says history, it's in our DNA. And history really, and historic renovation is in our DNA here at the Glacier Conservancy as well. And that is a property at Mini Glacier that had fallen in disrepair. And actually some had talked about tearing it down, and what a great decision not to.
Absolutely.
Has the Conservancy had a chance to be involved in any other historic preservation projects in the park?
We really have spent a lot of time and focus on that because really our future is part of celebrating our past. There's a lot of different kind of places that we've been able to help, like the Wheeler Cabin and the Sperry Chalet, of course, and the Walton Ranger Station. And those kinds of historic preservation projects are ones that we've been very proud to be involved in over the years and really, we think, add to the fabric of this great tapestry that makes up Glacier National Park.
Well, thanks for making the project possible in the first place, and thank you for taking some time out of your day.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys. Call anytime.
All right. Bye, Doug.
All right. Cheers.
Before the break, I found out that I had a chance to get Gerard back to Grinnell Glacier for the first time in 30 years. So I called him. Naturally, Gerard's a busy guy, so I didn't get a hold of him the first or second time I called.
Hey, Michael, Gerard here. Yeah, I haven't forgot about you. I had you on my list.
But after playing voicemail phone tag, I reached him and invited him to join us. Well, we're going on Tuesday with Lisa McKeon, so you're certainly welcome to tag along on that if you want.
I would love to. I'll have to look at my calendar to see what's on there, but that would be a wonderful invite. Thank you.
The next day, he shot me an email. He could make it. So we had everybody meet at park headquarters and wasted no time getting going. Because if you're headed to Mini Glacier, you should plan on an early start. Whether you're looking for a parking space or a campsite, everything fills up early. Like, really early. And on top of that, it's not especially close. It's the farthest main entrance from the airport, and from the west entrance alone, it takes about 2.5 hours whether you go into the Sun Road to St. Mary or Highway 2 under the south end of the park. But we found a spot and set off on one of the crown jewels of Glacier's trail system. Now, the trail is popular not just because of its destination, but because of the scenery along the way. If you're not looking at wildlife, you're looking at towering snow-capped mountains or crystal clear lakes. Round trip, it's 11 miles and you gain 2,600 feet of elevation, so it's not an easy hike. In fact, one of the fan favorite ways to do this trail is to actually skip the first few miles entirely. The Glacier Park Boat Company offers historic wooden boat tours, and some of their tours include a hike to the glacier. And taking that boat shuttle shaves off nearly 4 miles of the hike, but none of the elevation. If you're interested in boat tours of Many Glacier or anywhere else in the park, it pays to plan ahead. We didn't catch a boat, though. We just hiked. And you don't have to hike too far before you stumble into one of the most famous views in the whole park, a bright blue Grinnell Lake tucked into the mountains.
And if you've ever seen a poster of the park, odds are it was a picture of Grinnell Lake. In fact, Lisa McKeon told us she had a poster of the view in her college dorm room.
Yeah. I've been up this trail so many times, I never thought about that.
Oh, good.
But, the classic Grinnell view.
Good
right
story.
Here. Yeah.
When I worked for a different agency in a different state, that same poster was on the wall in the office next to me.
And I had a funny experience with this view as well. When I got hired, I was in college and I was so excited about it. I'd never been here before. And so I Google image search Glacier National Park, downloaded some cool pictures for my phone background. And I didn't ever really look up where it was, but I was hiking up here for the first time and I'm like, oh my God, this is the view from my phone.
Yeah.
So I took my own photo from that spot and I still have it as my
That's still your background?
Yeah.
This whole time?
Good story.
So
That's great.
I was like, oh, this is it. This is why I came here.
And it is so easy to get swept away by the beauty of this trail, by the wildflowers, by the wildlife, whether it's mountain goats or bighorn sheep. But the entire time I was distracted, wondering how Gerard was going to react once we finally saw the glacier. And the trail does a really good job at building that anticipation because you can't really see it until the very end. But after a few hours and a few thousand feet, we made it. We crested that final hill and were able to look down at Grinnell Glacier. And it was the first time any of us had seen it that year, but for Gerard, it was the first time seeing it since the 80s.
All right, Gerard, what's the big reaction to this big view?
That's our producer, Daniel.
There was just more snow and ice here. Right here, there was no snow.
Gerard's a guy who always has something clever to say. I had never seen him at a loss for words, but he stood there for a minute, stock still, staring out at the ice in disbelief.
Holy cow.
I felt pretty fortunate to be there in that moment with Gerard. It left him totally speechless. And experiences like his are as powerful as they are rare. In the grand scheme of things, most people are lucky to see a place like Grinnell Glacier once in a lifetime, let alone have the chance to revisit it. I mean, growing up in Ohio, I could have driven in any direction for several days and never seen anything quite like it. And that's where Lisa's work comes in. Lisa McKeon is a physical scientist with the USGS, or United States Geological Survey. And over the course of her career, she's taken experiences like Gerard's and made them a lot more accessible.
No, I agree. I mean, we've got, area change data, we've got some volume estimates, we've got mass balance, we have a lot of quantitative data looking at change. Most people can't relate to that, and they can look at a pair of images and go, wow, something's happening there. Yeah.
The USGS's Repeat Photography Project is an effort to visualize glacial change not with graphs or charts, but with pictures. By retaking historic photos of glaciers throughout the park, you can see the change that's happened in the intervening years with your own eyes. And Lisa's been involved since it got started in 1997.
I got swept up into doing repeat photography right at the very beginning. Jerry DeSanto had brought in this repeat pair early in the spring and showed Dan, and we had decided, let's do some of this. Let's document glaciers in the park with photography. And then later that summer, Vice President Al Gore decided to come out and have a little event here at the glacier. And he was talking about climate change. Like right then at 1997, the media came out and we had taken a few repeat photos and they couldn't get enough of them. It was some of the first really visual evidence that people could relate to with this idea of climate change.
It struck a chord as soon as you started.
Because they're so easy to...
Yeah, they answer themselves.
Yeah. You don't really need any text, nothing. It's just...
And it's not... A picture really is worth 1,000 words. because I could read through statistics about how Boulder Glacier's area today is 35,298 square meters when it used to be 829,577 square meters. Or I could show you a picture. Well, not really, this is a podcast, but you could find the photo from a 1932 horse packing trip to Boulder Glacier, where 80% of the frame is filled with ice, and 4 people stand there staring into the mouth of a towering ice cave. When Ranger Jerry DeSanto took that same photo just 50 years later, the frame was empty. The ice had receded, revealing only barren rock and the distant mountains. These repeated photos have made it possible for people, no matter where they are or when they are, to make sense of this change. But while these repeated photos are easy to understand, they're quite difficult to capture.
Some of them take quite a while. Some are, much harder than others, but it's been amazing. Sometimes when you think, oh, I know where that one is, and you go, oh no, I guess that's not it. Oh, it's up here. So then you climb up. Oh, wait, no. It was down quite a bit. And it can go up and down, up and down. We've gotten better at it for sure.
They don't physically mark any of the sites, so they rely purely on perspective to initially find the right spot. And one thing that's helped a lot is technology.
It's been really helpful with Google Earth now because you can kind of go in the landscape and line up the peaks pretty well that way before you get out in the field.
The next part of our day was actually taking a repeat photo. And while Lisa had taken this repeat photo before, had seen it on Google Earth, even had the GPS coordinates, she gave us the authentic experience. Using a printed photo, we had to line up what we could see, boulders in the foreground, mountains in the background, with the landscape in the picture, which was easier said than done.
Over that ridge. So I think we gotta go further that way.
Yeah. We knew from the picture that we'd have to go up, so we started up this moraine or hill of loose rock, feeling pretty good about it until it dropped off and we had to climb down the boulder field and scramble around until we saw this snow patch, and then we had to go over the snow patch. Needless to say, it took a while. And as we were searching, we had to be very mindful of timing, because a lot of factors go into a successful repeat photo. The time of day can cast shadows off the mountains that make it harder to see the ice. And on a larger scale, the time of year is important. Seasonal snow is a huge obstacle to taking a good photo.
You have to wait so long. I have people in June asking if they can come to the park and take some photos for me. And I have to say, well, you can't really until the end of August at the earliest, maybe, or in September. You got to wait for the snow to melt so you can see the actual margin.
So are we seeing snow there on top of the...
Yeah, it's mostly.
And even we were cutting it close, right?
Yeah, quite honestly, our trip was really more about getting a behind-the-scenes look at the process, and not necessarily because Lisa needed to repeat this particular photo.
The thing is, though, we don't have the moraine in front.
No?
Because that's going to be...
Once you finally find the place where the photo is taken, your last step is to get the camera set up and line up the shot.
Yeah, so I'm just putting the camera on the tripod, and then I'll just kind of start lining things up and slightly overshoot it so I can crop it down a little bit, but I try to match it as closely. I haven't taken any photos all summer, so half the battle is remembering how to use this camera.
No pressure, you just got...
Yeah, right, yeah.
You
I'm not even paying attention to that.
Once it's all said and done, you've got the photo. If it's good enough, Lisa will line it up next to its historic reference photo back at the office and upload it onto the Repeat Photography Project webpage, where you can access all of them. And at the time of this recording, at least 80 photos have been repeated of 20 different glaciers throughout the park. But after spending the day playing research assistant to Lisa, we wanted to take a repeat photo that had never been done before, one that had her in it.
In the summer of 1988, the year before Gerard returned to the glacier with his wife, a teenage Lisa McKeon had hiked with her parents up to Grinnell Glacier. When they got to the top, Lisa posed for a photo. With a white tank top, yellow shorts, and some very 80s sunglasses, Lisa stepped out onto Grinnell Glacier for a picture. With a grimacing smile that screamed, "Mom, please don't make me take another photo," Lisa unwittingly created the perfect opportunity for a future repeat picture. So, Michael, when I pulled out that photo of Lisa up at Grinnell Glacier, That was your first time seeing it, right?
Yeah, no, it was. And it took me a second to even figure out what the photo was of, let alone who was in it.
Do you recognize Lisa in them? Would you have known that was her?
I don't think so, no.
You'd have been like, who are these people?
Look at this lovely picture.
What if Gerard was like in the background?
That's right. Wouldn't that be cool? He's down below us,
Yeah,
somewhere in the cave,
cave.
like going. Woo.
I tried to find the spot for Lisa to stand and recreate her vacation photo, but I ran into a problem. The lake.
Spent the last 10 minutes or so trying to find this other spot that we have from one of Lisa's photos from the 80s. And I keep coming further down this way, and I still think we've got to go a lot further that way to get to the spot. I think where you were standing is in the lake at this point.
Yeah, I would guess.
So I don't think we're going to be able to get you back to that
Yeah,
spot.
I know, right? Right?
Finding the nearest dry spot to where she had stood in 1988, Lisa replicated the pose and grimacing smile. Daniel started to wonder if these photos might be used someday too.
What about the next 20 years and like the photos that you're in? Do you think that people working for USGS in the 2050s will be using photos of you as a teenager and repeating those?
I have not submitted these to the archives yet.
Who was that babe?
We'll see. I'd probably rather have those submitted than now. But certainly, I mean, it's really exciting thinking the photos I'm taking now will certainly, be used in decades to come.
This place has meant a lot to Lisa. Some of her best memories are here in this glacier basin.
I've been lucky enough to come up as a youth, and I've brought both of my daughters here because I think it's a really special place and I want them to see the beauty and to see the change. I want them to have their own memories of what it was and then be able to see how it's changing. Mm-hmm. And my husband proposed to me here too, so I have a lot of great memories associated with this place.
Where was that?
I think it was right down on some of these rocks here, actually. I don't even remember exactly the spot. Yeah. Beautiful piece of slick rock like this.
Over a lifetime of visits, she has seen so much change, not just to the glacier, but to people's understanding of it, and to our understanding of the changing climate.
Well, our glaciers are going. They're on a track to disappear now, but I think what we've done is helping the world understand the connection between climate change and what's happening on the landscape. Mm-hmm. Yeah, a little piece of that. This happens to be a really visible piece, but there's so many other ways that climate change is impacting this park that are not as visible as a glacier melting away. They get people thinking about climate change, and I love that maybe it begs the question of, wow, what else is happening in this park? And there's scientists out there figuring that out, and there's people maybe looking a little more closely for it in their own experiences here.
It made me wonder, when did Gerard learn that the changes he'd seen up here were part of a wider, global phenomenon?
Yeah, that's something I was wondering too. And I asked him, were you aware of climate change when you made that trip up to Grinnell?
I was aware that something was taking place because of humanity or how we were living. Because when I come back that 3 years, I was like astounded. I was just so impressed that we could get underneath a glacier at that time. And I told my wife, I said, oh, honey, we got to go back in. I got to show you this. This was the coolest experience. And so I wasn't really aware of it at that time. It was 3 years later.
So it sounds like you noticed that something was going on just from your experience here. But later, did you read in the paper or hear on the news about climate change science and realize, oh, that's what I saw at Grinnell Glacier?
Yeah, then the pieces started fitting the puzzle, and I was like, wow, yeah, I witnessed something there that was pretty profound and didn't know it at the time.
With all the good memories from this place, but also all the evidence of melting, I wanted to ask Lisa how she felt about Grinnell Glacier on the whole. Does she have a good or bad feeling from this place?
Yeah, I think what you described, bittersweet, is exactly what it is, because it's always a stunningly beautiful place, but the glacier's shrinking. And I mean, that's one of the main comments I get back from the repeat photos is people feel loss.
But when I asked Lisa if she still had hope, she perked up a bit.
I do have hope. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I don't have hope that these glaciers are going to last here, but I'm hopeful that climate change is not going to be the end all for this planet.
Before we left, Lisa wanted to walk up to the glacier itself. to let us see what was happening to it with our own eyes, hear it with our own ears. As we approached, the sound of melting water rushing off the glacier turned into a roar. I had to shout just for Lisa to hear my question.
Lisa, where's all this water coming from?
It's coming from the glacier, every bit of it. It's melting off the glacier. It's quite a torrent today. It's a hot day in the Glacier Basin, and things are cranking.
As we stepped onto the glacier, we reflected on what made this change so meaningful. The Earth has always been changing, and glaciers have advanced and retreated many times. But something about this felt different.
Yeah, I guess the fact that these changes that maybe historically happened on like geologic timescales are now happening on human timescales makes it really dramatic.
Yeah.
Very poignant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that's where the repeat photography comes into play. That's very visual. You can see that. You don't need to be one political party or the other, old or young. You can see that in the blink of an eye right there.
I think for me, I feel part of this change. There's something major going on. That's climate change. And, you know, ice melts when it gets warm. And we're part of that equation. I'm part of this. But I also feel like part of the solution to not necessarily changing the trajectory for these glaciers, but in a larger sense, this brings awareness. It's pretty stark. It's raw.
Well, it's such a quick change in geological time. And there was change in the past, but it was thousands of years. I mean, what I've witnessed in just my little lifetime here is incredible. Your grandkids, your great-grandkids won't see this. It's brought an awareness to me for just being present. You know, this is all we have. Tomorrow's not here, yesterday's gone. This is all we have. We're just fortunate to be able to witness the last part of Grinnell Glacier.
That's our show. If you're interested in learning more about the USGS Repeat Photography Project, climate change, or interested in getting to Grinnell Glacier yourself, we put links in the show notes for more info.
Thanks for listening.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park, with support from the Glacier National Park Conservancy. The show was written and recorded on traditional native lands. Andrew Smith and Michael Feist produced, edited, and hosted the show. Ben Cosgrove wrote and performed our music. Alex Stilson provided tech support. Quinn Feller designed our art. Renata Harrison researched the show.
And narrated the credits.
Lacey Kowalski was always there for us. And Daniel Lombardi and Bill Hayden were the executive directors. Support for this show comes from the Glacier National Park Conservancy. The Conservancy works to preserve and protect the park for future generations. We couldn't do it without them, and they couldn't do it without support from thousands of generous donors. If you want to learn more about how to support this podcast or other awesome Conservancy projects, please go to their website at glacier.org. Of course, you can always help support the show by sharing it with everyone you know, your friends, your family, your dog, and also leave us a review online. Special thanks this episode to Gerard Bird, Diane Sine, Bob Adams, and Lisa McKeon.
Headwaters is brought to you by the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
Our purpose is to tell unexpected stories about how Glacier is connected to everything else. But today's bonus episode will be a little different. Instead of telling a story, I'm hosting a debate between Michael and Perry about the best activities to do in Glacier.
Ooh.
Hi, I'm Sophia. You're listening to Headwaters, a podcast from Glacier National Park.
I'm Perry.
I'm Michael.
Here in my hands, I have a ranger hat full of little pieces of paper with different activities you could do in Glacier National Park.
Okay.
I will pull one of these pieces of paper, and on it will be an activity, and whoever speaks first, that's their stance, and the other person has to argue the opposite.
Okay.
Here
Michael and I can get in a fight about anything.
That's the easy part. It's winning the fight. That's the hard part.
I'm ready.
So let's pull the first topic and get started.
Okay. Camping. Well, I love camping. That's my stance. If you come to a national park, odds are you're here to kind of disconnect from normal life, unplug, so to speak. Sounds corny, but how often do you get to wake up with the sunrise, go to sleep with the sunset, show off your ability or lack thereof to build a campfire, have s'mores? It's just the perfect national park experience.
Well, I hate camping. There are way too many bugs. The glacier can be very mosquito-y at certain times of year. Also, you say, great, you get to see the sunsets and wake up with the sunrise. In Glacier in the summer, that is too late and too early. You're not getting enough sleep. And fundamentally, you're paying someone to sleep on the ground. Hard pass.
I would give that one to Michael. I feel like bug spray's a thing. If I'm in my tent, I'm relatively safe from the bugs. I'm going to enjoy the great outdoors occasionally. I don't have to do it all the time.
Okay.
All right, floating/tubing. Love it. Floating the stretch of Lower McDonald Creek from Apgar to West Glacier is right outside my house and really easy to do after work. And I love that I get to see a part of the park that's right by my house, but from a totally different perspective than I would see it otherwise. Also, great birds.
I hate floating and tubing because it requires you to have two different vehicles. You've got to put one in where you start, and you have to park one where you get out, and you have to spend all that time, waste all that time, I would say, shuttling back and forth. Whereas hiking, you can start and end at the same place. No problem. There are loop hikes. There are not loop rivers. Anti-floating. You're just baking in the sun the whole time.
Personally, I didn't grow up near rivers, so I am loving them here. So I'm sorry, Michael. I have to side with Perry. Floating and tubing. It's pretty fun.
Too bad. All right, what's next? Stargazing. Well, I love stargazing, and here's why. I don't know the names of almost any constellations, and that doesn't matter. I can pick out the Big Dipper, the Little Dipper. Beyond that, it's just like Earth's screensaver. You can stare at it. It's mesmerizing. It's special to look for comets. What's better than staring up at the night sky?
Okay, night skies, thumbs up. Stargazing, thumbs down. You have to stay up way too late. Here in Glacier in the summer, it's not even fully dark till well after midnight. There's too much to be doing during the day. We don't have time to be stargazing at night. It's my bedtime.
During the daytime that she's so excited about, it's been like 95 degrees. Nighttime, cool 70s. Beautiful skies. And also, coffee exists, so.
I'm siding with Michael here.
Yes.
Yeah, love the stars here. You could see the Milky Way in Glacier National Park, which is pretty special. Yeah.
I'm glad I drew first on that one.
Okay, fishing. I don't have a lot to say about fishing. Those who've listened to season 2 will recall that the last time I went fishing, I was 6 and an alligator ate my bobber. So it's just adding work to another activity I'd rather be doing. Like, I'm floating down the river on a boat. I just want to enjoy that. It feels like a lot of work to be standing there waving a fishing rod around. Or if I'm like fly fishing, standing in the shallows, like I could just be swimming or eating or picnicking, you know? I don't need it.
Well, I love fishing. It is one of the most meditative ways to gain a deep understanding of an ecosystem in Glacier. The park only encourages you to catch or touch one type of animal in the park, and it's fish. You're allowed to catch them. There are some that you aren't, but it's just such a unique experience in the park to be able to get to know the aquatic wildlife and have an excuse to just go stand in a river for 2 hours.
Michael, how many times have you been fishing in Glacier?
Twice.
Maybe I need to become a fish girl. I've never been fishing before, which is surprising for being from Texas. But your argument's pretty convincing, Michael. I know you can find out more information about fishing regulations on our website. So if anybody else is interested in hopping on the fish train, check it out.
Fish train.
No.
Driving, going to the Sun Road. Big fan. Love it. I mean, it's like the ultimate experience here. It's the experience that put Glacier on the map for people to come visit. It's where I would say 90% of the pictures of the park come from, is from driving, going to the sun, maybe 75. And that is because you get to witness 3 different distinct ecosystems in one 2-hour drive. You get to have incredible wildlife sightings from the safety of your vehicle. From bears to bighorn sheep, mountain goats, you get to drive to over 6,600 feet. What's not to love?
Here's what's not to love: driving. What if you take a shuttle so you don't have to drive going to the Sun Road? You can see all those things, but you can spend way more time actually looking at them instead of having to spend all that thought and energy looking at the road, avoiding other cars and said bighorn sheep and mountain goats. And if you just sit on a shuttle and let someone else do the driving, you can appreciate the scenery. It's type 1 fun. There you go.
Honestly, the shuttle sounds pretty nice to me. Or being a passenger, I would say. Yeah, I'm siding with Perry on this.
All right, one more. Birding.
Oh.
I love birding. I love trying to figure out who they are, what they look like, who's singing. And you may not get to see a grizzly bear when you come here. I'm sure you won't see a mountain lion. A few of you might, but I never have. But almost everywhere you go in Glacier, you'll find birds. You can come at any time of year and see birds. And especially if you come in the spring, they're constantly singing and calling and just making this place richer and more beautiful.
Well, here's my hot take on birding. I love birds. I mean, they are the soundtrack to our mental image of nature itself. But as you said, they are everywhere. I could see birds where I grew up in Ohio, and I can ID them and have a very similar experience. If I wanted to see a grizzly bear, I'd have to go to the zoo. So, birding in Glacier? It's fun to hear birds as you go out and hike, but it's not an activity in its own right. Birds are the background to experiences you could only have here and that people are coming from across the country to have because they can't have it at home. So that's my hot take on birding.
I'm never taking you birding again.
Honestly, Perry, your passion for birding speaks to me. There's hundreds of birds you could see here, and that's a very special experience. So I have to side with Perry here, Michael.
Okay. I disagree, but it has been decided.
It's okay. I won. You just accept it. I feel like we covered a lot, but there are so many other activities that we didn't talk about.
What's another activity?
I would say berry picking. I love picking huckleberries.
Classic.
It's an iconic part of a Glacier summer. Just wouldn't be the same without it.
If you are trying to plan a trip to Glacier and interested in what sort of activities you can find here, check out our website at nps.gov/GLAC, and it can help you plan a great trip.
We're hard at work on the next season of Headwaters. Stay tuned for bonus content like this and more episodes about your favorite national park.
Headwaters is made possible with support from our nonprofit partner, the Glacier National Park Conservancy. We are so grateful for all that they do for us. Check them out at glacier.org. And if you have a moment to leave us a review in your podcast app, that helps us so much. Thanks for listening.
You know what activity we missed? Podcasting. I mean, there are more activities here than we could cut up and put in a ranger hat. I like them all.
Me too. Despite everything that we...
At Sunrift Gorge Shuttle Stop, a short 200-foot trail leads to an overlook where Bering Creek makes a sharp 90-degree turn after exiting a magnificent 800-foot-long, 80-foot-deep, narrow gorge. This shady, moist gorge creates a microclimate that supports a variety of different plants and animals than those found in the drier forests surrounding Sunrift Gorge. Watch for the dipper, or water ouzel, in the stream below. This stocky gray bird is the largest member of the sparrow family and gets its name from the unusual bobbing and dipping motion it makes as it hunts for insects in the stream. Watch for a while and you will eventually see it plunge right into the swift-moving water and literally fly underwater using its wings to maneuver through the rapid currents. When it comes back up, look closely and you might notice a large insect in its beak that it plucked from the rocks in the streambed. Sunrift Gorge is also the trailhead for the Sayee Pass area. Hikers can explore the high country of Glacier National Park on this spectacular high-elevation trail. The preferred route for this 10.3-mile hike is to start at the Sayee Bend shuttle stop and end here at Sunrift Gorge, since starting the trail here involves much more elevation gain. Hikers may also wish to venture up this portion of the trail for views of Bering Creek, abundant wildflowers, and later in summer, some great huckleberry patches. Just remember that grizzly bears love huckleberries too, so be cautious and always make plenty of noise on the trails. An impressive architectural feature of the Going to the Sun Road, the Bering Creek Bridge, spans Bering Creek here. The bridge was constructed in 1931, and many people consider this the most beautiful of all the structures built on the Going to the Sun Road. It was designed to blend into the landscape using the same red and green argillite that adds color to the mountains and color to the streams throughout the park. The bridge was also designed at a time when horses were the dominant mode of travel in the park. It is high enough and long enough to allow riders on horseback to travel comfortably underneath on their way from Sayee Pass to the chalets that were located at Sun Point. Part of the old horse trail is now the Sun Point Nature Trail, and a short quarter-mile walk down the trail leads to Bering Falls. Big Bend is a wide, sweeping curve about midway between the Loop and Logan Pass. Dramatic vistas of the Lake McDonald Valley and the high peaks of Mount Cannon, Oberland, and Heavens Peak make this a great place to stop and take a break from driving. Scan the hillsides for goats and the occasional bighorn sheep, although the sheep are hard to spot since they blend into the surroundings so well. Often, however, mountain goats can be seen resting on the impossibly steep cliffs overhead. Binoculars or a spotting scope will help. As you look up the mountainside, you'll notice several huge avalanche paths. The lack of trees attests to the fact that tons of snow and ice roar down these paths every year. It presents a difficult challenge to the park road crews every spring as they begin the annual plowing operations to reopen the road. Some years the avalanches are small and the snowplows can make short work of them, but often the crews discover 30 to 40 feet of snow piled over the roadbed, and it can take a week or more to plow this one short section of road. Avalanches are a real danger to the road crew as well, and USGN's avalanche specialists work hand-in-hand with the park to assess and monitor the snowpack and advise the staff of conditions. Spotters on the crews stand guard to radio reports of any snow movement high on the slopes in time to warn workers below. When weather prevents adequate observation or when snow conditions are deemed unsafe, plowing is not permitted. Safety is paramount, even if it delays the opening of the road by a day or two. This series of waterfalls delights early season visitors to the park as they drive right by, and for westbound travelers, sometimes right through its spray. More than one savvy driver has driven just a tad closer to the cliff edge by this spot, surprising passengers in the back seat with a hefty dose of clear, cold mountain water as it splashes through the open windows. By August, the gushing torrent dries up to a mere trickle and looks more like a weeping wall than the impressive cascades seen when the road first opens in early summer. Most people don't realize that this entire series of waterfalls is a remnant of the construction of the Going to the Sun Road. As engineers carved through the rock here, they created a cliff which water from springs and melting snows above pour over and onto the road surface below. Special drains were designed into the road to allow the bulk of water to pass below the pavement, but on days of especially heavy flow, a small stream of water covers both lanes of traffic for a short distance. Ready for a backcountry experience? The Gunsight Pass trailhead is the starting point for one of the best two-night hikes in the park. This 18-mile hike has always been a great trip, but in the past, getting from the end point of the hike at Lake McDonald Lodge on the west side of the park back to your car over here has always been a hassle. Now that the new shuttle system is in place, hikers have free transportation back to Gunsight Pass Trailhead to retrieve their car. Or, an even better idea is to leave your car at the end point of the hike and take the shuttle to the beginning point here at Gunsight Pass. That way, when you're done with your hike and tired and dusty from the trail, your car is there waiting for you. However you arrange it, the hike from here to Lake McDonald Lodge provides a classic Glacier National Park experience. The trail winds in and out of dense forests for the first few miles to Gunsight Lake and continues up subalpine meadows to Gunsight Pass. Dramatic views of Gunsight Lake on one side and Lake Ellen Wilson on the other are your reward as you stand on the Continental Divide and enjoy the scenery. The trail then drops down to Lake Ellen Wilson before climbing Lincoln Pass over to Sperry Chalet and the Sperry Glacier. Sperry Chalet is one of 2 remaining backcountry chalets still in operation today. From the chalet, the trail drops steeply down to the McDonald Creek Valley below and ends across the road from Lake McDonald Lodge. Backcountry campers are required to obtain a permit prior to their trip. Stop at one of the permit offices or visitor centers and ranger can give you guidance and assist in trip planning. Along this route, backcountry campgrounds at Gunsight Lake, Lake Ellen Wilson, and Sperry Chalet provide a range of choices for camping, and the chalet provides overnight accommodations that include meals as well if you want to experience the backcountry with just a touch of rustic luxury. Reservations for the chalet is a must, and reservations are recommended for backcountry campgrounds as well. With a mountainous backdrop and St. Mary Lake just a short walk away, this stop on the Going to the Sun Road offers breathtaking scenery as well as many services and activities. Accommodations are available in motel or cabin units and at the 82-site Rising Sun Campground. A camp store and gift shop offers souvenirs, basic groceries, and camping necessities. A casual restaurant offers Southwestern and traditional American fare and can provide boxed lunches to those headed out for the day on the trails. In addition, showers are available for a fee. This is the only location in Glacier National Park that has showers. Tours aboard the historic red buses depart from Rising Sun, and the park's new free shuttle system stops here as well. The trailhead to Otokomi Lake is located near the camp store, and this interesting 10-mile round trip starts in the wooded St. Mary Valley, climbs past small waterfalls, creeks, and wildflowers before opening to the Rose Basin and Otokomi Lake, surrounded by impressive mountain scenery. Please remember that anywhere in Glacier National Park is bear country. Never hike alone, and be sure to make noise on the trails. Talking, singing, and clapping your hands occasionally are all good ways to alert bears to your presence and provide them with time to move out of the way. Be sure to read all the information on bears you were provided at the park entrances before you attempt any trail in the park. Across the Going to the Sun Road, a short walk leads to the shore of St. Mary Lake, where majestic peaks surround the cold, clear water. Glacier Park Boat Company offers tours of St. Mary Lake several times daily and provides a view that most visitors miss. Waterfalls, Sexton Glacier, and Wild Goose Island are all highlights of a trip on the lake. Rangers lead hikes to St. Mary Falls in conjunction with some tours, or you can combine a boat tour up the lake with a hike to Bering, St. Mary, and Virginia Falls and catch the free shuttle from the St. Mary Falls or Sunrift Gorge shuttle stops back to Rising Sun. From the lake's surface, mountains with names like Matotapa, Little Chief, and Dusty Star all speak to the rich influence of Native American culture in the area, and it's easy to see why Native Americans referred to this as the walled-in lake when you see the mountains from the perspective of the lake's surface.
Yellowstone is famous for huge explosive volcanic eruptions. There's really nothing brewing right now. The magma chamber is mostly solid, but there have been quite a few hydrothermal eruptions and small explosions in both Biscuit Basin and Norris Geyser Basin as water in the hydrothermal system flashes to steam. Curious new blue water pool formed in Norris Geyser Basin in late 2024 to early 2025 via a series of small explosions that threw out rock and excavated a small crater. This sort of activity is nothing new, as thermal features are commonly activating and going quiet across Yellowstone National Park. But it's a great reminder about how dynamic the system is and also how important it is to have monitoring instruments in place. During the month of February 2026, the University of Utah Seismograph Stations, which monitors and operates the Yellowstone seismic network, located 74 earthquakes. The largest was a magnitude 2.4. Deformation measurements indicate a pause in uplift along the North Caldera Rim. Steamboat Geyser had one water eruption on February 27th, and nearby Aquinas Geyser, quiet since 2020, erupted about 40 times during the month. Yellowstone volcanoes remains at normal background levels of activity.
Headwaters is supported by the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
Have you ever met somebody for the first time, introduced yourself, and had a nice conversation, only to walk away and immediately forget their name? I have. It feels like one of the great shared human experiences to have that guilty conversation with yourself. Was it John? Jim? Shoot. Which makes it all the more surprising when you meet someone who seems to be immune to that phenomenon. Someone like Chuck Cameron.
My name is Chuck Cameron.
There's a squirrel.
There's a little squirrel.
All right, one more time without the squirrel.
Without the squirrel. My name is Chuck Cameron, and I'm a wilderness ranger here in Glacier.
Chuck has been a ranger at Glacier longer than I've been alive, and he's a bit of a local legend. Even so, after meeting me once for 30 seconds at a party during my first season here, he remembered my name months later, shook my hand, and was happy to see me. Which felt nice, because I'd heard Chuck's name a lot. He's the sort of person that everyone you meet knows and loves, and the incredible stories you hear about them don't seem to line up with the calm and mild-mannered person you've met. But while Chuck has led a long and storied career here in Glacier, the most surprising part of that career is that the park terminates him every fall. Well, kind of. A common question we get from visitors is, what does it take to be a park ranger? And while there is no one answer to that question, as there's no one type of park ranger, a good answer is, you've got to be willing to move every 6 months. 95% of Glacier's visitors come between May and October, so it makes sense that the park doesn't really need most of its staff in the wintertime. So to find a career in the NPS, a lot of people move across the country every 6 months, bouncing between summer and winter jobs. My friend just told me last week he's moved 48 times. And for most, the ultimate goal is to land one of the few competitive, permanent positions in the Park Service. I've always seen that as the path to an NPS career. But it wasn't Chuck's. And how long have you worked here in Glacier?
This is my 42nd season.
42nd?
Yeah.
Whoa. It's a lot of seasons.
That's what
I'm on season 2.
Well, you only have 40 to go, and we'll be the same.
Chuck's been a seasonal his whole career. One of the few people I've met in Glacier who can say that. I wanted to sit down with him because I think his unusual path says a lot about the unusual job that is working for the National Park Service. Equal parts delightful and stressful, noble, yet often bizarre. But I also think that few people could have had the career that Chuck has. And I want to know how he did it. You're listening to Headwaters, a show about how Glacier National Park connects with everything else. I'm Michael, and today I invited lifelong Glacier Ranger Chuck Cameron over for dinner.
Yeah, let's go to the porch. Okay.
Yeah.
Chuck's a laid-back guy, very tall, with a warm smile, and he's easy to get along with. You can tell just by looking at him. He showed up to dinner wearing an Aloha shirt, cooler in hand.
Serve yourself. We've got pulled pork and coleslaw sandwiches.
The plan my fellow producer Gabby and I came up with was to sit around the campfire with Chuck and share stories. But unfortunately, a much larger fire had just started, a wildfire 7 miles away. So we were under a strict burn ban. No campfires. So instead, I made pulled pork sandwiches and we settled down on a porch with a view.
Thank you. That was delicious.
You're a wilderness ranger now. What was the first job you had here in the park?
I worked on the trail crew as a laborer in Many Glacier in 1982.
Was that the first time you ever came to the park?
It's the first time I'd ever been to Montana.
Whoa.
Really? From where?
Well, I worked actually at Rocky Mountain National Park in 1980 and 81, right out of college. But I was looking at the map and I saw Glacier National Park, and I liked the sound of the name. It just sounded cool, and it was in Montana, and I've never been here. So I threw in an application, and they called me up and offered me a trail crew job.
There are 745.9 miles of trail in Glacier. And each year, the park hires 50 to 60 people across 12 different crews to maintain all that mileage. They clear dead and downed trees, brush the trails to minimize how much thimbleberry and thistle you have to walk through, dig drains to move water off, and make steps. Honestly, they do a lot of work that often goes unnoticed.
I liked being out for 10 days at a time with the same people, and you build this sort of bond with this crew you're on, because you're working, cooking, eating, sleeping in all kinds of weather for 10 straight days, and you learn to rely on each other a bunch. It's just a really unique work situation, I think. You know, I never really thought like everybody working at JCPenney like hung out after work and went home and cooked dinner together.
Shared the same room.
Or slept in the same tent.
During his time on trail crew, Chuck worked on a lot of trails, but he highlighted one especially odd project.
I think the most craziest season I had on trail crew, we cut the international boundary swath in 1987, and I was a crew leader on the east side, and it hadn't been dealt with in 20 years.
Glacier's northern boundary is the U.S.-Canada border. And since the 1860s, there has been a swath, a gap through the trees to mark where it is.
It marks the international boundary, and has monuments, steel obelisk monuments spaced out the entire 5,000-mile international boundary.
To keep trees and brush from filling in the swath, it's needed periodic maintenance in the 150 years it's been here.
And it's a 20-foot wide swath cleared of all vegetation. So you can see from monument to monument, basically. Yeah, we spent 80 days, 10-day hitches at a time, doing nothing but clearing the boundary.
Jeez.
Wow.
Chuck and his crew were cutting it out by hand in the late 80s. But I'd heard a rumor that in the 60s, someone decided to use Agent Orange to clear the swath, the infamous ingredient used in napalm. Said at one point, they used Agent Orange to clear the boundary swath.
They did. That's what they had done the time before we cut it by hand. They had defoliated it from the air, which wasn't very accurate. And so the boundary swath was this like snaking thing and so our job was to straighten it out. And so we surveyed it as we went from monument to monument.
You're redrawing the line.
Redrawing the line, yeah.
That's a lot of responsibility.
Wow.
Well, it was, and it was kind of nutty because sometimes the swath was just going through the forest. There was no like cut. It was just point A to point B. We just up the side of one mountain and down the side of the other, when we went around beaver ponds, we handed tools up cliff bands, 5-gallon cans of gas up through these cliffs, to get to the next bench and keep going.
Because normally trail crew working on trails requires a lot more thought and care into where the trail is placed than many people realize. And so the boundary swath is kind of atypical. It's like, yep, straight ahead.
Across.
Yep.
Yeah.
Our slogan, and we made a t-shirt, was total destruction is the only solution. Which is, it's a line from a Bob Marley song about nuclear war, and that's kind of how we felt about it.
But like all seasonal jobs, Chuck's season on trail crew came to an end. Every fall, you've got to find something else to do. This is when a lot of folks crisscross the country to work in warmer southern parks. But those jobs are few and far between and pretty competitive. It's not really a sustainable solution for most people. But what do you spend your winters doing? How did you string together the other 6 months of the year?
That worked out. I was really lucky in that regard because I got a job on Big Mountain and I worked on the ski patrol there for 26 years.
Big Mountain is home to Whitefish Ski Resort, less than an hour from Glacier.
Ski season and this season fit together like extremely well. And about the time I'd get sick of ski patrolling in April, they'd lay me off and I'd get to come here and do something completely different. And then about late September, I get sick of working here and they'd lay me off here and I'd have a couple months off in the fall to go do whatever and then I'd go back skiing again.
Ski patrol in the winter, trail crew in the summer. And Chuck's season cutting the border swath highlights that a lot of work in Glacier is extremely physical.
So was this your hardest hitch?
Yeah, that was I felt invincible at the end of that summer. I thought if I can do this, I can do anything.
Yeah.
So then I quit trails and got a ranger job. Basically.
That's a cool way to go out from trail crew.
Yeah.
Yeah.
After his summer on the border swath, Chuck got a job as a law enforcement ranger. He went to law enforcement academy with one of his trail crew friends, and after that got a job in the Belly River, a remote part of the northeast corner of Glacier.
And I worked for a guy named Dave Shea, who was an incredible wealth of knowledge, a scientist, just, knows everything about everything. And yeah, great guy to work for. My first year in there, so that was awesome. He started here in 67, I think, or something.
Was that intimidating to have your first ranger job kind of?
No, it was great. He's so humble and just so knowledgeable and not afraid to share knowledge, he would just take me out and show me all these things in Belly River, the old wagon roads, the old cabin sites, the tracking and birds and just, yeah, he's amazing. He just took me under his wing and I spent the whole summer with him.
This is the sort of job I feel like most people picture when they imagine being a park ranger.
We patrolled every day because that's why you're there. We were up one valley or the other. Into the campgrounds, talking to all the visitors, checking permits, digging out fire rings, cleaning pit toilets, just making sure everything's still working.
If you want to learn more about life as the Belly River Ranger, we interviewed Laura Funk, who has that job now, in our last episode. We'll have a link in the show notes. Laura learned from Chuck, and Chuck picked up the tools of the trade from his mentor that first summer.
It was great. And then, unfortunately, at the end of that summer in 1988, we're sitting around behind the ranger station having dinner, and he said, I just want to tell everybody this is Vivi and my last summer here. I'm just like, what? I just got here. You can't leave. This is my first year. I want to keep working. I was going to plan on working with him for a long time. It was good for me. I got the lead ranger job in there, and spent the next 9 years in there. But it was hard for me to adjust from being trail crew, the kind of the renegades of the Park Service, right? You're kind of out there out of uniform doing whatever, digging in the dirt and then to a law enforcement ranger.
Yeah.
Wearing a uniform.
In the uniform, in the campgrounds.
People come to the ranger station when they're in trouble or need something. And so the typical day can be very atypical very quickly if somebody shows up at 8 o'clock at night.
To hear Chuck tell it, there was a bit of a learning curve to becoming this new type of ranger.
I was hiking back down from Helen Lake, I think, and I got to the foot of Elizabeth, and there was a beargrass flower in the trail, the whole stalk and the flower. Right. And I thought, that's kind of weird. And I just walked by it, and then there was another one, and then another one, and another one, and I'm like, this is not natural. So I started picking them up, and I had this huge bouquet of beargrass flower stalks in my arms. I don't know that I could have carried 150 of them, but I had 100 of them, I'll bet, in my arms.
Following the trail of beargrass flowers, Chuck found a Boy Scout troop at the nearby campground.
You've had the entire trail time to just get angrier and
everyone I picked up.
A lot of work on trail crew is physical, but working with the public, keeping people in the park safe, can require a lot of empathy and patience. Chuck's known for his people skills today, but all skills take practice.
So I walked in there, and I'm holding these things, and I didn't handle it very well because I was taking it personally, which is a huge mistake when you're a law enforcement ranger. You cannot, I learned that. This was a good lesson for me then. don't take it personally. It's not about you. It's about, education. And, I've learned that. But then I'm like, does anybody know what these are? And this kid looks at me and goes, yeah, that's bear grass. I said, yeah, and it used to be alive till all you guys killed it all. And I look over, and this kid has got his jackknife out, and he's carving his initials in the bench he was sitting on in the campground. And I'm like, can you knock it off? Can you quit doing that? And he looks at his buddy, and he goes, I don't think he likes us. Very astute.
For ripping up 150 beargrass flowers, the troop leader got a $50 fine. Chuck's the first to say that he took that incident personally because he cares about the park and the Belly River. He was essentially its caretaker, after all.
We saw some great northern lights over the years, the stars, the full moon. It's magical sometimes. It really is. Yeah. Never got tired of it.
It feels like kind of like romantic. Do you remember it that way? Did it feel that way, or was it sort of tougher and rougher than what we imagined?
No, I think the anticipation was always really great. It's just like, wow, first trip up to Elizabeth Lake or up to Helen or wherever you were going, and knowing nobody'd been in there maybe since October. Stuff like that just made it really adventurous.
Yeah.
What I liked about it.
Yeah.
But despite all the things that kept Chuck there for 9 summers, he couldn't stay in the Belly forever.
All this to say, what pulled you out of the Belly?
Life. So I was in there, I left there in 96, but I got married in 94. I had bought land in 89, and by that time in the mid-90s, I was starting to try to build a house, and my wife got pregnant. And so I was in Belly River with a pregnant wife, trying to build a house outside of Whitefish, and it just wasn't working out that well.
For context, the Belly River Ranger Station is a 3-hour drive and 6-mile hike from Whitefish.
It was too hard to do that. And so I decided to leave after the summer of 96 and work on the house. And our son was born in January of 97. But my wife and I climbed Mount Merritt while she was pregnant with our son. So that was pretty cool.
That is unbelievable.
Yeah, I have a really good picture of us sitting on the summit of Mount Merritt.
Now that he was closer to home, Chuck moved on to another position, bear crew.
What was the bear team?
Our job was to default to wildlife calls in the McDonald district.
And there are no shortage of these types of calls. Each year, there are hundreds, some years nearly 1,000 bear-related incidents in the park. That's everything from bears causing traffic jams on roads to more serious incidents, like getting into improperly stored food.
The bears get all the press, but we did all kinds of wildlife stuff, goats and sheep and marmots and skunks and bats and, anything that anybody was having an issue with wildlife, the bear team would get to go deal with it.
Do you have any memorable, specific wildlife encounters from that time?
Yeah, lots. Well, one of the funniest ones, if you want to hear a funny one, was the auto shop called one day and said, we have a marmot in our auto shop over here.
If you don't know, marmots are big squirrels, Montana's version of the groundhog.
And this marmot had crawled up into the engine well of one of the road crew trucks and ridden all the way down from Logan Pass and ended up in the auto shop.
Oh, wow.
And I'm like, okay, I'm on the bear team. We'll go get this marmot. So it was in their break room over there. They had it trapped in the break room, and it was behind the refrigerator. Well, so I had a live trap. And I thought, okay, we'll pull the fridge out and put the trap down. The marmot will step in it like they should, and it'll all be done. Well, the marmot had no interest in leaving the back of the refrigerator. So we pulled the refrigerator out, and I was on kind of leaning up on top of it, sort of poking down there with a stick, trying to get this marmot out of there. But he had gone in under the compressor of the refrigerator, like there was no back on it down by the floor, and he'd gone way up in there, he or she. Gave the trap to this guy, and I put on leather gloves, and I reached in there, and I grabbed this marmot by the hind legs, and I started to pull him out from under the refrigerator, but this marmot grabbed the refrigerator with his front feet, and he would not let go. And he's squealing like crazy, making some god-awful noise. And so I'm yanking this marmot out, and finally he lets go, and I just stuffed him in this live trap and slam the door. And, oh my God.
Did you drive it back to Logan Pass?
We let him go at Packer's Roost. It's like, I'm not going all the way up there. You're just going to climb in another engine. Unbelievable. Marmots are strong. I don't know if you know that, but marmots are really strong.
So far, Chuck's career has focused on, among other things, physical work and people skills. Bear Crew required getting to know the park's wildlife up close and personal.
So was it in college or in law enforcement academy when you learned how to wrestle a skunk or like talk down an aggressive bear? Like, how do you learn how to do this?
Trial and error. Never going to do that again. I don't know. You get thrust into it and you just sort of do it, figure it out. I wasn't afraid to ask questions. If we had something that I needed to talk to the biologist about, I would certainly go talk to the biologist about what do you think we should be doing here. But I didn't go to school for wildlife biology or anything. I have a liberal arts degree, so I wasn't college training by any means. It was on-the-job training, basically my entire career here.
Finally, I wanted to ask Chuck about climbing. He has a shout out in the Climber's Guide to Glacier National Park, which is essentially the local mountaineering Bible.
When did you climb everything? Because it seems like you've climbed a lot.
I tried to climb every peak in the valley, and I didn't quite get there. But yeah, well, when you're in there 9 years, you have a lot of time to climb, right? Actually, my boss in there told me that if you don't climb Mount Cleveland this summer, you're fired.
Mount Cleveland is the tallest peak in Glacier, and it's been the site of some infamous accidents.
He said that visitors are climbing these mountains. They're going to get hurt or disappear. You need to know the routes. You need to know where they're going. So you need to get out there and start climbing all these peaks. I said, great, I'll do that.
Chuck has a lot of funny stories from his time in the park, but there were a lot of serious days too. Thanks to his knowledge of climbing routes and the park landscape, Chuck started helping with search and rescues, and he was good at it. Good enough that the park asked him to get certified as a helicopter manager. And he's been helping with search and rescues on the ground and in the air ever since.
Had you had interest in going into search and rescue, or was it sort of just like a function of being law enforcement in a national park?
No, I like it. It's a really interesting part of my job. I enjoy it. And so I was more than willing.
Unfortunately, search and rescues happen every year here in Glacier. In the last 3 years, there have been over 200. And they're not just climbing accidents. Folks get lost on trail and are reported missing by friends and family. Others wind up in trouble from exposure to heat or the cold.
When you worked search and rescue, what were the outcomes that you expected? Especially when there's like those low percentages of finding.
It's based on
time,
right? How long has this person been out there? And what was their plan, if we even knew what their plan was?
Searches often include huge teams of people covering all the places that person might have been.
People can survive for pretty extended periods of time based on the weather, what kind of shape they're in, if they have any food with them. But if they fall 500 feet off a cliff, they're not going to survive. And so if you can search an area really thoroughly, day one, everybody's like, we're going to get this person. Day two, we're going to get this person. Day three, they're still viable. We know this person can still be alive. Once you get 6, 7, 8, 10, 9, 15 days down the road, and it's like, this person's probably not alive anymore. You never want to feel that way. You always want to know that they're still alive. You can find them. It drives you crazy when you can't. It's like, where are they? They still could be alive. Now, where are they?
I came across an incident that a guy, he was trying to get to Longbow Lake in the North Fork.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you knew who it was?
I found him.
Yeah.
He was a baker at the Pole Bridge Mercantile, and he went on a hike to Longbow Lake and never came back. And so we started looking for him. And we had ground teams, and Longbow is above Akakola. It's off trail. We had a helicopter in the air.
Chuck was actually assigned to a ground team with the subject's nephew.
And they sent us up on the ground, up this creek drainage. Oh my God, it was horrendous bushwhacking. And we're just beating the bush, going up this creek and yelling this guy's name. And we're out there yelling, thinking, you know, he's not out here. This is stupid. And then we hear, all of a sudden, hear a voice up in the woods. I'm like, I looked at this guy, I don't remember the kid's name. I'm like, did you hear that? He goes, yeah. So we start yelling. The guy's, Dan, we hear this voice, yeah. I'm like, holy crap. And so we bushwhacked our way up to where we heard this voice, and there he is. And he has this huge gash in his head. He'd been out 48 hours maybe at that point. Had no recollection of what happened to him. It appeared to me he fell off a cliff or something from his head trauma. Once we found him, I think everything that was keeping him going left. He was just like, I'm rescued now. I'm just like done. And anyway, we're in the middle of this lodgepole thicket, basically, an alder thicket. It was like, okay, now what are we going to do?
The trees were so dense, they couldn't lower a litter for the guy down through the trees, let alone land. So instead, Chuck asked for chainsaws.
So anyway, they flew us in a couple chainsaws, and we spent like 2 hours cutting a landing zone out of the woods right in the middle of wherever, 40, 50 foot diameter hole out of the woods maybe in a couple of hours, and we brushed it all down. And
this allowed the helicopter to land and take the guy to the nearest hospital.
And he ended up in the hospital for like 11 days. He had a brain bleed. Yeah, he had a major issue going on. He wasn't going to make it maybe another day, but
he made it.
He made it. He's alive and well.
Chuck's colleagues are quick to say that he's the kind of person you want involved in a search and rescue because he cares so much, even if the result is ultimately to give a family closure. And thanks to folks like Chuck, most search and rescues in Glacier end like this. Maybe someone's a little banged up, but they're alive. Out of the over 200 that have happened here in the last 3 years, 96% of the people have survived.
It must have felt pretty good.
Felt great. Found one alive. Saved him. Yeah, it was awesome. But I did miss the Willie Nelson concert on Big Mountain that night, though. Which I had tickets to.
You saved a life, but you also missed a Willie Nelson concert.
Missed Willie Nelson on Big Mountain.
Through all of the search and rescues, the bear jams, and stubborn marmots, Chuck stayed seasonal.
Made it easy for me. I didn't have to move. I built a house. I had a family going. I didn't have to find a job. I didn't have to think about what I was going to do at the end of the season, which is really stressful. And I lived that life for a while on trail crew. And it gets old, you know, you got to pack, you got to go find a place to live, you got to find a job, and it's stressful, and it drives people out of being seasonal in the Park Service, I think. But for me, it was easy because I never had to move. I just drive east in the summer and north in the winter, you know, from my house, and it was no big deal.
And while he dodged the difficulty of moving every 6 months by settling down in Whitefish, moving isn't the only hard part about these jobs. Seasonal positions usually don't provide full benefits. They don't come with a retirement plan. Each year you come back, more of your friends move on, off to another park. And there's a limit to how high you can climb the career ladder as a seasonal.
We talk about seasonal turnover and like how hard seasonal life can actually be. And so why stay through it all?
I don't know, you know, I've never really been, I'm content a lot. I'm not necessarily the grass is greener over there kind of person. I've never even applied to another park, ever, since I started working here.
It's worth noting, Chuck has support and stability at home. His wife has a year-round job in fire communication. But at work, Chuck points out that as you move up the ladder, you can lose a lot of the duties that drew you to the job in the first place.
Yeah, I like being in the field. You get a permanent job here, and not all of them, but in the Ranger Division, if you go permanent, you're going to be pushing paper a lot more than you are when you're not permanent.
Of the Rangers I've known who are longtime seasonals, all of them had a permanent career on the side. Teachers and professors who have the summer off, or even a lawyer who can choose their own caseload. All of them found some way to squeeze in being a seasonal ranger. All of them except Chuck.
I tell people I made a career out of not having a career. Basically. I wouldn't trade it for anything, though. No regrets. There's some great permanent jobs here, don't get me wrong, but there's just the way overloaded people working here, and it's just, you see it, and I just never wanted to try that.
Yeah. But I'd say if Chuck has a secret to how he stayed seasonal so long, it's how much he loves this place. And all of it, too. The scenery, the wildlife, the plants, and the people.
I just like it here. I just like the whole persona of what Glacier is. Always have, from the minute I got here. And don't get me wrong, I've had some bad days here. There's been some days where I'm just like, oh man, I got to get out of here, but that just doesn't last long, Yeah. We owe it to the park to take good care of it and do the best we can. I really firmly believe that. And so whether it's small world stuff or big world stuff, and there's big world stuff going on like climate change and all that, my world's very small world. I pull weeds. I clean out fire rings, I pick up trash, I educate visitors. That's a huge part of it, super important part, building advocates for the Park Service. And if I can get somebody to buy into the idea of the Park Service and advocating for it, success.
Well, I think that is a nice segue into the rumors I've been hearing about this maybe being your last season. Is that true?
It is true, it's not a rumor. I'm wrapping it up.
It's not called retiring when you're seasonal. What is it called?
Quitting. They're going to try and hire me back, and I get to say no.
Chuck loves Glacier, and it's clear Glacier loves him right back. He invited us to his retirement party, which happened a couple months after our interview, and we arrived to find every parking spot full, cars lining the road to the venue, and people from every stage of his career who'd shown up to celebrate. Here are just a few of the nice things they had to say about him. He's humble. He hates leading, but everybody looks up to him. He's trusted. He spends more nights out camping in the park than his colleagues half his age. He's a mentor, a moral compass, and he never forgets a name. And over again, we're going to miss him. Chuck's career captures what it's like to work for the Park Service, and he's been a role model for a lot of the people who work here today. Our last question for him, what comes next?
I've been stuck in the glacier rut for so long, I've never even been to the Cabinet Mountains. There are all kinds of little mountain ranges around Montana. We got 54 state parks. I've only been to 3 of them. I just want to go look around and see what else is out there, and maybe just have the time to do it and feel like doing it.
I guess on the same question of reflection, was your career everything that you expected, or?
I don't know that I had any expectations. I think it was just this new adventure to Montana. We'll just go check it out, see what happens.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park and is supported by the Glacier National Park Conservancy. We could not make this show without them. You can learn more about what they do at glacier.org. Headwaters is made possible with help from Lacey Kowalski, Melissa Slottick, and so many people throughout the Glacier community, especially the natural and cultural resource teams. We're grateful for all of you. Our music this season is by the brilliant Frank Waln. The show's cover art is by our sweet friend Stella Nall. Check out Frank and Stella's work at the links in our show notes. Special thanks to Chuck Cameron and everyone who shared memories or stories of Chuck at his very fun retirement party. Besides sharing this episode with a friend who might appreciate it, you can help us out by leaving us a rating and review in your podcast app. Thanks for listening.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is what we do. Hey, everyone, and welcome to the What We Do podcast. I'm Jake Frank. Our team of 4 will be interviewing 10 people over the next 10 weeks to take you behind the scenes to share stories from people who work for the National Park Service in the world's first national park. So first things first, hi, team.
Hey, Jake.
Hey, Jake.
How's everybody doing?
Awesome.
Good.
Why don't we do some quick team intros? So if we do, let's say, your name, your title, maybe your division, how long you've been in Yellowstone, what your favorite hobbies are. No, and maybe if there's any other parks you've worked at. Miles.
All right. I'm Miles Barger. I'm the Publications Program Manager here at Yellowstone in the Division of Resource Education and Youth Programs. I've been in Yellowstone for about 3 years this time around. I worked here earlier in my career as well, and I've also worked at Denali National Park and Black Canyon of the Gunnison National Park and at Harper's Ferry Center. You can look that up if you want to know what it is.
Brett, what about you?
Yeah, so I'm the newbie here. I've only been at Yellowstone for about 2 years so far. Before that, I was at Shenandoah National Park for 12 years. And I'm the digital media specialist here, which basically deals with the website, social media, the NPS app, and digital exhibits in the visitor centers. Ashton, how long have you been here?
Well, Yellowstone's actually my first park, and I've been here for about 4 years now as a digital communications specialist for the superintendent's office. So working on similar types of things as Brett, web, social media, and the like. So what about you, Jake?
I'm the old guy here, apparently. I've been here a little less than 8 years, got here in 2016. I've worked at a handful of parks. I started in the Tetons and then went to Glacier, then Carlsbad Caverns, then up to Denali. Miles, me and you, whoop whoop.
Yep.
And then worked for Rocky, also Miles, whoop whoop.
That's right.
So Miles is
I've been following Jake.
Yeah.
And then Yellowstone, and then I got my first permanent job in Glacier doing media, and then came here permanently. I also am a digital communication specialist like Ashton. I also work in the superintendent's office with Ashton. But it seems like everybody here on the team, we're all involved in media, web, social, photography, videography, kind of a little bit of everything. Podcasting now. Our resume is getting longer the longer we're here, so it's good stuff. Yeah, so now that you know who we are, let's give you some of the highlights of the park. So as far as the employees and the money, Yellowstone has about 750 employees each year, and 350 of those are year-round permanent employees. And in addition to our paid staff, we also have about 450 volunteers that help with various things throughout the park. We have a federal appropriation, so the money that we get from Congress, when a budget's passed, is around $40 million. But it takes at least double that to operate the park each year. So I think last year it was around $81 or $82 million. And, if you're a budget person, you're like, how does it work, to run a park on 80 million if you only get 40 million? And basically we make up the difference through other revenue streams, like, when you come to the park and pay an entrance fee, or if you're a commercial tour operator in the park. And then we also have philanthropic donations. So people who donate to the park or our nonprofit, Yellowstone Forever. And all that money is not even including the major infrastructure project dollars, because some years with projects included, we spend upwards of like $125 million each year.
Yeah, and let's talk about Yellowstone's resources. Yellowstone itself is a pretty big park. We're at 2.2 million acres. Not the largest park in the lower 48. I think we're second. Death Valley is 3 million or something, but we are pretty big, 2.2 million acres. And even more than that, Yellowstone is at the heart of the surrounding area, which is known as the Greater Yellowstone Ecosystem, which is, if we didn't have these made up straight line boundaries of the park, it's where our wildlife migrate and where we share a lot of our processes and things like that. So it's a huge area. Geologically speaking, Yellowstone is an active volcano, and it sits atop a cooling magma chamber. And when water is heated by the cooling magma chamber, we get hydrothermal features like geysers and hot springs. So that's, I'd say, wildlife, and those are what we're most famous for. And the geysers and hot springs are what Yellowstone was originally set aside to protect. And Yellowstone's actually home to 10,000 hydrothermal features and over half the world's active geysers.
Yeah, so if the volcano goes off, we'll be the first to let you all know.
I don't think we'll be able to let them know.
We'll broadcast live as soon as that happens to let you guys know. So make sure that you subscribe so that you can find that out. Yeah, so Miles talked about wildlife. Obviously, if you want to see wildlife and those predator-prey relationships, Yellowstone is one of the best places in the world to see some of those interactions play out. So, we got wolves, we got grizzly bears, we got cougars, we got bison, elk, bighorn sheep, even wolverines, which I haven't seen, but hopefully, fingers crossed, I will soon. All sorts of wildlife. But it's also, this is a super special place because of the history. So for over 10,000 years before Yellowstone became the first national park, which happened in 1872, it was a place where American Indians lived and hunted and fished and gathered plants and quarried obsidian and used the thermal waters. And even today, there are 27 tribes with historic and modern connections to the land and resources within the area that we now know as Yellowstone.
Yeah, and in addition to tribal history, Yellowstone is also home to a combined 25 historic sites, landmarks, and districts on the National Register of Historic Places. There are a lot of really neat historic buildings and landmarks and things like that all throughout the park. So we have a lot of cool natural and cultural resources, and that's what brings a lot of people to visit the park. On average, we receive about 4.5 million visits every year, and about 95% of that is in a 6-month period between May and October. So a lot of visitation in the summer, not so much in the winter. But I think that's the best time